Introduction: a unique beginning, a distinctive Nezha, and an exceptional Yang Jian. Let us embark on an extraordinary journey through the investiture of the gods, witnessing how the remarkable protagonist Nezha will stir the winds of change amidst the cataclysmic chaos of this world. Volume 1, Chapter 1, The Spirit Pearl. After the creation of heaven and earth by the great Pangu, he transformed his divine essence into the three pure ones, instructing them to diligently protect their sister, the goddess Nuwa, venerating her as sovereign and safeguarding the three realms. Yet unbeknownst to all, the Chaos God King, in addition to nurturing Pangu and Nuwa, possessed a divine elixir imbued with consciousness. However, due to the Chaos God King bestowing his primary divine power upon Pangu and Nuwa, this elixir struggled to attain a divine form. Thus, before his transcendence, he entrusted the elixir to Pangu, hoping he might seek the opportunity for it to attain corporeal existence. Having foreseen his own fate before the creation of heaven and earth, Pangu entrusted Nuwa with its protection. In the heavenly realm, within the Nuwa palace, the goddess Nuwa gazed at her father's divine elixir with a wistful smile, exclaiming, "My dear little one, when will you finally emerge? Both my father and brother have departed, and now I find myself without a confidant to share my heartfelt thoughts. Therefore, you must hasten to join me, for I have been alone for 100,000 years." As if responding to Nuwa's lament, the elixir suddenly radiated brilliant light. After her initial astonishment, Nuwa quickly released her magic to assist the elixir, and soon a radiant figure emerged from the luminous Hazia, delicate child adorned like a precious gem. The child, with his short, white legs, scampered toward Nuwa, who joyfully embraced him as he affectionately called out, "Sister." In that moment, the usually solemn goddess Nuwa was overcome with delight, showering the child with kisses and lifting him high for a prolonged moment. Then, she remembered that the child could not be addressed simply as little one. A name must be bestowed. After much contemplation yielded no suitable options, she summoned the three pure ones to assist in naming the child. Upon learning he was the son of the Chaos God King and their esteemed elder, the three pure ones broke into a cold sweat, hesitant to overstep their bounds. It was only after Nuwa's persistent encouragement that they began to relax, each calling upon their disciples, believing in the strength of many minds. As the child observed the multitude gathered in the hall, his curiosity piqued. He wandered from one person to another, examining each with keen interest until he approached Taiji Jinren, the third disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Climbing up Taiji's leg, he grasped his hand tightly, and the two exchanged wide-eyed glances, capturing the attention of everyone present. Nuwa, with a smile, remarked, "Taiji, it seems this little one shares a bond with you. Why not bestow upon him a name?" Taiji Jinren, filled with joy, acknowledged the child's remarkable lineage, recognizing that the son of a divine king must possess extraordinary talent. Furthermore, the child's adorable appearance melted hearts with his smile. Thus, Taiji began to speak. "Certainly, it is a great honor for Tai. This little fellow, exquisitely crafted and imbued with spirit, born of divine elixirs, shall henceforth be known as Lingzhu." Upon hearing this, the goddess Nuwa found it quite agreeable. Thus, the little Onio no, Lingzhu embarked upon his youthful journey. Observing Lingzhu's unwavering attachment to Tai, Nuwa intentionally overlooked Lingzhu's identity and allowed him to become a disciple of the revered Tai Jinren, assuming the role of his foremost apprentice. This was largely due to Tai's unparalleled skills in artifact forging, was indeed the finest artisan across the three realms. Even his master, the primordial heavenly sovereign, could not rival him in this craft, for the sovereign lacked such inclinations. Most of his divine artifacts were either ancient relics passed down through the ages or acquired during trials in the chaotic divine domain. Details about the chaotic divine domain will be filled in later. Aside from these ancient treasures, most of the disciples of the Chan religion sought Tai's expertise for their magical implements. To ensure frequent encounters with Lingzhu, Nuwa established an additional palace adjacent to her divine abode for the use of Tai and Lingzhu. Lingzhu, aligning the palace's name with his own preferences, dubbed it Yunlu Palace, evoking envy and admiration from others. Thus, Tai Jinren led a life akin to that of a nurturing guardian, dedicating his artifact forging skills to crafting toys for his disciple, which was a tale filled with bittersweet tears. As another 100,000 years passed, Lingzhu blossomed into a graceful young man due to his origin as a divine elixir. His growth was slow. He matured 1 year for every 5,000 years. Tai Jinren had returned to his Qinyuan mountain, and during these centuries, the goddess Niwa had softened considerably, often graced with a smile, thanks to our dear brother Lingzhu. One day, after visiting his master, Lingzhu ventured to the Niwa palace. It is worth noting that 50,000 years prior, Niwa had established numerous trials to pass the throne of heaven to the current Jade Emperor, choosing to remain in her palace and withdraw from the affairs of the three realms. He expressed his desire to explore the mortal realm, as over the past 100,000 years, his time had been consumed by training with his master, mainly teasing his master and assisting his sister in managing the affairs of the three realms. Niwa, having toiled for hundreds of thousands of years, found respite in her younger brother's growth and was eager to put him to work. After her abdication, he had also aided the Jade Emperor in acclimating to the governance of the realms, leaving him with no time to rest. Now that the Jade Emperor had become well-versed in his duties, and Lingzhu had begun to master his own divine powers which he naturally possessed, yet initially struggled to wield, often causing Niwa and Tai considerable distress, he longed for a moment of relaxation. Observing her brother, Niwa contemplated his youthful spirit. In light of her role, she felt compelled to maintain a facade of seriousness in the cold celestial palace. It was indeed time for him to unwind, and she consented to his descent to the mortal realm. However, concerned for his unfamiliarity with the mortal world and its myriad wonders, she laid down a series of inequitable stipulations. Lingzhu, nearly incensed enough to scorch the Niwa palace with a samadhi true fire, ultimately relinquished his frustrations for the sake of his sister, primarily recognizing that he could not overpower her, and accepted the string of unequal treaties. After the Lingzhuzi descended to the mortal realm, Yang Nwa muttered to herself, "Everything is destined by heaven. Even my status cannot alter this outcome. I can only hope that before it arrives, you may enjoy a joyful existence. This is the sole gift I can offer as your sister." Volume 1, Chapter 2, The First Encounter. At this juncture, having bid farewell to the Jade Emperor, Lingzhuzi arrived in the human world during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Overwhelmed by the bustling streets and the delightful array of earthly delicacies, he could hardly contain his excitement. Indeed, our Lingzhuzi is quite the foodie. Approaching a vendor selling candied hawthorns, he gazed longingly at the delectable treats, only to realize that his hands were already full. His expression, a mixture of dejection and determination, would have surely amused the celestial beings above. It was hard to believe that this was the same Lingzhuzi they referred to as the cold-faced god of war. In a hurry, Lingzhuzi sought out an unoccupied spot to stow away his snacks and toys in his treasured bag. This bag, crafted from primordial silk by Tai Junren, was far more spacious than the leopard or tiger bags of others, imbued with chaotic energy that enhanced the spiritual essence of its contents. He then rushed back to the candied hawthorn stand and impulsively purchased 10 skewers. However, in his eagerness for the treats, he failed to notice that a boy of about 13 and a little girl of 6 or 7 had witnessed him using the bag. Once Lingzhuzi had indulged in his feast and sought refuge in an inn, he became aware of someone trailing him. Realizing he had been careless in his playful pursuits, he pondered over the intentions of his unseen follower. To avoid any potential peril, he deliberately ventured toward a less populated area, mindful that should the person behind him harbor malicious intent, his magical abilities must remain concealed from mortal eyes. Upon reaching a narrow alley, he cast an invisibility spell. Moments later, he spotted a handsome youth leading the charming little girl into the alley. The boy appeared perplexed, his brows furrowing in a mixture of cuteness and authority. Our dashing second brother finally makes his entrance, albeit still in youthful form. Intrigued by the pair, Lingzhuzi, initially reluctant to reveal himself, was suddenly overcome by mischief and stealthily approached them, intending to startle them. However, the youth unexpectedly turned around, catching Lingzhuzi off guard. It became evident that this boy possessed innate divine sight, capable of discerning all hidden paths in the world, and with such power, he could annihilate heaven and earth. With a fierce glare, the youth brandished a dagger towards Lingzhuzi's chest and coldly demanded, "Are you one of the celestial beings sent to capture us? Where have you taken my mother? Speak quickly, or I shall take your life." Lingzhuzi, taken aback, replied, "What do you mean? Why do you believe I am from the heavens? And who is your mother?" The boy sneered in response, "Do not play tricks. I know you were sent by Hao Yan to kill me and my sister. He has already slain my father and elder brother, and now that he has discovered we are still alive, you are the third to come after us. My mother once told me that only celestial beings possess a treasure bag, and yours appears exceptional, undoubtedly belonging to a heavenly general. It seems that Hao Qian intends to eradicate us completely. Yet, you are quite arrogant, arriving only to indulge in feasting and revelry. Do you truly believe that we, being mere siblings, are defenseless? Now that you are in our grasp, tell me, where's my mother? Ling Zhuzi listened patiently, a smile of resignation gracing his lips. He truly did not know who this boy's mother was. But from his words, it seemed she must be a celestial maiden who fell in love with a mortal, only to be captured by the heavenly court after being discovered, leading to the demise of her mortal husband and children. These two little ones must have narrowly escaped a calamity, only to be pursued once more. In truth, Ling Zhuzi harbored strong objections to such celestial decrees. Even if a celestial being and a mortal fell in love, it should not warrant execution. However, the edicts were established by the Queen Mother of the West and the Jade Emperor. Despite his position as a political advisor, he felt constrained by his status and could not intervene excessively. His sister had abdicated long ago, and he too wished to see the Jade Emperor ascend to power before he could retire in peace. Reflecting on it now, perhaps he subconsciously believed that celestial beings should not engage in romantic relationships with mortals. Observing the disheveled clothing of these two children, their weary faces evoking a protective instinct within him despite the boy's icy demeanor, he found them quite endearing, felt compelled to act. He addressed them gently. I assure you, I am not here to capture you. I am indeed a practitioner of the arts, but I am a disciple of the Chan teaching sect and have no affiliations with the heavenly court, nor do I know who your mother is. Given your sister's exhausted expression, I have some provisions. Please, take these to ease your hunger. I understand that you may not trust me at this moment, but with your dagger pressed against my chest, if my intent were to harm you, you could plunge it into me without hesitation. The boy hesitated, contemplating whether to trust Ling Zhuzi. At that moment, the little girl called out in her fatigue, "Brother, I am so hungry," and tears began to stream down her cheeks. The boy's uncertain gaze suddenly solidified as he looked at Ling Zhuzi and declared, "Do not attempt any tricks. If you dare to move, I will take your life." Ling Zhuzi could only smile in resignation as he watched the boy retrieve various food items from his treasure bag, which he had purchased at the market. Having closely followed Ling Zhuzi, he noticed that nothing had been tampered with, so he did not hesitate to hand the food to the little girl named Chaner, all the while keeping his dagger poised at Ling Zhuzi. However, Ling Zhuzi could tell that the boy had been hungry for quite some time, and as he listened to the sounds of the girl swallowing her food, the boy unwittingly swallowed hard as well. Observing this scene, Ling Zhuzi was reminded of the affection his sister had showered upon him, providing him with many precious treasures. Though Ling Zhuzi despised being threatened with a knife, his gaze towards the two siblings remained gentle. Realizing the situation could not continue, he decided to speak up. "Do you still not believe me after all this? I am truly not sent by the heavenly court to capture you." Ling Zhuzi gazed at the boy, whose eyes were filled with a mix of conflict and animosity. With a swift motion, a dagger appeared in her hand. The boy looked at Ling Zhuzi with both caution and surprise, while the young girl halted her meal. Ling Zhuzi sighed and addressed the two little ones. "If I truly intended to harm you, you would not have survived this long. Now, cease that expression as though I owe you money. You, go eat your meal at once. Afterward, I shall take you to the inn to tidy up." There was an enchanting quality to Ling Zhuzi's voice, and thus the two obediently followed her, finishing their meal, bathing, and changing their clothes. Only after inquiring about their names and origins did Ling Zhuzi retract her magical aura. Volume 1, Chapter 3, Escorting. Thus, the boy oh no, Ling Zhuzi had already discerned their identities. It turned out the boy was named Yang Jian, and the girl was called Yang Jian. Their mother was Princess Yaoji, the sister of the Jade Emperor Hao Qian. She had descended to the mortal realm on a mission to vanquish demons, but was inadvertently injured by one. Subsequently, she was rescued by a scholar named Yang Tianyu at Guanjingku. The two developed mutual affection and secretly wed, concealing their union from the heavenly court, and later had 3 children. The eldest, Yang Jiao II, Yang Jian, and the youngest, Yang Chan. However, upon discovery by the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor dispatched Marshal Tianpeng and his own son to apprehend Yaoji for punishment. In the ensuing chaos, Yang Tianyu and Yang Jiao were slain, while Yang Jian and Yang Chan, being away from home, narrowly escaped. They later learned of the events from their neighbors and were subsequently discovered by the local deity. The deity, fearing Yaoji's formidable powers, had refrained from reporting to the heavenly court. With Yaoji absent, only the 2 young ones remained, presenting a prime opportunity for the deity to seek rewards from the heavenly court. Consequently, the heavenly court sent emissaries repeatedly to capture the siblings. However, in his overwhelming sorrow, Yang Jian awakened his celestial eye, enabling him to repel foes, though it consumed considerable strength. Fortunately, due to Yaoji's benevolence, many individuals discreetly aided the siblings, allowing them to survive until now. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, Yang Jian inadvertently discovered that Ling Zhuzi possessed a magical pouch and assumed she was yet another envoy from the heavenly court sent to apprehend him. He stealthily followed Ling Zhuzi, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of his mother and protect his sister from a sudden attack, leading to the aforementioned encounter. Upon regaining consciousness, Yang Jian surveyed his surroundings and quickly turned to his sister, relieved to see her indulging in a pile of pastries. He then faced Ling Zhuzi, who was gently fanning herself, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly knelt before her, startling Ling Zhuzi so much that her fan fell to the ground. Kneeling, Yang Jian earnestly implored Ling Zhuzi. "I, Yang Jian, have been disrespectful to you, esteemed one. I humbly request your forgiveness and seek to be accepted as your disciple, to learn your spells to rescue my mother." With this, he prepared to bow his head in reverence. Ling Zhuzi quickly used her magic to lift him up. Observing the reluctant expression on his face, "It is not that I am unwilling to accept you as my disciple, rather, my abilities cannot be imparted to others, and moreover, we lack the bond of a master and student. However, I perceive a connection between you and my teachings, so I shall send you to the School of Clarity to seek a mentor." Upon hearing Ling Zhuzi's words, Yang Jian promptly knelt in gratitude. Ling Zhuzi reflected that although he had lived for 100,000 years, due to his unique physical condition, he was only akin to a 20-year-old in human terms. Being the youngest at home, he found it amusing that these two young ones regarded him as their elder brother. Yet, he felt it unwise to disclose his true name. Thus, he decided to name his innate fire Yin. He then addressed Yang Jian, saying, "Do not call me senior, I am only slightly older than you. From now on, you may refer to me as Brother Yin." Yang Jian considered this and found it somewhat awkward to address someone who seemed only a few years his senior as senior. He then pulled his sister close and respectfully called out, "Brother Yin." Ling Zhuzi nodded in satisfaction, but then turned serious as he spoke to Yang Jian. "The School of Clarity has stringent requirements for accepting disciples, and I cannot ascertain whether you will succeed in your endeavor. Furthermore, I will not be able to assist you with my powers during your journey. You must travel to Kunlun Mountain on foot. The path is fraught with danger, with obstacles ahead and pursuers behind. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" After hearing this, Yang Jian displayed no sign of despair. Instead, his expression grew resolute as he nodded solemnly. Thus, Ling Zhuzi began their arduous journey. On that day, the trio had covered half the distance, and as noon approached, the sun blazed down, causing them to sweat profusely. Ling Zhuzi suggested they rest in a nearby, dilapidated temple until the sun set before continuing their journey. Noticing the parched lips of the two siblings, Ling Zhuzi offered his water flask to Yang Jian. However, Yang Jian took only a small sip before passing it to Yang Chan. Yang Chan, clutching the flask, also took just a couple of sips before returning it to Yang Jian. Observing the affectionate bond between the siblings, Ling Zhuzi felt a sense of contentment. Throughout their journey, although Yang Chan was small, she initially voiced complaints about the arduous trek. However, as she witnessed her brother's determination to protect her while navigating the path, she matured considerably. Her little face, though growing thinner, bore a newfound resilience. Ling Zhuzi felt a sense of satisfaction as he contemplated that while his master and uncles did not accept female disciples, his sister lived alone in the goddess Nua's palace, without anyone to converse with. It seemed that Yang Chan, with her kind disposition, could serve as a companion for her sister. Lost in thought, a sudden storm erupted outside, with flashes of lightning and ominous clouds rolling in. The siblings instinctively rose, alertly gazing toward the door. Ling Zhuzi sighed, furrowed his brow, and turned to Yang Jian and Yang Chan, saying, "Yet again, for the 8th time, one must ponder if their relentless pursuit is not tiresome. Even I, the young master, have grown weary of merely observing your struggles," Yang Jian remarked. His demeanor noticeably relaxed. The tension in his body had eased considerably. Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous attacks from celestial soldiers. Although Yin insisted on engaging in battle himself, it was only with Yan's assistance that he managed to repel these relentless pursuers. Through these encounters, coupled with Yan's training, Yang Jian had become adept at utilizing his heavenly eye, and Yin had imparted various spells sufficient to handle the ordinary celestial troops. As Yang Jian observed Ling Zhuzi seated and gesturing toward him, he realized that his arduous existence of battling was about to resume. He affectionately tousled his sister's hair, uttering a few words of comfort before stepping outside. Moments later, a cacophony of anguished cries echoed through the air. Ling Zhuzi leaned against a pillar, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she regarded her soon-to-be disciple. While Ling Zhuzi reveled in thoughts of how to dominate her disciple, she suddenly sensed an impending threat. Instantly, she sprang into action, casting her Qingquan circle. In the blink of an eye, Ling Zhuzi appeared outside the temple, positioning herself protectively in front of Yang Jian. Before them stood a figure clad in silver armor. Wielding a nine-toothed rake, it was Marshal Tianpeng, commander of the Heavenly River and leader of 100,000 celestial water soldiers. He clutched his left arm with his right hand, his gaze piercing through to his adversaries. Just as he prepared to unleash a tirade, his expression shifted, paling in an instant as he dropped to his knees, declaring, "My lord, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. Please forgive my transgressions." Ling Zhuzi raised her hand slightly, signaling for Tianpeng to rise. Yang Jian, observing from behind, wore a puzzled expression. Ling Zhuzi, unable to provide an explanation at that moment, addressed Tianpeng. "This young man shares a bond with my sect. You may withdraw. I shall convey this matter to the Jade Emperor. Besides, the laws of heaven distinguish between the living and the dead. Must we escalate this familial dispute? Inform the Jade Emperor that I shall exchange my merits for a peaceful 20 years for these two." You may depart now. Marshal Tianpeng, having no desire to embroil himself in this turmoil, readily acquiesced and led the injured soldiers back to the heavenly realm. Upon hearing Tianpeng's account, the Jade Emperor recognized the necessity of maintaining a harmonious relationship with Ling Zhuzi and thus abandoned his pursuit. In truth, he had no wish to chase after his beloved niece and nephew. Yet, as the Jade Emperor, he was bound by the principles of justice. Now, with the intervention of the Chan sect, circumstances aligned perfectly with his intentions. Volume 1, Chapter 4. The Master and the Parting. In this tale, Ling Zhuzi found himself pressed by two individuals who were inquiring about his identity. With no other option, he reluctantly revealed the truth. Although Ling Zhuzi held no official position in the heavenly realm, he was the brother of the goddess Nuwa, the adopted son of the Jade Emperor Haoyan, and the supreme commander of the heavenly army, tasked with combating the demonic realm. At the tender age of 12, shortly after Nuwa abdicated her throne and entrusted the heavens to Haoyan, who had ruled for less than a decade, discontent brewed among many in the heavenly court. Exacerbated by a rebellion from the demonic realm, Ling Zhuzi single-handedly quelled this uprising, thus relieving Haotian of his concerns and leading to the submission of the demonic realm to the heavens. Consequently, Haotian bestowed upon Ling Zhuzi the title of Lin Wuxinjuan, intending to forge a brotherly bond. However, due to their significant age difference, Nuwa intervened, suggesting that Ling Zhuzi acknowledge Haotian as his adoptive father. After all, once Nuwa ascended to the realm of the Divine King, she would transcend into the chaos outside the 33 heavens, making it difficult for her to manage affairs within. Interestingly, Ling Zhuzi and Yang Jian were also cousins. Upon hearing this revelation, Yang Jian was momentarily stunned. Ling Zhuzi, fearing he had offended Yang Jian by concealing his identity, felt a wave of frustration until he heard the affectionate term cousin softly uttered. Turning with excitement, he beheld Yang Jian's beaming smile. "You're not angry with me for deceiving you, are you?" "I concealed my identity," Ling Zhuzi queried. "Angry? Far from it. If it weren't for you, I and Chan'er would likely not be here today. We have already come to regard you as family, but I shall still call you Yin. For I harbor no fondness for the denizens of the heavenly realm, except for you, of course," Yang Jian replied with a hint of pride. Ling Zhuzi took a deep breath, regaining his signature charming smile. "Very well, as long as you are not upset, I shall say this. With my allure, it is impossible for you to harbor any resentment." Yang Jian and Yang Chan exchanged disdainful glances. As the hour of the dog approached, the trio resumed their journey. Yet, after only a few paces, Ling Zhuzi was suddenly beset by a sensation of unease. He pressed his right hand against his chest, gazing at his companions who were forging ahead, and clenched his teeth to endure. However, Yang Jian soon noticed that Ling Zhuzi's pace had fallen behind even that of Yang Chan concerned. They turned back and discovered Ling Zhuzi, drenched in sweat and unconscious against a large rock. Startled, they called out to him, but received no response. Yang Jian's expression darkened as he instructed Yang Chan to keep a watchful eye over Ling Zhuzi while he sought water and herbs. Yang Jian obediently remained by Ling Zhuzi's side, gently wiping the perspiration from his brow with a handkerchief. Meanwhile, Yang Jian hastily located a source of water and herbs. Racing back towards Ling Zhuzi, suddenly, he heard someone calling his name and turned to see two figures approaching, one clad in dark robes and the other in white, both strikingly handsome, exuding an ethereal presence. They approached Yang Jian, with the one in dark robes speaking slowly. I am Yang Jian from the Golden Cloud Cave of Yuchuan Mountain, and this is my third disciple, Tai Jian from the Golden Light Cave of Qinyuan Mountain, who is also Yan's master. Yang Jian promptly offered his respects, acknowledging the two esteemed beings. I have met both of you, but at present, Yan's fate hangs in the balance. I beseech you to save him. Tai Jian sighed and nodded. Yang Jian gestured for Yang Jian to lead the way, and the three soon arrived at the location of Ling Zhuzi. Upon seeing his cherished disciple unconscious and suffering, Tai's heart ached profoundly. He hurriedly grasped Ling Zhuzi's hand and channeled his power to heal him. After a brief moment, Ling Zhuzi awakened, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Upon regaining consciousness, Ling Zhuzi saw his master and grandmaster uncle and hurriedly attempted to pay his respects, but Tai halted him, saying, "Given your condition, let us forego the formalities." Yang Jian nodded in agreement. Ling Zhuzi then anxiously pulled Yang Jian to his side, eager to speak to Yang Jian. The latter raised a hand and said, I understand your intentions. This disciple, I shall accept. Your current task is to return to Inhua Palace, where the goddess has further instructions for you. After hearing this, Ling Zhuzi's eyes dimmed slightly, but he nodded and addressed the two masters. Master, Grandmaster Uncle, I have a few words for Yang Jian. Would you grant me a moment? Yang Jian replied, We shall wait for you ahead, but you have but a quarter of an hour. With that, the two masters proceeded forward. Ling Zhuzi regarded Yang Jian and Yang Jian with a complex gaze, which soon transformed back to one of wild arrogance. Nonetheless, his words carried an undercurrent of reluctance that made the two uneasy. I have arranged matters for your future. Yang Jian, you will follow my Grandmaster Uncle. He is the foremost disciple of our sect's second generation. Dedicate yourself to your studies, for only through great power can you protect yourself and honor. I may not be able to be by your side in the days to come. Nevertheless, I have cherished the brief time spent with you. You were the first to speak to me as a friend. I will likely never forget the fierce gazes you cast upon me when we first met, as if I were your enemy. I digress. Time is fleeting. Let us not keep my Grandmaster Uncle waiting. With that, Ling Zhuzi moved forward, quickening his pace as if fearful to stop lest he be unable to part. Yang Jian, pulling at her brother's darkened face, gazed at Ling Zhuzi ahead and, unable to contain herself, began to cry quietly, sensing the heavy atmosphere around them. Suddenly, Yang Jian halted, calling out loudly to Ling Zhuzi, Are you abandoning us too? Must you leave us behind as well? With father, mother, and elder brother gone, why must you leave us now? Can we not go together? Tears streamed down his cheeks as he pleaded, Ling Zhuzi, please, do not go. Ling Zhuzi paused, turning to reveal an expression of helplessness. He approached the two, gently wiping the tears from their faces and soothingly said, You have both grown. I too have my own mission and cannot remain by your side. Jian, you are the elder brother. You promised to protect your sister, did you not? Thus, you must hone your skills. In this era, strength is the only truth. Is it not? Promise me that when we meet again, you will stand tall and no longer hide behind me, but rather protect me as the Yang Jian I know. Honor, for your elder brother's sake, strive to become stronger, will you? After speaking, Ling Zhuzi affectionately patted the heads of the two individuals, smiling warmly at them. The pair nodded resolutely, and Yang Jian solemnly declared that the next time he encounters Yan, he would no longer need to stand in Yan's shadow. He would become as formidable as Yan. He insisted that Yan must come to witness his growth. Ling Zhuzi nodded in satisfaction, and the trio continued on their way, unaware that Yang Jian had not noticed the dim, reluctant gaze of Ling Zhuzi. Thus, Yang Jian and the real person Yuding traveled to Yuchuan Mountain to learn sorcery, while Yang Jian and the real person Tai Yi accompanied Ling Zhuzi to the Nuwa Divine Palace. Although the goddess Nuwa did not take Yang Jian as a disciple, she personally instructed her in the art of magic. Initially, Yang Jian felt delighted at the prospect of living with Ling Zhuzi, but soon realized that she had not seen Ling Zhuzi since that time. What could be the reason for this? Let us return to the day Yang Jian first arrived at the Nuwa Palace. On that day, after the goddess Nuwa nodded to accept Yang Jian, she instructed a young attendant to show her to her quarters. Ling Zhuzi smiled as she watched Yang Jian exit the grand hall, but could no longer contain herself and collapsed onto the ground. Nuwa and Tai Yi hurriedly assisted Ling Zhuzi to a bed, their faces filled with concern. The goddess Nuwa expressed her discontent, saying, Why have you been so disobedient? When I first sensed your destiny, I instructed your master to summon you back. Look at what you've become. Do you wish to cause your sister pain? Tai too wore an expression of anger mixed with sorrow. However, Ling Zhuzi merely smiled gently, reassuring her sister and master, this is my fate. Since the heavenly decree has called me to walk among mortals, I shall follow its course. For the past 3 years, I am grateful to you both for shielding me from the celestial secrets. My ancestor and uncle have expended considerable effort on my behalf. It is truly my fault. Now that these 2 little ones have found a good home, it is time for me to fulfill my mission. Sister, master. When we next meet, I may bear a different identity, perhaps even fail to recognize you. Yet, I am content to have had your companionship in this lifetime. Ling Zhuzi continued, Master, please deliver this letter to Yang Jian in 5 years. It is my final wish. I am deeply obliged to you. After speaking, Ling Zhuzi cast a lingering glance at the goddess Nuwa and the real person Tai before losing all consciousness and transforming into her life pearl. The goddess Nuwa gazed sorrowfully at Ling Zhuzi, and after a moment, entrusted the life pearl to Tai, instructing him to send Ling Zhuzi to her destined place. At that moment, as Yang Jian familiarized himself with the mountain gates alongside the real person Yuding, he suddenly felt a pang in his heart, as if something of great importance had been lost. Concurrently, the primordial supreme being on Kunlun Mountain and the Tongtian teacher at the Bio Palace on Palai Island both notified their disciples of an impending third calamity of heaven and earth, a matter vital to the survival of their sect. They urged their followers to remain vigilant, advising them to focus on their cultivation within the confines of their caves and to avoid unnecessary troubles. Then, in quiet contemplation, they murmured, Young one, this journey will be arduous. The fates of the 3 of us, along with our disciples, now rest in your hands. You carry 1,700 killings upon your shoulders. Tread carefully. Chapter 1 of Volume 2. Nezha. The real person Tai arrived at Qintang Pass with Ling Zhuzi's life pearl. The general of Qintang Pass, named Li Jing, was considered a handsome man of remarkable military achievements, greatly favored by King Zhou. His family had been bestowed with the duty of guarding Qintang Pass for generations. However, Li Jing's wife had been pregnant for 3 years and 6 months without giving birth, which astonished the world. The reason for this anomaly was the spirit pearl. She was meant to give birth 3 years ago, but to ensure the safety of Yang Jian and his sister's journey to Kunlun Mountain, she had delayed the process. Had it not been for Yang Jian's inability to defeat Marshal Tianpeng, Li Jing would not have revealed himself, thus attracting the attention of the heavenly path. One can only wonder how much longer Lady Li would have remained pregnant had he not been discovered. To return to the tale, the immortal Tai Zhenren descended upon the Li residence, gently placing the life pearl into Lady Li's womb. Moments later, Lady Li, in agony, awoke her husband, who was still deep in slumber. Li Jing hastily summoned a midwife and stepped out of the room. He reassured his 2 sons, Jin Jia and Mu Jia, who were filled with worry, saying, Do not fret, your mother will be fine. Return to rest for now. After speaking, he disregarded his sons and called upon a maidservant beside Lady Li, incessantly inquiring about her condition. As Li Jing paced anxiously, he was startled by a shrill scream from the midwife. Rushing into the room, he was taken aback to see a large fleshy ball bouncing about the hall. Seeing the fainted midwife and the terrified servants, Li Jing felt a pang of distress. Gritting his teeth, he drew his sword and cleaved the ball in 2, declaring, I must see which demon has intruded upon my wife's womb. I, Li Jing, cannot allow you to persist. From within the split flesh emerged a delicate child, exquisitely adorned, who first rubbed its sleepy eyes and then surveyed its surroundings. Upon noticing Li Jing, the child broke into a radiant smile, calling out father in a sweet, melodious voice. Li Jing was momentarily taken aback, unable to bring himself to harm the charming little one. Yet, recalling the unusual circumstances surrounding the child's birth, he feared it might be a malevolent spirit. Contemplating this, he retracted his initial intent and, with narrowed eyes, raised his sword once more, prepared to strike at the child. At that moment, Lady Li struggled to rise from her bed and shielded the child, pleading with her husband not to harm their offspring. Li Jing hesitated, torn by the expressions of the surrounding servants, just as he was about to resolve to eliminate his own son. His elder son Jin Jia and younger son Mu Jia knelt before him, imploring him to spare their younger brother. Meanwhile, the little child, sensing the complex emotions in the air but not fully understanding the situation, toddled toward Li Jing and clutched his leg, sweetly calling out father several times. Li Jing's earlier resolve crumbled in an instant, though he struggled to maintain his composure in the face of the unfolding drama. Observing this scene from above, Tai Zhenren descended on a cloud, exuding an aura of a benevolent figure. He approached Li Jing and said, General Li, I am Tai Zhenren, the 3rd disciple of the primordial lord of the Chan sect, hailing from the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain. Passing by your esteemed residence, I witnessed auspicious signs and, upon calculation, discerned that your third son is the reincarnation of a celestial child under the care of Goddess Enwa, and that we share a bond of master and disciple. What is your intention, General? Li Jing was troubled, pondering how to retract his earlier words when Tai Zhenren offered him a gracious reprieve, allowing him to save face. Gratefully, Li Jing nodded in agreement and brought his youngest son, who was clinging to his leg, before Tai Zhenren. The little boy gazed at Tai Zhenren for a few moments before reaching out to tug at his beard. With a gentle motion, Tai Zhenren lifted the child into his arms and remarked to Li Jing, "The general's third son has yet to be named. I was considering the name Nezha. Would that be acceptable?" Pondering this suggestion, Li Jing felt a surge of satisfaction and ordered his steward to distribute celebratory money to the household servants, instructing them not to spread any rumors about his son being a reincarnated celestial child rather than a demon. Meanwhile, Li Jing instructed the maidservants to assist Lady Li to her bed for rest, and asked the servants to take the two little masters back to their rooms to sleep. He then accompanied Tai Zhenren and Nezha to the main hall. In Tai Zhenren's embrace, Nezha playfully tugged at his beard. Li Jing felt a twinge of discontent, realizing that he had not held his soft, adorable son as much as he desired, despite the fact that the person cradling him was his son's master. With a smile, he addressed Tai Zhenren, saying, "You have traveled a great distance and must be weary. Allow me to arrange a guest room for your rest." He then softened his tone and spoke to Nezha, who was still clutching Tai Zhenren's beard. "Nezha, your master has had a long journey and deserves to rest. Why not let go of him and come with father for a while?" Nezha glanced between his master and father, his little face contorted in indecision, seemingly recalling Li Jing's sharp sword from earlier. He then burrowed back into Tai Zhenren's embrace, which delighted the latter. Since Ling Zhu had matured, he had not experienced such affection, and now, having this soft, cuddly child in his arms rekindled his nurturing instincts. The tactile sensation was simply delightful. On the other hand, Li Jing observed his son, with his back turned towards him, feeling both awkward and bewildered. He looked at the cheerful Tai Zhenren and regretted his previous demeanor. Watching his charming little son, he longed to snatch him away from Tai Zhenren to shower him with affection, hoping to erase any unfavorable impression. Yet, Tai Zhenren held on to Nezha tightly, leaving Li Jing with no choice but to sigh and say to Tai Zhenren, "I apologize for any mischief my young son may have displayed. I hope you can forgive his childishness. Let us escort you to your guest room for some rest." Tai Zhenren, cradling the now fast asleep Nezha, nodded in response. "I appreciate your kindness, General Li." With that, both Li Jing and Tai Zhenren returned to their respective chambers to rest. However, upon returning to his room, Li Jing became increasingly despondent. Reflecting on how his son would not allow him to hold him, yet clung to his master, he surmised that his initial demeanor must have frightened Nezha. So he racked his brain on how to endear himself to his son and mend their relationship. After all, during the births of Jin Jia and Mu Jia, he was away fighting, and by the time he returned, they had already outgrown their adorable infancy. Although Nezha had appeared larger at birth, he still possessed that soft and delightful charm that made Li Jing yearn to hold him close, never wanting to let go. Chapter 2. The onset of calamity. Early the next morning, Li Jing instructed his servant to procure a collection of toys for children, which he personally carried to the guest room where Tai Zhenren resided. After greeting the revered master, who was seated beside him guiding Nezha in his training, Li Jing settled down to await the conclusion of Nezha's practice. Nezha diligently followed his master's teachings, yet, upon hearing his father's arrival and subsequent seating, he pondered whether to acknowledge this father who had wronged him. Alas, poor Li Jing, for Nezha had deemed you a bad father from the very first day. Observing Nezha with increasing affection, Li Jing could not help but reminisce about his other sons, Jin Jia and Mu Jia, envisioning that his third son would undoubtedly blossom into a strikingly handsome and extraordinary youth. Unable to contain himself, Nezha approached Li Jing, who appeared to be gazing at him with a glimmer in his eyes, as though he were a delectable feast. Nezha stood up, walked over to his father, and smiled. Unbeknownst to him, Li Jing had been so lost in thought that he had drooled. Embarrassed, Li Jing wiped his mouth with his sleeve, affectionately lifted Nezha into his arms, and gestured toward the abundant array of toys on the table, saying, "Nezha, I did not intend to scold you yesterday. I was wrong. Look, I have brought you many gifts to atone for my actions. Will you forgive your father?" Nezha contemplated his father and the toys for a considerable time, or so he believed, before finally hugging Li Jing's neck and planting a kiss on his cheek, which filled Li Jing with immense joy. He also broached the idea of Nezha living with him, to which Nezha readily acquiesced. Tai Zhenren observed this exchange with a tinge of discomfort. However, Nezha was no longer merely his disciple, so he resigned himself to solitude. Yet he remained with Nezha during the day for the sake of continued learning. Meanwhile, in Chaoga, King Zhou of Shang, riding in his chariot and accompanied by his ministers, including the Prime Minister Shang Rong and the Grand Minister Mei Bo Zhaoqi, arrived at the Nuwa Palace to present incense on the 15th day of the 3rd month. As they approached the palace, the ministers performed a great bow to welcome the king as he dismounted, with Shang Rong and Mei Bo following closely behind. Upon entering the Nuwa Palace, King Zhou beheld its opulence. The front hall was resplendent, adorned in 5 colors. Golden boys held up the banners, while jade maidens gracefully offered auspicious symbols. The jade hooks hung askew, and a crescent moon hovered in the air. The luxurious drape swayed as countless colorful phoenixes danced around. By the azure bed, cranes and phoenixes soared gracefully. The fragrant throne was crafted into the shape of dragons and phoenixes. An extraordinary spectacle of vivid colors filled the air, with the golden censer emitting auspicious clouds and wisps of purple mist rising elegantly. The brilliance of silver candles was truly magnificent. Just as King Zhou was about to receive the incense from Shang Rong, a sudden gust of wind swept through, lifting the veil from the sacred statue of the goddess Nuwa. Upon raising his gaze, King Zhou felt his spirit wander. He was captivated by the divine figure. His heart ignited with desire. Reflecting on the beauty of the 3,000 maidens in his palace, he found none could compare to the one before him. In a fervor, he commanded his attendants to fetch his imperial brush, and he inscribed upon the palace pillar, "The phoenix and dragon splendid canopy is adorned with exquisite golden patterns. Distant mountains draped in emerald hues, and fluttering sleeves reflecting rosy garments. Pear blossoms, drenched in dew, compete in beauty, while peonies shrouded in mist display their alluring charm. If only I could possess such enchanting grace, I would bring back the king of Changlo." Led by Shang Rong, the ministers fervently advised Emperor Xian, asserting that Nuwa, the ancient goddess, is the rightful deity of humanity and should not be disrespected. They urged His Majesty to offer incense and atone for his misdeeds with sincere reverence. However, Emperor Xian believed he merely praised Nuwa's beauty, finding no fault in his words. As the sovereign, he felt no obligation to heed their counsel and thus returned to the palace. Meanwhile, the goddess Nuwa, residing in her celestial palace within the 33 heavens, learned of these events through the Kunlun mirror. Although she recognized the unfolding of fate, she could not overlook Emperor Xian's insolence towards her. Consequently, she summoned the 3 malevolent spirits from the Xianyuan tomb, a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, a 9-headed chick spirit, and a jade pipa spirit, to infiltrate Emperor Xian's harem and ensnare him, aiding the rightful sovereign of Shiqi in overthrowing the Shang dynasty. Thus, the 3rd great catastrophe of heaven and earth commenced. Now, let us turn to the fated harbinger of the Shang's demise, Nezha. The celestial sage Tai Jinren had spent a year at the Li residence, waiting for Nezha to acquire the skills necessary for self-preservation in the mortal realm. Once Nezha was ready, Tai Jinren returned to his Golden Light Cave, entrusting Nezha with the Qiankuan Circle and the Hunyuan Silk for protection, while sending Jin Jia and Mu Jia to his 2 disciples, Wulong Mountains Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Jiulong Mountains Puxian Jinren, for further cultivation. Thus, Li Jing commenced his own method of imparting worldly knowledge to Nezha, assigning him a multitude of tasks. Li Jing believed Nezha possessed extraordinary talent and should be guided diligently to become a pillar of society. However, despite Nezha's high intelligence, his playful nature proved troublesome. Consequently, Li Jing had to enforce his paternal authority to compel Nezha to study, leading to a prolonged period of silence between them. In the end, Li Jing was compelled to concede to several unequal treaties to earn Nezha's forgiveness. Nevertheless, Nezha occasionally tormented his tutor and created chaos in the Li household with the spells taught by Tai Jinren. When Li Jing was present, he managed to maintain some semblance of order, but his absence often resulted in utter turmoil. Although Lady Li disapproved of Nezha's antics, she chose not to suppress his nature too severely, opting instead to clean up the mess he left in his wake. Thus, 5 years passed, and Nezha grew to the age of 7 or 8. Having spent nearly 3 years in the womb, he was about 7.5 in total. Under Li Jing's guidance, Nezha's temperament began to temper, ensuring that the household servants no longer suffered at the hands of their young master. During this time, Tai Jinren descended the mountain 3 times, each visit lasting a month or 2, during which he imparted magical teachings to Nezha, who became increasingly graceful. 3 years prior, the dragon king Ao Guang of the East Sea visited Li Jing, accompanied by his son Ao Bing. It turned out that Li Jing had once saved Ao Guang's life during an incident, leading to a bond of brotherhood between them. The 2 families maintained frequent contact, and upon learning of Li Jing's new prodigy, Ao Guang intended to offer his congratulations, but was delayed by pressing matters, finally managing to carve out some time. He brought along his newborn son to present gifts. Due to the close relationship between their families, Nezha and Ao Bing, who were of similar ages, became friends and frequently traveled between the Li residence and the East Sea. However, because dragons grow slowly, Ao Bing remained in his juvenile stage, and in just a few years, Nezha had already grown significantly taller than him. Whenever they met, Nezha would pull Ao Bing along and insist that he call him brother. Seeing the affectionate bond between the two, Ao Guang and Li Jing felt a great sense of comfort, believing that the friendship between their families would endure. However, unforeseen events soon unfolded. Chapter 3. The Conspiracy. One day, under Nezha's persistent pleas, Li Jing agreed to grant him a day off to visit Ao Bing in the East Sea. Nezha joyfully skipped along, carrying a new toy bought by Li Jing and his newly acquired weapon, the purple mysterious fire spear. Upon arriving at the East Sea, Nezha performed a water avoidance spell and swiftly reached the crystal palace beneath the sea. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals guarding the entrance greeted Nezha with smiles as he made his way to Ao Bing's water-cold palace. While Nezha excitedly boasted about the prowess of his spear, Li Jing was preoccupied with reading, and Jinjia and Mujia had sent by he to bring him some curious items. Ao Bing watched Nezha with envy, picking up the toy Nezha had given him, and they played together. Suddenly, two figures entered, carrying fruits and iced drinks. Nezha and Ao Bing paid them no mind, assuming they were sent by the Dragon King to satisfy their hunger. However, as the two approached, they waved their hands, and Nezha and Ao Bing fell into unconsciousness. On the shore of the East Sea, two figures in robes were engaged in conversation, one of whom was holding a small child dressed in red. The one carrying the child remarked that their task was finally accomplished and expressed anticipation to see whether the destined individual, now deprived of his fate, would still maintain his prosperity in the East. The other person nodded in agreement, stating that the first great calamity had forced the Dragon Clan to retreat underwater, leaving the Wind Clan decimated and their fortunes transferred to the Demon Clan. During the second calamity, Pangu suppressed the Demon Clan, while Enhua created humanity to guard the mortal realm, selecting elite humans to ascend and protect the Eastern Heavenly Court. Panga's essence split into the three pure ones, and these three attained sainthood due to Panga's fortune, founding the Chan and Jie sects, with almost all fortune flowing to the east. Meanwhile, the Western sects languished in desolation, devoid of spiritual energy. In this great calamity, they resolved to seize the Eastern fortune to revive their own sect. The elder, referred to as the senior brother, remained silent, but his expression hardened with determination as he nodded to his junior, conjuring a cloud and setting off towards Chintang Pass. Hours later at the Li residence in Chintang Pass, Nezha gradually awoke, glancing around to realize he was in his own home, gripping something resembling a rope. As he pondered this, a sudden clap of thunder interrupted him. Looking outside, he saw Ao Guang descending, loudly confronting Li Jing, declaring, "Li Jing, I never imagined you would allow your son to commit such heinous acts. Not only did he slay my EC patrol, the Night Yiksha, but he also killed my son Ao Bing. My poor son met his tragic end at the tip of Nezha's spear, even having his dragon tendons ripped away. Today, I shall flood Chintang Pass, using the lives of your people to honor my son's spirit in the afterlife. Li Jing, prepare to pay with your life." Hearing Ao Guang's words, Li Jing hastily explained, "Brother, Nezha has grown up under our watch. Although he may be a bit mischievous at times, he possesses a kind heart. Moreover, Nezha shares a profound bond with Ao Bing, akin to the brotherhood you and I share. How could he possibly harm Ao Bing, let alone take his life? I beseech you to see reason." This morning, Nezha took a multitude of toys to play with Ao Bing and has yet to return. Just as Li Jing spoke, Nezha rushed out of his chamber, panic evident on his face. He positioned himself in front of Li Jing, who looked on in shock, contemplating intervention. But Nezha had already addressed Ao Guang, saying, "Uncle, I truly did not harm Ao Bing. We were merely playing when I lost consciousness. Upon awakening, I found myself in my own room, completely unaware of what transpired." Ao Guang, initially inclined to hear Nezha's explanation, was struck by the sight of the item in Nezha's hand, his heart aching. In a fit of rage, he turned to Li Jing and declared, "Humph. I have no desire to hear your explanations. My son Ao Bing has perished at the hands of Nezha, and the essence of my son lies within his grasp. Today, either Nezha must pay for my son's life, or I shall sacrifice the lives of the citizens of Chintang Pass to honor my son's spirit in the heavens. Choose wisely." In a fit of anger, Nezha retorted, "Dragon King uncle, I truly did not harm Ao Bing. Why do you refuse to believe me? I had no knowledge that what I held was Ao Bing's essence. If you remain unconvinced, Let us seek the Jade Emperor in heaven for justice. Li Jing. Observing the essence in Nezha's hand and the anger and grievance etched on Nezha's face, raised his hand and struck Nezha across the face, exclaiming, "Wretched child. I have no son like you. Ao Bing has been your closest friend since childhood. How could you bear to lay a hand on him? Your mischief at home is one thing, but today you have committed a grave disaster. I shall act as though I never bore you. Guards, take Nezha to the woodshed and confine him." Nezha stood in disbelief, gazing at the father who once cherished him, now doubting him and treating him thus. The emotional chasm was unbearable, and in silence, Nezha was led away by the guards. Outside, Li Jing addressed the furious Ao Guang, who seemed ready to annihilate everyone in the Li household, saying, "Great Dragon King, grant me 3 days to uncover the truth. If, after 3 days, I have not discovered the underlying cause, Nezha shall be surrendered to you for judgment." Li Jing held no intention of shielding Nezha. He merely sought the truth. Seeing Li Jing's earnestness, Ao Guang refrained from insisting on immediate retribution and acquiesced to Li Jing's request, declaring that regardless of the outcome, the vengeance for his son's death must be fulfilled within 3 days. After the Dragon King departed, Li Jing promptly dispatched his aides to gather clues. Meanwhile, in the woodshed, Nezha, infuriated by the unjust accusations and the lack of belief from his father, rode his white crane to seek out his master, Tai Jinren. Tai, witnessing Nezha's distress, found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he recognized that this was Nezha's great calamity, but felt powerless to intervene. He lamented his inability to shield Nezha from this misfortune. Nezha faced the dual loss of his dear friend and his father's trust. Yet, the trials he faced now were necessary. Without enduring this tribulation, far greater calamities awaited him in the future. Nezha had spent 2 days with his master, and tomorrow marked the final day of the agreement between Li Jing and Ao Guang. Tai summoned Nezha and expressed, "My disciple, I trust you did not slay Ao Bing. However, the truth has become elusive, with all evidence pointing towards you. Ao Bing was first ensnared by the universe ring, and subsequently met his demise at the heart, pierced by your fire-tipped spear. Furthermore, his dragon tendons now lie in your possession. It is a complex situation. I implore you to seek clarity on your next course of action. If your father cannot uncover the truth by tomorrow, Ao Guang will unleash a deluge upon Chintang Pass. Nezha, I cannot bear to see the innocent citizens suffer due to my actions, yet I also cannot swallow this grievance." Nezha's face was etched with helplessness and despair. Observing his disciple's turmoil, Tai hesitated, but the weight of the circumstances compelled him to harden his resolve. "Ultimately, this predicament stems from your actions, and thus you must bear the consequences. The innocent citizens and your parents should not bear this burden. Keep this small dagger for now, and take time to reflect." Upon exiting the Golden Light Cave, Nezha retreated to the room prepared by Tai, replaying Li Jing's disappointed expression and his mother's incessant weeping, alongside his master's counsel. He remained seated in contemplation throughout the night. As dawn broke, Nezha rose slowly, completed his morning rituals, and approached the door of Tai Yi's meditation chamber. Sensing his master within, he calmly bowed 9 times and resolutely turned away, flying towards Chintang Pass. Tai Yi opened the stone door. Gazing at Nezha's youthful yet determined figure as he departed, tears silently streaming down his face, filled with both affection and regret, Nezha rode the celestial crane, hastening towards Chintang Pass. Outside the pass, the Dragon King of the East Sea, accompanied by his 3 brothers, the Dragon Kings of the South, North, and West Seas, alongside 3,000 water soldiers, surrounded Chintang Pass, preventing the citizens from escaping. Li Jing stood atop the city walls, fervently imploring Ao Guang, "Nezha is currently missing. I hope you might grant us some additional time." Ao Guang, already incensed, erupted in fury upon hearing that Nezha was untraceable, transforming into a colossal dragon. He roared at Li Jing, 3 days have elapsed. I declared that either a life must be forfeited in exchange for another, or I shall use the citizens of Chintang Pass to honor my son's spirit. Since Nezha is absent, I shall flood this pass and ensure you, Li Jing, and Nezha are scorned for eternity." As Ao Guang spoke, he and the other 3 Dragon Kings combined their powers. And as the waters of the East Sea threatened to engulf Chintang Pass, Nezha descended from the heavens. Addressing Ao Guang, he declared, "Dragon King, this is Nezha's final address to you as uncle. I assure you, I did not kill Ao Bing. However, words may be futile now. Since this matter pertains to me, I shall take full responsibility. Today, I offer my bones to repay my father and my flesh to repay my mother, sacrificing my life in exchange for Ao Bing's. I beseech you to spare the citizens of Chintang Pass." Chapter 4. Death and faith. Without awaiting Ao Guang's response, he turned away and knelt upon the ground. Nezha gazed at Li Jing and Lady Li, his heart brimming with unuttered words. He had hoped for a farewell from his father, but instead, Li Jing, with a darkened expression, coldly declared that he considered Nezha as a son he had never fathered. Were it not for Nezha's timely return, Chintang Pass would have faced annihilation due to his actions. With a huff, Li Jing flung his sleeves and turned away, while Lady Li wept incessantly nearby. Hearing of the incident, Jin Jia and Mu Jia rushed from their sect, intending to assist Nezha, their cherished younger brother. Yet, they quickly realized their impotence in altering the circumstances. They supported Lady Li on either side, gazing at Nezha with expressions of sorrow and regret, convinced that their failure to uncover the true culprit had led to their brother's dire plight. Conversely, Nezha, upon hearing Li Jing's words, offered a cold smile. After bowing 9 times to Li Jing and Lady Li, he spoke, "Father, mother, your son is unfilial, unable to serve you in life, and has brought such calamity upon you. Should I perish today, it is likely we shall never meet again in this lifetime. Eldest brother, second brother, please honor my filial duty on my behalf." Resolutely, he turned away and, wielding the dagger gifted by Tai Junren, began to slice at his own flesh, starting with his left arm, for a full hour. Throughout this torment, Nezha remained silent. Even Aoguang was moved, while Li Jing never once turned around. At the final stroke, Nezha cast a glance back at the turned figure of Li Jing and the fainted Lady Li before plunging the dagger into his own heart. Nezha was dead, his agony and resentment culminating in his demise. Aoguang led his aquatic kin away, informing Li Jing that the matter was settled. Jin Jia and Mu Jia, heavy-hearted, escorted Lady Li back to her chamber. Only Li Jing remained, facing Nezha's lifeless body, tears streaming down his face. He commanded those around him not to retrieve Nezha's corpse, allowing it to remain exposed for 3 days to assuage the wrath of the aquatic tribe. However, unbeknownst to all, upon returning to his chamber, Li Jing could not suppress the blood that surged forth, falling into a coma for 3 days. When he finally arose, he ascended the city walls alone, only to discover that Nezha's body had vanished. Assuming it was his wife's doing, he refrained from further inquiry. Upon returning home, he ordered the sealing of the room Nezha once occupied, forbidding anyone from uttering his name within the Li residence. Even the memorial tablet Lady Li secretly erected for Nezha was destroyed by Li Jing, resulting in a month-long cold war between the couple. On the day when Nezha sought to repay his parents through self-sacrifice, a young man clad in white stood upon the clouds above Chintang Pass. Watching Nezha begin his first incision, he felt an overwhelming urge to intervene, but the admonitions of his master restrained him. As night fell, the young man descended from the clouds to the city walls, gathering the scattered remnants of Nezha's body piece by piece, using sorcery to reassemble them. In an instant, Nezha's physical form was restored, yet it remained devoid of soul, severely damaged, rendering resurrection impossible. The young man silently cradled Nezha's body and, riding the clouds, soared towards Kunlun Mountain. The youth placed Nezha's body into the Qionglu Pool on Kunlun Mountain, within a solitary blooming crimson lotus, and immediately soared toward Chintang Pass, clutching a translucent gourd. As for Nezha, it had been 6 days since he had returned his bones and flesh to his father. Once the 7th day passed, his soul would dissipate, leaving no hope for rebirth. During the 6 days following Nezha's death, he existed in a state of liminality, and on the 7th day, sensing a flicker of awareness, he involuntarily found himself inside the Li residence. There, Nezha witnessed a quarrel between Li Jing and Lady Li, during which Li Jing seized the tablet dedicated to Nezha, shattering it upon the ground. Heartbroken, Nezha silently bowed 3 times to Lady Li before turning to leave. When the youth returned to the ramparts of Chintang Pass, he bore a rune etched upon his brow, and as the light faded, a second eye manifested at his brow. This youth was none other than the grown Yang Jian. Not long ago, he had eavesdropped on a conversation between the Jade Dingjinren and the Tai Jinren, from which he gleaned the news of Ling Zhuzi's impending tribulation. Without waiting to hear more, he burst into the room of the Jade Dingjinren and inquired about Ling Zhuzi's current state. The Tai Jinren, with a sigh of resignation, handed Yang Jian the letter Ling Zhuzi had written to him prior to the calamity, which read, "Yang Jian, I apologize. Brother Yin may not keep his promise. The third great catastrophe is drawing near, and I am at its center. However, do not worry too much. Your brother Yin is a gallant and handsome celestial warrior, endowed with both beauty and wisdom. Who could possibly contend with me? Ha! The next time we meet, I may have to call you big brother. Alas, what a melancholy thought. Oh, and remember, while I cannot oversee your cultivation results, you must not be idle. Devote yourself diligently to your training. As for the vengeance against your parents' elder brother, endure as long as you can. Only when you believe yourself capable of confronting the heavenly court should you act. Perhaps by then, I may still lend you a hand." The letter did not end there. It contained further analyses of the celestial powers regarding Ling Zhuzi, urging Yang Jian to exercise patience until he could truly reach his potential, along with messages intended for Yang Quan. After perusing the letter, Yang Jian was left in stunned silence, realizing that their first separation would be eternal. He read and reread Ling Zhuzi's words, absorbing each one with painstaking care. Hours passed, and in a sudden fervor, Yang Jian rushed to the chamber of the Jade Dingzhenren, pleading for information about Ling Zhuzi's reincarnation and whereabouts. Unable to resist Yang Jian's fervent entreaties, the Jade Dingzhenren relented and allowed the Taizhenren to divulge the details concerning Nezha. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Jian hurried to Qianyuan Pass, silently observing all that transpired with Nezha. Nezha's journey to Qianyuan Mountain to seek guidance from Tai was well known. When Tai Jinren instructed Nezha to return, Yang Jian could hardly restrain himself from intervening. Subsequently, a heated argument erupted between Yang Jian and Tai Jinren. Yu Dingzhenren, unable to contain himself, revealed to Yang Jian that this was Nezha's tribulation, yet overcoming it would grant Nezha a significant enhancement in power. Furthermore, the goddess Enwa had bestowed upon Tai a unique and extraordinary yumming blood lotus to aid Nezha's rebirth. However, the process required the fusion of Nezha's blood essence with the yumming blood lotus. Consequently, Yuding and Tai entrusted Yang Jian with the task of gathering Nezha's body and soul, leading to the scene of Yang Jian descending from the clouds to collect Nezha's blood essence. When Yang Jian opened his celestial eye in an attempt to locate Nezha's soul, he discovered it was missing. He scoured Qianyuan Pass, but found no trace of Nezha's spirit. As the 7-day deadline approached, Yang Jian felt a deep sense of guilt toward Ling Zhuzi, having protected his siblings for 3 years and sought out a formidable master. Yet failing to safeguard even Nezha's reincarnated soul, Yang Jian teetered on the brink of despair. At that moment, Yu Dingzhenren communicated to him that Nezha's soul had flown to the Golden Light Cave within Tai Jinren's Qianyuan Mountain, alleviating Yang Jian's worries. He immediately took flight toward Qianyuan Mountain. Inside the Golden Light Cave, upon seeing his master, Nezha burst into tears, for he was still but a child of 7 or 8. Unable to express his sorrow to Lady Li, he found solace in the presence of his master. Tai, witnessing Nezha's distress, felt a pang of compassion, yet understood the urgency of the situation. He urged Nezha, "I know you feel wronged, but if you do not enter the Lingyu Gourd now, your soul will disperse, and then even I cannot save you." Upon realizing the possibility of rebirth, Nezha hesitated for a moment before hastily entering the gourd attached to Tai's waist. Within moments of Nezha's entry, Yang Jian arrived at the Golden Light Cave. Tai gestured toward the gourd, and Yang Jian's heart was finally at ease. He immediately urged Tai to accompany him to Kunlun Mountain. But Tai cautioned that the timing was not yet right, suggesting Yang Jian first return to Yuling Mountain to cultivate. However, Yang Jian insisted on remaining at Qianyuan Mountain until Nezha was reborn. With no other option, Tai reluctantly acquiesced to Yang Jian's request. After spending 49 days within the Lingyu Gourd, Nezha's soul solidified. Tai instructed him to visit Lady Li in her dreams, urging her to construct a palace for Nezha, which would attract the reverence of mortals for 3 years, thus enabling his rebirth. Once Nezha departed, Yang Jian appeared, inquiring why Tai did not directly allow Nezha to transform into a lotus. Tai simply replied that the moment was not yet ripe. Left with no alternative, Yang Jian decided to follow Nezha closely, vowing to protect him diligently. Meanwhile, at Qianyuan Pass, over 50 days had passed since Nezha's demise. Lady Li mourned day and night for her son, her health deteriorating. In desperation, Li Jing permitted Jin Jia and Mu Jia to remain and comfort Lady Li. That night, Lady Li dreamt of Nezha, who implored her to build a palace in his honor, promising that if it received the veneration of the world for 3 years, he would be reborn. Overcome with excitement, she hurriedly informed Li Jing, yet he refused to grant her request, declaring that their father-son bond had been severed. Madame Li, feeling aggrieved by the perceived callousness of Li Jing, secretly took out her dowry from her wedding and constructed a palace for Nezha on a mountain outside Qianyuan Pass, where she dedicated a golden effigy of Nezha to receive the incense offerings of the world. After Nezha fulfilled his promise to Madame Li in a dream, he witnessed Li Jing's heartlessness and found himself perplexed as to why Li Jing refused to believe in him. However, upon reflecting on his own sacrifices, having severed his bones for his father and cut flesh for his mother, Nezha came to terms with the fact that he was no longer connected to Li Jing, which alleviated his sorrow. Before the palace was completed, Nezha needed to remain within the Lingyu Gourd, so he resolved to return to Qianyuan Mountain. During his journey, Nezha sensed someone trailing behind him and cleverly devised a scheme to reveal the presence of Yang Jian. Upon encountering Yang Jian, Nezha experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity. though he could not pinpoint where he had met him before. Just as he was about to inquire about Yang Jian's intentions, he noticed the Lingyu gourd hanging from Yang Jian's waist. Yang Jian, aware that failing to clarify his identity might lead to unnecessary complications, explained that he was assigned by Ta Yizhenren to protect Nezha from potential harm. Nezha, trusting Yang Jian, addressed him as senior brother and accompanied him back to Qianyuan Mountain. Unbeknownst to Nezha, as he turned away, Yang Jian's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions: compassion, nostalgia, reminiscence, and excitement, ultimately transforming into a steadfast desire to protect Nezha, accompanied by a subtle hint of affection. During the construction of Nezha's palace, he remained in a spiritual state at Qianyuan Mountain. Apart from the time spent within the Lingyu gourd, he was almost always in the company of Yang Jian, and their bond deepened significantly. Nezha found Yang Jian to be an intriguing elder brother, exhibiting warmth towards him while maintaining an icy demeanor towards others, including his own master and grandmaster. This led Nezha to continually tease Yang Jian, who, instead of admonishing him, often indulged Nezha's playful nature. Since Nezha's return from Chintang Pass, his spirits lifted, and he no longer dwelled in sadness over the misunderstandings with the Dragon King or his abandonment by Li Jing. Yang Jian, having learned about Nezha's personality and preferences from Ta Yizhenren, frequently ventured into the human realm to procure gifts for Nezha, which resulted in Nezha feeling closer to Yang Jian than to Ta Yizhenren. Consequently, Nezha ceased to address Yang Jian as senior brother and instead formed a brotherly bond, referring to Yang Jian as second brother. When questioned as to why he did not call Yang Jian elder brother, Nezha explained that during their brotherhood ceremony, Yang Jian had shared details of his lineage, expressing that he did not dare to assume the title of elder brother in front of his own elder brother, Yang Jiao. Thus, Nezha suggested that they become sworn brothers of different ranks, leading to Nezha referring to Yang Jian as second brother and Yang Jian calling Nezha third brother. Nezha also remarked that upon his rebirth, he would challenge Yang Jian to a contest of martial skills. Once the palace was completed, Yang Jian personally assisted in the transition of Nezha's spirit to inhabit the golden statue within the palace. Subsequently, Yang Jian made regular visits to the palace to converse with Nezha and alleviate his boredom. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had swiftly elapsed. Nezha, brimming with excitement, frequently informed Yang Jian that he would soon have the opportunity to engage in a martial contest. Faced with Nezha's enthusiasm, Yang Jian could only respond with vague affirmations such as, "I await your challenge." Though he was well aware from the insights of the Master Tai that Nezha would not live to see that day, and that far graver matters awaited him. However, he could not divulge this disheartening truth to Nezha. On this particular day, just one day remained until the conclusion of the 3-year period. Nezha's soul had already materialized, requiring only the final vestige of spiritual energy to fully restore his human form. Recalling a request made the previous day by someone seeking his assistance in banishing potential demons from their home, Nezha soared to the individual's residence to fulfill this task. Meanwhile, in the official court, Li Jing was reviewing case files when he heard the sound of drums signaling a grievance. He summoned the complainants to elaborate on their plight. 2 middle-aged women entered, weeping as they recounted their harrowing experience at Nezha's palace, where they had sought medicine for one of their ailing sons, only for him to collapse and die after taking the remedy. Their sorrow was palpable. Upon hearing the mention of Nezha's palace, Li Jing immediately recognized that it had been constructed secretly by his wife and was now implicated in the death of the child, igniting his fury. He marched towards Nezha's palace, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers. As he departed, the 2 women suddenly transformed, revealing themselves to be the very disciples who had conspired against Nezha by the Eastern Sea. They exchanged sinister glances and vanished without a trace. Li Jing arrived at Nezha's palace, gazing at the statue of Nezha, which appeared so lifelike that it seemed as though Nezha himself stood before him. He remained silent for a moment, contemplating the words of the 2 women. Gritting his teeth, he commanded his soldiers to demolish the palace. The soldiers exchanged glances, hesitating before toppling the incense altar before the golden statue and tearing apart the surrounding banners, yet none dared to lay hands on the statue itself. Upon returning from his demon-slaying mission, Nezha beheld the destruction of his palace and the furious countenance of Li Jing. Enraged, he thundered, "Li Jing, despite our differences, we share a bond as father and son. How can you so callously destroy my palace and extinguish the last flicker of my hope for rebirth? Have you no regard for our familial ties?" Initially, Li Jing was overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing Nezha's voice, but the latter's subsequent words caused a tremor in his heart. Resolutely, he coldly retorted, "Humph. Our bond has long been severed. I am no longer your father, nor are you my son. Nezha, what right do you have to be venerated by the world? Were it not for you, Chintang Pass would not be facing such calamity. You have slain your friend Ao Bing, an act of treachery, You have endangered the lives of the citizens due to your actions, an act devoid of compassion. And you have brought disaster upon your parents, an act of filial disobedience. Tell me, what merit do you possess to warrant adoration? I shall destroy your golden statue. For a being so disloyal, unfilial, unkind, and unjust has no right to exist. You are nothing but a natural-born demon. Upon concluding his tirade, Li Jing thrust his sword towards Nezha's golden form. In that instant, Nezha's already solidified soul dimmed, and the sting of Li Jing's words pushed him towards the brink of dissolution. At this moment, Yang Jian descended from the heavens, using his magical powers to shield Nezha's soul. Hearing Yang Jian's voice, Nezha mustered his strength to glance at him before losing consciousness. Yang Jian carefully placed Nezha's soul into the Lingyu gourd and, with a frigid demeanor, addressed Li Jing, saying, "From this day forth, Nezha has no ties to you. Should Nezha suffer harm because of you, I, Yang Jian, shall demand the complete annihilation of the Li family." After uttering these words, Yang Jian turned and departed, consumed by resentment towards the heavenly path for its incessant torment of Nezha, and loathing himself for lacking the strength to resist fate and to protect Nezha adequately. Meanwhile, after Yang Jian's departure, Li Jing stood in a daze for a considerable time, silently cradling the dismembered golden body of Nezha, desperately attempting to piece it back together and erase the scars inflicted by his own sword, but the wounds remained stubbornly visible. After what felt like an eternity, Li Jing, lost and despondent, exited the Nezha palace and commanded the soldiers nearby to dismantle it. He then staggered along the path home. As he stepped through the gates of the Li residence, he suddenly fainted, muttering about how he could never return to the past. Upon hearing of the destruction of the Nezha palace, Lady Li was overwhelmed with sorrow, collapsing in grief. She had hoped to soon see her beloved son alive, calling her mother once again, yet now everything lay in ruins, shattered by her own husband's hand. Chapter 6. The Lotus Incarnation returning to Yang Jian and Nezha. Yang Jian swiftly carried Nezha's soul to the Qionglu pool on Kunlun Mountain, where Tai and the Jade Ding Zhenren awaited their arrival. Upon reaching, Yang Jian discovered not only Tai and the Jade Ding Zhenren present, but also two figures standing between them, one clad in flowing white, exuding an ethereal tranquility, and the other possessing an innate allure yet radiating an aura of unapproachable nobility. These two were none other than the primordial heavenly sovereign and the goddess Nezha in their true forms. After respectfully greeting them, Yang Jian hastily summoned Nezha from the Lingyu gourd. At this moment, Nezha remained in a state of unconsciousness. The primordial heavenly sovereign and goddess Nezha gazed upon the unconscious Nezha with compassion, sighing in resignation. He is but a child. If it were not for this damned heavenly path, Nezha would not have to endure such tribulations. The two exchanged words with Tai before preparing to depart. Before leaving, goddess Nezha turned to gaze at Nezha for a moment, then handed Tai Zhenren a vial, stating, "Inside are two primordial pills. One can enhance magical power by 500 years. Once Nezha is reborn, administer it to him." After this, she turned to Yang Jian and added, "The other is for you. I have heard from Jade Ding of your extraordinary talent, rarely seen in a millennium, and that you have already cultivated the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. As the only friend of Ling Zhu, this primordial pill is well suited for you. I hope you can assist Ling Zhu in navigating this calamity with ease. Focus on your cultivation. I will take care of Chanar. So there is no need for you to worry." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian hurriedly expressed his gratitude to goddess Nezha, who nodded in acknowledgement before departing with the primordial heavenly sovereign. Tai Zhenren commanded Yang Jian to retrieve the ethereal Yume snow lotus, which had become one with Nezha's corporeal form, along with a gourd of the exquisite Qionglu pond water. He then returned to Qinyuan Mountain, instructing Yang Jian to diligently guard the Golden Light Cave for a span of 49 days without allowing anyone to disturb him. Together with Yuding Zhenren, they entered the cave and sealed its entrances with an array, while Yang Jian stood watch outside. As the final day of the 49 approached, Yang Jian and Jinxia anxiously awaited at the entrance. At that moment, a monk clad in patchwork robes, adorned with 9 scarred rings upon his head, descended from the clouds and landed before Yang Jian. With a warm smile, he addressed Yang Jian, saying, "I am the Zhuanti of the Western teachings. I have journeyed here and learned that Yuding Zhenren is at Qinyuan Mountain. I humbly seek permission to enter and pay my respects." Upon realizing the identity of the visitor, Yang Jian and Jinxia understood that he was one of the 2 saints of the Western teachings, a peer of their grandmaster. They promptly referred to him as Uncle Master. Mistaking Yang Jian's acknowledgement as consent, Zhuanti prepared to enter. However, Yang Jian brandished the Xianyuan sword, which Yuding Zhenren had entrusted to him, across his chest, blocking Zhuanti's path. He coldly replied, "Uncle Master, I must ask you to return for now. My master is engaged in discussions with Uncle Tai regarding matters of the Chan sect, and outsiders are not permitted to overhear or intrude. Once my master and uncle emerge, I shall inform them of your visit. I believe my master will wish to journey to the west to make amends, so I kindly ask you to depart." Junti gazed at the resolute Yang Jian, a broad smile spreading across his face. He continued to observe Yang Jian for an extended moment, causing Jinxia to break into a cold sweat. Yet, Yang Jian remained unwavering, sword held firm across his chest, earning Jinxia's utmost respect. Suddenly, Junti burst into laughter, producing his treasured staff and addressing Yang Jian. "Since my nephew Yuding and Uncle Tai have pressing matters to discuss, I do not mind waiting here for a while. However, I am curious as to how long they will take. I have heard that you, Yang Jian, are the foremost disciple of the third generation of the Chan sect. With time to spare, perhaps I could offer you some guidance. Would you be amenable to that?" Yang Jian bowed respectfully to Junti, then, with a swift motion, positioned himself with the Xianyuan sword pointed towards Junti, declaring, "I humbly request your teachings, Uncle Master." His voice resonated with an icy clarity, penetrating to the core. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, with Junti employing his skill for a total of 108 moves. On the 109th move, Yang Jian succumbed to defeat. Initially, Junti had expected Yang Jian to falter after merely 30 moves, yet he found Yang Jian growing bolder, fighting with reckless abandon. However, noticing the passage of time, Junti decided he could no longer delay and intensified his efforts, ultimately knocking Yang Jian to the ground. Yang Jian fell, blood spilling from his lips, prompting Jinxia to rush to his side and assist him. Junti regarded Yang Jian for a moment, contemplating whether to eliminate him. But upon recognizing that Nezha's revival was imminent, he chose to disregard Yang Jian and turn towards the Golden Light Cave. Yang Jian struggled to step forward and prevent Junti, but his injuries rendered him too weak to act. Just as Junti was about to enter the Golden Light Cave, Yuding Zhenren emerged from within. He glanced at Yang Jian, who had lost consciousness due to worry, and then bowed to Junti, addressing him as Shirshu. He subsequently expressed his apologies for keeping his Shirshu waiting due to his busy affairs, acknowledging it was indeed his fault. He then mentioned that he had concluded discussions with Tai Yi and invited Junti to accompany him to his residence on Yuquan Mountain. With no alternative, Junti could only adhere to his pretext of seeking Yuding Zhenren. Now that Yuding Zhenren had appeared, it was inappropriate to take further action, especially since it was not the right time to provoke the Chan sect. After Junti and Yuding Zhenren departed, Jinxia helped the unconscious Yang Jian regain his senses by administering a pill given to him by Yuding Zhenren. Once Yang Jian was placed in a secluded area for his cultivation near the Golden Light Cave, Jinxia resumed her watch at the cave's entrance. Inside the Golden Light Cave, Tai Zhenren was merging the last soul of Nezha into the blood lotus of the underworld. After a considerable time, Tai Zhenren withdrew his spiritual energy and sighed in relief upon seeing Nezha still lying on the bed. He summoned Jinxia, instructing her to keep an eye on Nezha while he retreated to another chamber to change his sweat-soaked Taoist robe. He also asked Jinxia to awaken him as soon as Nezha regained consciousness. Tai Zhenren had expended 200 years of his spiritual power to revive Nezha, leaving him utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the pot of spirit water bestowed upon him by the primordial heavenly venerable, he might not have had the strength to return and change his attire. In the main hall of the Golden Light Cave, Nezha, now seamlessly integrated with the blood lotus of the underworld, slowly awoke. As he surveyed his surroundings and stood up, he sensed that the familiar Golden Light Cave had undergone some subtle transformation, though he could not quite articulate the reason. Turning to Jinxia, who stood by his bedside, Nezha inquired, "Brother Jinxia, why do I feel that the Golden Light Cave has changed? It seems smaller. Am I imagining things?" Jinxia, upon hearing Nezha's words, turned to examine the Golden Light Cave for a long while, her expression one of bewilderment. She then smiled and pointed at Nezha, saying, "Brother Nezha, it is not the Golden Light Cave that has changed, it is you. Do you not realize you have grown to my height? Your spirit was merged into a lotus flower, facilitating your rebirth. You are no longer the child of 7 or 8 years. You have now become a youth of 15 or 16. Upon hearing Jinxia's words, Nezha hurried to the lotus pond within the Golden Light Cave and gazed at his reflection in the water, captivated by the visage before him. What a striking appearance it was. The reflection revealed a remarkably handsome youth, his features distinctly chiseled and sculpted, with an exquisitely defined jawline. Though he seemed carefree on the surface, the glimmer in his eyes suggested a depth that commanded respect. His thick, lustrous black hair framed a pair of sharp brows, beneath which lay enchanting, almond-shaped eyes filled with emotion, drawing one in with their allure. Nezha gazed upon his own handsome visage, a bitter smile escaping his lips. He suddenly recalled the unspoken words of Li Jing from the past. realizing that he indeed was a prodigy. Forcing himself to suppress his sorrow, he turned to inquire about the condition of Master Jinxia. Nezha understood that his master had paid a tremendous price to save him, and the resentment he harbored regarding his master's earlier implication of a life-for-a-life exchange had dissipated without a trace. Silently, Nezha approached the couch where Tai Jinren rested, bowing 3 times in reverence. Observing his master's once handsome features now aged significantly, a wave of guilt washed over him. Thus, Nezha knelt on the ground, vigilantly watching over Tai Jinren. Upon waking, Tai Jinren beheld Nezha, who had fallen asleep while kneeling beside him, and a gentle smile graced his face. His disciple had endured countless tribulations, and in this lifetime, he bore the weight of 1,700 killing prohibitions, standing at the center of calamity. All he could do was protect him, offering more love and warmth to prevent him from becoming cold-hearted. Tai rose slowly, inadvertently stirring Nezha from his slumber. Their eyes met. Tai's gaze was filled with affection and indulgence, while Nezha's eyes shone with admiration and gratitude. They exchanged smiles, and Nezha softly called out, "Master." Tai nodded in acknowledgement, and Nezha continued to call out many more times, to which Tai responded with a nod each time. Nezha then wept for a long while in Tai Jinren's embrace, who gently stroked Nezha's head, comforting him and allowing him to vent his emotions. Once Nezha had cried enough, Tai spoke, "My dear child, once you have vented your feelings, go check on your sworn brother. If you linger here any longer, my clothes will not suffice for a change. Your brother has valiantly endured against one of the Western teaching's 2 saints, Zhu and Ti, and is now gravely injured and unconscious. You must care for him. There is nothing for me to attend to here. Your master, aware of your tribulation, gifted me a unique nether blood lotus for your rebirth. You now possess the power of 500 years. This white vial contains 2 primordial pills bestowed by Lady Niwa. You and Yang Jian each take one to further enhance your power by another 500 years. With this newfound strength, both your master and I, your Uncle Yuding, will feel more at ease. Do not worry about me. My foundation is already established, and I must rely on my own cultivation. The elixirs hold little effect for me. You need not concern yourself. Your ancestral master has provided me with a jar of spiritual spring water. With it, I can restore my depleted power within 3 months. Now, go and look after Yang Jian." Having spoken, Tai gently ushered Nezha out of the room. Reluctantly, Nezha made his way to Yang Jian's side. Seeing Yang Jian gravely injured due to his own actions, Nezha silently vowed to diligently cultivate henceforth, determined to gain the strength to protect those around him. Chapter 7. Homecoming. During this period, Nezha continually attended to the injured Yang Jian and the weakened Tai Jinren at Qianyuan Mountain. Once both had fully recovered, Nezha and Yang Jian consumed the Hunyuan pill and entered seclusion for their cultivation. By the time they emerged, a year had passed since Nezha's rebirth. With a millennium's worth of spiritual power, Nezha exuded an even more flamboyant charm, while Yang Jian presented a stark contrast. When Yang Jian became a disciple, Yuding Jinren had requested a Tianhai flower from Yuanshi Tianzuan for him to consume, which, due to Yang Jian's semi-divine constitution, bestowed upon him an extraordinary 600 years of spiritual power. After taking the Hunyuan pill and through his diligent practice, Yang Jian now possessed the equivalent of 1,200 years of pure, primordial spiritual power, free from impurities. It would not be an exaggeration to declare either of them the foremost among their peers, though Nezha's power was slightly inferior to Yang Jian's. He possessed a multitude of magical artifacts and, having integrated with the nether blood lotus, he could be described as a being devoid of both soul and spirit. Furthermore, the nether blood lotus endowed him with the ability to wield the true fire of Samadhi and the prowess of 3 heads and 6 arms. Imagine facing an opponent capable of unleashing the true fire that incinerates all material existence while hurling an array of magical treasures at you. One would certainly contemplate fleeing for their life. Additionally, Tai Jinren had gifted Nezha 2 cherished companions, the Qingwan and the Huofeng, which could transform into a fiery wheel, traversing 100,000 miles in a day. Thus, one would need to possess speed surpassing that of the wind and fire wheel to survive the clash. On this particular day, as Nezha and Yang Jian were engaged in martial training, Jin Xia suddenly entered, announcing that 2 individuals outside claimed to be Nezha's brothers and sought him. Upon hearing this, Nezha deduced that it was Jinxia and Muzha, and he took Yang Jian along to meet them. Nezha, uncertain of how to face his brothers, felt a sense of security with Yang Jian by his side. Upon exiting the Golden Light Cave, Jinxia and Muzha looked at the 2 with confusion and inquired why they had waited so long without Nezha's appearance. Did Nezha not wish to see them? Nezha, with resignation, gazed at his brothers and revealed, "I am Nezha." He then introduced Yang Jian and explained the bond they shared through brotherhood. followed by recounting the destruction of his palace and the arduous process of his rebirth under his master's lotus form. Jinjia and Muzha had only heard from their master, when Shu Guangfa Tianzuan and Pu Xinjianren, that Nezha had been reborn. And they rushed to Tai Xinren's abode to visit, unaware of the hardships Nezha had endured during his revival. They promptly offered consolation to Nezha. Yang Jian observed the three brothers conversing outside the cave and suggested, "Nezha, since your brothers have come to see you, perhaps you should take them to your cultivation chamber." Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Nezha agreed that it was rather inappropriate for them to linger in the open and led Jinjia and Muzha to his room. Yang Jian, recognizing that the brothers had much to discuss after their long separation, excused himself to join Tai Xinren for a game of chess. In Nezha's chamber, he was first inundated with inquiries from his two elder brothers regarding his experiences following his rebirth. Subsequently, Jinjia and Muzha spoke of their master and their cultivation endeavors. Throughout this exchange, they repeatedly mentioned Li Jing's longing for Nezha, yet Nezha deftly diverted the conversation. The three brothers engaged in prolonged discourse, but eventually, Jinjia and Muzha could no longer endure the inconclusiveness of their mission. Jinjia, with a firm resolve, interrupted Nezha's narration, beseeching him, "Third brother, I am aware that our father has wronged you, destroying your palace and forcing you to assume the form of a lotus, becoming a being devoid of soul and spirit. However, a son should not speak ill of his father, and our father has his own considerations." Before Jinjia could elaborate, Nezha erupted, standing in anger, exclaiming, "I have no father. I returned everything he gave me 5 years ago." With that, Nezha turned to leave. Jinjia, exasperated, shouted after him, "Even if you refuse to acknowledge him as your father, what of our mother? She is on the verge of tears, having endured countless quarrels with him. Since the destruction of your palace, she has fallen gravely ill, withering away, nearly unrecognizable. The Nezha I know is a filial and courageous hero, not the coward who evades reality." After delivering his words with fervor, Jinjia forcefully pushed past Nezha, who stood frozen by his brother's remarks. Muzha placed a comforting hand on Nezha's shoulder, hesitating momentarily before departing as well. Nezha suddenly grasped Muzha's arm, asking, "Is it truly as elder brother said? Is she really in such despair?" His voice was laden with sorrow. Muzha nodded gravely, wishing to offer solace, but in an instant, a fleeting shadow whisked past them, vanishing from Qianyuan Mountain. Jinjia glanced back at Muzha, and both brothers summoned their steeds, following the shadow that had just departed. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, engaged in a chess match with the esteemed Tai Xinren, inquired about his opponent's incessant blunders. Although Nezha has exhibited a jovial demeanor for over a year since his rebirth, I perceive the coldness he harbors when alone. I wonder if this journey will unravel his inner turmoil, Tai Xinren mused after a moment of silence. For Nezha, it is far easier to forge enmity than to resolve it. "You little rascal. How did you win again? Have you tampered with my pieces?" Yang Jian, observing Tai's vexation, recalled Nezha's similar clumsiness. The bond between the two was so reminiscent of a father and son, their protective natures and gestures strikingly alike. Yang Jian silently wished for his own master, Yuding Xinren, who had been taken away by Quan Ti, to return swiftly. As for Nezha, he soared upon his wind-fire wheels, soon arriving at Qintang Pass. Dismounting, he stowed away the wheels and ambled through the streets, where the townsfolk instinctively parted to form two lines, gazing at him in awe. Clad in a crimson robe adorned with intricate black threads depicting the manjusaka flower, he possessed a complexion as smooth as jade and an exceedingly handsome visage. His eyebrows danced with grace, his inky hair flowed without a breeze, and his slightly upturned lips exuded an indescribable allure, embodying an ethereal elegance that was simply captivating. Nezha gazed at the surrounding crowd with a gentle smile, a smile that unknowingly captivated the hearts of countless young women. He proceeded, step by step, toward the entrance of the Li residence, drawing the astonished gaze of the guards who remained oblivious as he entered through the grand doors. The steward approached from a distance, stopping Nezha and inquiring, "May I ask what brings you, young sir, to the Li residence?" "My master is currently away, so I kindly request you to reveal your identity, allowing me to inform the madam before you enter." "Uncle Li, do you not recognize me? I am Nezha. You once held me in your arms when I was but a child. This form was crafted by my master as a vessel for my resurrection." Using the lotus as a medium, Nezha replied, maintaining his smile as he spoke to the steward. "By the heavens, it is truly you, the third young master reborn. How wonderful! The madam will no longer weep day and night," the steward exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. "Quickly, third young master, let us go see the madam. Ever since your departure, she has been in despair, looking increasingly frail. If she knows you have returned, her joy will be boundless." As the steward wept, He took Nezha by the hand and led him toward the courtyard where Madame Li resided. Nezha made no objections, following Uncle Li until they reached the entrance of Madame Li's chamber. Suddenly, Nezha halted, hesitating at the threshold. The steward, noticing the complexity of Nezha's emotions, gently patted his shoulder and, with words unspoken, turned to exit the courtyard. Standing outside, Nezha grappled with the decision to enter when he heard his mother's voice from within. Who stands outside? Cough, cough, why do you not come in? Jinja. Is it you? Or has Muzha returned? Cough, cough, why the silence? This child, after more than a year, cough, cough, why are you still shy? I am your mother. Upon hearing his mother's cough, Nezha could no longer contain himself. He pushed open the door and slowly approached Madame Li's bedside, each step feeling as though 1,000 burdens weighed upon him. Looking at his pale and emaciated mother, he suddenly knelt down, crying out, Mother. Madame Li, gazing at the exquisite youth kneeling before her, trembled as she asked, Is it truly you, Nezha? Are you really back? Nezha, unable to hold back his tears, replied with a choked voice, Yes, mother, it is I. Nezha has returned. I am a disobedient son who has caused you worry, but I will never leave you again. As he spoke, he wept, and upon realizing that the youth before her was indeed her long-suffering son, Madame Li could not help but embrace Nezha, crying alongside him. When Jinja and Muzha returned, they found their mother seated on the bed, holding Nezha's arm tightly, afraid he might vanish like before. She showered him with concern, inquiring about the events of the past years. Nezha, wishing to spare his mother further anguish, recounted only the joyful moments, primarily sharing tales of his bond with Yang Jian and the kindness bestowed upon him by Tai Junren. As Jinja and Muzha entered, they first inquired after Lady Li's well-being. Subsequently, Jinja instructed the housekeeper to prepare an abundant array of dishes that Nezha cherished for dinner. After giving these orders, the three brothers settled together to converse with Lady Li. When dinner time arrived, Lady Li and Jinja, Muzha busily filled Nezha's bowl with food. And within a few moments, his bowl had risen to the height of a small mountain. Observing his beloved mother and two brothers, Nezha felt a portion of his inner turmoil begin to heal. As night fell, Lady Li, fearing that Nezha might silently vanish, urged him to sit with her in her chamber to continue discussing his experiences after his rebirth. Unable to refuse his mother, and having surpassed the fasting period due to his cultivation, Nezha had little desire for sleep. He accompanied Lady Li in conversation until she eventually drifted into slumber. Quietly, he sat by her bedside, using his powers to aid in her recovery. With Li Jing summoned to Chaoga and absent from home, Nezha remained at the Li residence, assisting Lady Li in her recuperation. Thus, a month passed in tranquil serenity. Chapter 8. A rift in father-son affection in recent days. Nezha calculated the date of Li Jing's return, grappling with uncertainty about how to confront him. He contemplated leaving before Li Jing's arrival, returning to Qianyuan Mountain to resume his training. After all, Lady Li was now aware of his resurrection, and her health had greatly improved under his care. Moreover, the great Master Tai had warned him of an impending catastrophe, one that positioned him at its epicenter. His survival hinged on success. Failure could lead to the downfall of both the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects, along with all sages of the East, resulting in the Eastern destiny being transferred to the West, casting the East into shadow and potentially reducing it to servitude. Nezha recalled the solemnity and gravity on his master's face when this matter was discussed, though he struggled to understand why the fate of the entire East rested on his shoulders. Nevertheless, considering the few who truly cared for him, he felt compelled to strive for their sake. His master, his brother Yang Jian, the esteemed Yu Ding, and his brothers Jinja and Muzha, as well as their master, the primordial lord. As he prepared to depart, Nezha resolved to take Lady Li for a stroll through the streets, for her health had significantly improved and she deserved a moment of leisure. Thus, accompanied by Lady Li, a maid, and a guard, they walked along the streets of Chintang Pass. Due to Nezha's striking appearance, a throng of admirers gathered, ranging from middle-aged women to young girls, all forming two lines to gaze upon him, with several unmarried maidens drooling in admiration. Observing Nezha's awkwardness and discomfort, Lady Li covered her mouth with a handkerchief and teased, My Nezha is so remarkably handsome, I wonder how many women dream of him. However, dear son, I feel that the girls of Chintang Pass are not worthy of my precious boy. Yet, if you take a liking to any of them, I shall not object. Nezha observed the incessant teasing directed at him by the two maidservants and the guards behind him, and with a sense of helplessness, he turned to Lady Li and remarked, Mother, though I possess the physique of a 15 or 16-year-old, my true age is still not yet 12. Is it perhaps premature to speak of such matters? Upon hearing Nezha's words, Lady Li was reminded of the harrowing moment when her son had been forced to take his own life, and sorrow welled up within her. overshadowing her earlier joy. In an effort to divert the conversation, Nezha spoke of the bustling surroundings and delightful happenings, during which he purchased numerous delicacies and favored fabrics for Lady Li, aware that these were tokens of Nezha's filial piety and an expression of his remorse. Lady Li could not bring herself to refuse and graciously accepted each offering. However, as the abundance of items became overwhelming, with the maidservants and guards struggling to carry them, Nezha remembered to stow everything into the magical pouch bestowed upon him by Tai Jinren, the unique treasure bag crafted for Ling Zhuzi. Together, they continued their leisurely stroll, recalling a picturesque lake he had encountered a few days prior on the outskirts of Qintang Pass. Nezha instructed the guards to return to the Li residence to fetch a carriage, intending to take Lady Li to the lakeside for a moment of relaxation. Lady Li understood that Nezha could not remain by her side for long, as he had his own path to tread now that he was grown. Moreover, knowing her son was alive was a comfort in itself. Thus, if Nezha wished to create a beautiful memory, why should she dampen his intentions? En route, Nezha and Lady Li shared light conversation within the carriage, predominantly initiated by Lady Li's inquiries, with Nezha responding, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, upon arriving at the lakeside, Nezha was confronted with an individual he wished never to see again, Li Jing. Indeed, Li Jing had encountered a young woman named Mushi, who bore injuries to her legs. She recounted a tale of vengeance that had claimed the lives of her family, leaving her as the sole survivor. And she had come to Qintang Pass seeking refuge with relatives. Moved by her plight, Li Jing had taken her under his wing and instructed his men to inquire about her relatives' whereabouts, pausing momentarily in this scenic locale to rest. As Nezha and Lady Li arrived, they beheld Li Jing engaged in cheerful conversation with Mushi. Observing the shift in Lady Li's demeanor, Nezha coldly retorted to Li Jing, "General Li truly enjoys remarkable fortune. A mere outing has brought back such a delicate beauty. Impressive, indeed." Li Jing turned at the sound of Nezha's voice and, noticing his wife and the striking young man, chose to disregard the sarcasm. He hastily conveyed Mushi's background to Lady Li, assuring her that his intentions were purely altruistic, devoid of any ulterior motives, which restored her composure. After Lady Li offered her consolation to Mushi regarding her misfortunes, she turned her gaze towards the father and son, who were exchanging incredulous glances. She promptly endeavored to explain Nezha's identity to Li Jing. Initially, Li Jing intended to express his concern for Nezha. However, upon observing the chilling demeanor emanating from Nezha, he swallowed his words of empathy, snorted disdainfully, and averted his gaze. Nezha, not possessing a gentle temperament himself, noticed Li Jing's complete lack of remorse and similarly turned away, ignoring him. Lady Li, witnessing the awkward atmosphere between the two, found herself at a loss for words. The group sat by the lakeside, appreciating the scenery. However, Li Jing and Lady Li, alongside Mushi, continually comforted Mushi, who had recently faced great calamity, while they awaited the arrival of the guards who would bring her relatives, hoping for reassurance. Nezha, seated at a distance, observed Mushi closely, particularly her proximity to Lady Li. From the very first glance upon encountering Mushi, Nezha sensed something amiss. He perceived an unusual allure about her beauty, accompanied by an oddly intoxicating scent, sweet, yet unsettlingly abnormal. During their conversation, Mushi abruptly reached for Lady Li's neck with intent to strangle. Nezha, having kept his watchful eyes on her, reacted swiftly, hurling his Qinquan circle, a formidable magical artifact. In an instant, the circle struck Mushi, leaving her head bleeding profusely. Li Jing, upon assessing her breath, discovered that Mushi had succumbed to death. A nearby elderly woman, witnessing this tragic scene, erupted into anguished cries, rushing towards Mushi's lifeless body. She clutched Mushi and pointed an accusatory finger at Nezha, exclaiming, "You murderous fiend! Return my niece's life." With that, she fell to her knees before Li Jing, pleading for justice on behalf of her niece. Li Jing, fuming with rage, glared at the furrowed brow of Nezha and bellowed, "I had hoped that your rebirth would grant you the opportunity to redeem yourself. Yet here you are, steeped in bloodshed. What offense did the young lady Mushi commit against you that warranted such a ruthless act, taking her life?" Nezha, casting a scornful glance at Li Jing, retorted, "Umph. Do you truly believe you have returned with an ordinary girl of pitiable lineage? Look closely, she is a vixen. She was about to harm my mother when I intervened with my Qinquan circle. As for her demise, it is due to her insufficient cultivation and naivety. See for yourself." Li Jing followed the direction pointed out by Nezha, and in a moment, the corpse of Mu she transformed into a white fox. Li Jing began to believe Nezha's words. The elderly woman, observing the change in Li Jing's expression, wept more loudly, accusing Nezha of using sorcery to turn her niece into a fox. Upon hearing this, Li Jing hesitated anew. Nezha glanced at the old woman, who first shut her mouth in fear, then clung to Li Jing's leg, pleading for him to seek justice for her niece, claiming that Nezha had threatened her. Watching Li Jing's indecision and the old woman's continued lamentation, Nezha, with a silent smirk, cast another Qiankuan circle, striking the woman down. The expression of hesitation on Li Jing's face transformed into profound anger as he commanded the surrounding guards to bind Nezha, asserting, "This general has no son with such a ruthless heart. First, you used sorcery to slander Miss Mu Shi as a demon, and now, to cover your crime, you have slain her distant relative. Do you truly believe there is no law in this world? Today, I shall show you what the law is. Restrain Nezha. He shall be executed in 3 days." After issuing these orders, Li Jing instructed the guards to give Mu Shi and the old woman a proper burial. Disregarding Lady Li's anguished pleas, and turned to leave, Nezha exchanged a reassuring glance with Lady Li, indicating she need not worry. He then addressed the striding Li Jing, saying, "General Li would rather believe 2 outsiders than trust his own son? Indeed, this is the nature of General Li, selfless and ready to sacrifice kin for the greater good." Ha ha ha. Li Jing felt a pang of discomfort at Nezha's words. Yet with the public witnessing Nezha's actions and the lack of evidence proving the women were indeed demons, he saw no alternative but to maintain order among the populace. Thus, he ignored Nezha's sarcasm and continued on his way, ordering that Lady Li be taken back. As she walked away, she turned to glance at Nezha, who offered her a calm look, before being escorted by 2 guards towards the prison of Chen'ang Pass. 3 days later, at the execution platform on the main street of Chen'ang Pass, Nezha stood restrained by 2 guards, facing the crowd. Li Jing was positioned slightly behind Nezha, his eyes betraying a fleeting moment of compassion. He stepped forward and addressed the assembled citizens, saying, "Li Jing has failed in his duty as a father, disappointing your expectations. 3 days ago, due to my negligence, the innocent Mu Shi and her distant cousin were slain by Nezha. Today, I shall seek justice for Mu Shi and her cousin by executing Nezha before you all." Upon hearing Li Jing's declaration, Nezha retorted, "I shall reiterate. I indeed killed 2 demons. As a disciple of the Yushu, I would never slay the innocent. Believe it or not." Li Jing ignored Nezha's explanation and signaled the executioner behind him to proceed. However, after a moment of waiting, the executioner hesitated, glancing nervously between Li Jing and Nezha, unwilling to act. Frustrated, Li Jing berated the executioner as a coward, seized the blade from the executioner's grasp, and declared, "Since you dare not act, I shall take matters into my own hands. Step aside." Li Jing raised his cleaver above his head, hesitating to strike. He heard Nezha's voice, "Father, do you truly not believe in me? Very well, since the incident in the East Sea, you have never trusted me. If you wish to kill me, go ahead. This shall be the last time I call you father. From this day forth, we are no longer bound by the ties of father and son. From now on, we shall be enemies." His voice was laden with profound sorrow and disappointment. Upon hearing Nezha's words, Li Jing felt as though something within him had been hollowed out. Gazing at the expectant faces of the crowd below, he gritted his teeth and brought the blade down. Nezha's head and body parted ways, collapsing motionless to the ground. Li Jing stood there, watching Nezha until the crowd dispersed. Only then did he stir, but before he could take a single step, he fainted. The guards rushed to support him and carried him back to the Li residence. Madame Li, upon hearing the report from her servants, felt a heavy weight in her heart. Although Nezha had assured her of his survival, the exchange between father and son made it painfully clear how difficult it would be to mend their relationship. When news of Li Jing's fainting reached her, she hurriedly instructed the steward to fetch a doctor. And the Li household became embroiled in chaos due to the turmoil between Li Jing and Nezha. Meanwhile, Nezha, whose body lay severed on the platform, was consumed by disappointment over Li Jing's lack of faith in him. In secret, he performed a spell to transform a nearby stone into a decoy of his own corpse and quietly made his escape, sending word to Madame Li about his situation. He then hurried back to Qianyuan Mountain, yearning for Yang Jian's company to practice martial arts and release his pent-up frustration. However, he discovered that Yang Jian had retreated into seclusion at Yuling Mountain, returning only with the recently arrived Jade Dingjinren from the west. With no one to confide in, Nezha was left to sulk alone in his chamber. As Nezha brooded atop Qianyuan Mountain, his anger grew. He reflected on the East Sea incident, where Ao Bing's death was not his doing, yet Li Jing would not believe him. In the palace, he had not given any strange medicine to others, nor could he have poisoned anyone to death, yet Li Jing remained skeptical. The 2 individuals who had transformed into demons to harm his mother were slain by him. Yet Li Jing refused to accept the truth. Nezha could not comprehend why his father chose to trust outsiders over his own son. Whether he was training or spending time with Tai Jinren, he pondered the reason behind Li Jing's disbelief. After much contemplation, He concluded that it stemmed from the extraordinary circumstances surrounding his birth, leading Li Jing to view him as a monster, a freak of nature. One day, Nezha could no longer contain his frustration. Disregarding Taiyi's guidance, he rushed to Chintang Pass, brandishing his fire-tipped spear at Li Jing, ignoring Madame Li's pleas for restraint. He intended to kill Li Jing, who, unable to defend himself, could only flee. In desperation, Madame Li summoned Jinjia and Muzha, who were visiting for family matters, to intervene. Just as Nezha was about to strike down Li Jing, Jinjia and Muzha used their precious lotus to block Nezha's spear, saving Li Jing from certain death. Jinjia, puzzled, asked Nezha, "Third brother, why do you wish to kill father? Although he has made mistakes, you cannot commit patricide." Nezha coldly retorted, "Patricide? I have long since returned the life he gave me. The Nezha of today is crafted by my master from lotus flowers. As for my reasons for contemplating patricide, perhaps you should inquire of Li Jing. Why does he consistently prefer to trust outsiders over his own son? Today, I shall seek justice for myself. Eldest brother, second brother, step aside, or do not blame me, Nezha, for disregarding our brotherly bond." With that, Nezha brandished his spear and charged fiercely at Li Jing. Golden and wooden Nezha stood in front of Li Jing, yet they were no match for him, falling victim to Nezha's prowess within mere 30 exchanges, as he skillfully disarmed them. Li Jing, witnessing the spear rapidly approaching, resigned himself and closed his eyes. Just as the fiery spear was about to pierce his chest, it abruptly vanished. Li Jing, feeling an unusual delay and pain, opened his eyes to see Nezha gazing perplexedly above him. Turning around, he beheld a figure suspended in midair, holding a translucent, radiant pagoda. Li Jing surmised that this individual had saved his life, and he bowed thrice in gratitude. The figure raised a hand, indicating no further formalities were necessary, and then addressed Nezha. "Nezha, my disciple, understand that Li Jing has his shortcomings. He was compelled to hand you over for the sake of the people of Chintang Pass, and subsequently fell prey to the words of deceitful men, dismantling your palace and wrongfully punishing you. Nevertheless, he is still your father. A son should not speak ill of his father. Your intent to slay him is misguided. Quickly, apologize to your father." Nezha furrowed his brow and responded to the figure. "Master Yuding, this matter is my own, and I implore you not to intervene. Li Jing's actions are utterly outrageous. He consistently places his trust in outsiders while doubting his own son. Such a father, instead of seeking evidence to exonerate his child when calamity strikes, hastily assigns blame. Is there any logic in this?" Meanwhile, Li Jing, having absorbed Master Yuding's words, stood in stunned silence, repeatedly reflecting on them. He realized that he had indeed wronged Nezha, and had done so repeatedly, which explained the child's fury and desire to take his life. Observing Nezha's anger, Master Yuding prepared to speak. But before he could utter a word, Nezha hurled the Qiankuan circle at Li Jing. With a slight frown, Master Yuding cast aside the pagoda he held and intercepted Nezha's weapon. Nezha relentlessly continued to launch his magical artifacts at Li Jing, and Master Yuding collected each one into the pagoda. Witnessing Nezha's refusal to heed his counsel, Master Yuding's anger flared. He cast the pagoda forth, and in an instant, Nezha was enveloped within it. This pagoda, known as the Purple Gold Linglong Pagoda, was a semi-divine artifact brought forth by the primordial heavenly sovereign from the chaotic divine realm. Within its confines, the Samadhi true fire burns eternally. Any ordinary person who enters would be instantly reduced to ashes. Although Nezha's current form was that of the blood lotus of the underworld, endowed with Samadhi true fire, the flames within the Purple Gold Linglong Pagoda also carried the chaotic energies of the divine realm, far beyond what Nezha could withstand. Enveloped in the pagoda, Nezha suffered immensely. While Master Yuding, standing outside, declared, "Since you cannot heed your master's advice, you shall remain within and listen to me impart wisdom. This will serve to refine your heart and character." Li Jing gazed at the tormented Nezha within the tower, then turned and knelt before the jade Dingzhenren, beseeching, "Master, I implore you to release Nezha. He is but a child, and all that has transpired is my fault. Had I not been swayed by the treachery of others, wounding this child's heart, such calamity would not have occurred. I am willing to bear this suffering in place of Nezha." Upon hearing Li Jing's words, the jade Dingzhenren inquired, "If I were to release Nezha, and he sought to take your life, what would you do?" Li Jing bowed his head heavily and replied, "If it must be so, then I accept my fate. All is indeed my error. If my death can unravel the turmoil in Nezha's heart, I willingly offer it." The jade Dingzhenren regarded Li Jing for a long moment, then waved his hand, liberating Nezha from the tower. Nezha's garments, woven from the leaves of the nether blood lotus, remained unscathed by the true fire of Samadhi. However, he himself bore grave internal injuries from the chaotic energies within the tower. Upon his emergence, Nezha's complexion was ashen, and with one hand pressed against the ground, He regarded the Jade Dingjinren with an unervingly calm gaze. The Jade Dingjinren returned Nezha's magical weapon and addressed him. Nezha, do you hear your father's words? In the days to come, you and he must serve together under King Wu of Zhou to fulfill the great mission of vanquishing the Shang dynasty. Do not let misunderstandings sever your bond. Nezha, quickly apologize to your father. With the fire-tipped spear supporting his form, Nezha stood defiantly, unwilling to utter a word. Observing Nezha's obstinacy, the Jade Dingjinren's brow furrowed once more, contemplating whether to return Nezha to the tower for further punishment. Li Jing swiftly interjected, and the Jade Dingjinren, looking at the father and son, shook his head in resignation. Alas, this matter must ultimately be resolved by you both. Very well. I shall bestow upon you this exquisite golden tower. Here are the incantations for its usage. Remember them well. I take my leave. With a flash of light entering Li Jing's brow, he affirmed his understanding. And the Jade Dingjinren cast one last glance at Nezha before ascending into the clouds and departing. However, if one were to closely observe the final exchange of glances between the Jade Dingjinren and Nezha, it would become evident that there lay deeper implications. Li Jing watched Nezha, who struggled to support himself, yearning to assist him, yet Nezha remained cold, his eyes devoid of warmth. With a heavy heart, Li Jing spoke. Nezha, it is my fault. I should not have been so easily influenced by the provocations of others. I was wrong. If you still harbor anger towards me, you may strike or scold me, but I truly cannot bear the thought of dying at your hands. It is not fear of death that troubles me, but the desire to spare you the burden of parricide. Nezha, the tower bestowed upon me by the Jade Dingjinren shall never be used to harm you. All that has transpired was my misstep. I only ask for the chance to atone for my wrongs. Will you grant me that? Listening to Li Jing's heartfelt plea, Nezha turned to the hopeful faces of Lady Li and his brothers, Jinjia and Muzha. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his head and calmly replied to Li Jing, I can overlook the injuries you have inflicted upon me in the past. However, I cannot yet bring myself to call you father. Today, for the sake of my mother and my elder and younger brothers, I shall refrain from taking your life. But your fate is still in my hands. Nezha turned to Li Jing and then addressed Lady Li, as well as Jinjia and Muzha, saying, Mother, today I have caused you concern. I am unfilial. There is no need for you to worry. Nezha is fine. I must return to Qinyuan Mountain now, as I have yet to inform my master of my departure to spare him from worry. Eldest brother, second brother, please ensure mother returns safely. I shall take my leave. Nezha's demeanor towards Lady Li was in stark contrast to his attitude towards Li Jing. After speaking, he nodded to Jinjia and Muzha, suppressing the pain from his injuries as he mounted his wind-fire wheel and departed. Li Jing's gaze remained fixed on Nezha, yearning to hear him call him father. Yet he understood that Nezha could not forgive him so easily. With a sense of resignation, Li Jing, supported by Jinjia and Muzha, made his way towards Qintang Pass. Above the clouds, two figures watched the unfolding events with satisfaction, exchanging a knowing smile before departing on their cloud. Meanwhile, at a slight distance above the clouds, three figures emerged, Dingjinren, Yang Jian, and Nezha. They observed the departure of the two with calm expressions tinged with relief. Indeed, these three were Dingjinren, Yang Jian, and Nezha. At this moment, Nezha had shed the pallor of his recent injuries, having returned to his former self. Dingjinren addressed Nezha. It seems this matter has resolved itself. Their intention was merely to create discord between you and your father, fostering mutual suspicion to facilitate their next scheme. However, Nezha, do you truly wish to withhold your forgiveness from Li Jing? He is merely a misled father, and I can see that he is filled with regret. Nezha shook his head, his voice trembling as he replied to Dingjinren. Uncle, my heart is in turmoil. Please grant me some time to reflect. Understanding his plight, Dingjinren said no more and led the two towards Qinyuan Mountain. Upon their arrival, Dingjinren and Taijinren conferred about various matters, while Yang Jian quietly sat beside Nezha, offering his companionship. As Yang Jian prepared to follow Dingjinren back to Yuchuan Mountain, he patted Nezha on the shoulder and whispered, Third brother, follow your heart. There is no need to be so entangled. With second brother by your side, I promise you shall not come to harm. Nezha gazed at Yang Jian, feeling a wave of calm wash over him, and nodded with a smile. Thus, Nezha's turmoil came to a temporary close as he began to cultivate in tranquility at Qinyuan Mountain. Chapter 10, Chaos in Chaoga. It is said that after Emperor Zhou Xin beheld the statue of goddess Nuwa in Nuwa Palace, he was unable to sleep at night, his heart devoid of concern for state affairs. To please the emperor, his favored minister, Fei Zhong, proposed to gather the most beautiful maidens from across the land, allowing the emperor to select a companion of his liking. Delighted, Emperor Zhou issued a decree to summon unmarried young women from everywhere to Chaoga to serve him. Fei Zhong further advised the emperor that his brother-in-law Su Hu's daughter, Su Daji, was a breathtaking beauty, akin to the delicate clouds veiling the moon. Drifting like the wind-blown snow. From a distance, she appeared as radiant as the sun rising amidst the morning glow. Upon closer inspection, she shone as brilliantly as the lotus emerging from the serene waters. Upon hearing this, King Zhou hastily commanded Su Hu to send his daughter into the palace to serve him. Su Hu, in his petition, stated that his daughter Su Daji was already betrothed to the eldest son of the Western Duke, Bo Yikao, and thus could not accompany the king. Enraged, King Zhou, citing Su Hu's defiance, dispatched troops to forcibly seize Su Daji for his service. Su Daji, possessing an inherently virtuous nature, resolved to enter the palace and serve Emperor Xan, wishing to prevent unnecessary bloodshed from conflict between the two armies. Meanwhile, the Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu descended to the mortal realm, where they witnessed Jiang Jia and Shun Gongbao swearing an oath of brotherhood. Intrigued, they wagered on whose talents surpassed the other, each taking one as their disciple. Jiang Jia became the pupil of Yuanshi Tianzuan, while Tongtian Jiaozhu accepted Shun Gongbao as his own. Jiang Jia, with a pure heart and despite limited talents, won the favor of Yuanshi Tianzuan through his integrity. In contrast, although Shun Gongbao displayed greater aptitude, his treachery and cunning were notorious, often resorting to deceit during his training. Once he had acquired a modicum of power, Tongtian Jiaozhu assigned him to accompany the three demons of Xianyuan, both to assist in deceiving Emperor Xian and to monitor their actions to prevent any harm to loyal subjects. Upon descending the mountain, Shun Gongbao, under the pretense of a command from the goddess Nuwa, ordered a millennia-old fox spirit to expel Su Daji's soul and seize her body to beguile Emperor Xian. Tongtian Jiaozhu, believing that Shun Gongbao would not dare disobey him, remained unaware that this indulgence would ultimately lead to numerous innocent souls being added to the list of deities possessed by the fox spirit, Su Daji. Under the false impression that Shun Gongbao's orders were those of Nuwa, aided Emperor Xian in his tyranny, crafting torturous punishments such as the cauldron of molten metal and the torture of the scorpion pit. Prime Minister Shang Rong, discontented with King Zhou's actions, resigned and returned home. After being reproached by Empress Jiang, the fox spirit conspired against her, subjecting her to barbaric tortures, including the gouging of her eyes and the severing of her hands. Subsequently, she orchestrated a scenario in which Emperor Xian, in the presence of Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, murdered Empress Jiang. Yin Jiao, merely a 14-year-old boy, witnessed his mother's brutal demise, and upon seeing Su Daji's triumphant smile, could no longer contain himself and drew his sword to strike her. In a twist of fate, Su Daji pushed King Zhou forward, causing him to absorb the blow meant for her. Yin Jiao had no intention of harming King Zhou, but upon seeing the bloodied arm of the king, he fled in fear with Yin Hong. Initially, King Zhou, considering the loss of their mother, refrained from exacting vengeance upon the two children. However, after Su Daji's persistent whispers, he grew suspicious that they harbored resentment towards him for witnessing the murder of Empress Jiang. Consequently, he heeded her counsel and sought to eliminate any potential threats. He commanded his guards to execute Yin Jiao and Yin Hong. Prime Minister Shang Rong, unwilling to see Emperor Xian further ensnared, risked his life to enter the palace and speak out, but King Zhou had already succumbed to madness. Realizing his pleas were futile, and that the fortunes of the Shang dynasty were waning, he resolved to strike his head against a pillar, hoping to awaken King Zhou with his own blood, yet all was in vain. Fearing a rebellion from the Eastern Duke Jiang Huanshu after the murder of Empress Jiang, King Zhou summoned the four great lords to court under the pretext of gathering support. While traveling to Chaoga, the Duke of Shibua, Ji Chong, encountered a tempest of thunder and lightning. Following a flash, a child descended from the heavens. The immortal known as Yun Zongzi, residing in the Yuzhu cave of Mount Zhongnan, informed Ji Chong that the child bore a paternal connection to him. Consequently, Ji Chong adopted the boy as his 100th foster son, naming him Lei Zhenzi. Upon their arrival in Chaoga, the tyrant King Zhou executed the Dongbo Marquis Jiang Huanshu under the pretext of treason, alongside the South Marquis Chongyu, who had pleaded for his life. Ji Chong was imprisoned in Yoli City, while the North Marquis Chong Ho-hu, who had submitted to Zhou, was released back to his fief. As Yin Jiao and Yin Hong were on the verge of capture, they were rescued by Jiang Jia, who had descended from the mountains under the orders of the primordial supreme being to eradicate demons. Jiang Jia brought Yin Jiao and Yin Hong to the Peach Blossom Cave of the Nine Immortals to study sorcery under Guang Qingzi and to the Qijingzi sect at the Yuxiao Cave of Mount Taiwa. Observing the pervasive malevolence in the capital of the Shang dynasty, Chaoga, Jiang Jia informed the recently acquainted yet regretfully distant King Wu, Huang Feihu. Huang Feihu recommended Jiang Jia to King Zhou, who appointed him as a minor official. After extensive investigation, Jiang Jia conclusively identified the source of the calamity plaguing Chaoga as the enchantress Su Daji and communicated this to Huang Feihu. Understanding the gravity of the situation, which bore implications for the fate of the Shang dynasty, Huang Feihu invited Jiang Jia to the residence of the royal uncle Baigan. The three deliberated long into the night, deciding to enact a spell to punish the demon during King Zhou's birthday celebration. However, their plans were uncovered by Shen Gongbao, who alerted Daji. The two conspired against Jiang Jia, leading to a royal decree for his execution. Following his master's orders, Jiang Jia fled to Shiqi and embraced a life of seclusion and fishing, biding his time to assist a worthy sovereign. Shen Gongbao and Daji, mindful of Huang Feihu and Baigan's stature, refrained from direct confrontation. Daji incited Emperor Xin to construct the star-picking tower, claiming it would summon celestial beings and provide him with elixirs of immortality. Enamored by her words, Emperor Xin embarked on an extensive construction project. Baigan, having served as a high-ranking advisor to King De at the tender age of 20 and later entrusted with guiding Emperor Xin, grew increasingly discontented with the latter's actions in recent years. He repeatedly urged Emperor Xin to ease burdens on the populace and treat them kindly. Yet, under Daji's spell, Emperor Xin was oblivious to the suffering caused by his oppressive taxation and tyrannical behavior. Seeing that Baigan was thwarting her schemes, Daji feigned distress, prompting Shen Gongbao to advise Emperor Xin that without a seven-orifices exquisite heart, she would perish. Deeply enamored with Daji, Emperor Xin was unwilling to let her demise unfold before him and inquired of Shen Gongbao where he might procure such a heart, vowing to spare no effort for his beloved's well-being. Consequently, in the presence of the emperor and the entire court, Baigan, with a dagger, extracted his own heart. Not long prior, Baigan had encountered Jiang Jia, who had forewarned him of impending calamities and gifted him a talisman, advising him to keep it close and disregard any voices that questioned how a heartless individual could survive, urging him to remain silent and press onward. However, after the heart was extracted from Baigan, a profound sense of helplessness regarding King Zhou and the future of Chaoga engulfed him. As he wandered aimlessly, he suddenly heard someone selling hollow vegetables and instinctively inquired about them. Thus, the two chief ministers of Chaoga fell victim to Su Daji's malevolence, while the remaining minister continued to battle at the borders. Those who dared to speak near King Zhou were cast aside, and the future of the Shang dynasty appeared bleak. In another tale, the imprisoned Duke of the West, Ji Chang, learned that his father was confined in the city of Yuli. Realizing his father's advanced age, his eldest son, Bo Yikao, journeyed alone to Chaoga, imploring King Zhou to release his father so he could enjoy his twilight years, while he would remain in Chaoga in his stead. King Zhou stated he would consider the request and allowed Bo Yikao to rest in the palace. Upon learning of Bo Yikao's arrival, Su Daji summoned him to her palace, where she attempted to seduce him in various ways. Sensing that this was not the Su Daji he knew, Bo Yikao grew wary. To prevent him from discovering any clues, Su Daji devised a scheme to entrap him by inviting King Zhou to her palace. When the king entered, she tore her garments and wept profusely, accusing Bo Yikao of attempting to possess her. Enraged, King Zhou ordered Bo Yikao's execution and, swayed by Daji's deceit, had him turned into meat pies to serve to Ji Chang. Meanwhile, Ji Chang's second son, GFA, feigned madness with the covert assistance of Jiang Jia and entered Chaoga. After several tests of his resolve, King Zhou concluded that GFA posed no threat, and Ji Chang, fearing defiance, commanded the release of both Ji Chang and the seemingly simple-minded GFA, who had been imprisoned for 7 years, allowing them to return to Shiqi. Upon learning of this, Su Daji secretly resented King Zhou's foolishness. Given Ji Chang's knowledge of divination, how could he not foresee the fate of his son? With such endurance, would he not eventually rise to overthrow the Shang dynasty? As Ji Chang and his son journeyed back to Shiqi, Su Daji made several attempts on their lives, all thwarted by timely rescues. Ultimately, Shen Gongbao attempted to eliminate Ji Chang, but was saved by Lei Zhenzi, who had returned to his mountain to cultivate with Yun Zhongzi 7 years prior. Lei Zhenzi, having consumed the yin-yang divine fruit in an accident, not only grew into an adult form but also sprouted magnificent wings of thunder, wielding the powers of wind and lightning, capable of traversing vast distances with ease. After their reunion, Lei Zhenzi personally escorted Ji Chang and GFA back to Shiqi before returning to his studies. Ji Chang learned from GFA that their return was facilitated by Jiang Jia's assistance. Consequently, he made 3 visits to the grass hall, personally pulling the cart for 800 steps, and appointed Jiang Jia as the prime minister of Shiqi. Under Jiang Jia's diligent efforts, Shiqi gradually flourished. Jiang Jia, in collaboration with Chong Heihu, orchestrated the demise of Chong Hutu and his son, who had come to eradicate Shiqi, thus making Chong Heihu the new northern duke. Citing King Zhou's tyrannical rule, favoritism towards treacherous ministers, and oppressive taxation, Jiang Ziya declared in Shiqi the necessity for self-defense, leading to a significant military conscription and the reformation of the court. Upon returning to the capital of Chaoga, the esteemed minister Wenzhong learned of the treacherous demise of Empress Jiang, Baigan, and Shang Rong, all victims of the malevolent Daji's schemes. In response, Wenzhong allied himself with King Wuqing, Huang Feihu, and a cadre of loyal subjects to confront the tyrant King Zhou, constrained by Wenzhong's formidable influence. King Zhou begrudgingly consented to Wenzhong's request to execute Su Daji, despite his inclination towards the despotic. However, at a pivotal moment, a rebellion erupted at the border, providing the king with a pretext to dismiss Wenzhong. Huang Feihu's sister, Huang Feiyun, who was favored by King Zhou, implored him to execute Su Daji to prevent further calamity brought upon the nation by the sorceress. Regrettably, she was placed under house arrest. In a bid to comfort his sister, Huang Feihu sent his wife to the palace, unaware that King Zhou coveted her beauty and forcibly claimed her as his own. Stricken with grief and despair, Lady Huang leapt from the palace walls to her death. In a single night, Huang Feihu lost both his sister and his wife, leading him to a profound disillusionment with King Zhou and ultimately compelling him to embark on a path of rebellion. Huang Feihu, leading 1,000 warriors alongside his 2 brothers, 3 sons, and 4 friends, initially sought to storm the royal palace and exact vengeance upon King Zhou and Daji. However, facing overwhelming odds, he and his followers defected from Chaoga, cutting a path through various challenges and making their way to Shiqi. In Chapter 11, titled Nephew Rescues Uncle, Wenzhong, upon learning of Huang Feihu's defection, mobilized his forces in pursuit. Having trained alongside Wenzhong in his youth, Huang Feihu was akin to a son in Wenzhong's eyes, despite his sympathy for Huang Feihu's plight. Wenzhong prioritized the fate of the Yin and Shang dynasties above all else, viewing Huang Feihu's defection with disapproval. The journey to Shiqi thus became fraught with peril, beset by pursuers behind and obstacles ahead. To reach Shiqi, Huang Feihu and his company had to traverse 5 formidable passes: Lintong Pass, Tong Pass, Chuanyun Pass, Jepai Pass, and Sishui Pass. The first they encountered was Lintong Pass, where they successfully passed due to the demise of Zhang Feng at the hands of Xiaoying. The second challenge, Tong Pass, was guarded by Chen Tong, a commander adept in the art of the fire dragon spear, having received instruction from a mysterious figure in his youth. Despite Huang Feihu's valor, he and Zhou Ji fell victim to the deadly strikes of the fire dragon spear, placing the Huang clan on the brink of annihilation. As the situation grew dire, the great disciple Huang Tianhua of the Taoist deity Xinju endowed, residing in the Qingshan Mountain-est Zhang Cave, descended to offer assistance. Huang Tianhua was originally Huang Feihu's eldest son, who had been taken away in childhood by Xinju endowed, recognizing his extraordinary potential for cultivation. It was only after a considerable time that Huang Tianhua learned of his master's intentions, stemming from jealousy over the celestial talents of Yang Jian, a disciple of the Jade Dingjinren. After witnessing Yang Jian's prodigious abilities on Kunlun Mountain, Huang Tianhua left home in indignation, only to later understand the circumstances surrounding his abduction, particularly after he and Nezha were compared by Xinju endowed, who subsequently lost interest in taking on disciples. Huang Tianhua had spent 13 years cultivating on Qingshan Mountain, acquiring remarkable powers and wielding the magical water-fire flower basket and the Mo-Yi sword bestowed by his master. Ultimately, Huang Tianhua utilized the water and fire spark basket to retrieve the fire dragon banner, and with the Mo-Yi sword, he vanquished Chen Tong, thereby rescuing Huang Feihu and his companions. This was followed by an emotionally poignant scene of father and son reunion. After personally escorting his father, Huang Feihu passed home. Huang Tianhua, adhering to the guidance of the Taoist virtue deity, resumed his cultivation at Zhang Cave. Meanwhile, the Taoist virtue deity, burdened with guilt over the 13 years of separation he had caused between father and son by abducting Huang Tianhua, devised a clever ruse to mislead the pursuing Wen Taisher and others back to Chaoga, employing his magical artifact to create an army from mere beings. He conjured a contingent equal in number to Huang Feihu's company, with their leader resembling Huang Feihu himself. Concerned for the safety of King Zhou, Wenzhong, without discerning the truth, hurried his forces back to Chaoga. By the time Wen Taisher realized he had been deceived, Huang Feihu and his companions had already reached the safety of the western Qi borders. On their journey, Huang Feihu and his allies first eliminated the guard at Chuanyun Pass, Qinwu. Subsequently, Huang Ming and Zhou Ji employed stratagems to ensnare Huang Feihu's father, Huang Gun, allowing them to pass through Jepai Pass smoothly. The final obstacle, Si Shui Pass, was guarded by a general named Yu Hua, known as the Seven-Headed General. Yu Hua, a fourth-generation disciple of the Jie sect, wielded the remarkable artifact, the Soul Slaughter Banner. Any being possessing 3 souls and 7 spirits would find it nearly impossible to escape the fate of soul slaughter. Yu Hua, utilizing the Soul Slaughter Banner, inflicted severe injuries upon Huang Feihu and his party, compelling them towards Chaoga to claim rewards. As Yu Hua reveled in his success of capturing the formidable Huang Feihu and his loyal subordinates, he suddenly heard a youthful voice proclaiming, "This tree was planted by me. This road was opened by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind golden bricks." Yu Hua lifted his gaze to see a strikingly beautiful youth clad in red, standing aloft on wheels of wind and fire, arms crossed, with a chilling gaze that pierced the heart like the frost of midwinter. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yu Hua felt an inexplicable dread towards this enchanting youth. Indeed, this remarkable boy was none other than our story's protagonist, Nezha, the disciple of the true man of Tai from the Golden Light Cave of Qianyuan Mountain. Since his return to Qianyuan Mountain, Nezha had diligently practiced within the Golden Light Cave, mastering his magical artifacts, the true fire of Samadhi, and his formidable 3 heads and 6 arms. Today, curious about who was stronger between himself and Yang Jian, trained under the rigorous instruction of Master Yuding, he intended to seek Yang Jian at Yanquan Mountain for a friendly contest to assess his recent cultivation achievements. However, he was informed by Jin Xia that the true man of Tai required his presence, prompting Nezha to hastily arrive at Lianhua Pond to inquire of his master. "Senior brother Jin Xia mentioned you were looking for me. What task do you require of me?" Tai Zhenren gazed at his remarkably handsome disciple with a heart brimming with contentment. He had learned from his master, Yuan Shitianzun, that the great calamity threatening Nezha's life had passed, and for a millennium, no peril would endanger Nezha's existence. Thus, he wore a perpetual smile in the presence of all. Observing his master's foolish grin, Nezha felt no alteration in his own demeanor, for Tai Zhenren had consistently shown such a disposition lately, particularly when addressing Nezha. Nezha approached, waving his hand before Tai Zhenren's eyes. When he received no reaction, he dashed to his master's ear and shouted, "Master." Startled, Tai Zhenren coughed awkwardly, his foolish smile replaced by a serious expression. He addressed Nezha, saying, "Nezha, the war between the Shang and Zhou has commenced. The renowned general, King Wucheng, Huang Feihu, has been wrongfully accused and is now seeking refuge in the West Qi. This individual will become a pivotal force in the conflict, and he bears a connection to you. Therefore, I wish for you to descend and assist him. Are you willing?" Nezha, perplexed, admitted he had never heard of this Huang Feihu. He queried, "Master, while assisting him is not an issue, I am unaware of any connection between us. Please clarify, or I shall not go, as I had intended to challenge my second brother to a duel." Upon finishing, Nezha playfully lay upon Tai Zhenren's bedding, refusing to budge. Observing his mischievous disciple, Tai Zhenren's serious demeanor softened with a hint of amusement. He said, "Nezha, do not be frivolous and hinder important matters. Do you know your mother's maiden name?" Nezha paused for a few seconds before replying, "Master, my mother's family name is indeed Huang, and her nickname is Failing." "Wait, Huang Feihu, Huang Failing. Could it be?" Tai Zhenren nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Huang Feihu is your maternal uncle." Nezha stared blankly at Tai Zhenren, taking a long moment to process this revelation. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Master, if he is my uncle, why has my mother never mentioned him all these years?" With a sigh, Tai Zhenren explained, "This matter should have been disclosed to you by your mother. However, I understand that without an answer, you would not relent, perhaps even refusing to act. When your father sought to marry your mother, your grandfather opposed the union, and your uncle Huang Feihu also disapproved. They believed your father was unworthy of your mother's status. Consequently, your mother eloped with your father. When she returned home to visit your grandfather after conceiving your elder brother, she was cast out. Your grandfather publicly declared a severance of their father-daughter relationship. Thus, your mother has never mentioned her family to you and your brothers. Now, can you go and save him?" Nezha disdainfully regarded Tai Zhenren and retorted, "Since they treated my mother in such a manner, why should I rescue them? Master, would you go if you were in my position?" Tai Zhenren disregarded Nezha's gaze and spoke to him, explaining that his grandfather had acted out of momentary anger and later regretted his actions. He recounted how, during the difficult birth of Nezha's second brother, it was Nezha's uncle who personally sought the Shui's spirit grass on the snowy mountains, ultimately saving both Nezha's mother and brother. "Nezha," he continued, "these matters belong to the elders, and as a junior, you ought to rescue your grandfather and uncle. I believe that if your mother were aware of the plight of her father and brother, she would wish for you to intervene. After imparting this wisdom, Tai Jinren recounted Huang Feihu's misfortunes in Chaoga. Upon hearing this, Nezha nearly charged into Chaoga to confront King Zhou and Su Daji's faction. Tai Jinren restrained Nezha, urging him to hasten to Huang Feihu's aid. Nezha nodded and swiftly mounted his wind-fire wheels, racing towards Sishui Pass, leading to the unfolding events. Confronted by Nezha's presence, Yuhua suppressed his own fear, dismissing Nezha as merely a child. Armed with the soul-slaying flag for protection, he boldly confronted Nezha, questioning the audacity of a mere boy daring to obstruct his path. You shall either depart or forfeit your life. Nezha responded with a gaze of utter disdain, addressing Yuhua with, Grandson, those who dare to claim superiority in my presence are either yet to be born or destined for the underworld. Since you have already been born, it's time for you to visit the realm of the dead. With that, Nezha brandished his fire-tipped spear across his chest, his eyes cold and contemptuous. Yuhua hastily brandished the soul-slaying flag, challenging Nezha, since you are so arrogant, do you dare respond when I call your name? Nezha retorted without hesitation, why would I fear? I am Nezha, disciple of Tai Jinren of the Qianyuan Mountain-esque Golden Light Cave. Grandson, let us hear you call me grandfather a few times. Nezha regarded Yuhua with the same amusement one might reserve for a jester. Yuhua's fury peaked, prompting him to raise the soul-slaying flag above his head, shouting, Nezha, come forth. Despite repeated calls, Nezha remained unmoved, inciting Yuhua's fear to swell. In a moment of panic, he inadvertently called Nezha a monster. Nezha's lotus transformation, devoid of a soul, typically exuded a chill. However, the term monster struck a nerve, as it echoed the very words spoken by Li Jing at Nezha's birth and reiterated multiple times thereafter. Thus, upon hearing Yuhua's insult, Nezha's anger surged, and he unleashed the three mysterious true fire, engulfing Yuhua. As Yuhua writhed on the ground, Nezha, still unsatisfied, hurled several rune-imbued gold bricks, crafted by Tai Jinren for protection, upon him. In mere moments, Yuhua lay lifeless, his demise tragic and grotesque. The soldiers accompanying Yuhua witnessed their commander fall within seconds to the hands of this youthful figure capable of breathing fire, prompting them to abandon their prison cart and flee in terror. Nezha, undeterred by their flight, approached the prison cart, and with a sweep of his fire-tipped spear, all the carts severed effortlessly. Huang Gun and Huang Feihu hurriedly emerged, expressing their gratitude for Nezha's timely intervention. Nezha, acknowledging them with a thoughtful gaze, bowed 3 times. Addressing them, grandfather, uncle, Nezha pays his respects. After Huang Feihu and the others listened to the revelations, they were even more astonished, unable to comprehend why the extraordinarily handsome and immensely powerful young man before them would refer to them as 2 grandfathers and uncle. Nezha continued, stating that if he was not mistaken, they must be General Huang Gun and King Wu Cheng, Huang Feihu. His mother's surname is Huang, with the childhood name Fei Ling, and she is the daughter and sister of the 2 generals. As for himself, he is Nezha, the 3rd son of Li Jing from Qintang Pass, currently under the tutelage of the esteemed Tai Jinren from the Qianyuan Mountain. Upon hearing this, Huang Feihu, filled with excitement, grasped Nezha and scrutinized him for an extended period, then joyfully exclaimed to Huang Gun, Father, it's unmistakable. This young man must be the son of our 3rd sister. They say nephews resemble their uncles. And just look, he bears such a striking resemblance to me in my youth. After Nezha and Huang Feihu's group acknowledged each other, he personally escorted them to the borders of Shiqi before soaring towards Yuling Mountain on his wind fire wheels, not forgetting his intention to challenge Yang Jian to a duel. Chapter 12. Side story of the 3 generations of the Chan sect's disciples. After rescuing Huang Feihu and his companions, Nezha found himself alone at Yuling Mountain. The esteemed Yuling Jinren informed Nezha that Yang Jian was still navigating through the challenges he had set for him and would not emerge for 3 days. Thus, Nezha decided to remain at Yuling Mountain, awaiting Yang Jian's release. While in anticipation, Nezha received a message from his master, Tai Jinren, regarding the election of the 3rd generation as chief disciple. With the War of the Gods having commenced, all disciples of the Chan sect's 3rd generation were to participate in this event. As these disciples were not well acquainted with one another, it was deemed necessary for there to be a leader among them following their descent from the mountain. However, being youthful and impetuous, the 3rd generation disciples were bound to clash, prompting Yuanshi Tianzuan to propose a contest, both to foster mutual understanding and to identify a powerful individual capable of commanding respect among them. The 2nd generation chief disciple of the Chan sect was Yuling Jinren. Years ago, he and Tai Jinren had battled for the title of chief disciple for 3 days and nights, with Tai Jinren ultimately losing due to a slight miscalculation. Consequently, in this upcoming competition, Tai Jinren hoped that Nezha could redeem his honor by reclaiming the title from Yang Jian. Upon reading his master's somewhat childish letter, Nezha couldn't help but feel a wave of disdain. It seemed rather immature for his master, unable to achieve the title of chief disciple himself, to expect him to wrest it from his second brother. Does this not imply that, in Nezha's heart, aside from Yang Jian, he holds little regard for the other disciples of the Chan sect's third generation? Truly, one can see the reflection of a master in their disciple. 3 days passed swiftly, and when Nezha first laid eyes on Yang Jian, he collapsed in laughter on the ground. Yang Jian, clad in tattered white robes that exuded an aura of austerity, appeared as though he might be mistaken for a beggar if one did not look closely. Yang Jian, gazing helplessly at the rolling Nezha, silently helped him up and brushed the dirt off his attire. Then, while Nezha stood in a daze, Yang Jian discreetly slipped away to change his clothes. Nezha and Yang Jian, having not seen each other for quite some time, found themselves atop the majestic Yuchuan mountain, engaging in conversation about the events of the days gone by. Nezha presented Yang Jian with a letter from the esteemed Tai Jinren. After a moment of silence, Yang Jian turned to Nezha and inquired, "Third brother, do you wish for it? If you desire it, I shall concede gracefully." Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Nezha paused for a few seconds, gazing into Yang Jian's earnest eyes. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he replied, "Very well. My master has long yearned for the title of chief disciple. I shall honor him and fulfill the old man's wish." Yang Jian, observing Nezha's demeanor, couldn't help but smile, his face radiating affection. As they descended from the mountaintop, Nezha walked behind, his eyes reflecting a complex yet resolute emotion. Silently, he addressed Yang Jian, who walked ahead, saying, "Brother, you are truly foolish. Do you not comprehend what it means to be the chief disciple of 3 generations? Silly brother, I do not yearn for the title. What I truly desire is your happiness each day. Forgive me, dear brother. This time, the title of chief disciple must be yours. You will face the entire heavenly court in the future, and only by obtaining the position of chief disciple can you secure unconditional support. Silly brother, you are indeed a fool. Humph. Should anyone dare to contest you for the title of chief disciple, I, Nezha, shall ensure they find no solace in life or death." On that day, the disciples of the Chan school gathered in the sacred Yuqing Palace of Kunlun Mountain. The primordial lord sat at the head of the assembly, flanked by the celestial master Tontian and the moral celestial master. Initially, the primordial lord intended to seat the moral celestial master in the center, but the latter humbly declined, stating it was an internal matter of the Chan school and that he was merely invited to observe, choosing instead to sit beside the primordial lord. The lamp-igniting Taoists stood behind the primordial lord, while the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school stood orderly below, with the disciples of the 3 generations positioned behind their respective masters. To the left stood Yang Jian, disciple of the Jade Ding Jinren from the Golden Cloud Cave of Yuchuan Mountain; Jinjia, disciple of the Manjusri Guangfa Celestial Master from the Yunshao Cave of Wulong Mountain; Nezha, disciple of the Tai Jinren from the Golden Light Cave of Qianyuan Mountain; and Muzha, disciple of the Puxian Jinren from the White Crane Cave of Jiogong Mountain. Also present were Huang Tianhua, disciple of the Qingshu Dao Jinjuan from the Ziyang Cave of Qingfeng Mountain, and Yin Hong, disciple of the Chijingzi from the Yunshao Cave of Taiwan Mountain. On the right side were Yin Jiao, disciple of the Guangchengzi from the Taoyuan Cave of Jushin Mountain; Tu Xing Sun, disciple of the Zhu Lu Sun from the Feiyin Cave of Jialong Mountain; the Cihang Daoist from the Luojia Cave of Putuan Mountain, who had no disciples; Wei Hu, disciple of the Daoxing Celestial Master from the Yuwu Cave of Jining Mountain, and the Lingyao Grand Master from the Yuanyang Cave of Kongnong Mountain, who had no disciples. Lastly, there was the Yun Zhongzi Jinren with his disciple Lei Jinzi from the Yuzhu Cave of the Zhongnan Mountain. Due to being a solitary cultivator who fortuitously became a disciple of the primordial lord, he was not included among the 12 golden immortals. The 12 golden immortals and Yun Zhongzi, accompanied by their disciples, paid a visit to the 3 pure ones. Yuan Shi Tianzun gazed contentedly upon his grand disciples, particularly delighted by Nezha and Yang Jian. Following a session of profound teachings, Yuan Shi Tianzun declared the commencement of the selection battle for the disciples of the 3rd generation. The first participants to take the stage were Yin Hong and Tu Xing Sunday. Yin Hong, observing the short stature of Tu Xing Sun, who resembled a winter melon, displayed a disdainful expression and mockingly inquired, "Where did this diminutive winter melon come from? Did Master Jiu Li Sun truly exhaust all options in finding a disciple and resort to fetching a transformed winter melon from some obscure corner? It is simply laughable." Tu Xing Sun, already feeling self-conscious about his appearance, found this insult particularly grievous, though fellow disciples were not permitted to inflict severe harm. The arrogance of Yin Hong ignited in Tu Xing Sun a desire to teach him a lesson. He swiftly bound Yin Hong with the binding rope of immortals. However, Just as this small prank unfolded, Jiu Li's son intervened, halting Tu Xing's son's actions and instructing him to apologize to Yin Hong before solemnly retracting the binding rope. Jiu Li's son, observing the apologetic and awkward demeanor of Qi Jingzi, allowed his stern expression to soften slightly. Nevertheless, any fondness for Yin Hong was utterly out of the question. As Qi Jingzi witnessed Yin Hong's insolent demeanor, he felt utterly humiliated. Observing Yuan Shitian Zun's expression shift from satisfaction to one of disapproval, Qi Jingzi was overwhelmed with despair, wishing fervently to eliminate Yin Hong. Given that the competition forbade the use of magical artifacts, once the matter was resolved, the duel commenced. As they engaged, Yin Hong's height advantage led to an injury inflicted upon Tu Xing's son in the 50th round, causing him to collapse to the ground clutching his chest. Under such circumstances, Yin Hong ought to have refrained from further attacks. Moreover, as fellow disciples, he should not harm his brother. However, enraged by Tu Xing's son's previous insult, Yin Hong, in a fit of fury, delivered a follow-up strike. Had this blow landed, it would have resulted in severe injury or even death for Tu Xing's Sunday. At the critical moment, Nezha intervened, hurling the Qiankuan circle to block the attack aimed at Tu Xing's Sunday. Yin Hong glared at Nezha with resentment and accused him of meddling. However, Nezha paid him no heed, instead assisting Tu Xing's son, who looked at him with gratitude. Once Nezha had helped Tu Xing's son to his feet, he turned to the furious Yin Hong and addressed him. "We are all disciples of the Chan teaching. Why resort to such ruthlessness? Tu Xing's son has not wronged you. Had you not first wounded his pride, he would not have retaliated. And you, instead of showing remorse, seek to harm your own fellow disciple. If you consider yourself so formidable, let us exchange a few blows. If you can defeat me within 100 moves, I shall serve you as a servant for 100 years. However, should you lose within 10 moves, I shall not press any demands upon you. Except that you must apologize to Tu Xing's son in front of our esteemed grandmaster and elders. What say you?" Yin Hong was initially displeased with Nezha's public reprimand. However, upon hearing Nezha's subsequent words, the typically self-assured Yin Hong readily acquiesced. In his eyes, not only 10 moves, but even 100, would not suffice for Nezha to triumph over him. Yin Jiao, his brother, harbored considerable dissatisfaction with Yin Hong's conduct. Yet he was unwilling to allow his brother to lose face in front of others. He intended to intervene, but was unfortunately restrained by his master. Thus, he could only sit quietly beside Guang Qingzi, watching with concern. Those present who were familiar with Nezha were eager spectators of this contest, which had a predetermined outcome, unaware that one of the participants was oblivious to the impending defeat. All disciples of the Chan sect had heard of Nezha's renown. Yet Yin Hong dismissed it as exaggeration, believing his own powers to be on par with Nezha's. Ultimately, it was Yin Hong's arrogance that led to his downfall. Nezha respectfully addressed the 3 pure ones seated above, requesting their witness for the contest against Yin Hong. He proposed that should he lose, he would serve as Yin Hong's servant for 100 years. Conversely, if Yin Hong were to lose, he would publicly apologize to Tu Xingsuan. The 3 pure ones nodded in agreement, sharing their discontent with Yin Hong's behavior, especially Yuan Shitianzuan, who felt that Yin Hong's actions had brought shame upon himself, and thus, it was fitting for Nezha to teach him a lesson. Yin Hong maintained his disdainful demeanor. However, after just 5 moves, his expression shifted. The exertion was evident. While Nezha counted each strike, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. As he finished counting to 10, Yin Hong was sent flying. While Nezha stood there effortlessly, a subtle smile enhancing his youthful beauty, reminiscent of a jade figure amidst the crowd. Yang Jian observed Nezha in the center of the hall with satisfaction, feeling a sense of pride akin to that of a brother witnessing his siblings coming of age. The 3 pure ones were equally pleased with Nezha, showering him with words of praise. After Yin Hong publicly apologized to Tu Xingsuan, he glared at Nezha with a mixture of coldness and fury. Qi Jingzi approached, pulling Yin Hong aside, and knelt before Yuan Shitianzuan, stating, "Master, I have not been strict in my teachings, failing to meet your expectations, which has led to Yin Hong's current state. I humbly request an opportunity to take him back to the mountains for proper instruction." Yuan Shitianzuan waved his hand dismissively, signaling Qi Jingzi to withdraw. Once Qi Jingzi departed with Yin Hong, the martial competition concluded hastily, as others deemed themselves unworthy challengers against Nezha and were reluctant to exert further effort. Yuan Shitianzuan prepared to announce Nezha as the 3rd generation's chief disciple of the Chan sect, when Nezha suddenly knelt and addressed Yuan Shitianzuan, saying, "Please, esteemed master, consider my request. I believe that my martial and scholarly accomplishments do not merit the title of chief disciple. My senior brother Yang Jian surpasses me in both martial prowess and strategic acumen, having received direct teachings from our esteemed master. Surely, he is more deserving of this title. I have grown accustomed to leisure, and if I were to assume the role of the third generation's chief disciple, it might lead to unnecessary turmoil. I kindly ask for your understanding. The primordial supreme being cast a stern gaze upon Nezha, who knelt before him, then turned his attention to the anxious Yang Jian. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Nezha, saying, "My young disciple, are you aware of the significance of being the foremost disciple? Furthermore, do you think my chosen disciple can be treated like any ordinary object, something that can be discarded at whim?" The tone of the primordial supreme being carried a hint of admonition. Yang Jian hastily knelt beside Nezha, eager to interject, but Nezha, quicker than him, replied to the primordial supreme being, "Master Ancestor, I understand full well what being the foremost disciple entails. However, you have truly entrusted me with a task beyond my capabilities. I relish freedom and a carefree existence. If I am to be burdened with managing every detail like Master Yuding, I fear I shall falter. My senior brother, Yang Jian, who regularly accompanies Master Yuding, would undoubtedly handle these matters with far greater finesse. Wouldn't you agree?" As Nezha spoke, his tone bore a hint of playfulness, eliciting a smile from the primordial supreme being. After conferring briefly with the virtue supreme being and the spiritual treasure supreme being, he responded to Nezha, "Very well, very well. I shall grant your request. Go forth and enjoy your freedom." Yang Jian stepped forward to receive his decree. "Henceforth, I appoint you as the foremost disciple of the Chan teaching's third generation, tasked with assisting the young Yuding in managing the affairs of the Chan teaching. After the conclusion of the Zhou and Shang conflict, you shall succeed your master in overseeing all matters of the Chan teaching." With that, the election concluded. Yuding, Tai, Yanzongzi, and the other third-generation disciples remain. The rest may withdraw. Once everyone had departed, the primordial supreme being addressed Yang Jian and Nezha, saying, "You two are now the most formidable practitioners among the third generation of the Chan teaching. Take the other young ones to the Lingxi Pavilion on Kunlun Mountain to convene. For you shall assist in the campaign against the Shang and serve together in the court. Go forth." In the 13th chapter, the aside of the third-generation disciples of the Chan teaching unfolds. Nezha and Yang Jian, accompanied by their fellow disciples, exited the Yuqing treasure hall of Kunlun Mountain under the watchful eyes of the three pure ones and their master. These youthful individuals, naturally inclined to playfulness, relaxed upon reaching the Lingxi Pavilion, where they began introducing themselves. As Yang Jian was the foremost disciple, they all referred to him as elder brother, extending their congratulations, for they were well aware of his prowess. Thus, after Yang Jian assumed the position of foremost disciple, none dared to challenge his authority. Taking advantage of the attention on Yang Jian, the Earth Spirit Son subtly pulled Nezha aside and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Nezha, thank you for standing up for me earlier. I couldn't stand that arrogant Yin Hong when I first arrived. In my life, I have never bowed to anyone, save for our master ancestor and my own master. You are among the few I respect. Should anyone dare to bully you, I shall bind them with my celestial rope." Nezha gazed at the carefree Earthwalker and found him to be a person worthy of friendship. He nodded in agreement to Earthwalker's words, and the two began sharing amusing tales from their time in the mountains. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Nezha. The individual, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, donned a long robe of deep green, which accentuated his fine physique. With his striking sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, he embodied the essence of a handsome young man. He stood before Nezha, initially holding his gaze for a moment, when Nezha noticed his silence and was about to inquire. The young man spoke, addressing Nezha as cousin. "You are truly handsome, just as my father described." Nezha felt perplexed. Why was this person calling him cousin? He wondered about the identity of the young man's father, as he had no recollection of such a figure. In truth, the young man had introduced himself moments earlier. But Nezha, preoccupied with how to explain the situation to Yang Jian, had failed to remember the names. Sensing Nezha's thoughts, the young man, tapping his forehead, continued, "Oh dear, how forgetful of me. My name is Huang Tianhua. My master is the celestial virtue of Qingfeng Mountain's Xiang Cave. But that is not the crux of the matter. The important part is that my father is King Wuqing, Huang Feihu. I am his eldest son, hence I am your elder cousin." Nezha looked at Huang Tianhua and found it difficult to see any resemblance to Huang Feihu. However, seeing the eager expression on his face, he weakly called out, "Elder cousin," which elicited an even broader grin from Huang Tianhua. Jin Jia and Mu Jia, noticing Nezha's embarrassment, approached and patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right, third brother. Your elder brother and second brother just felt the same way. It will take some getting used to. I certainly did not expect to have such a foolish cousin." "Did I?" The three brothers exchanged exasperated looks while observing Huang Tianhua's ongoing silly laughter. At that moment, Yin Jiao approached Nezha with a look of sincere apology. Hesitating to speak, Earthwalker and Jin Jia, along with Mu Jia, took the oblivious Huang Tianhua side. Yin Jiao, with a serious demeanor, addressed Nezha. Nezha, my brother. I sincerely apologize on behalf of Hong Er. I understand that everything he did was intended to seek vengeance for our mother by becoming the foremost disciple. However, his actions were misguided. As his elder brother, I failed to guide him properly, and I feel a deep sense of guilt. I hope you do not isolate him because of this incident. In a few days, I will personally explain the situation to our master and ensure that Hong Er receives proper guidance. I am here today not for any other reason, but to ask you to grant Yin Jiao a bit of time and give Hong Er another chance. I assure you, Yin Jiao will educate him well. Nezha regarded the earnest and serious expression on Yin Jiao's face and replied, You are a good brother. For your sake, I shall give Yin Hong a chance. I hope he can amend his arrogant and impulsive behavior. He is no longer a prince of the Yin Shang. He is merely a disciple of the way of the enlightened. His actions reflect upon our teachings, and everything must be kept within bounds. After Nezha finished speaking, he paid no further attention to Yin Jiao, who gazed at Nezha's figure with immense relief, grateful that he had not found himself on the opposing side. Today, having witnessed Nezha's own strength and the affection bestowed upon him by the three pure ones, Yin Jiao felt profoundly thankful for his master's intervention. Wei Hu and Lei Jinzi also exchanged pleasantries with Nezha, forming a bond that allowed for delightful conversation about their respective masters and amusing anecdotes from their training. Their camaraderie blossomed, leading them to linger at Kunlun Mountain for several more days, honing their martial skills and sharing insights on cultivation methods. The primordial supreme being observed his disciples fostering their relationships with great contentment, occasionally offering guidance to these young ones. Before long, over half a month had passed atop the mountain, and it was time for everyone to return to their respective masters to continue their training. During this time, Yang Jian had been eager to inquire privately of Nezha why he had relinquished the position of chief disciple to him. However, Nezha was always accompanied by others, be it Tu Xingsun or Huang Tianhua, or even Jin Jia and Mu Jia, and most persistently, Yin Jiao, who sought to cultivate a strong rapport with Nezha. This incessant companionship left Yang Jian frustrated, yet he felt unable to intervene. One day, after their farewells, Nezha soared towards Qianyuan Mountain on his windfire wheels. Midway through his journey, he paused on an unfamiliar peak, silently awaiting the approach of Yang Jian. Yang Jian fixed his gaze upon Nezha for quite some time, and when Nezha could no longer withstand Yang Jian's penetrating stare and averted his eyes, Yang Jian seized Nezha, compelling him to meet his gaze directly, a mixture of anger and helplessness in his voice as he asked, Third brother, why did you give the position of chief disciple to me? Did you not once say that it was a role meant to please Uncle Tai? Did second brother not promise to concede it to you willingly? Yet why? Before Yang Jian could finish, Nezha awkwardly turned his back to him and replied, Second brother, Nezha simply feels that being chief disciple is too burdensome. You know I am rather carefree. If I cannot even manage myself, how could I possibly oversee others? Wouldn't you agree? So just consider it your responsibility now, since you are my second brother. Good second brother. With a playful grin, Nezha beamed at Yang Jian, who, unable to press further, sat atop the mountain with Nezha for an extended time, avoiding the subject of the chief disciple entirely. It was only when they received a distant transmission from their masters that they recalled the waiting obligations and hurriedly concluded their conversation. Each heading towards Qianyuan Mountain and Ichuan Mountain. Yang Jian understood that Nezha's decision to relinquish the title of chief disciple was ultimately for his benefit. With the identity of the third-generation chief disciple of the Chan school, he would have greater assurance in the future when endeavoring to rescue his mother, as the Chan school would undoubtedly not stand idly by. Reflecting on Nezha's sacrifices and his past kindness towards himself and his sister as Ling Zhuzi, Yang Jian felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. What merit did he possess to deserve such dedication from Nezha? He silently vowed to protect Nezha, who stood at the center of turmoil, vowing that no one could harm him, even if it meant sacrificing his own life to ensure Nezha's safety. At this juncture, Yang Jian remains unaware that his feelings for Nezha have transcended mere gratitude and the affection of an elder brother for his younger sibling. Similarly, Nezha is oblivious to the fact that his sentiments towards Yang Jian have evolved beyond simple fraternal bonds. Both share an indescribable layer of emotion for one another. At present, it may appear as ordinary dependence and a desire for each other's happiness and safety. Yet, as for the future development of their feelings, who can truly predict? Chapter 14. Nezha descends the mountain in the West Qi Kingdom. Ji Chang lies gravely ill, summoning the second Prince Gfa, the Chancellor Jiang Zia, and the current acting general of West Qi, King Wucheng, Huang Feihu, to his bedside. Ji Chang clasps the hands of Gfa and Jiang Zia, gazing with concern at Gfa, whose eyes brim with affection and reluctance. He addresses Jiang Zia and Gfa, saying, Chancellor, I fear I cannot endure much longer. I implore you to guide Fa and assist him in becoming a competent ruler. Fa, kneel down. I wish for you to take the Chancellor as your adoptive father. Treat him as you would treat me. Do not act independently in matters of state, and learn from him the ways of governance. I entrust everything to you, Chancellor. Initially reluctant to accept the role of Ji Chang's adoptive father, Jiang Jia, moved by Ji Chang's pleading gaze, reluctantly acquiesces. Ji Chang then calls Huang Feihu closer, asking him to train the troops of West Qi diligently, ensuring the kingdom's safety. Huang Feihu agrees to the request. Ji Chang gazes longingly at his wife and GFA before departing with a heavy heart. 49 days later, Jiang Jia suggests GFA ascend the throne. However, GFA declines, stating he must observe a year of mourning for his father before considering it. As a result, Jiang Jia appoints GFA to act in governance, while he and King Wucheng assist him. Over the past few years, the economic and military strength of West Qi have significantly improved. Thus, the turmoil caused by Ji Chang's passing does not disrupt the kingdom's momentum. Meanwhile, in Chaoga, King Zhou, upon hearing of the demise of the Duke of Westboy, Ji Chang hastily convenes Shun Gongbao, Wen Taishe, and Fei Zhong to discuss annihilating the rebellious forces of West Qi amid the ensuing chaos. However, Shun Gongbao warns that Huang Feihu is currently training 200,000 new recruits and seasoned veterans. Alarmed, King Zhou contemplates retreating. Yet Shun Gongbao reveals that he has already positioned spies among the new recruits of West Qi, poised to deliver a decisive blow when the moment is ripe. Thus, the three conspire to exploit Ji Chang's death as an opportunity to launch an assault on West Qi, coordinating their efforts to achieve total annihilation. Consequently, when Taishe commands Chao Tian and Chao Lei to lead 3,000 troops to the Sisui Pass, while secretly sending scouts into West Qi to gather intelligence. Chao Lei, accompanied by his guards, infiltrates West Qi but is captured by Wu Ji, a disciple of Jiang Jia. Wu Ji attempts to persuade Chao Lei to surrender to West Qi. However, Chao Lei refuses and speaks disrespectfully of the deceased Duke Ji Chang. In a fit of rage, Jiang Jia resolves to execute Chao Lei. King Wu Cheng, Huang Feihu, who is acquainted with Chao Lei, intercedes on his behalf, requesting Jiang Jia to spare him. Huang Gun volunteers to persuade Chao Lei to yield. Huang Gun steps forward, articulating the gravity of the current situation and expounding upon King Zhou's tyranny and lust for beauty. Ultimately, Chao Lei capitulates. Thus, Huang Feihu proposed to accompany Chao Lei in persuading Chao Tian to surrender. Aware of Chao Tian's character, Huang Gun opposed Huang Feihu's suggestion, deeming it ill-advised. However, Huang Feihu insisted that if Chao Lei could capitulate, so could Chao Tian, and he resolutely set off to persuade Chao Tian. GFA and Jiang Jia both believed that Huang Feihu's mission would prove futile, and thus they devised a strategic countermeasure. Meanwhile, Shun Gongbao learned of Chao Lei's defection to Zhou and plotted to capture both Huang Feihu and Chao Lei upon their arrival, delivering them to Chaoga for reward. Shun Gongbao successfully apprehended Huang Feihu and Chao Lei. However, en route to Chaoga, they fell into an ambush set by Jiang Jia. Shun Gongbao managed to escape using his sorcery, but Chao Tian, lacking such abilities, was captured by Jiang Jia. Chao Lei, having already defected to Zhou, presented Jiang Zia's clever plan to Wen Taishe. Chao Lei deceitfully reported to Wen Taishe that Chao Tian was engaged in a fierce battle against Shiqi and was in dire need of supplies. Trusting Chao Lei's words, Wen Taishe ordered him to escort provisions to support Chao Tian. Seizing the opportunity, Chao Lei rescued his parents and Chao Tian's family. By the time Wen Taishe realized the truth, Chao Lei had already entered the territory of Shiqi. Enraged by this turn of events, King Zhou personally dispatched an army of 100,000 to subdue Shiqi, with Shun Gongbao appointed as commander, to which King Zhou consented. Shun Gongbao stationed his formidable army at the entrance of Sisui Pass. He learned that Zhang Guifang, the commander of Qinlong Pass, was not only well-versed in military strategy and exceptional in martial arts, but had also studied under a celestial being in his youth, mastering a secret technique that allowed him to control the souls of others with his mental power. Employing this arcane skill, Zhang Guifang first used illusions to defeat Huang Feihu and then captured two of Shiqi's great generals, Nan Gongshi and Zhou Ji. Shun Gongbao was elated, and cheers erupted among the troops in Chaoga. Jiang Jia ordered a retreat to the safety of Shiqi city, raising the banner of truce to temporarily evade confrontation. Within the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain, Nezha was practicing with a new magical artifact, the Nine-Dragon Fire Shield, bestowed by Tai Junren, attempting to merge his Samadhi True Fire with the shield to enhance its offensive range. Just as he was on the brink of success in integrating his Samadhi True Fire with the Nine-Dragon Fire Shield, he was startled by the sudden voice of Tai Junren. Alarmed, Nezha inadvertently expelled a great burst of Samadhi true fire, and had he not managed to contain it, the golden light cave would have been reduced to a fiery inferno. Frustrated, Nezha approached Tai Jinren's chamber, visibly displeased, and inquired about the reason for his summons. Inwardly grumbling that if Tai Jinren called him for trivial matters, he would surely pull out all his beard. Sensing his disciples' discontent, Tai Jinren contemplated suggesting that they could postpone their discussion until the next day. However, upon encountering Nezha's mournful gaze, he resolved that it was better to face danger than to let his disciple suffer. He said, "Dear disciple, your master Xia has encountered a formidable opponent in Shichi. This person's magic bears a resemblance to the soul-slaying banner, yet is even more potent. Thus, it falls upon you to confront this adversary. Do you have time to undertake this mission personally? Of course, if you are unable, tomorrow will suffice as well." Nezha gazed at his master in silent disbelief, sensing that his master had become somewhat foolish of late. He shook his head and waved goodbye to Tai Jinren as he grasped his fiery spear and strode towards the cave entrance. Once Nezha had departed, Tai Jinren let out a sigh of relief, contemplating that perhaps it was better without a disciple around. Having one in close proximity constrained his freedom, as he was obliged to always consider the disciple's feelings. Feeling somewhat melancholic, Tai Jinren dismissed his lonely golden glow and took flight on his celestial crane towards the Jade Spring Mountain to visit Jade Dingjinren, hoping to discover whether Yang Jian treated his master in a similar manner, seeking some measure of psychological equilibrium. As Nezha soared westward on his wind-fire wheels, he muttered curses against the sorcerer within the Chaogu army, blaming him for the failure of his own research. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's residence in Shichi, Jiang Xia wore a troubled expression, unsure how to confront Zhang Guifang. Suddenly, a soldier burst in, reporting that a young lad outside claimed to be Jiang Xia's apprentice nephew, come to assist him against Zhang Guifang's sorcery. Jiang Xia, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement and promptly dispatched his disciple Wu Ji to welcome Nezha inside. Wu Ji, lively yet somewhat reckless, could not contain his curiosity. Upon leading Nezha to Jiang Xia, he openly voiced his doubts about Nezha's capabilities in front of him. Jiang Xia cast an apologetic glance at Nezha, who, undeterred, calmly asserted that strength would reveal itself in time. Satisfied, Jiang Xia then introduced Nezha to the assembly at the Shibuo Marquis' residence, where Nezha greeted everyone in turn. Just then, Wang Feihu returned from outside and embraced Nezha warmly, inquiring about his well-being. Nezha patiently responded to each question, while the others pondered the nature of their relationship. Wang Feihu proudly explained to the crowd their familial bond and recounted the heroic rescue at Sishui Pass. Those who had initially doubted Nezha's prowess due to his youthful appearance began to reconsider their underestimation. That evening, Wang Feihu and his son Huang Gun hosted a welcoming feast for Nezha, and Jiang Xia and GFA joined in the merriment. The atmosphere was quite jovial. Though if one were to exclude Nezha, who remained engrossed in his meal, the gathering was harmonious. On the following day, as the two armies prepared for battle, Jiang Xia stood at the forefront, while Nezha, atop his wind fire wheels, hovered above the Shichi forces. He observed Zhang Guifang on the opposite side, whose mouth twisted into a derisive smile as he taunted, "Shichi is truly amusing, dispatching a mere child to face me. Have you truly run out of warriors? Oh right. Your general is now my captive." Aha. Unfazed by Zhang Guifang's mocking laughter, Nezha disdainfully retorted, "What a cacophonous crow you are. Your cries are an affront to my ears. Today, I shall use you, this raucous crow, to pay tribute to my fiery spear." As Nezha spoke, he propelled himself on his wind and fire wheels, thrusting his fiery spear directly at Zhang Guifang's chest. Zhang Guifang initially believed that Nezha could withstand at most 10 of his strikes. However, as the battle ensued, he found himself relentlessly suppressed by Nezha. It was then that Zhang Guifang realized he was no match for Nezha. With a mindset to toy with his opponent, Nezha intentionally left an opening, allowing Zhang Guifang to land a strike, causing him to retreat. Seizing the moment, Zhang Guifang hurriedly employed his illusionary arts, convinced of his imminent victory. Yet, upon opening his eyes, he was met with Nezha's beaming smile, showing no signs of having suffered any loss of spirit. In his astonishment, Zhang Guifang reacted swiftly, hastily dismounting to escape through earth magic. However, Nezha was quicker still. As Zhang Guifang burrowed underground, he hurled the Qinquan circle, severely wounding Zhang Guifang. While Zhang Guifang managed to flee, the soldiers of Chaoga lacked such magical abilities. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of their general, they lost their composure. Jiang Xia, with a wave of his hand, commanded the soldiers of Shichi to commence a massacre. Nezha, already burdened with 1,700 blood deaths, reveled in the carnage, traversing the battlefield on his wind and fire wheels. The number of Chaga soldiers who perished at Nezha's hands likely surpassed the combined total of all Shichi soldiers. Ultimately, the soldiers of Chaga were so terrified by Nezha that many voluntarily cast down their weapons and surrendered. Those who had previously expressed disdain for Nezha were profoundly impressed by his prowess in this battle. Behind the scenes, the soldiers of Shichi secretly bestowed upon Nezha the title of God of Slaughter. Meanwhile, our protagonist Nezha found himself pursued by Wu Ji, who had witnessed Nezha's overwhelming defeat of Zhang Guifan and his effortless movement among the throngs of soldiers, all without a trace of blood. Consequently, Wu Ji persistently implored Nezha to impart his magical and martial skills. Exasperated yet unwilling to dismiss Wu Ji, Nezha endured his incessant requests. Chapter 15. Nezha's life in Shichi. After descending from Mount Qianyuan and assisting Yang Jian in vanquishing Zhang Guifang, Nezha remained in the Prime Minister's residence in Shichi. The reason for his stay was that Tai Jinren had sent word that he was attending to matters of the Chan sect with Yuding Jinren at Yuling Mountain and would not be returning for the time being. To ensure Nezha did not feel lonely, he was advised to stay by Jiang Zia's side for protection. Nezha silently perused the letter delivered by the celestial crane and, in a moment of frustration, seized the crane by its neck. The unfortunate bird gazed at Nezha with innocent eyes. Moments later, Nezha's lips curled into a slight smirk. Those familiar with him knew that this expression foretold impending misfortune for someone. At Yuling Mountain, Tai Jinren beheld his longtime companion, the celestial crane, now a plucked bird, having been returned by the wind and fire wheels. His heart was in turmoil. Beside him, Yuding Jinren and Yang Jian maintained their icy demeanor, though upon closer inspection, one could observe their shoulders trembling subtly. Tai Jinren, wishing to vent his frustration but finding no outlet, gazed at the bald crane with a complex expression. After a prolonged sigh, he took the crane back to his chamber to tend to its wounds, though primarily, he sought to heal the wounds inflicted upon his own heart. After avenging himself against Tai Jinren, Nezha began to devise ways to rid himself of the incessant attachment of the tenacious Wu Jie. It must be said that Wu Jie, in his fervent desire to learn a few techniques from Nezha, spared no effort in his pursuit. Whether Nezha was sleeping, dining, practicing, reading, or even using the restroom, Wu Jie insisted on accompanying him. By the end of the day, Nezha found himself on the brink of collapse. Yet, considering his recent arrival and Wu Jie's status as the sole disciple of Jiang Zia, he refrained from expressing his irritation. However, by the second, third, and eventually the fifth day, Nezha could no longer endure it. He cast a binding spell on Wu Jie and soared away on his wind-fire wheels towards Huang Feihu, who was training troops at Qishan. Meanwhile, the immobilized Wu Jie shouted, "Nezha, don't leave. You promised to teach me a few moves." Riding the wind-fire wheels, Nezha, hand on forehead, was both exasperated and amused. Truth be told, had Wu Jie not been a disciple of the Chan sect, Nezha might have dispatched him with a single toss of his Qiankuan circle on the very first day. Upon arriving at the foot of Qishan, Nezha intended to quietly observe the training of the new recruits. However, he was soon discovered by the diligent trainees, who, having heard tales from the veterans about Nezha injuring Zhang Guifang and his remarkable agility in battle, were utterly in awe of him. Their excitement was palpable as they spontaneously raised their weapons, chanting the words "Young Hero." Nezha, witnessing such fervor for the first time, felt a hint of bashfulness. Huang Feihu approached and patted Nezha on the shoulder, then turned to the recruits, saying, "Ha ha ha, enough of this commotion. Your young hero might just get shy. Continue your training. Nezha and I have matters to discuss." After saying this, he led Nezha aside. Curious, Nezha inquired, "Uncle, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Huang Feihu laughed heartily and replied, "If I hadn't said that, would they have let you go so easily?" The two exchanged knowing smiles. After conversing about familial matters, Huang Feihu broached the topic of the Shangzhou War. Nezha offered Huang Feihu numerous insightful suggestions regarding the training of new recruits, as well as his perspectives on the impending conflict. Their conversation unfolded for quite some time, as Nezha, influenced by Yang Jian, had read extensively on military strategy and possessed unique insights into leading troops in battle. Thus, this dialogue proved immensely beneficial to Huang Feihu, who, with his extensive experience, found great value in Nezha's contributions. The following day, upon returning to the Prime Minister's residence in Shichi, Nezha encountered Wu Jie, who had been bound for the entire night. A hint of apology flickered across Nezha's face as he approached Wu Jie and dispelled the binding spell. "I apologize. I thought my master would pass by here, so I did it this way. As compensation, I can teach you a few moves." Wu Jie, slumped on the ground, had initially been quite upset with Nezha's actions. However, upon hearing that Nezha was willing to teach him spells, he cast aside his grievances, leaping up in excitement and embracing Nezha, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. A few days later, Nezha began to teach Wu Jie some spells, and their relationship had evolved from initial hostility to that of close brothers. Meanwhile, Yang Jian and others were not as leisurely as Nezha. He had to prepare defenses against the recently silent Zhang Guifeng to prevent a surprise attack. One day, Nezha received a letter, a correspondence from both the primordial heavenly venerable and the goddess Nuwa. After reading its contents, Nezha furrowed his brow, feeling troubled throughout the day. That evening, an unexpected guest arrived at Nezha's room, none other than Yang Jian. At this moment, Yang Jian had yet to descend the mountain to assist in the campaign against Zhou, so he had to meet Nezha secretly. Upon seeing Nezha sitting on the edge of his bed with a furrowed brow, Yang Jian paused momentarily and, with concern, asked, "Third brother, is there something troubling you that you cannot resolve? Do you need my assistance?" Only then did Nezha notice Yang Jian standing in his room. After a moment of silence, he handed the letter to Yang Jian. Since the primordial heavenly venerable had indicated that the contents of the letter were known to both Master Yuding and Master Tai, Yang Jian was also deemed trustworthy enough to be informed. In fact, the primordial heavenly venerable was aware that Nezha would undoubtedly show the letter to Yang Jian and thus addressed it accordingly. After Yang Jian finished reading the letter, his expression mirrored that of Nezha's upon finishing it, and they sat in silence for a long while. Yang Jian eventually spoke. "Since our Grandmaster and Goddess Nuwa have advised this course of action, it would be prudent to follow their guidance. Given our current capabilities, it would be unwise to interfere excessively. It is better to let things unfold naturally. With me by your side, you need not fear any trouble. I believe our Grandmaster and our teachers will not allow those from the Western sect to succeed. Therefore, heed their words and act as the forerunner. After all, it is merely a matter of showcasing a magical artifact." Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Nezha couldn't help but smile, feeling the tension and uncertainty within him ease significantly. Reflecting on Yang Jian's advice, he felt a sense of relief. Nezha regained his usual demeanor, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he responded, "Very well. I shall heed your counsel, brother. However, they have schemed against me numerous times, so I would not mind causing them a bit of trouble to keep them in check for a while." "Humph. Do they truly believe that I can be easily manipulated?" Turning to Yang Jian, he added, "If there are no pressing matters, might you accompany Nezha on this venture?" Yang Jian smiled indifferently and replied, "For your request, third brother, I would be more than delighted." Thus, the two most formidable figures of the three generations of the Chan sect set out together for the West. What transpired during their journey remains unknown to me. However, I do know that after their departure, the West was flooded with a multitude of demonic creatures, over 10,000 in total. The meager number of divine generals in the West struggled for 100 days to eradicate these fiends, suffering nearly half of their ranks in casualties. Once upon a time, Nezha and Yang Jian, after taking their revenge on the Western sect, returned to the realm of Shiqi. However, at this moment, the two were on a mountain outside Shiqi City, playfully engaging with a dog resembling a snow wolf, adorned in a coat of pristine white fur that accentuated its graceful form. Curiously, this majestic canine was affectionately nuzzling against Yang Jian. Indeed, you heard correctly. This formidable wolf dog was exhibiting signs of endearment. To understand the origins of this dog, we must return to the tale of how Nezha and Yang Jian disrupted the Western order by drawing demonic creatures into chaos. The duo ventured into the demon clan's forest, vanquishing several demon lords, only to be pursued by the denizens of this dark realm, eventually leading them into the territory of the Western sect. These demons were mere pawns, bred by the demon clan to defend against the intrusions of the divine and mortal realms, and they belonged to the most rudimentary tier of demonic beings, possessing minimal self-awareness and an instinct to attack any human they encountered. As Nezha and Yang Jian lured these demons into the West, they soared away. However, during their flight, Yang Jian spotted a white she-wolf being besieged by a pack of demons. Initially, he and Nezha would have continued without pause, but upon closer inspection, he noticed 3 small white wolf pups cowering behind her. The she-wolf, battered and bruised, fought valiantly to shield her young. In a tragic turn of events, a demon leopard lunged at her, and while she instinctively attempted to thwart its attack, the beast mercilessly claimed the lives of 2 of her pups. Just as it was about to strike the last one, the she-wolf threw herself in front of the leopardess fangs, sustaining grave injuries and collapsing to the ground. Her eyes filled with sorrow and love for her offspring. Moved by the plight of the she-wolf, Yang Jian was reminded of his own mother, who had been seized by the heavenly court while striving to protect her family. Acting on impulse, he swiftly dispatched the surrounding demons. Nezha, standing behind Yang Jian, observed a profound sorrow in his demeanor, a sight he had never witnessed before. As Yang Jian gazed at the wounded she-wolf and the remaining pup, he spoke gently. "Do not worry, I will care for this little one. From this day forth, it shall be my brother." Comforted by his words, the she-wolf turned to her pup, whispering her final sentiments. The pup, licking its mother's face as if to wipe away her tears, cautiously approached Yang Jian, nuzzling against his leg. Once Yang Jian offered his reassuring touch, the pup relaxed and returned to its mother's side, continuing their silent exchange. The she-wolf, with a heavy heart, slowly closed her eyes. Yang Jian and Nezha buried the she-wolf alongside the two deceased pups. After the pup had paid tribute to its mother, it began its journey towards Shichi, nestled against Yang Jian in a mix of sorrow and trepidation, concerned for its comfort. Yang Jian and Nezha took flight to a mountain outside Shichi city, allowing the pup to rest. After a brief adjustment, the pup playfully frolicked around Yang Jian. Yet traces of fear and a desire for approval lingered in its eyes. Both Nezha and Yang Jian could not help but smile at the little creature, prompting Nezha to suggest, "Elder brother, if you are to care for this little one, should you not bestow upon it a name? One cannot simply continue to refer to it as little one," Yang Jian remarked. "Indeed, perhaps the third brother should bestow upon it a name." Nezha, gazing expectantly at his little wolfhound, proposed, "How about Wankai? It is a name commonly given to puppies nowadays, as trivial names tend to be more fortunate." Upon hearing the name Wankai, the little wolfhound promptly clamped its jaws onto Yang Jian's trouser leg, displaying its discontent. Nezha, observing the wolfhound's evident sensibility, was filled with mischief and continued to suggest a plethora of names that would surely exasperate the little creature. Little Wong, Little Bai, Bye-bye, Little Wolf. Just as the wolfhound seemed resigned to its fate, Yang Jian finally interjected, "Third brother, perhaps it is best not to tease it further. I think we shall call it Xiaodian, for it dares to challenge the heavens." After contemplating the name, Nezha found it most agreeable and nodded in acquiescence. The wolfhound, Xiaodian, gazed gratefully at its master, then turned to Nezha with a look of disdain. Nezha, amused by Xiaodian's expression, broke into a signature smile, while the wolfhound felt a chill run down its spine. The ensuing events are difficult to articulate. All that is known is that Yang Jian quietly turned away, disregarding Xiaodian's pleading gaze. Once Nezha had vented his frustrations, Yang Jian gently lifted the now slightly plump Xiaodian and bid farewell to Nezha before soaring back to Yuling Mountain. Henceforth, whenever Xiaodian encountered Nezha, it would silently retreat behind Yang Jian. Chapter 16. The three brothers gather in Shichi upon Nezha's return to Shichi. He was summoned by Jiang Zia to the West Bow Marquis mansion for a council. It appeared that Jiang Zia was planning a nocturnal assault on the Shang camp, seizing the opportunity while Zhang Guifang was injured, aiming to capture the Sisui Pass. When Nezha arrived, he found GFA, Jiang Zia, Huang Feihu, and others embroiled in a heated debate. Nezha also noticed a solidified spirit of a middle-aged man standing beside Jiang Zia, accompanied by 5 demon entities. Puzzled, Nezha greeted the assembly and took a seat to listen. It was revealed that Jiang Zia had recently ventured to Kunlun Mountain, where the primordial heavenly sovereign had bestowed upon him a scroll of the Investiture of the gods, and instructed him not to respond to anyone calling him on his return to Shichi. However, Jiang Zia inadvertently heard the voice of his sworn brother, Shen Gongbao, and instinctively turned to respond. Shen Gongbao sought to seize the Investiture of the gods, but fortunately, the South Pole Immortal happened to pass by and aided Jiang Zia in narrowly escaping disaster. The South Pole Immortal severely wounded Shen Gongbao and intended to capture him and deliver him to the Tongtian cult master for judgment, but inadvertently discovered that Shen Gongbao had vanished. Reluctantly, he bid farewell to Jiang Zia and returned to the Yushu Palace. On his journey back to Shichi, Jiang Zia rescued Bo Jian and subdued the 5 demons, fortuitously bringing them back to construct the Fengshan Terrace. GFA and Huang Feihu sought to seize the Sishuguan Pass, while Shen Gongbao was absent and Zhang Guifang was injured. However, Jiang Zia believed that capturing the Sishuguan was no simple task. He proposed creating a diversion outside the pass to incite chaos, allowing Nezha and Wu Ji to rescue General Nangong and Zhou Ji amidst the turmoil. Adhering to Jiang Zia's strategy, Huang Feihu led his troops to fabricate the appearance of a surprise attack by the Zhou army outside Sishuguan. Caught off guard, Zhang Guifang hastily commanded his troops to prepare for battle. Due to the recent low morale of the Shang army, several instances of disorder occurred during the assembly. By the time they finally organized themselves to depart, the guards on the city walls had suffered significant casualties. In a fit of rage, Zhang Guifang led his forces out of the city to confront the enemy, while Nezha and Wu Ji seized the opportunity to infiltrate Sishuguan, successfully rescuing General Nangong and Zhou Ji. Nezha also took the chance to set fire to the Shang army's supplies with his Samadhi True Fire, a blaze not easily extinguished by mere water. The inferno raged for 3 days and nights until Shen Gongbao managed to summon water from the Milky Way to quench it. But by then, it was too late. They were left with no choice but to procure provisions from the nearby Jiapai Pass. Upon learning this, King Zhou hastily ordered his officials to gather the remaining grain from the homes of the common people to transport to Sishiguan, inciting widespread discontent among the populace of the Shang dynasty. Hearing of Zhang Guifang's defeat, Grandmaster Wen promptly arrived at Jiulong Island to enlist the aid of the four holy kings, Mo, Yangsun, Gao Yuqian, and Li Xingba, to assist in the battle at Sishiguan. Though the powers of the four saints were modest, their steeds, formidable beasts from the demon forest, exerted a strong oppressive force on ordinary mounts and soldiers. At Sishiguan, each of the four saints rode their magical beasts, causing chaos among the mounts of GFA, Jiangxia, and the other generals. Only Nezha, on his windfire wheels, and Huang Feihu, on his five-colored sacred cow, managed to maintain their footing on the battlefield. The four saints threatened the forces of Shiqi, demanding the surrender of Huang Feihu and Jiangxia, along with a pledge of fealty to King Zhou, in exchange for ceasing hostilities. Seeking to buy time, Jiangxia informed the four saints that they needed to confer among themselves. Upon returning to the city, Jiangxia expressed his intention to seek assistance from Kunlun Mountain, entrusting Nezha and Huang Feihu with the defense of Shiqi. After arriving at the Yushu Palace in Kunlun, Jiangxia received 3 treasures from the primordial supreme being, the Xin Huang banner, the god-slaying whip, and the mount known as the Xifang. He was instructed to visit a certain individual on a small island in the North Sea. Upon reaching the island, Jiangxia encountered the beast known as Longshu Hu, a creature that appeared neither human nor beast. Longshu Hu attempted to devour Jiangxia, but he subdued it with the treasures and took it as a disciple back to Shiqi. Within Sishiguan, Shun Gongbao, having recovered from his injuries, extinguished the Samadhi true fire that had burned for 3 days and nights. He then conferred with the four saints to plan an assault on Shiqi, to which they agreed. Coincidentally, Jiangxia returned from the Yushu Palace, comforted by the acquisition of the 3 treasures in Longshu Hu, and sought to exploit this moment to retreat from the four saints. It should be noted that the Xifang was quite proud. It would not have allowed Jiangxia to ride it had it not been for the primordial supreme being's command. However, upon arriving in Shiqi and encountering Nezha, it refused to leave, seemingly attempting to curry favor with him. Nezha, in turn, was perplexed, as he had no prior connection to the Xifang and could not fathom why it was so attached to him. In fact, in a previous life, Nezha's spiritual pearl inadvertently saved this divine beast during a fierce battle against the demon clan and subsequently gifted it to the primordial heavenly venerable as a steed. The primordial heavenly venerable, rarely venturing out, nurtured the beast known as the Four Unlike, treating it more like a disciple. Consequently, the Four Unlike harbored immense gratitude towards the spiritual pearl. Possessing some bloodline of the beast kings and notable magical prowess, it detected the essence of the spiritual pearl through Nezha's scent, thus recognizing Nezha as its beloved spiritual pearl. This led to the endearing scenes of the beast seeking to please Nezha, who, oblivious to the truth, mistakenly believed himself to be universally adored and captivating, indulging in a lengthy spell of self-admiration. On the battlefield, as the two armies confronted each other, Shun Gongbao and Jiangxia found themselves at odds, leading to fierce combat. Jiangxia faced off against Shin Gongbao and Li Xingba, while Wu Ji, the dragon whisker tiger, confronted Wang Mo Nezha alongside Huang Feihu, engaged with Yang Sun and Gao Yuqian. In truth, Nezha could easily handle one of the four saints single-handedly, swiftly resolving the conflict. However, a message from the primordial heavenly venerable had designated Nezha merely as a vanguard, indicating that some lives were not meant to intertwine with his. Reluctantly, Nezha treated his encounter with Gao Yuqian as a practice match, exchanging blows for several hundred rounds. Just as Nezha grew impatient with wanting to conclude the fight against Gao Yuqian and the suppressing Yang Sun, a young lad clad in blue descended from the heavens. Wielding the Chanjiao treasure, the escaped dragon column. With a single strike, he dispatched young Senator Nezha. Glancing at the young man while battling Gao Yuqian, jovially remarked, "Brother, if you do not arrive soon, I fear I may be compelled to finish off this Gao Yuqian. His skills are woefully inadequate." Gao Yuqian, deeply frustrated by Nezha's words, initially believed that the lad before him could not withstand even 100 of his strikes, yet they had exchanged over 500. His stamina dwindled. While the red-clad youth showed no signs of fatigue, Yang Sun had previously managed to divide his attention between Huang Feihu and the red-clad youth, making things easier for himself. But now, with the sudden arrival of the blue-clad youth who eliminated Yang Sun, the red-clad youth's claims of merely playing with him stung deeply, making Gao Yuqian feel utterly inadequate. On the brink of expelling a mouthful of blood in frustration, he turned to flee, only to feel a crushing blow from behind, rendering him unconscious. Nezha, having stowed away the wind and fire wheels, embraced the blue-clad youth warmly. The lad, showing a tender affection, exclaimed third brother. "It has been far too long. You have grown even more handsome." Nezha playfully pinched the blue youth's cheek, retorting, "Elder brother, you two have become increasingly dashing. But what kind of celestial nourishment has second master given you to nurture you so plump and fair?" Indeed, this blue-clad youth was Jinjia, a disciple of the Wenshu Guangfa, heavenly venerable of the Chanjiao, and Nezha's beloved elder brother. Contrary to Nezha's teasing, Jinjia was not as portly as suggested. He merely appeared more robust in comparison, for unlike Nezha, a lotus incarnation indifferent to gourmet delights, Jinjia possessed a youthful spirit and, though he could not consume meat, found it difficult to resist the allure of delectable foods, thus appearing somewhat stout. Upon hearing such words from Nezha, Jinjia became self-conscious about his physique. He pinched Nezha's cheek and then his own, feeling somewhat disheartened. At that moment, Huang Feihu approached and, upon seeing the two brothers, broke into a smile. Jinjia, noticing him, quickly bowed and called out uncle, leaving Nezha puzzled as to why his elder brother knew Huang Feihu. Jinjia, perceiving Nezha's confusion, explained, "Third brother. I met uncle when our second brother was born. At that time, he personally came to our residence to deliver the Shueyue Ling Chao, preserving the lives of our mother and second brother." Nezha then recalled that his master had mentioned how, during their mother's difficult labor with Muzha, it was Huang Feihu who tirelessly sought the Shueyue Ling Chao, ensuring a safe delivery for both mother and child. Thus, it was then that uncle and elder brother first became acquainted. Supporting the lightly injured Huang Feihu, Jinjia and Nezha made their way towards Shiqi City. Following the demise of Yangxin and Gao Yuqian, Huang Feihu and Nezha had achieved great victories along the way. Upon returning to Shiqi, they found that Wuji and Long Su who had already slain Wang Yimou, marking another triumph for their side. However, GFA and Wuji abruptly inquired whether Nezha had seen Prime Minister Jiang Ziya, which led Nezha to realize that Jiang Ziya was missing. He hastily entrusted Huang Feihu's care to Jinjia, and, using the wind-fire wheel, soared outward toward the city's outskirts. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziya had fallen victim to the treachery of Shen Gongbao. In collusion with Li Xingba, they, along with the nine-headed young chick spirit Qingqing and the jade-stone Pipa spirit Yuqing, had set a trap that severely injured Jiang Ziya. Relying on the Xinghuang banner and the god-slaying whip, he struggled to hold his ground. Just then, a youth clad in green, reminiscent of Jinjia, wielding the Wu Go sword, broke through their formation and rescued Jiang Ziya. This green-clad youth was none other than Nezha's elder brother, Muzha, using the magical Wu Go sword. Muzha fought against the four assailants. However, Jiang Ziya's severe injuries rendered him unable to assist, and Muzha alone found it difficult to escape unscathed. Coincidentally, Nezha, hearing the sounds of battle, rushed to their aid. In a bid to swiftly bring Jiang Ziya back to Shiqi for healing, Nezha unleashed the nine-dragon Lihua shield, supplemented by the true fire of Samadhi, wounding Shen Gongbao and two of the monsters. Sensing the dire circumstances, Li Xingba attempted to flee but was struck down by Muzha's sword. Taking advantage of the distraction while Nezha and Muzha tended to Jiang Ziya, Shen Gongbao and his companions managed to escape. Without the luxury of time for pleasantries, Nezha and Muzha helped the severely injured Jiang Ziya fly back toward Shiqi. Once there, Muzha administered a spirit concentration pill to Jiang Ziya, and soon the pallor of his face transformed into a healthy hue. It turned out that the real man Puxian had foreseen Jiang Ziya's impending peril, and thus provided Muzha with a special elixir for his healing as he descended the mountain. With their anxieties alleviated, the others withdrew from Jiang Ziya's chamber, leaving Wuji and Long Suhu to care for him. After Jinjia, Muzha, and the others became acquainted, Nezha ushered them into his quarters. The three brothers, having not seen each other for quite some time, engaged in spirited conversation about various matters. Throughout their discourse, Jinjia and Muzha seized opportunities to mention how much Li Jing missed Nezha. Each time Nezha heard this, he felt an urge to slip away, for he had yet to determine how to confront Li Jing, still unable to discern his own heart. However, the events that would soon unfold would reveal to Nezha that he had already forgiven Li Jing at the very moment he knelt before the Jade Ding real man on his behalf. Chapter 17. Yang Jian descends the mountain to deliver rations after the four saints of Jiolong Island perished in battle and Shen Gongbao returned to Chaoga gravely injured. Master Wen commanded the recuperated Zhang Guifang to once again lead the troops stationed at Zhishuiguan. This time, Zhang Guifang exhibited a greater composure. However, after several negotiations with the Zhou army, he succumbed to arrogance once more. Under Jiang Ziya's cunning strategy, Zhang Guifang faced yet another defeat, becoming encircled by the Zhou forces. In a moment of despair and rage, he took his own life with his sword. Upon receiving the news of Zhang Guifang's demise from Han Rong, and witnessing the grievously wounded Shen Gongbao, Master Wen personally approached King Zhou to request the leadership of the army against Shiqi. To preempt any manipulation by Fei Zhong and Yu Han over King Zhou, Master Wen appointed them as military advisors to accompany the expedition to Zhishuiguan. Reluctantly, King Zhou acquiesced to Master Wen's request, allowing Fei Zhong and Yu Han to join the campaign against Shiqi. Master Wen appointed the venerable General Lu Xiong, over 70 years of age, renowned for his countless battles and strategic acumen, to lead an army of 100,000 to Zhishuiguan. Yang Jian commanded the Zhou forces to encamp atop Qishan. Upon learning of this, Lu Xiong ordered his soldiers to set up camp at the foot of Qishan, effectively trapping the Zhou army stationed above. Yang Jian instructed each soldier to carry a cotton garment, which perplexed them, as the oppressive heat of summer made the request seem illogical. Nonetheless, they did not dare defy Yang Jian's orders and complied. A scout dispatched by Lu Xiong found this strange and intended to report it, but as Lu Xiong was inspecting the camp, Fei Zhong, present in the tent, assured the scout that he would inform General Lu, urging him to continue his reconnaissance. Fei Zhong, harboring dissatisfaction regarding Master Wen's insistence on his participation, dismissed the matter, believing that a defeat would allow him to return to Chaoga and resume a life of luxury. This negligence ultimately led to a devastating loss for the Shang army, with over half of the 100,000 troops perishing. In a calculated move, Yang Jian and the brothers Nezha engaged in acts of sabotage against the Shang army's camp for several consecutive days. To capture Yang Jian, Lu Xiong recalled his more distant soldiers, attempting to overwhelm the Zhou forces with numbers. Realizing Lu Xiong had fallen into a trap, Yang Jian summoned a torrential downpour that night and personally visited Yuling Mountain to seek the aid of the immortal Yuding, obscuring the heavenly signs so that Master Wen, commanding from Chaoga, could not discern the situation through celestial observation. The downpour persisted for several days, leading Lu Xiong to grow suspicious. He urgently sent a message over 800 miles to Master Wen inquiring about the situation. However, as the heavenly signs were obscured, Master Wen mistakenly attributed the phenomena to weather conditions and deemed there to be no significant concern. That very night, Yang Jian, employing his magic, transformed the rain into snow, which fell continuously for 2 days and nights. The previous rain had turned the accumulated water at the mountain's foot into ice, and unlike the Zhou soldiers, who were wrapped in warm cotton garments, the Shang army, clad in light clothing, suffered greatly. With no dry firewood available for warmth due to the incessant rain, many froze to death over the following days. Moreover, the messenger horses, lacking suitable fodder, perished from the cold. The Zhou army, without expending significant effort, effortlessly repelled the Shang forces, resulting in the demise of 10,000 soldiers. When Yang Jian and GFA entered the camp of the Shang army, they discovered the aged General Lu Xiong sitting upright, having already passed away. Nearby, Fei Zhong and Yu Han were merely unconscious from the cold. It turned out that these two had stripped the clothing from the deceased soldiers and donned them for themselves. GFA recalled how, during his journey to Chaoga to rescue his father, these two had trampled upon him. He commanded his soldiers to bind them and bring them back to Shiqi. Yang Jian provided warm cotton clothing to the surviving soldiers, and once they regained their warmth, he escorted those willing to submit back to Shiqi. The others, who wished to return home but refused to yield, were given some monetary aid and released. Yang Jian ordered the soldiers of Shiqi to bury the fallen Shang warriors, granting them peace in death, and ultimately, he personally ensured that General Lu Xiong received a proper burial. Afterward, Nezha visited General Lu Xiong's grave alone. The general's dignified posture and unwilling gaze left a profound impact on him. Nezha grappled with the question of why these generals and soldiers, fully aware of their sovereign's incompetence, risked their lives to defend him. He pondered why the loyal and righteous met such tragic ends in this calamity, and why a war instigated by the powerful beings of the three realms ensnared so many innocent mortals. Nezha felt that this disaster meant devastation and loss for the common folk, while for the immortals, it might merely serve as a trivial diversion. Gazing at General Lu Xiong's grave, Nezha found himself at a loss for words, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions, which ultimately coalesced into a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, this celestial game centered around him, and he, akin to the ordinary mortals and even the nobles, was merely a pawn with knowledge of the game. Just as Nezha felt lost and helpless about his future path, a slender hand, as exquisite as jade, rested gently on his left shoulder. The voice of his elder brother, Yang Jian, resonated with understanding, assuring him that despite the treacherous road ahead, he would remain steadfast and loyal. Nezha refrained from turning around, for he knew that the only one who could find him so readily was Yang Jian. He continued to gaze at General Lu Xiong's grave. Yet the look of confusion on his face dissipated as he smiled and said to the person behind him, "Very well, brother, you must remember your words. For aside from my master, you are the one I trust the most." Before Nezha could finish, Yang Jian turned him around to face him, asserting with conviction, "There are no ifs. No, I am indeed your most trusted brother. In all matters, I will never deceive you. We are bound by our oath to share both fortune and hardship. Third brother, trust me, will you?" Nezha met Yang Jian's resolute gaze, turned away to wipe the tears from his eyes, and with a trembling voice replied, "Yes, I trust you, brother. However, if you were ever to deceive me, I would not retaliate. I would simply distance myself, immersing myself in a myriad of tasks until your memory faded from my mind, thus sparing myself the pain, wouldn't it?" Of course, Nezha believed this day would never come, for Yang Jian was the person he trusted above all else. Yang Jian gazed helplessly at Nezha's departing figure and slowly approached, affectionately ruffling Nezha's hair while saying, "All right, second brother will heed your wishes. By the way, in a few days, I shall descend the mountain to assist Master Jiang in overthrowing the Shang dynasty. At that time, I shall help alleviate some of your burdens. For someone of your age should not bear such overwhelming pressure, as it may hinder your growth. Though, perhaps remaining shorter has its advantages, making it easier for me to ruffle your hair. Haha." Nezha initially felt joy from Yang Jian's words, but his expression darkened upon hearing the mention of not growing taller. The insinuation that his stature was a convenience for Yang Jian's playful gestures left him feeling quite vexed. Turning around, he glared at the still smirking Yang Jian and, in a fit of frustration, withdrew the Hunyuan silk to bind him. Yang Jian, however, transformed into a mosquito using his mastery of the 72 transformations and escaped, leading to a playful chase between the two on the outskirts of Shiqi. Meanwhile, Master Wen of Chaoga fainted upon receiving the news of the annihilation of his 100,000-strong army and the death of Lu Xiong. Upon regaining consciousness, he hastily approached the palace to request permission from King Zhou to personally lead a campaign against Shiqi and recommended the 4 generals of the demon family from the excellent Mingwan Pass. King Zhou, preoccupied with his infatuation with Daji and the beauties Feng Qingqing and Yu Qing who were brought into the palace by Daji, showed little concern for the front lines. He believed that Master Wen's personal involvement in battle would expedite the conclusion of the conflict. Thus, he granted Master Wen's request. Master Wen took command, leading the 4 generals of the demon family and 100,000 troops to confront Jiangxia at the Sisui Pass. At that moment, however, Jiangxia was troubled by a food shortage. Due to adverse weather conditions, this year's harvest in Shiqi had been meager, compounded by the significant depletion of resources from years of warfare against the Shang army. Nezha proposed that, with his swift wind-fire wheels, he could venture to Chaoga to gather provisions, but Jiangxia rejected the idea, explaining that the Shang army was also facing food scarcity due to ongoing conflicts. King Zhou's tyranny had led to the confiscation of the common people's remaining supplies for his own use, resulting in exorbitant prices for grain in the Shang dynasty, making it unwise for Shiqi to become unwitting victims. As the group lamented their plight, Yang Jian descended from the heavens and addressed Jiangxia, stating, "Master Uncle, I am Yang Jian, the 3rd-generation disciple of the Chan sect, sent by my esteemed mentor, the Jade Dingjinren, to provide provisions for Shiqi in this time of dire need, and I am also tasked with aiding you in overthrowing the Shang dynasty." Jiangxia looked at Yang Jian with excitement, nodding vigorously. GFA, equally thrilled, expressed gratitude on behalf of the Shiqi soldiers, saying, "Brother Yang Jian, your journey has brought timely relief to Shiqi." Understanding GFA's future significance as King Wu of Zhou, Yang Jian felt it inappropriate to accept such a bow of respect. He hurried forward to assist GFA, saying, "Young master, you flatter me. This is merely my duty." Nezha, aware that his elder brother was not adept at handling such formalities, stepped in to ease the situation, asking, "Brother, how much grain have you brought?" Upon hearing Nezha's question, Yang Jian glanced at him and, seeing his teasing expression, smiled helplessly. He then addressed Jiangxia, saying, "Master Uncle, please observe, the provisions are contained within this small bowl." Jiangxia glanced at the object and recognized it as a storage vessel crafted by his master, the esteemed Tai Jinren. Thus, he felt no surprise. However, those around him, led by GFA, found it quite peculiar, pondering how such a diminutive bowl could possibly hold a substantial amount of grain. Yet, out of respect for Jiangxia, they refrained from voicing their doubts. Yang Jian, perceptive of the expressions surrounding him, chose to remain silent. To alleviate the awkwardness, Jiangxia guided everyone, including Yang Jian, to the granary. As Yang Jian tilted the bowl, an astonishing cascade of grain poured forth, filling 3 storerooms for nearly an hour. Yet, the bowl still brimmed with more. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, and it was only after Jiangxia commanded the clearing of several empty rooms that the contents of the bowl were fully emptied. Thus, Yang Jian remained in Shiqi, collaborating with Nezha to assist in the campaign against the Shang dynasty. The disciples of the Chan religion, save for Lei Zhenzi, resided within the prime minister's residence under Yang Jian. Consequently, Yang Jian and Nezha often engaged in martial arts training in the courtyard. As the remaining disciples descended the mountain and settled together, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. They frequently practiced together, fostering a strong camaraderie among the Chan disciples. They affectionately referred to Yang Jian and Nezha as second brother and third brother, while Huang Tianhua and Jin Zhamuzha also called Yang Jian second brother. As for Nezha, in their eyes, he remained a mere child. Chapter 18. The arrival of Tianxiang. It is said that when Taisher and the 4 generals of the Mo family parted ways, for when Taisher had rendered favors to them. Thus, the Mo generals agreed to assist when Taisher in guarding the easternmost pass of the Shang dynasty, known as Jiaming Pass. The journey for the Mo generals to Shiqi was longer than that of Wen Taisher, allowing him to arrive at Zishui Pass first. Wen Taisher, filled with deep-seated animosity toward Jiang Ziya due to the deaths of Zhang Guifang and Lu Xiong, could not contain his anger upon reaching Zishui Pass and promptly issued a challenge to Shiqi. On the 3rd day following Wen Taisher's arrival, the 2 armies faced each other at the foot of Qishan Mountain. Jiang Ziya, holding a profound respect for Wen Taisher, attempted to persuade him to surrender to Shiqi before the battle commenced. However, Wen Taisher disregarded Jiang Ziya's attempts and boldly rode his ink Qilin into the battlefield, brandishing his dual whips, demanding Jiang Ziya to face him in combat. Seeing that persuasion had failed, Jiang Ziya, steeling himself, mounted his peculiar steed and prepared for battle. The 2 warriors clashed fiercely, their skills seemingly equal. Yet, Nezha and Yang Jian discerned that Wen Zhong possessed a greater strength than Jiang Ziya. Vigilantly, they observed the center of the battlefield. In a swift exchange of blows, after approximately 100 moves, Wen Zhong struck Jiang Ziya in the abdomen, sending him flying from his steed. Nezha, swiftly riding on his wind fire wheels, rushed forward to catch the unconscious Jiang Ziya, while Yang Jian intercepted Wen Zhong, who sought to finish Jiang Ziya off. Following GFA's command to retreat, Yang Jian engaged Wen Taisher for about 50 exchanges. Sensing a threat from Yang Jian, Wen Taisher attempted to strike him down with his celestial eye, but Yang Jian countered the attack with his own. Seizing the moment of Wen Taisher's shock, Yang Jian retreated into Shiqi city. Observing the Shiqi forces retreating in scathe, Wen Taisher reluctantly sounded the retreat. Within Shiqi city, Jiang Ziya remained in a state of unconsciousness, leaving GFA momentarily indecisive. Thus, a truce banner was raised, awaiting a more opportune moment. At this juncture, the guards of the Prime Minister's residence entered to report that outside stood a youth clad in white, accompanied by a strikingly handsome boy of approximately 10 years. The youth claimed to be the disciple nephew of Prime Minister Jiang, come to deliver a life-saving elixir and assist in repelling the enemy. Upon hearing this, GFA promptly instructed the guards to usher the visitors inside. The white-clad youth, leading the young boy, entered the main hall, eliciting laughter from Nezha and Yang Jian. For the youth was none other than Huang Tianhua, the eldest son of King Wu Cheng, Huang Feihu, and the sole direct disciple of the revered true Lord of Taoism, Zishu, from the Qifeng Mountain. The boy was Huang Tianxiang, Huang Feihu's younger son and Huang Tianhua's brother. Upon entering, the little boy disregarded his father and brother, rushing straight toward Nezha, whom he affectionately embraced, calling out, "Third brother." Nezha gently lifted Tianxiang and quietly inquired about his life with the Grand Master Lingbao. It was revealed that after rescuing Huang Feihu from Yuhua, Nezha had become quite fond of Tianxiang, who idolized him. When Nezha intended to return to Qinyuan Mountain, Tianxiang adamantly refused to let him go. At that time, Tianxiang was still young, adorably plump, and Nezha, unable to deny the boy's earnestness, agreed to take him back to Qinyuan Mountain, especially since Huang Feihu wished for Tianxiang to study under the Taoist sect. However, en route, Nezha fortuitously encountered his venerable master's foremost disciple, the Grand Master Lingbao. Despite his exalted status, even the 12 golden immortals addressed him as elder brother. After paying his respects, Nezha greeted him as master uncle. The Grand Master nodded, yet Tianxiang, unaware of the Grand Master's esteemed identity, simply found him pleasing to the eye. Unconsciously, he leapt from Nezha's arms and asked for a hug from the Grand Master. Caught off guard by this unexpected display, the Grand Master instinctively bent down and embraced the charming Tianxiang. Nezha, well aware of the Grand Master's temperament, who was notoriously difficult to provoke, even his own master dared not act frivolously before him, cautiously said to the Grand Master, "Master uncle, please forgive Tianxiang's naivety." To Nezha's astonishment, the Grand Master shook his head, a rare smile gracing his face, as he remarked, "It is no trouble, I share a special bond with this child. As I have no disciples, I shall take Tianxiang as my pupil." Nezha was left in stunned silence, watching as Tianxiang was taken away by the Grand Master. It took him a while to come to terms with the situation. Thus, Tianxiang became the Grand Master Lingbao's sole disciple and the only grand student of the Venerable Laozi. This time, due to Tianxiang's mischief at Kongtong Mountain, wishing to see Nezha, the Grand Master reluctantly entrusted him to Huang Tianhua, who was en route to Shiqi. As Huang Tianhua greeted the assembly, GFA, anxious for Yang Jian's safety, rushed forward to aid Huang Tianhua, urgently stating, "Brother Tianhua, there is no need for such formalities. It is of utmost importance to attend to the Chancellor's healing." Huang Tianhua, understanding the gravity of the situation, approached and administered the medicinal elixir bestowed upon him by his master to Jiang Ziya's lips. Before long, Jiang Ziya stirred back to consciousness, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers. To facilitate Jiang Ziya's recovery, everyone retreated to their respective quarters. Huang Feihu led Huang Tianhua and the ever-adoring Huang Tianxiang, who clung tightly to Nezha, back to his chamber. After sharing some memories and inquiring about Tianxiang's recent endeavors, he encouraged the young ones to converse amongst themselves. Nezha escorted Tianxiang and Tianhua to the back garden of the Chancellor's residence, where they fortuitously encountered Yang Jian, Jinjia, Muzha, Wuji, and Long Suhu, gathering the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect in Shiqi. Nezha gently set Tianxiang down and introduced him to the assembly, after which the youth began to engage in spirited conversation. During the exchange, Wuji, upon learning of Tianxiang's identity, expressed a desire to spar with him. Tianxiang glanced at Nezha, and upon receiving a nod of approval, accepted Wuji's challenge. Huang Tianhua, witnessing the silent communication between the two, felt a pang of jealousy and sidled up to Nezha, lamenting, "Cousin, what sorcery have you employed to make Tianxiang so attached to you? As his elder brother, I find myself relegated to the background." On our journey to Shiqi, he incessantly called out, "Brother, brother, how much longer until we reach Shiqi? I miss Nezha so much. Brother, hurry up, your speed pales in comparison to Nezha's. Honestly, this entire trip has nearly driven me to exasperation. If only I were able to best you, I would certainly show you a lesson in front of Tianxiang, so he understands that his elder brother is formidable too." Nezha looked at Tianhua with amusement and retorted, "Regardless, you cannot defeat me." Tianhua, seething with indignation, found himself unable to counter the remark. Yang Jian and the others, overhearing their exchange, erupted into laughter. Before their mirth subsided, Wuji returned to his seat, sporting a comically swollen eye, further inciting laughter among the group. Nezha regarded the smug Tianxiang with a stern expression, leading Tianxiang to believe he had erred, causing him to lower his gaze. Wuji anticipated that Nezha would defend him, imparting wisdom to Tianxiang about respecting his elders. But instead, Nezha advised, "Tianxiang, you must not act in such a manner. If you wish to strike, ensure it is proportionate. One panda eye cannot rival a pair of beautiful ones." Tianxiang, earnestly nodding in agreement with Nezha, sweetly replied, "Third brother is right. Tianxiang understands." Nezha, pleased, lifted the adorable Tianxiang into his arms, while everyone, save for Wuji, was in fits of laughter, with Huang Tianhua collapsing onto the ground in mirth. After the crowd had finished their discussions, Tianxiang exclaimed that he wanted to spend the evening with Nezha. Huang Tianhua, unable to endure his younger brother's incessant attachment to Nezha rather than to himself, lifted Tianxiang despite his protests and took him back to his room for the night. The following day, Jiang Ziya had recovered from his injuries and summoned everyone to the main hall to deliberate on strategies to confront Master One. Huang Tianhua, however, appeared even worse than Wu Ji, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes as he sluggishly dragged Tianxiang into the hall. Huang Feihu, witnessing the pitiable state of his eldest son alongside the haughty demeanor of his younger son, found himself caught between laughter and tears. Amused, Nezha approached Huang Tianhua and pulled the sulking Tianxiang away, who, upon seeing Nezha, quickly shed his anger and reverted to his usual adorable self, playfully clinging to Nezha. Huang Tianhua helplessly regarded his younger brother, casting a tearful glance at Huang Feihu. Jiang Ziya, amused by the scene, refrained from intervening. Once everyone was seated, he began to analyze Master Wen's strength, urging the group to devise a strategy to repel him. At that moment, Huang Tianhua stood and addressed Jiang Ziya, saying, "Master Jiang, there is no need for concern. Before descending the mountain, my master bestowed upon me the treasure known as the heart-piercing nail, which is particularly effective against Master Wen's celestial vision. However, I require assistance to execute my plan." After sharing his strategy, Jiang Ziya pondered briefly and turned to Nezha and Yang Jian, instructing, "Nezha, you shall be responsible for challenging him to draw out Master One. Once he is lured to the foot of Mount Qi, do not engage in prolonged combat. but instead, join forces with Yang Jian, who will be lying in ambush there. Yang Jian, when you see Nezha and Master Wen, use your celestial vision to reveal Master Wen's powers, allowing Tianhua to utilize the heart-piercing nail against him. Do you all understand? The three nodded, initiating their first collaboration. Everything unfolded according to Jiang Zia's plan. Nezha successfully lured Master Wen to the foot of Mount Qi, where he and Nezha engaged in a thrilling battle, exchanging hundreds of blows. Seizing the opportunity while Master Wen employed his celestial vision, Huang Tianhua deftly launched the heart-piercing nail, inflicting severe injury upon Wenzhong. Just as Nezha was poised to deliver a fatal strike to Master Wen, a flash of golden light appeared, and Wenzhong was rescued by an unknown party. The news of Master Wen's defeat and disappearance returned to Sishiguan, inciting great fury among the recently arrived 4 generals of the Mo clan. Without taking time to rest and regroup, their leader, Mo Liqing, ordered his soldiers to issue a challenge to Shiqi, vowing to avenge Master Wen. Chapter 19. Nezha's fury. The 4 generals of the Mo clan were 4 brothers born of the same mother, all disciples of the Tongtian cult master. The eldest, Mo Liqing, stood at an imposing height of over 2 meters, with a face resembling that of a live crab and whiskers like copper wire, wielding a gleaming sword. The second, Mo Lihai, brandished a spear and carried a jade pipa on his back. The third, Mo Lihong, held a primordial pearl umbrella, symbolizing rain, while the youngest, Mo Lisho, wielded 2 whips, keeping within his possession a creature resembling a white mouse, known as the purple gold flower ferret. The 4 brothers wield formidable treasures. The eldest, with his azure-edged sword, embodies the essence of fire. Should one be wounded, the injury leads to a gradual corrosion, leaving nothing behind unless one possesses the antidote crafted by the sorcerer Mo Liqing. The second brother's jade pipa emits sounds that can disturb the mind, reducing the weak-souled to mere fools in an instant, and prolonged exposure leads to fatal hemorrhaging. The third brother's primordial pearl umbrella can absorb all things. An ordinary person captured within would dissolve into blood within a day. The youngest, possessing the golden flower ferret, can alter its size, expanding to consume entire mountains in a single gulp. Together, these 4 treasures have secured innumerable victories, their lives unmarred by defeat. When summoned by the esteemed Taisher to quell the West Qi rebels, they initially regarded it with indifference. Only upon hearing of Taisher's grievous injuries and disappearance did they begin to take the matter seriously, yet they never doubted their own triumph, prompting them to issue a challenge to West Qi without delay. Upon receiving the challenge from the 4 generals of the Mo clan, Jiang Zia contemplated his response and selected Yang Jian, Nezha, Huang Tianhua, and Lei Zhenzi, who had just returned from mourning for Ji Chang, to face them in battle. Tianshan, eager to join, was swiftly dismissed by Nezha, who still viewed him as a child. Nezha entrusted Tianshan to Huang Feihu and Jin Jia Mu Jia for supervision, while he and Jiang Zia prepared to confront the Mo clan's generals. The 2 armies clashed outside Sishui Pass, where the Mo generals, with their treasures in hand, looked down with arrogance upon Jiang Zia and his companions. Mo Liqing, in a haughty tone, addressed Jiang Zia, mockingly questioning his significance and dismissing him as merely a scholar leading a group of younglings. He speculated on the dubious methods they had employed to injure Wenzhong, proclaiming that once they fell into the hands of the Mo clan, they would soon be begging for mercy. Unfazed, Jiang Zia responded with calmness, acknowledging the exceptional prowess of the 4 generals, expressing his admiration and introducing his 4 disciples, who held great reverence for them. With the Mo generals before them, he suggested a friendly exchange of knowledge, urging them to engage. The 4 warriors, with a shared smile, stepped forward to request the general's guidance. Before the Mo clan could respond, they each brandished their treasures and commenced battle. Lei Zhenzi faced Mo Liqing, Nezha confronted Mo Lihai, Huang Tianhua clashed with Mo Lihong, and Yang Jian engaged with the youngest, Mo Lisho. Nezha, unburdened by soul and spirit, found Mo Lihai's treasure ineffective, allowing him to maintain the upper hand. Conversely, Lei Zhenzi, equipped with his wind and thunder wings and the Xianyuan sword, matched Mo Liqing blow for blow. Huang Tianhua, gritting his teeth, persevered against Mo Lihong. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, needing to focus on countering Mo Lisho's golden ferret, found himself in an evenly matched struggle. In a bid to swiftly conclude the battle, Nezha wielded his fire needle spear in conjunction with his Samadhi true fire, wounding the demon Lihai and shattering his cherished jade pipa. Upon witnessing the string of his beloved instrument severed, Lihai was consumed by sorrow, neglecting his brethren as he retreated into the earth with his pipa, presumably to mend it. Nezha, bemused, watched Lihai flee with such haste, a mix of laughter and exasperation on his face, before turning to assist Lei Zhenzi in confronting Mo Liqing. With Nezha's support, Lei Jinzi felt a significant alleviation. As they fought, Nezha remarked, Lei Jinzi, leave Mo leeching to me. You must aid Tianhua, for he is on the brink of collapse. Lei Jinzi nodded in agreement, withdrawing to entrust Mo leeching to Nezha. Mo leeching, intent on halting Lei Jinzi's departure, found his path obstructed by Nezha's Samadhi true fire and was left helplessly watching as Lei Jinzi approached Mo Li Hong. Nezha, with a devilish grin, taunted Mo leeching, old man. You would do well to remain here. Thoughts of escape are futile. Infuriated by Nezha's words, Mo leeching summoned his powers to their utmost, presenting a challenge even to Nezha. In a bid to expedite the conflict, Nezha revealed a flaw, retreating just as Mo leeching basked in his moment of triumph. He unleashed the Nine-Dragon Fire cover, sending Mo leeching into a frenzied retreat. Meanwhile, with Lei Jinzi's assistance, Huang Tianhua swiftly repelled Mo Li Hong. The trio was about to aid Yang Jian against Mo Li's Ho when they beheld the shocking sight of Yang Jian being devoured by the flower ferret. Nezha stood in stunned disbelief, his eyes brimming with incredulity, for in his heart, Yang Jian was invincible, superior in character, strategy, martial prowess, and sorcery. Following his shock was a wave of profound sorrow and rage. Enveloped in Samadhi true fire, Nezha bowed his head, concealing his expression, yet exuding an aura of profound grief and despair. Beside him, Lei Jinzi and Huang Tianhua wore expressions of disbelief in the eyes of many. Yang Jian was the preeminent disciple of the Chan teaching's third generation, and while others may falter, he would not. Yet, this was a truth they had witnessed with their own eyes. The sinister smile of Mo Li Shou widened as he taunted Nezha and his companions, declaring that a mere child dared to challenge him, full of misplaced confidence. Look, he shall soon become a delightful morsel for my flower ferret. Aha. Nezha, who had been silent and bowed in contemplation, lifted his gaze upon hearing Mo Li Shou's words. His eyes, chillingly indifferent, caused Mo Li Shou to feel an instinctive urge to flee. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the notion, thinking that no matter how formidable Nezha might be, he would merely serve as an additional treat for the flower ferret. Thus, he resumed his derisive and triumphant demeanor. Nezha curled his lips into a sardonic smile, coldly regarding Mo Li Shou before unsheathing his fire-tipped spear and, with the swiftness of the windfire wheel, lunged towards him. Mo Li Qing and Mo Li Hong attempted to intercept Nezha, but were thwarted by Lei Jinzi and Huang Tianhua, leading to an explosive clash. Nezha and his allies fought with reckless abandon, while Mo Li Qing and Mo Li Hong, though injured, managed to hold their ground against their opponents. However, Mo Li Shou suffered greatly. Nezha's relentless fury was honed through the harsh lessons from Yuding Jinren, the esteemed disciple of the Chan sect, and his combat prowess compelled even Tai Jinren to tread carefully. Mo Li Shou's flower ferret, having sustained severe injuries in a prior battle against Yang Jian, had retreated into its beast pouch to recuperate, leaving him utterly defenseless against Nezha's ferocious onslaught. Regret consumed Mo Li Shou as he lamented his decision to provoke such a harbinger of death, berating himself for courting disaster. Unfazed by Mo Li Shou's remorse, Nezha had succumbed to a state of wrath, driven by the belief that Mo Li Shou had slain Yang Jian. In his heart, he vowed to annihilate the entire Shang army in retribution for his beloved second brother, who could no longer shield him from harm. The only one who cared for him was now gone, leaving Nezha engulfed in a storm of vengeful fury. Witnessing their younger brother on the verge of death, Mo Li Qing and Mo Li Hong could not bear to watch. Swiftly, they cast an illusion spell to withdraw from the fray, racing towards Mo Li Shou. Utilizing their magical artifacts, they repelled the enraged Nezha and seized the now unrecognizable Mo Li Shou, fleeing towards the Sishui Pass. The Shang army, seeing their general retreat, followed suit back to the pass. Once Nezha regained his footing and spotted the fleeing Mo brothers, he prepared to pursue them on his windfire wheel. However, Jiang Jia stepped forward to impede Nezha, urging him to consider the larger picture. Nezha cast a scornful glance at Jiang Jia and coldly retorted, "The greater good? Were it not for my brother's counsel, I would have long since marched to Chaoga and taken the head of Defying to end this conflict." Disregarding any notion of the greater good, in my heart, nothing holds more weight than my second brother. He implored Jiang Jia to step aside, warning that otherwise, he would abandon his reverence for his master. Jiang Jia, deeply saddened by Yang Jian's demise and aware of the bond between Nezha and him, understood the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, as the Prime Minister of West Qi, he had to prioritize the overarching strategy, thus refusing to yield. The two stood resolute, locked in a confrontation where neither was willing to relent. Lei Jinzi and Huang Tianhua wished to approach Nezha to offer their counsel, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Nezha, with furrowed brows, was poised to repel Jiang Jia when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, losing consciousness. Jiang Jia stepped forward to embrace the unconscious Nezha, expressing gratitude to Tianxiang, who had stealthily entered the battlefield while Huang Feihu and Jin Zhamu Zhao were distracted. However, he arrived after the battle had concluded, witnessing only the tense standoff between Nezha and Jiang Jia. Taking advantage of the moment, Huang Tianhua informed Tianxiang of the situation, urging him to persuade Nezha. Despite his youth, Tianxiang, well instructed by the great master Lingbao, displayed remarkable maturity. He understood that if Nezha ventured alone to the Sizhuiguan for revenge, it would disrupt Jiang Zia's plans and be detrimental to the larger strategy. Yet, being young and regarding Nezha as his beloved third brother, he hesitated to confront him directly for fear of straining their bond. Instead, he resorted to casting a spell to render Nezha unconscious. Chapter 20. A safe return and the slaying of 4 generals. Given his youth, Tianxiang's formidable magical abilities were still somewhat unrefined. Hence Nezha awakened from his slumber after less than a day. To temper Nezha's impulsiveness upon waking, Jiang Jia arranged for Jin Jia, Mu Jia, Tianhua, and Tianxiang to keep him company in his room. Upon awakening, Nezha no longer felt the same impetuosity, yet sat there in a daze, uttering not a word. Jin Jia and the others attempted to console him, but Nezha dismissed them from the room. Even Tianxiang's attempts at affection fell flat as Nezha solemnly replied, "Tianxiang, my dear, my mood is low. Let us play together another time." After sending everyone away, Nezha locked the door, concerned that he might act recklessly. Jin Jia and the others dared not leave, continuously urging Nezha from outside. After a considerable time, Nezha finally opened the door and, with a hoarse voice, reassured them. "Eldest brother, you need not worry. I will not act foolishly until I avenge second brother. Please return and allow me some peace." With that, he closed the door once more. Left with no choice, Jin Jia and the others took turns guarding Nezha's door, and 3 days passed in this manner. Afterward, Jiang Jia instructed Huang Tianhua to summon Nezha, informing him that the truce at Sizhuiguan had been lifted. Nezha opened the door, gazing at Tianhua, and mustered a strained smile. Tianhua placed a reassuring hand on Nezha's shoulder, saying, "Fear not. Today we shall avenge brother Yang together." Nezha remained silent, earnestly looking into Tianhua's eyes, shaking his head, and then nodding. Tianhua, perplexed by Nezha's ambiguous gestures, was about to inquire further when Nezha gently removed Tianhua's hand from his shoulder and proceeded towards the council hall, with Tianhua trailing behind, persistently questioning him. Upon reaching the council hall, Nezha was met with anxious expressions from the gathered assembly. He paused momentarily, then sincerely apologized. "I am sorry for causing everyone concern. It was my fault, and I shall not repeat such behavior." Turning to his master, he added, "Master, I once again apologize for my previous transgressions." Nezha humbly bowed to Jiang Jia, who gently supported him, smiling as he reassured Nezha that there was no offense taken. "It was nothing," he said. "I understand your feelings at that moment." The two exchanged a knowing smile, resolving the tension from that day. As the assembly gathered in the discussion hall to deliberate on strategies against the 4 generals of the demon clan, Nezha remarked, "Master Jiang, the 4 generals possess average magical powers. It is their formidable treasures that pose the real threat. Had it not been for Mo Li Hong's exhaustion from contending with my elder brother and Tianhua that day, his primordial pearl umbrella would have undoubtedly claimed our treasures." He continued, "Moreover, the artifacts wielded by Mo Li Qing, Mo Li Hai, and Mo Li Shou cannot be underestimated. During my clash with Mo Li Hai, I discovered that my fire spear was no match for the jade pipa. If it weren't for my ethereal state, I would have surely fallen within 10 exchanges." Thus, Nezha concluded that to confront the 4 generals, one must first tackle their treasures, and the most effective approach would be to steal them. Jiang Jia fully endorsed Nezha's insight, yet the assembly fell into contemplation regarding who would undertake the task of pilfering the treasures. Wu Ji interjected, "If only brother Yang were still here, his 72 transformations could turn into anything, making the theft of a treasure as easy as breathing." Before he could finish, Lei Zhenzi, seated beside him, swiftly covered his mouth. The atmosphere in the room had noticeably darkened, especially near Nezha, where it had nearly reached freezing point. Realizing his words had cast a pall over the gathering, Wu Ji hurriedly approached Nezha, apologizing, "Brother Nezha, I did not mean to bring up brother Yang. I only thought that if he were still here." Beside him, Huang Tianhua could no longer bear the discomfort, casting an apologetic glance at Nezha, as if to say, "Forgive me for failing to manage my pet," letting it speak out of turn. He then led the still unaware Wu Ji away. Observing Tianhua's expression and Wu Ji's departure, Nezha chose not to voice further complaints, merely shaking his head at Tianhua, signaling that he bore no ill will towards Wu Ji. As the group continued deliberating on who would undertake the theft of the treasures, a fluffy creature suddenly leaped onto the beam of the discussion hall. Everyone turned their attention to the source, revealing it to be Mo Li Shou's flower ferret. Without hesitation, Nezha brandished his fire spear and charged at the ferret. Just as the spear was about to pierce the creature, Nezha abruptly halted, staring in astonishment at the ferret before joyfully embracing it. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, initially suspecting that Nezha had been affected by the death of Yang Jian. Golden Jia was about to caution Nezha when he observed the flower ferret snuggling against Nezha's chin. Upon closer inspection, the ferret's eyes radiated a familiar affection. The crowd rubbed their eyes, suddenly recognizing that gaze. It was reminiscent of the way Yang Jian would look at Nezha. As the flower ferret leaped from Nezha's embrace, its form transformed into that of Yang Jian. The assembly finally understood the source of that familiar expression. It was indeed the gaze Yang Jian bestowed upon Nezha each time they met. A collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd as they realized that Nezha would not explode in fury after all. Jiang Zia approached to inquire about the events that had transpired with Yang Jian. Yang Jian explained to the assembly, on the day of my battle with Mo Li Shou, the flower ferret was lurking to devour me. I feigned a strategy and allowed myself to be consumed by the flower ferret. That night, while the 4 generals of the Mo family were recuperating, I utilized the Excalibur bestowed by my master to slay the flower ferret. I then transformed into the flower ferret to remain close to Mo Li Shou, gathering intelligence on military affairs. Today, Mo Li Shou instructed me to stealthily infiltrate Shi-Chi and eliminate Master Jiang and the second young master, GFA. With neither a chancellor nor an heir, Shi-Chi would lose its backbone, enabling them to swiftly annihilate Shi-Chi. I believe we can turn the tables and, with coordinated efforts, repel the 4 generals of the Mo family. I will return to inform them that the chancellor and young master GFA have perished, and instruct our soldiers to don hemp garments. While they are distracted, I will pilfer their magical artifacts, and together, we shall drive back the 4 generals of the Mo family. After hearing Yang Jian's words, Jiang Zia nodded in agreement, and the others concurred that the plan was indeed feasible. Without further delay, Yang Jian proceeded to execute the strategy at Sisui Pass. Seeing that Yang Jian was unharmed, Nezha felt a sense of relief, and the morale in Shi-Chi lifted, fully committing to the plan of repelling the enemy. According to the strategy devised by Jiang Zia and Yang Jian, at the moment of confrontation between the 2 armies the following day, Huang Feihu, mounted on the 5-colored divine cow, stood at the forefront, flanked by Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Huang Tianhua. Meanwhile, Lei Jinzi and Nezha soared in the air above the Shi-Chi troops, their wings of wind and thunder and the fire will glimmering. The soldiers of Shi-Chi, clad in hemp garments, gazed with grim determination at the opposing 4 generals of the Mo family and the Shang army. Wang Feihu, filled with righteous indignation, addressed the Mo family generals. Mo Li Shou, you despicable scoundrel. You covertly commanded your flower ferret to slay our chancellor and young master. Today, we, the valiant soldiers of Shi-Chi, shall not rest until we bring you to justice. The soldiers of Shi-Chi raised their weapons in unison, chanting, to the death. To the death. Mo Li Shou, with a mocking tone, replied, to the death? You lot? Just a ragtag bunch. Your young master and chancellor are dead. Why not surrender to the great Shang, kneel before us, and beg for mercy? To oppose us now is sheer folly. He then turned to his brother, quickly. Use your jade, Pipa, to let them feel the agony of their souls being torn from their bodies. Ha! Huang Feihu calmly regarded Mo Li Shou, who resembled a mere jester, and gestured with his right hand in a courteous manner. Mo Li Hai misinterpreted Huang Feihu's gesture as disdain for his artifact, and without hesitation, he began to play the jade Pipa towards the soldiers of Shi-Chi. However, he was taken aback to see that none of the Shi-Chi soldiers displayed any signs of pain, leading him to believe that his artifact was still malfunctioning. The soldiers of Shi-Chi erupted into laughter, and to spare his brother from embarrassment, Mo Li Hong stepped forward and called out to the Shi-Chi army. Which among you dares to challenge me in single combat? Nezha soared beyond the battlefield on his wind fire wheels, casting a provocative glance at Mo Li Hong. Gritting his teeth, Mo Li Hong summoned his primordial pearl umbrella, preparing to engage Nezha in a decisive duel. Nezha hurled his Qiankuan circle at Mo Li Hong, who, unaware that his treasured artifact had been swapped, chanted an incantation in an attempt to retrieve Nezha's weapon, only to find it unresponsive. Mo Li Qing, noticing his younger brother's distress, gripped his Qi Feng sword and stepped forward to intercept Nezha's Qiankuan circle. However, upon contact, the Qi Feng sword transformed into a mere wooden stick. The two were struck by the Qiankuan circle and plummeted from the sky, but fortunately, Mo Li Hai and Mo Li Shou reacted swiftly, catching their elder brothers and preventing further injuries. Nezha, reclaiming his Qiankuan circle, cast a disdainful look at the 4 Mo brothers, which infuriated Mo Li Shou. He opened his beast bag, releasing a golden flower ferret, commanding, my dear, Ensure that everyone from Westchi is slain. Now, immediately, the ferret complied, darting towards Westchi. While Emoli Sho's face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin, only to freeze in shock as he witnessed his beloved ferret leaping into Nezha's arms, nuzzling affectionately. My dear, that is the enemy. Quickly devour it. Hurry, he shouted desperately. The ferret gracefully leapt down from Nezha, instantly transforming into Yang Jian, wielding the Qingfeng sword, the primordial pearl umbrella, and a jade pipa. It was then that the Emo brothers realized they had been outwitted. Trembling, Emoli Sho inquired, Where is my beloved? Yang Jian retrieved the now lifeless body of the ferret from his treasure bag and tossed it to Emoli Sho, who, despite his stature, cradled the corpse and began to weep uncontrollably, mourning its tragic fate. After a considerable time, Emoli Sho cried out and lunged towards Yang Jian, while the other three brothers, determined to protect their youngest, faced Nezha head-on. However, Emoli Sho was struck by the gust of Thunderstorm's wings before he could reach Yang Jian. Now, bereft of their treasures, the Emo brothers posed little threat. Within 100 moves, Nezha felled Emoli Qing with his spear, and upon witnessing their elder brother's demise, the remaining three fell into disarray, soon meeting their end at the hands of the disciples of the Chan sect. Yang Jian dispatched Emoli Sho, while Jin Jia and Mu Jia took down Emoli Hai, and Tian Hua and Lei Jinzi joined forces to defeat Emoli Hong. After instructing his soldiers to properly bury the four Emo brothers, Jiang Zia proceeded to the Fengshan platform, having heard that its construction was nearing completion. With the fall of the Emo brothers, Westchi found itself with a brief respite. Meanwhile, Yang Jian relentlessly pursued Nezha, offering apologies and vowing never to allow such a situation to arise again. Yet, Nezha remained unresponsive. Thus, for a considerable time thereafter, one could observe a dapper young man in white, incessantly trying to appease a charming youth clad in red, who, in turn, consistently responded with aloof indifference. Chapter 21. The peril faced by Li Jing and his wife within the grand halls of the Taisha mansion in Chaogu, when Zhong, the esteemed Master One, was still recuperating from his injuries, inflicted by the heart-piercing nail, a magical artifact specifically designed to target his divine sight. It was indeed a grave wound. However, urgent intelligence from Si Shui Pass arrived, and upon reviewing it, Master One, in a fit of rage, shattered the teapot and cup before him. He rose abruptly but nearly collapsed due to his injuries. Han Shang and Han Bian quickly stepped forward to support him, allowing him to regain his composure before retreating to the sides. Shun Gongbao approached Master One, stating, Master, I have uncovered the identity of the one who harmed you. The perpetrator is none other than Huang Tianhua, the eldest son of the martial king, Huang Feihu, and a disciple of the true monarch of the Clear Void, the Taoist of Qifeng Mountain. While we cannot directly retaliate against Huang Tianhua, the young man who lured you into the trap is his cousin, the nephew of the martial king, and his father is none other than Li Jing, the commander of Qintang Pass. We could capture Li Jing and spread the news, drawing them all to Chaogu to eliminate them in one fell swoop. What are your thoughts, Master? Master One furrowed his brow and replied, I am aware of Li Jing. His family has guarded Qintang Pass for generations, serving as loyal subjects of the Shang dynasty. Such actions may dishearten our faithful allies. It is unthinkable. Seeing Master One's refusal, Shin Gongbao concocted an excuse to exit the Taisha mansion. He then approached King Zhou in the palace to relay this matter, and with the incitement of Daji by his side, King Zhou, without a second thought, commanded the capture of Li Jing and his wife, bringing them to the palace in Chaogu. Daji seized Li Jing's precious Zijing Linglong Pagoda, employing sorcery to learn its secrets, and imprisoned the couple in the 9 halls, where they were subjected to the tortures of the venomous cauldron and the fiery ordeal. Shen Gongbao urged Daji to have King Zhou disseminate the news of Li Jing and his wife's capture in Chaogu, aiming to draw the people of Shiqi to their rescue. On the 3rd day, this news reached Shiqi, where it fortuitously fell into the ears of Tu Xingxuan, who had been dispatched to assist Jiang Zia in overthrowing the tyrannical Zhou. Tu Xingxuan, having a deep bond with Nezha, his first friend over the years, was particularly attentive to Nezha's affairs. Upon hearing that Nezha's parents had been captured by King Zhou, he hastened to inquire about Nezha's whereabouts. Arriving at the gates of the Prime Minister's residence in Shiqi, he announced his identity, and the guards, recognizing him, allowed him entry. In the main hall, after greeting Jiang Zia, he urgently inquired about Nezha's location. Jiang Zia, taken aback, asked for the reason. Tu Xingxuan, unable to contain his words, shared the information he had learned, just as Nezha and Lei Jinzi, who were outside intending to report to Jiang Zia, overheard the conversation. Knowing Nezha's impulsive nature, he rushed in, seizing Tu Xingxuan by the collar, demanding, Is what you said true? Tu Xingxuan instinctively nodded, and just as Jiang Zia was about to respond, He saw Nezha swiftly summon his wind and fire wheels and soar towards Chaoga. In a fit of rage, Yang Jian stamped his feet, contemplating for a few moments before dispatching Lai Zhenzi, who possessed the dual wings of wind and thunder, to pursue Nezha. He instructed Tuxingson to hasten to inform Yang Jian, so they could collectively devise a plan to retrieve Nezha. Upon receiving the news, Yang Jian was so incensed that he wished to strike down Tuxingson, and without a moment's hesitation, he took to the clouds in pursuit of Nezha. Tuxingson, realizing his misstep, pondered how he could assist and followed Yang Jian towards Chaoga. Jiangxia summoned Jinjia, Muzha, and Tianhua, revealing the situation to them. These three young men, being of impulsive nature, immediately reacted to the news of their parents and uncle being captured by wanting to fly to Chaoga to rescue them. Jiangxia quickly intervened, informing them that Nezha and the others had already set off. He emphasized that the immediate priority was to consider the likely ambush in Chaoga and how to safely rescue Li Jing and his wife, as well as Nezha. They then called upon Huang Feihu and GFA to strategize together. Ultimately, faced with a lack of viable options, Jiangxia took up the Xinghuang flag and the Divine Whip, mounting his strange beast to hasten to Chaoga and lend assistance to Nezha. Jinjia and Muzha wished to accompany him but were denied. Jiangxia explained his concern that Chaoga might take advantage of their absence to attack Shiqi, appointing Huang Feihu to lead the troops and safeguard Shiqi with Jinjia, Muzha, and the young Tianhua. On his journey to Chaoga, Nezha had regained much of his composure. Upon arriving, he first descended from his wind-fire wheels on the outskirts, casting a spell to transform his resplendent red attire into a plain white robe. Clad in white, Nezha exuded a more ethereal quality, less sinister and more transcendent. He entered a small tavern within Chaoga City, where he overheard discussions regarding the capture of Li Jing and his wife, prompting him to sit down and inquire further. Nearby, a group of young men was seated, one of whom, dressed in black and of unremarkable appearance, spoke up. "Have you heard? A few days ago, the king dispatched men to seize Li Jing, the commander of Qintang Pass, and his wife, bringing them to the palace. It seems it was due to Li Jing's three sons aiding Shiqi in their assault against Ardashang. Moreover, Li Jing's third son, Nezha, even injured the national master, Shen Gaobao, and the esteemed Wen Taisher. Thus, the king has confined Li Jing and his wife to the 9 palaces for severe interrogation. My elder brother serves as a guard to the king and mentioned that their punishment has been quite brutal." He sighed. "Enough of that. Let us continue our revelry." As Nezha listened, his heart became increasingly tumultuous, and unable to remain seated any longer, he exited the tavern, cast an invisibility spell, and soared towards the royal palace of Chaoga, starting his search from a room on the eastern side. Nezha methodically scoured each chamber for any sign of Li Jing and his wife, unaware of the location of the 9 palaces. He continued his search until nightfall, having combed through the eastern and western palaces. Just as anxiety began to overwhelm him, he felt a hand clap on his back. Reflexively, Nezha grasped his fiery spear and thrust it backward, only to hear a voice exclaim, "Nezha, wait. It is I." Upon hearing the sound, Nezha immediately gained control over his fiery spear. It turned out that the person approaching was none other than Lai Zhenzi, who had hurried over after receiving news of Nezha's actions to thwart him. Although Lai Zhenzi's dual wings of wind and thunder could not rival the flying speed of the ancient divine beast's windfire wheels, they were still formidable. Thus, he arrived shortly after Nezha. However, Lai Zhenzi began his search from the western hall, and, after scouring both the west and north, had yet to locate the prison of Li Jing and his wife, or find Nezha. In a state of urgency, he was about to head east when he fortuitously caught sight of Nezha. The two then shared their findings and realized that the only unsearched area remaining was the southern hall. Lai Zhenzi initially intended to persuade Nezha to return to Shiqi to devise a strategy, but recognizing Nezha's current state, he understood that Nezha would not heed his advice. Thus, he resolved to accompany Nezha in searching the southern hall, as two could indeed prevail over one in battle when necessary. After a thorough search, Nezha and Lai Zhenzi eventually discovered the Hall of 9 Rooms in the southern palace, only to find it guarded by numerous patrolling guards and fortified with an obstructive formation at the entrance, rendering their invisibility technique ineffective. Stepping aside, both Nezha and Lai Zhenzi furrowed their brows, diligently contemplating a plan. Before they could devise a strategy, Nezha spotted Yang Jian arriving with Tu Xing Sunday. Yang Jian, relieved to see Nezha unharmed, disregarded Lai Zhenzi and Tu Xing's son, and abruptly pulled Nezha closer, his expression a mix of anger and concern. The two exchanged glances, recognizing Yang Jian's defeat in the confrontation. When Yang Jian noted the look of grievance and worry on Nezha's face, all his emotions transformed into exasperation and affection. He gently ruffled Nezha's hair, expressing his concern, "In the future, remember to inform your elder brother at the first opportunity. I will share the burden with you. Do you understand how perilous your situation could be? This must not happen again. Nezha nodded, feeling anxious and wronged, and replied, I understand, brother. Do you have any good ideas to help Nezha rescue Mother and Li Jing? They have suffered because of me. Upon seeing Nezha's tearful eyes, Yang Jian's earlier anger dissipated into compassion. He quickly embraced Nezha and offered a few comforting words, then stated, Do not worry, I already have a plan. Since we cannot enter from above, we shall proceed from below. Tu Xing's son is entrusted to you. This is your moment to showcase your skills. Do not falter at this critical juncture. Tu Xing's son grasped Yang Jian's intention and gave the three a reassuring look before reciting an incantation. In an instant, a substantial pit appeared where Tu Xing's son had just stood, and he vanished from sight. Moments later, he emerged from the hole and informed the trio, all is set. General Li and Madame Li are within the Hall of 9 Rooms. I have already incapacitated the guards. You may enter without concern. Upon hearing Tu Xing's son's words, the three hastily descended into the tunnel he had created, and shortly thereafter, they found themselves within the Hall of 9 Rooms. Upon entering the hall, Nezha eagerly scanned the surroundings in search of the whereabouts of Li Jing and his wife. The sight of Li Jing, battered and unconscious, alongside his wife, who appeared weary yet conscious, pierced Nezha's heart like a needle. He hurriedly approached them, kneeling by their side, trembling as he called out, Mother. Li Jing's wife, filled with overwhelming emotion upon seeing Nezha, quickly urged him to leave, warning him that King Zhou had laid a trap specifically aimed at him. Nezha shook his head in despair, insisting that all would be well. With trembling hands, he retrieved various healing elixirs from the treasured pouch at his waist, which had been crafted by the Taoist master Tai. He administered a revitalizing pill to his mother, then supported the unconscious Li Jing and fed him a returning essence pill, followed by another revitalizing pill. Before long, Li Jing began to regain consciousness, and his injuries were not as grave as they initially appeared. Overjoyed to learn that Nezha had rescued him, Li Jing looked at Nezha with hope, longing for the boy to call him father. However, Nezha could not bring himself to utter the word, as an emotional barrier remained unbroken within him. Having expressed his intent to untie them, Nezha was suddenly hurled backward by a beam of light. Yang Jian and the others steadied Nezha as he regained his footing, only to witness a barrier descending from above. Reacting swiftly, Yang Jian kicked Tu Xing's son out, instructing him to use Earth Escape to seek assistance from Jiang Xia. Aware that his presence would be futile, Tu Xing's son quickly utilized his Earth Escape to flee. Trapped within the barrier, Nezha, Yang Jian, and Lei Jinzi exerted all their might with their magical artifacts. Yet they could not breach the barrier. Nezha sustained minor injuries from the earlier assault, while Li Jing and his wife looked on with concern for him. At that moment, several figures entered the hall, led by King Zhou, with Su Daji at his side, followed by Shen Gongbao, the nine-headed Chick spirit, Feng Qingqing, and the Jade Peepa spirit. Yu Qing. The group regarded the trapped Nezha with arrogance and ordered that Li Jing be dragged to the torture pillar. Enraged, Nezha glared at them, yet found himself unable to escape the formation, his heart racing with anxiety. In Chapter 22, amidst the fierce battle in the 9-section hall, Yang Jian grasped Nezha's shoulder, calming his restlessness with a cool voice that reached Nezha's ears, silencing him instantly. Third brother, Yang Jian advised, observe the situation with patience. The more enraged you become, the more they revel in it. Our immediate priority is to find a way to break this formation. Nezha nodded in agreement. Shen Gongbao, infuriated by Nezha's sudden calmness, glanced around, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. He leaned toward King Zhou and whispered a few words, prompting the king to erupt in laughter, exclaiming, What a brilliant idea from the national master. Let it be so. I am eager to witness how the vanguard of the West Chi feels when they encounter what they cannot achieve. A sense of foreboding rose within Nezha and his companions as Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi exchanged glances, each drawing forth their respective magical artifacts. The Wind and Thunder Staff and the Celestial Sword, in an attempt to unravel the formation. In a fit of fury, Nezha confronted King Zhou, declaring, Defying. Release Li Jing and my mother. Should anything happen to them, I shall set your royal palace of Yinshang ablaze. As a sovereign of his era, Defying was unaccustomed to such threats and, with a disdainful snort, commanded his guards, How dare you threaten the king? Seize Li Jing and cast him upon the molten copper pillar. As for his wife, throw her into the venomous basin to feed the serpents. Witnessing the couple being dragged away, Nezha roared in anger, Defying, how dare you? With that, he unleashed all his magical artifacts, fervently conjuring a formation to ensnare them. Meanwhile, Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi, alarmed, struck desperately against the luminous barrier. The onlookers, including King Zhou, erupted in mocking laughter. At that moment, Li Jing, thrust upon the searing copper pillar, cried out in agony. Nezha looked up to see his father's chest grotesquely burned, tears welling in his eyes as he called out, "Father." Li Jing turned to his sorrowful son, laughing heartily. "Nezha, hearing you call me father before my demise is enough. I, Li Jing, shall die without regrets." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Nezha's cheeks. His gaze shifted to Lady Li, who was about to be cast into the venomous basin, overwhelmed by a tumult of rage and helplessness. He spat blood. Yang Jian rushed to support him, sensing a transformation in Nezha's gaze, which had turned both alien and familiar. Nezha withdrew his hand from Yang Jian's grasp. His voice icy as he commanded, "Yang Jian, hand me your sword of slaying immortals." Overwhelmed with emotion, Yang Jian handed over the sword, quivering as he asked, "Is it really you, Yin?" Nezha nodded slightly, wielding the sword with grace, and with a sweeping arc, shattered the barrier. In an instant, he appeared beside Lady Li, rescuing her from the basin, while the guards who had held her met their demise, their bodies severed and falling into the venomous depths. He then saved the severely injured Li Jing, entrusting both to Lei Zhenzi, urging him to take them to safety. Lei Zhenzi complied, lifting Li Jing and Lady Li with each arm, and soared towards the direction of Shiqi, all within a span of 30 seconds. By the time King Zhou regained his composure, he was so frightened that he cowered beneath the table. Nezha turned to the stunned Yang Jian, saying, "Little Jian, it has been years since we last met. Allow me to test the skills you acquired from Master Yuding. Those little demons shall be your task, while I take care of this Shengongbao." Yang Jian, coming back to his senses, wore a rare smile as he responded, "Yan, do you underestimate me? These minor demons are hardly enough to warm me up." Nezha laughed heartily, teasingly remarking, "Then I shall observe your performance." With that, Nezha summoned his fire-tip spear, holding it in hand, softly whispering, "It has been a long time, old companion." The fire-tip spear emitted a resonant hum, seemingly in response to Nezha, or rather, it was the spirit orb that had fortuitously awakened. The orb, wielding the spear, lunged towards Shun Gongbao, who summoned a magical artifact to block the strike. A fierce battle ensued, leaving Shun Gongbao astonished. He realized that Nezha, before him, was significantly stronger than before. The sharp techniques displayed and the adept control of magical power seemed to rival even his master, the celestial teacher. After several exchanges, Shun Gongbao was left battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Feng Qingqing and Yu Qing struggled to hold their ground, while Yang Jian appeared remarkably at ease, as if he were merely demonstrating his years of learning to yin. Observing the time, the spirit orb quickened its assaults. Within 30 moves, Shun Gongbao lay heavily injured on the ground. The spirit orb crossed its arms, gazing at the quaking Emperor Exine, who was cowering beneath the table. With a swift motion, the spear sent the table flying, leaving the Emperor paralyzed with fear. Just as Yin intended to eliminate him, Daji suddenly cast the purple gold Linglong Tower, trapping the spirit orb within. Yang Jian, witnessing this, used the Celestial Slayer's sword transformed into a war spear to injure Feng Qingqing and Yu Qing, advancing in an attempt to rescue the spirit orb confined within the tower. However, he was at a loss for the incantation. Anxiously watching the suffering spirit orb, Yang Jian felt a surge of desperation. Daji approached the disheveled Emperor Exine, commanding others to assist Shun Gongbao, Feng Qingqing, and Yu Qing, while they reveled in their revenge, urging Daji to intensify the flames within the tower. Just as the spirit orb was on the brink of collapse, Jiangxia and Tu Xingsuan arrived. Jiangxia recited an incantation, liberating the spirit orb and subsequently storing the purple gold Linglong Tower within his treasure pouch. Yang Jian rushed to support the weakened spirit orb, asking with concern, "Yan, can you endure?" The spirit orb managed a faint smile, weakly responding, "I'm fine, though I wonder when we will meet again. Perhaps it will be when my memories merge with Nezha's. Little Jian, you've done well, not disappointing me. And remember, do not harbor resentment in your heart. Take care." With that, the spirit orb fainted. Yang Jian entrusted the unconscious Nezha to Tu Xingsuan, instructing him to take Nezha away first, while he brandished his war spear and approached Daji and her entourage. All the guards that attempted to impede Yang Jian met their demise at his hands. Just as he inflicted injury upon Daji and sought to slay Emperor Exine, he was confronted by a pair of twin hammers. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Master Wenzhong. After blocking Yang Jian's spear, Master Wenzhong pressed his offensive, aware that this was not the time for prolonged combat. Jiangxia produced the god-controlling whip to fend off Master Wenzhong's assault and forcibly dragged Yang Jian away. Master Wenzhong, retracting his dual hammers, gave a cold snort at Shun Gongbao and uttered words of loyalty to the state to Emperor Xine before departing. Daji, feeling a swell of frustration at the cold exchange with Master Wenzhong, could do nothing but watch as the guards assisted the trembling Emperor Xine towards the palace. Meanwhile, Shingongbao, having been grievously injured by the spirit orb and later scorned by Daji, returned to his chamber alone to recuperate. As the group in Chaoga wallowed in disappointment and anger due to their failed plans, Yang Jian returned to Shichi, restoring his original demeanor of a carefree and graceful young gentleman. His presence was a stark contrast to the ruthless figure he had portrayed in the Jujin Hall, where he had slain both men and gods without hesitation. Had it not been for Jiang Ziya's first-hand observation, one might have doubted that they were the same individual. Upon returning to Shichi, Yang Jian first visited the still unconscious Nezha, utilizing his heavenly eye to examine Nezha's condition. He discerned that his comrade's state was merely due to overexertion of magical powers, which alleviated his worries. After administering a medicinal pill to Nezha, he retreated to his own quarters. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziya employed his magic to heal Li Jing's burn wounds, restoring him to his former state. Under the attentive care of Jinjia and Mujia, Lady Li also regained her health. Once they had recovered, the couple proceeded to Nezha's chamber to look after him. Li Jing, gazing at the still unconscious Nezha, was overwhelmed with guilt, believing that it was his actions that had led to Nezha's current predicament. Throughout Nezha's unconsciousness, Li Jing never left his side, consistently inquiring about Nezha's condition from Jiang Ziya. Aware of Li Jing's sentiments, Jiang Ziya patiently provided daily updates on Nezha's status. Tian Xiang and a few others also visited Nezha each day, keeping him company with light conversation. On the afternoon of the 7th day, Li Jing dozed at the table in Nezha's room. In a daze, he seemed to hear Nezha's voice. Quickly rousing himself, he rushed to Nezha's bedside, where he found Nezha sweating profusely, angrily exclaiming, "King Zhou, release my parents at once, or I shall set fire to your Yinshang palace." Grasping Nezha's hand, Li Jing urgently reassured him, "Nezha, your parents are safe. There is nothing to worry about. I am right here, right here." Upon hearing his father's voice, Nezha calmed down, and after a short while, slowly regained consciousness. Li Jing, overjoyed at Nezha's awakening, inquired with genuine concern, "Nezha, what would you like to eat? Shall I prepare something for you?" However, Nezha frowned, surveying his unfamiliar surroundings with a cold demeanor, asking, "Who are you? Where am I? Did you just claim to be my father? Then who am I?" Li Jing was taken aback by Nezha's words and hurriedly grasped his shoulders, exclaiming, "Nezha, what has happened to you? I am your father. You haven't lost your memory, have you? Please, do not frighten me." Nezha, observing Li Jing's anxious and worried expression, broke into a smile, dispelling the coldness from his face, and softly replied, "Father, I have been unfilial, causing you concern." With that, he reached out to embrace Li Jing, realizing that Nezha was merely jesting. Li Jing felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Nezha call him father once more. Patting Nezha's back, he expressed his sincere apologies, saying, "Nezha, it is all my fault for misunderstanding you. If you harbor any grievances, feel free to strike me. I swear, I shall never wrong you again." Nezha smiled gently, shaking his head, and assured Li Jing, "Father, it is I who have been too willful. In the future, should any matters arise, I will promptly explain everything to you." The father and son exchanged smiles, having finally resolved their emotional turmoil. Outside the door, Lady Li, Jinjia, Mujia, and several others, including Tian Hua and Tian Xiang, entered, their faces reflecting satisfaction at the reconciliation of the two. That very evening, Huang Feihu hosted a gathering, inviting GFA, Jiang Ziya, and Yang Jian, along with the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect and Huang's relatives, as well as Li Jing's family of 5. The purpose was twofold, to welcome Li Jing and to publicly announce the resolution of grievances between the Huang and Li families. The meal was filled with joy and camaraderie. During the meal, Nezha seized a moment to pull Yang Jian aside, voicing his curiosity. "Brother, how did you manage to break that formation after I lost consciousness? Do not conceal anything from me. You promised you would not keep secrets." Yang Jian, observing Nezha's resolute determination to uncover the truth, sighed in resignation and led him to his room. "Alas, I anticipated you would inquire about this. Ideally, it should be Master Tai who conveys this to you. But I understand your nature. You would not rest until you learn the truth. Allow me to share a story, and you shall comprehend everything." Yang Jian slowly recounted the tale of his connection with Yin. Nezha, being astute, deduced after the story's conclusion, "Brother, the Yin you speak of must be my past incarnation. Correct? No wonder you exhibited such expressions upon our first meeting, and why you have repeatedly aided me without concern for the consequences." Nezha continued, "Brother, I must ask you something. In your heart, do you assist me for Nezha or for Yin?" Yang Jian remained silent for a long while after hearing Nezha's question. Nezha gazed into Yang Jian's eyes for an extended moment, then, with a self-deprecating smile, remarked, "I understand now. Brother Yang, please excuse me. I am not well and must take my leave." Yang Jian watched Nezha's departing figure, yearning to call him back but at a loss for words. His outstretched hand fell back down, unheeded. After receiving Yang Jian's answer, Nezha ran to a mountain on the outskirts of Shichi, picking up stones to hurl at the opposing side. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He realized that the affection he believed to be genuine was merely due to his identity as another's reincarnation. This revelation reignited the emotional turmoil within Nezha's heart, leading him to contemplate that once the Fengshan War concluded, he would be replaced by Yan, and Nezha would cease to exist. The very thought sent a chill through him. Nezha remained there for 2 days, and the officials of the Prime Minister's residence scoured all of Shichi City in vain for him. Just as their anxiety peaked, Yang Jian relayed news that Nezha had returned to Qianyuan Mountain for some matter, which finally eased their worries. When Yang Jian found Nezha, he was curled up into a ball, hugging his legs, exuding an aura of desolation and loneliness. Yang Jian felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing Nezha in such a state. He approached, intending to embrace him, but was halted by Nezha's cold, piercing gaze. Yang Jian attempted to communicate, yet the intensity of Nezha's eyes left him at a loss for words. They remained locked in a gaze for an extended period until Nezha suddenly spoke. When do you plan to make Nezha disappear completely from the 3 realms? Is it before or after the conclusion of the Investiture of the Gods? Please let me know how many days I have left. As Nezha spoke, his voice was calm yet filled with melancholy. It was then that Yang Jian comprehended the depth of Nezha's sorrow. He hurriedly explained, Nezha, you misunderstand. How could we ever do such a thing? Alas, I realize that no matter what I say now, you might not be able to accept it. Very well. Allow me to take you somewhere. After our visit, everything will become clear. Nezha, filled with trepidation, followed Yang Jian to Yingquan Mountain. Yang Jian handed Nezha the letter left for him by Ling Zhuzi. Nezha, puzzled, took the letter and, after reading it carefully, the frown on his forehead eased. And he looked at Yang Jian with an apologetic expression, saying, Second brother, I have overthought things. Before Nezha could finish, Yang Jian affectionately ruffled Nezha's hair. Smiling as he replied, Second brother does not blame you. In fact, if I were in your position, I would have similar thoughts. Now that the knot in your heart is untied, remember, you are one and the same with yourself. How can anyone replace you? When I first helped you, it was indeed because of Yan, but as I spent time with you, I discovered how much more endearing you are than Yan. I truly regard you as my brother. So, you mischievous little rascal, stop overthinking. Everyone has been quite worried during your absence these past 2 days. Fortunately, your clever second brother told them that my master was looking for you to return to Qianyuan Mountain. Now, let us hasten back to alleviate their concerns. Nezha playfully stuck out his tongue. Since the great master Yuding was absent, Nezha returned the letter to Yang Jian, and the two, along with the aggrieved Hound of Heaven, who clung to Yang Jian's trousers, made their way back to the direction of Shichi. On the way, Nezha tentatively posed a question to Yang Jian, only to be chased by him for a considerable distance. Nezha inquired, Second brother, I noticed that in the letter, Yan referred to you as Xiao Jian. I find it quite pleasant. Since we are the same person, might Nezha also call you that? Xiao Jian. Ha ha. I never expected my previous life to be not only narcissistic, but also so amusing. Xiao Jian. You're killing me with laughter. Nezha laughed heartily while riding the wind-fire wheels, only to feel a chilling breeze behind him. Turning to look back, he found Yang Jian staring at him with a cold smile. Immediately, Nezha urged the wind-fire wheels to accelerate, yet even at full speed. He realized Yang Jian maintained the same distance behind him, awakening him to the true swiftness of Yang Jian. Upon arriving at the Shichi Prime Minister's residence, Jinja, with a carefree demeanor, asked, Third brother, why do you return from the mountain gate with 2 panda eyes? Nezha shot a disgruntled glance at Jinja, then turned to glare at Yang Jian, who was smiling behind him, and the grinning howling dog. Fuming, he stormed back to his room. Yang Jian shrugged at the puzzled Jinja, indicating his ignorance, and departed with the howling dog, leaving Jinja alone, bewildered in the wind. In Chaoga, King Zhou harbored lingering resentment over Nezha and the others rescuing Li Jing and his wife, as well as injuring his beloved consort. His fury intensified due to several failed military campaigns against the Western Qi. He summoned the national strategist Shen Gongbao and the Grand Master Wen Zhong to discuss countermeasures. Shen Gongbao suggested that they invite the immortal from the to assist them. King Zhou felt a surge of delight. But when Zhong informed him that his master had decreed that the disciples were to refrain from meddling in mortal affairs, and thus he would not extend the invitation, Wen Zhong then stated his intention to consult with his subordinates regarding the campaign against the Western Qi and took his leave, unhappy with Wen Zhong's refusal, yet feeling powerless. King Zhou was in a foul mood when Shen Gongbao mentioned that he knew many extraordinary individuals who could help eliminate the threat of the Western Qi. Delighted, King Zhou told Shen Gongbao that if he could gather these talented individuals, he would appoint him as the commander to lead the assault against the Western Qi. and should he succeed in vanquishing them, he would bestow upon Shun Gongbao titles of nobility. After expressing his gratitude, Shun Gongbao personally ventured to Jinao Island, where he successfully persuaded the 10 immortals of Jinao Island to lend their aid. Upon their arrival in Chaoga, King Zhou hosted a banquet for the 10 immortals, promising to construct a palace for them if they could assist the Yinshang in defeating the Western Qi. The 10 immortals gladly accepted the offer, vowing to break the Western Qi within 3 months to alleviate King Zhou's concerns. The following day, King Zhou appointed Shun Gongbao as commander, with the 10 immortals as military strategists, leading an army of 50,000 against the Western Qi. 10 miles from the city of Western Qi, the 10 immortals, including Qin Tianjun, Dong Tianjun, Yao Tianjun, Zhang Tianjun, Wang Tianjun, Yuan Tianjun, Zhao Tianjun, Sun Tianjun, Bai Tianjun, and the Holy Mother of Golden Light, set up the 10 absolute formation and issued a challenge to the Western Qi. Jiang Jia, accompanied by the newly crowned King Wu Jifa and Yang Jian and Nezha, arrived at the 10 absolute formation in response to Shun Gongbao's invitation. The 4 found themselves at a loss before the formidable formation. Shun Gongbao, with an air of arrogance, taunted Jiang Jia, questioning his reputed prowess, remarking on their apparent inability to contend with the 10 absolute formation, suggesting that the Chan sect was merely a facade of hollow fame. Nezha, displeased by Shun Gongbao's words, retorted, questioning how a mere subordinate could dare to boast in such a manner. He further challenged the claim that the 10 absolute formation was of Shun Gongbao's design, implying that he lacked the capability to construct such a formation. Shun Gongbao, incensed, could only glare in response, yet he was rendered speechless, and the previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably. Nezha, still somewhat impulsive and provoked by Shun Gongbao, expressed to Jiang Jia his desire to brave the formation. Shun Gongbao, relishing the opportunity for revenge, continued to provoke Nezha. Just as Nezha was about to charge into the formation, he was restrained by Yang Jian, who heeded Yang Jian's advice, ultimately refraining from any rash actions. Upon witnessing Nezha calmly standing there, Shun Gongbao's initial scheme failed, prompting him to devise a second plan. He feigned an attack on Jiang Jia, who, caught off guard, lost a strand of hair to Shun Gongbao. Just as Yang Jian was about to wield the sword of slaying immortals to defend against Shun Gongbao's subsequent assault, he noticed Shun Gongbao fleeing towards the Sisui Pass. As he stealthily departed, Shun Gongbao concealed Jiang Jia's hair in his sleeve, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Jiang Jia and his companions dismissed this incident as Shun Gongbao's mere prank, unaware of the true gravity of the situation. Unable to devise a solution to break the 10 absolute formation, they returned to Shiqi. However, shortly after arriving at the Prime Minister's residence, Jiang Jia suddenly collapsed, losing consciousness. Yang Jian, utilizing his celestial eye, discovered that Jiang Jia's 3 souls and 7 spirits were gradually dissipating. If they were to vanish entirely after 21 days, Jiang Jia would meet his demise, leaving the group anxious and devoid of their anchor of resolve. King Wu Gfa summoned Yang Jian and the other disciples of the Chan sect to the Shibua Marquis' residence to discuss strategies for breaking the formation and rescuing Jiang Jia. Yet, they found themselves at an impasse. At this juncture, Tu Xingsun suggested, King Wu, esteemed brothers, since we find ourselves without a solution, why not return to our respective mountains and seek guidance from our masters? The others contemplated this and deemed it a viable plan. The Chan sect had always been protective of its disciples. Surely, their masters would possess insights that their students did not. However, to ensure they were prepared for any sudden assaults from the Shang army, they unanimously agreed that Nezha should journey to Kunlun Mountain to inform the 12 Golden Immortals, who were currently listening to the teachings of the primordial heavenly sovereign. After all, Nezha's wind-fire wheels granted him remarkable speed. And considering the primordial heavenly sovereign's fondness for him, it was only fitting that he undertake this task. Without hesitation, Nezha set off towards Kunlun Mountain on his wind-fire wheels. Yet, before he had traveled halfway, he encountered a familiar figure riding a white crane. Nezha promptly halted and called out, Master Uncle. However, let there be no misunderstanding. This individual was not the Jade Dingzhenren, but rather the eldest disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign, the Southern Extreme Celestial Elder. The Southern Extreme Celestial Elder, depicted as an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, wielded a crooked staff that towered above his head. He smiled kindly at Nezha and said, Little Nezha, your intention is already known to me. There is no need for you to proceed to Kunlun Mountain. The master is already aware of the situation. For now, let us return to Shiqi together to devise a plan to rescue your junior brother Zia. As for the 10 absolute formation, I have my own means to dismantle it. So you need not worry. Come, let us return to Shiqi. Nezha readily acquiesced, following the Southern Extreme Celestial Elder back to Shiqi. Chapter 24. The Great Breaking of the 10 Absolute Formation. Upon their return to Shichi, the Southern Extreme Celestial Elder and Nezha went directly to the Shibwa Marquis's residence. King Wu, GFA, hearing of the esteemed arrival from the Chan sect, respectfully stepped out to greet the Southern Extreme Celestial Elder. Yang Jian and the other third-generation disciples of the Chan sect also came forth to pay their respects, addressing him as Master Uncle, with a warm smile. The Southern Extreme Celestial Elder greeted each of them in turn. At this moment, Nezha spoke up. Master Uncle, since you possess a means to rescue Junior Uncle Zia, it would be prudent to act swiftly. He is the cornerstone of Shichi, and should he fall, it could adversely affect the morale of our soldiers. The Southern Antarctic Elder chuckled, addressing the little rascal with a teasing remark about his fiery temperament. Whatever happened to the caution you displayed when you and Earthwalker stealthily pilfered my celestial herbs? Upon hearing this, Nezha and Earthwalker felt their faces flush with embarrassment, lowering their heads in shame. It turned out that during a gathering of the third-generation disciples at Kunlun Mountain, Nezha, intrigued by the Elder's ever-smiling demeanor, had whimsically decided to witness the Elder's wrath. Thus, he incited Earthwalker to join him in stealthily raiding the Elder's celestial herb garden, absconding with numerous precious herbs. They later denied their misdeeds, but the Southern Antarctic Elder revealed the Kunlun mirror, which clearly displayed every action of Nezha and Earthwalker. Tai Jinren murmured nearby. This is the first time I've seen this little fellow so meticulously undertake a task. The group erupted in laughter, and Nezha, feeling shy, avoided others for several days. Since then, whenever Nezha approached a task with caution, it would inevitably be compared to that incident. The Southern Antarctic Elder, not taking on disciples, had a fondness for the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect. He bore no grudge against Nezha for the theft of the celestial herbs, believing them to be a means to enhance the strength of these young ones. Consequently, after this episode, Nezha's admiration for the Elder surpassed that for his own master. Thus, the future Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court, Nezha, displayed a calm demeanor on the battlefield that bore a resemblance to the Elder's teachings. Returning to the present, after playfully chiding Nezha, the Southern Antarctic Elder made his way to the Prime Minister's residence of Jiangxia. Upon observing Jiangxia's condition, the Elder administered a pill to him and exchanged a few words with Nezha. After receiving the Elder's instructions, Nezha took the Elder's white crane and flew towards the fallen array of Yao Tianjun. He secured his Hunyuan silk to the crane's abdomen and directed it into the array. With the protection of the silk, the crane swiftly entered the array and retrieved the small figure tied with Jiangxia's hair. After exiting the fallen array, Nezha intended to return to Shichi with the crane but was obstructed by Shen Gongbao and Yao Tianjun. Realizing the Elder's intent for him to accompany the crane, Nezha understood that time was of the essence. He instructed the crane to depart first while he confronted Shen Gongbao and Yao Tianjun. As they engaged in battle, Shen Gongbao initially aimed to pursue the crane, but found himself unable to escape due to Nezha's manifestation of the 3 heads and 6 arms. Frustrated by the impossibility of eliminating Jiangxia, Shen Gongbao, alongside Yao Tianjun, sought to detain Nezha, hoping to diminish Shichi's forces. However, they soon discovered that Nezha, wielding the 3 heads and 6 arms, was exceedingly formidable. Thus, they began to provoke him, attempting to lure Nezha into the fallen array. As they fought and advanced toward the array, they expected Nezha to follow, only to find that he disregarded them entirely and, taking advantage of the moment, soared away on his wind-fire wheels. Shen Gongbao stood in stunned silence, pondering whether the Nezha he knew was indeed the same person. All he could do was watch helplessly as Nezha flew back to Shichi. Upon his return to Shichi, Nezha discovered that Jiangxia had regained his composure. Although his spirit remained somewhat diminished, he no longer exuded an aura of despair. The following day, the assembly gathered at the Prime Minister's residence to deliberate on strategies to dismantle the 10 Absolute Formation. Jiangxia respectfully approached the Grand Master of the Southern Pole, requesting, "I humbly ask Master Brother to assist Shichi in overcoming this 10 Absolute Formation." Wang Wu also bowed respectfully to the Grand Master, beseeching him to reveal the method for breaking the formation, thus alleviating the peril that beset Shichi. The Grand Master of the Southern Pole stroked his beard and chuckled. "Wang Wu, do not be hasty. Before descending the mountain, my master imparted the solution to dismantling the formation. Once my 8 junior brothers arrive tomorrow, we shall proceed to unravel the 10 Absolute Formation." However, the Grand Master paused, casting a discerning glance over the assembly, lingering particularly on Nezha, Yang Jian, and Wang Wu. Nezha, puzzled, inquired, "But what does this entail, Master Uncle? Must my brothers and I venture forth to break the formation ourselves?" With a hearty laugh, the Grand Master replied, "You clever little sprite, your wits are sharp indeed. It is true, the 3 of you are destined for this trial. Tomorrow, I require you three to respectively confront the fiery formation and the red sand formation. Nezha, you and Yang Jian are among the most formidable disciples of the Chan sect's third generation. The fiery formation is woven from the true fire of Samadhi, albeit lesser than your own flames. Yang Jian, with his mastery of the 8-9 mysterious arts, possesses notable defenses against the true fire, making you both exceptional candidates to dismantle the fiery formation. Wang Wu, you shall accompany me to the red sand formation, which requires the majesty of an emperor to subdue. And you, my friend, are destined to be the sovereign of the realm, essential for overcoming the red sand formation. Without hesitation, Nezha and Yang Jian accepted their roles, eagerly practicing the techniques bestowed upon them by the Grand Master. The others, led by Huang Tianhua, felt excluded and approached the Grand Master, vying for a chance to partake in the formation's dismantling. Sensing the burgeoning commotion, the Grand Master swiftly took Wang Wu and vanished. With some persuasion, Jiang Zia finally managed to disperse the restless youngsters seeking unnecessary excitement. On the day of the formation's dismantling, the 8 revered figures, Manjushri, Tai Jinren, Qi Jingzi, Zhu Lushun, Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, Sihong Daoren, Pu Xianjinren, and Guang Qingzi, arrived at the outskirts of the 10 Absolute Formation. The disciples of the Chan sect's third generation respectfully greeted the 8 masters, while the few apprentices present also inquired about their well-being. Tai Jinren took Nezha and Yang Jian aside and cautioned them. The fiery formation should not be underestimated. Though both of you possess considerable prowess, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Exercise utmost caution when dismantling the formation. Yang Jian, keep a close watch on this impetuous Nezha. Do not allow his recklessness to jeopardize your efforts. And Nezha, heed your elder brother's counsel. He is meticulous in thought and prudent, so refrain from any rash actions. Yang Jian nodded in agreement, while Nezha displayed a dismissive demeanor, inciting Tai Jinren's frustration to the point where he almost struck his handsome disciple, but relented upon seeing Nezha's striking visage. With a resigned sigh, he shot a few admonishing glances at Nezha before merging back into the crowd. Yang Jian, in a display of affection, ruffled Nezha's hair and remarked, "How is it that every time you two meet, your tender moments devolve into bickering?" Nezha, do not constantly bully Master Tai, he has his own struggles. Nezha smiled and replied, "Second brother, do you not find this quite amusing? Master always loses his verbal sparring with Master Yuding, and I am merely attempting to hone his skills, am I not? Hiki. By the way, be cautious when entering the formation. The 3 mysterious true fire is not to be underestimated. Here, take my Hunyuan Ling for protection." Nezha produced his Hunyuan Ling and offered it to Yang Jian, who politely declined, saying, "Second brother, I do not need it. You should keep it for your own defense. You know my abilities well enough, right? Do not worry, nothing will happen." Nezha furrowed his brow, but, seeing Yang Jian's resolute expression, decided not to insist further and retracted the Hunyuan Ling. As the two were about to return to the crowd, they noticed Li Jing approaching. Yang Jian greeted Li Jing and departed first. Li Jing, with concern, advised Nezha, "Nezha, be safe. Once in the formation, do not act recklessly. If you are uncertain about anything, consult your second brother." He shared numerous cautions with Nezha, who patiently listened and responded with a smile. "Father, rest assured. Nezha is no longer a child. I will be careful. You just wait outside with eldest brother for good news." After saying this, Nezha pulled Li Jing, who still wished to say more, back into the crowd. At this moment, the 10 heavenly sovereigns provoked the people of Shiqi, and the southern pole immortal nodded to the crowd, assigning the remaining 8 formations to the 8 immortals. When Shu Guangfa Tianzuan would break the sky-devouring formation, Tai Jinren would dismantle the blood transformation formation, Qi Jingzi would tackle the despondency formation, Zhu Lusun would confront the earthly fury formation, Qingshu Dao Jinjuan would handle the crimson water formation, Sihong Daoren would break the Windhell formation, Pu Xianjinren would dismantle the frost formation, and Guang Qingzi would address the golden light formation. Meanwhile, Nezha and Yang Jian would take on the blazing flame formation, while the southern pole immortal led King Wu Jifa and the white crane boy to the red sand formation. As Tai Jinren was about to enter the blood transformation formation, Nezha called out, "Master, be cautious. Your disciple is still waiting for you to concoct elixirs." Tai Jinren was initially pleased by the earlier words, but his expression darkened upon hearing the latter, muttering, "Little rascal," before entering the blood transformation formation. Once the 8 immortals had entered their respective formations, the southern pole immortal signaled for Yang Jian and Nezha to tackle the blazing flame formation. The two exchanged glances and entered the formation together, while the southern pole immortal accompanied Jifa and the white crane boy to the red sand formation. Outside the formation, Li Jing, Huang Feihu, and others anxiously observed the entrance to the blazing flame formation. Inside, Nezha and Yang Jian found themselves besieged by aerial fire, subterranean fire, and the three mysterious fire. The formation's master, Bai Li, unaware of Nezha and Yang Jian's true identities, believed they were mere disciples sent by the Chan sect to their demise. He sought to incinerate them using the three types of fire, oblivious to the fact that Nezha, embodying the nether blood lotus, was inherently resistant to flames. Being the essence of fire itself, how could such minor flames harm Nezha? As for Yang Jian, possessing a semi-divine physique and having cultivated the formidable 8-9 profound art, he was impervious to water and fire. The two remained trapped in the flames for over 2 hours. When Bai Li extinguished the three fires, he was astonished to find them unscathed. Nezha declared, "Do you think such feeble flames can harm us? Dream on." Seizing the moment when Bai Li was taken aback, Nezha cast his 9 dragons fire shield to ensnare him within, proclaiming to Yang Jian, "Brother, Bai Li is now in my charge. You shall disrupt the array's core." Yang Jian nodded and proceeded to the heart of the formation. With the array's master trapped, its operation followed a predictable pattern, activating his celestial eye. Yang Jian soon discerned the array's rhythm and shattered the blazing formation. Meanwhile, Nezha unleashed a true banquet of the Samati true fire, employing the 9 dragons fire shield to incinerate Bai Li, who was trapped within, reducing him to mere ashes. Both Nezha and Yang Jian emerged unscathed from the fiery array. Chapter 25, The Death of Jiangxia. Upon their exit, Nezha and Yang Jian encountered Tai Yi and the others, who were also safe, save for the 10 absolute array, whose master had perished within, their soul returning to the Fengshan platform. Sensing disaster, Shen Gongao stealthily retreated to the Sisui Pass, ordering the gates closed and a truce banner hung, while he himself sought assistance from Master Wen at Chaogo. The people of Shiqi rejoiced at the collapse of the 10 absolute array. King Wu Gfa wished to host a banquet for the 8 immortals in the South Pole Immortal, but several declined, stating they needed to return to Kunlun Mountain to report, preferring not to engage further in mortal affairs. Nezha, Huang Tianhua, and others personally saw their master off before returning to the celebration. Since all those who participated in breaking the array were elders and had already returned to the mountain, the younger generation, led by Tianhua and Tianxiang, fervently poured drinks for Nezha and Yang Jian. Yang Jian, a practitioner of the 8-9 mysterious skill, was unfazed by alcohol, while Nezha, being a lotus incarnation, succumbed to drunkenness after just 2 cups, wreaking havoc and nearly setting the Shibua Marquis' residence ablaze. Ultimately, Tu Xingsuan restrained Nezha with the binding rope of immortals, and then Tianhua knocked him unconscious with a swift strike, thus saving the residence. Following this incident, none of the 3rd-generation disciples of the Chan sect dared to drink with Nezha again, leaving him quite disheartened. Yang Jian intended to escort Nezha to rest, thereby evading further toasts. However, Li Jing, eager to curry favor with Nezha, took it upon himself to return him to his chamber. Yang Jian, resigned, observed Li Jing escorting Nezha and said nothing, recognizing him as Nezha's father. With no escape from the drinking, he continued to imbibe with Tianhua and the others. In Nezha's absence, Jinjia and Muzha, along with Tianhua and Tianxiang, intensified their efforts to toast Yang Jian, who was favored by their younger brother over themselves. Eventually, even Yang Jian's formidable capacity for alcohol succumbed to inebriation, and the others, intent on drinking, also fell into oblivion. Gfa commanded his guards to assist the drunken revelers back to their quarters, while he and Jiangxia conferred on strategies to counter Master Wen. Upon his return to Shiqi, Shen Gongbao first visited the Grand Master's residence, embellishing tales of the 10 Heavenly Lords' demise. Master Wen, pondering the lack of compassion from the Chan sect, resolved that the Jie sect should not be blamed for lack of righteousness. Thus, he mounted his steed and sought reinforcements from Zhao Gongming at the Laofu Cave on Amei Mountain. Zhao Gongming is a prominent leader among the 2nd-generation disciples of the sect. Much like Daobao Daoist, and is favored by the Tongdian Patriarch, he is the 5th uncle of Wenzhong and shares a close relationship with him. It was Zhao Gongming who guided Wenzhong to the goddess Jin Lingxingmu to become his master. Thus he can be regarded as the pathfinder for Wenzhong's initiation into the sect. In comparison to the foremost disciple of the Chan sect, Yuding Zhenren, Zhao Gongming possesses greater strength. He is a celestial being of the highest order, riding a black tiger and wielding the sea whip, as well as possessing the 24 magical sea-guarding pearls. He practices in the Luofu Cave on Amei Mountain and is the elder brother of the 3 goddesses of Sansen Island. Renowned for his sense of loyalty, upon hearing the Grand Master recount the events surrounding the 10 immortals of Jinao Island, he resolutely descended the mountain to assist Grand Master Wen in the campaign against the Western Qi, driven by a desire for vengeance for the slain and humiliated 10 immortals. Despite his commendable character, Zhao Gongming's pride and strong sense of loyalty led him to disregard the commands of the Tongtian Patriarch upon learning of his brother's troubles. With Zhao Gongming's support, Grandmaster Wen felt considerably more at ease. After leading their troops to the Sishui Pass, they put away the truce banner, organized their military affairs, and the following day sent out a challenge to battle. Upon receiving the challenge, Jiang Ziya summoned all the generals to discuss strategies for repelling the enemy. Tianhua, dismissive, remarked, "Uncle, since I was able to injure Grandmaster Wen once, I can certainly do so again. As for Zhao Gongming, I have never heard of him, so he must be a nameless nobody, hardly worthy of fear." Hearing his elder brother's words, Tianxiang shot him a scornful glance and replied, "Brother, just because you have not heard of Zhao Gongming does not mean he is insignificant. My lord, as far as I know, Zhao Gongming ranks 5th among the second-generation disciples of, and his magical prowess is not to be underestimated. Comparable to that of our master. My master once told me that Zhao Gongming's abilities are unfathomable, and he possesses the sea-guarding pearls and the sea whip as his treasures. He is deeply favored by our third uncle, who personally taught him martial arts for 49 days. Even my master must exert his full strength to subdue him in a contest of magic, let alone you, brother." After reflecting on Tianxiang's words, Tianhua silently swallowed his pride and ceased speaking. The others fell into contemplation, and after a moment, Huang Feihu suggested, "Wang, my lord, although we currently lack a strategy to confront Zhao Gongming, since we have already accepted the challenge, we cannot refrain from sending troops. Tomorrow, we shall proceed step by step." Yang Jian concurred, "Indeed, uncle, having accepted the challenge, we must deploy our forces. Let us first test Zhao Gongming's strength tomorrow. Knowing ourselves and our adversary ensures victory in every battle. As of now, we acknowledge Zhao Gongming's formidable reputation but remain unaware of the extent of his power. Thus, unable to devise a method to defeat him, I shall venture to gauge his magical abilities. With no better alternatives at hand, the assembly agreed to take things one step at a time. Jiang Ziya appointed several young generals, including Yang Jian, Nezha, Lai Xinzi, and Jinjia, while designating Huang Feihu and Li Jing as vice-generals to accompany him into battle the following day. Later, Nezha and his companions led Tianxiang to the rear courtyard of the Prime Minister's residence, where they inquired in detail about Tianxiang's knowledge of Zhao Gongming. Tianxiang, with an unreserved spirit, shared every morsel of information he possessed regarding Zhao Gongming, cautioning them particularly about his two formidable treasures, the sea-calming pearl and the sea-binding whip. As they absorbed Tianxiang's elucidation, solemn expressions settled upon Nezha and his companions. Though they had yet to confront Zhao Gongming, the weight of impending pressure was palpable. That night, Nezha found himself restless, clutching his fire-tipped spear as he stepped outside to practice his martial skills. Upon reaching the courtyard, he encountered Yang Jian honing his own techniques. Noticing Nezha's presence, Yang Jian sheathed his weapon, and the two sat in contemplative silence beneath the moonlight. Suddenly, Nezha remarked, "Ah, Tianhua possesses the best mindset. Just moments ago, as I passed his door, I heard his thunderous snoring. Unlike us, who toss and turn, unable to find solace." Yang Jian smiled softly and replied, "Indeed. It would be splendid if we could adopt Tianhua's tranquility. Brother, do exercise caution tomorrow. Do not act impulsively." Nezha nodded in agreement, saying, "You too, second brother. Be vigilant in all matters. By the way, it's getting late. Let us retire early, for tomorrow promises a fierce battle." With heavy steps, they returned to their respective chambers. The following day dawned swiftly. Outside the city of Shiqi, Jiang Ziya rode upon his peculiar steed, wielding the god-subduing whip and the apricot yellow flag. Beside him were King Wuchuang, mounted on a 5-colored bull, and Li Jing, brandishing the purple-gold Linglong pagoda. Behind them stood Yang Jian, Nezha, Lai Xinzi, and Tianhua. At the forefront of the opposing forces sat the formidable Wen Taisher on a black unicorn and Zhao Gongming, astride a striped black tiger, wielding the sea-binding whip. Zhao Gongming, with his dark visage and impressive beard, exuded an aura of authority, while the fierce-eyed black tiger radiated untamed ferocity. Zhao Gongming strode forth to confront the Shiqi forces, his booming voice resonating. "Who among you is Jiang Ziya? How dare you insult my sect, slaying my fellow disciples? Today, I, Zhao Gongming, shall seek justice for my sect. Jiang Ziya, do you dare to engage in battle?" Jiang Ziya, riding his peculiar steed, advanced towards Zhao Gongming, stating, "I have long heard of your might, brother Zhao. Seeing you today, your grandeur is indeed remarkable." Before Jiang Ziya could finish, Zhao Gongming, filled with fury, interrupted, "Do not waste words. Your sect has slain many of my brothers. We have nothing left to discuss. Since you claim to be Jiang Ziya, step forward and fight me. If you win, I shall have no further words. If you lose, Your life shall serve as a tribute to my fallen brethren. Come, let us battle." With that, Zhao Gongming charged at Jiang Ziya atop the striped black tiger. Reluctantly, Jiang Ziya grasped the god-subduing whip and engaged in combat with Zhao Gongming. The onlookers anxiously watched the duel unfold, yet within a mere 100 exchanges, Jiang Ziya was bested by Zhao Gongming, sent sprawling from his steed. Huang Feihu rushed to stabilize Jiang Ziya, only to discover that he had already succumbed to death. Chaos erupted within the Shiqi ranks, prompting the sound of retreat to ring out. The crowd gazed mournfully at Jiang Ziya, lying breathless upon the bed. Yang Jian hastily employed his magic to temporarily stabilize Jiang Ziya's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Upon receiving the news, Wu Ji rushed to Jiang Ziya's bedside, weeping uncontrollably. While within the room, he vociferously scolded Yang Jian and the others for failing to care for their master. Nezha, upon hearing this, furiously summoned his fire-tipped spear and wind-fire wheels, intent on seeking vengeance against Zhao Gongming at Sisui Pass. Meanwhile, Tianhua, Lai Zhenzi, and Jin Jia also impulsively wished to accompany Nezha, but were fortunately halted by Huang Feihu and Yang Jian. Wu Ji, witnessing this scene, dared not utter another word. The group gathered in Jiang Ziya's chamber, their brows furrowed in silence for a long while. Meanwhile, having learned of Jiang Ziya's demise, Master Wen took advantage of the West Qi army's instability and challenged them the very same afternoon. Unable to contain himself upon hearing the report from the guards, Nezha disregarded the counsel of his companions and boldly rode out to confront Zhao Gongming alone. Yang Jian, upon receiving the news, realized the gravity of the situation and set out with Lai Zhenzi and Huang Tianhua to rescue Nezha. At this moment, Nezha, engulfed in rage, charged at Zhao Gongming without hesitation. Initially, Zhao Gongming regarded Nezha with disdain, but upon facing him, he adopted a more cautious demeanor. Nevertheless, Zhao Gongming, having ascended to the golden immortal rank, possessed extensive battle experience far surpassing that of the young Nezha. After approximately 50 exchanges, Nezha was struck by Zhao Gongming's sea-binding whip, causing him to drop his wind-fire wheels. Zhao Gongming remarked, "Young lad, your powers are commendable, yet you are still too young to be my match. While I admire your spirit, we are of different paths. If you must lay blame, let it be on your impetuous youth." Wounded and unable to move, Nezha felt a pang of regret for his rashness upon hearing Zhao Gongming's words. However, with circumstances as they were, there was little he could do. Just as he resigned himself to the prospect of death, he suddenly felt himself lifted into the air. Upon opening his eyes, he found that it was Lai Zhenzi who had rescued him. Lai Zhenzi, with concern etched upon his face, inquired about Nezha's injuries. Nezha shook his head to indicate he was unharmed. And following Lai Zhenzi's gaze, he spotted Yang Jian and Tianhua engaged in battle with Zhao Gongming. Nezha wished to urgently warn them of Zhao Gongming's formidable prowess. Yet his abdominal injury rendered him too weak to utter a sound. Lai Zhenzi carried Nezha back to West Qi City, entrusting him to his brothers, Jin Jia and Mu Jia, who awaited within the city while he continued out to assist Yang Jian. Overwhelmed by his injuries, Nezha succumbed to unconsciousness, sleeping for a full day and night. Upon awakening, he found Lady Li sleeping beside his bed. As he attempted to rise unsteadily, he inadvertently stirred Lady Li, relieved to see Nezha awake. She inquired about his desires for food. Nezha shook his head and instead asked about the well-being of Lady Li, Yang Jian, and the others. Lady Li hesitated, contemplating diverting the conversation to other matters. Sensing that something might have befallen the three, Nezha grew anxious and, disregarding his injuries, attempted to rise to check on them. Unable to restrain him, Lady Li ultimately revealed the situation of the three, which finally assuaged Nezha's concerns. Chapter 26. The Nature of Dreams. It was revealed that on that fateful day, after rescuing Nezha from Zhao Gongming, Yang Jian and his companions were subsequently defeated by Zhao Gongming, sustaining serious injuries. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, Tu Xingxuan employed the binding of the Immortal's rope to launch a surprise attack on Zhao Gongming, thereby rescuing Yang Jian and the others. The following day, Mu Jia's master, the venerable Pu Xian, descended from his abode at Jiugong Mountain to the West Qi, casting spells to bring Jiang Ziya back and healing the wounds of Yang Jian and his younger companions. Due to Nezha's grave injuries, he only awoke now. After hearing Lady Li's words, Nezha let out a sigh of relief, refraining from insisting on visiting Yang Jian and instead obeying Lady Li's wishes to rest in bed. After lying in repose for another day, Nezha's restless spirit could no longer endure the confinement of the room. He approached Lady Li, playfully expressing his desire to venture outside. Understanding Nezha's predicament, Lady Li succumbed to his charming words and granted him permission to leave the room. Upon stepping outside, Nezha made his way to Yang Jian's quarters, only to discover that Yang Jian was absent. He then proceeded to visit the rooms of Tianhua and Jin Jia, but found no one there either. Just as he was pondering this mystery, he spotted the troubled expression of Li Jing approaching him. Nezha hurriedly inquired, "Father, what grave matter has transpired? Why are my elder brother and Tianhua absent? Your countenance is not well either." Li Jing, upon hearing Nezha's questions, initially responded, "Nezha, do not concern yourself with these matters for now. Focus on recovering your health. By the way, how do you feel now? Is your head still spinning?" Nezha shook his head, replying, "Father, I am perfectly fine. But what has truly occurred? You look so troubled, and my elder brothers are missing. Please, tell me. I am quite anxious." Seeing the urgency etched on Nezha's face, Li Jing led him into his room and said, "It is not that I wish to withhold the truth, but I fear your impulsiveness may lead to further harm. Very well, I shall share the news, but you must promise to remain composed afterwards. The Prime Minister is now safe, and we will follow his guidance." Nezha nodded in agreement, and Li Jing continued, "This afternoon, Zhao Gongming issued a challenge outside the city, and no one in Westqi could best him. Thus, Mu Zha's master, the venerable Pu Xian, took up the challenge but was gravely injured and forced to retreat. Luckily, Yuding Zhenren arrived just in time to rescue him, yet even he could not gain the upper hand against Zhao Gongming and nearly suffered defeat. The morale of our troops is now waning, and the soldiers wear expressions of despair. We truly do not know how to proceed." Nezha furrowed his brow and remarked, "Father, Zhao Gongming is indeed formidable. I could barely withstand 100 moves against him, and that was only due to his deliberate leniency. Qinxiang once mentioned that Zhao Gongming is nearly on par with Master Lingbao. It seems that only the ancestors could drive Zhao Gongming away this time." As Nezha pondered ways to defeat Zhao Gongming, he eventually drifted into slumber. Li Jing carefully carried Nezha back to his room, tucked him in, and sat by his bedside for a while. The fact that Nezha could forgive him felt surreal to Li Jing. After confirming that Nezha was indeed unscathed, he returned to his own chamber. In his dream, Nezha found himself in a resplendent palace, where at its pinnacle sat a dignified and noble lady. To her left were 3 distinguished gentlemen, and to her right, a handsome and charming young man. Although Nezha was unfamiliar with the lady and the youth, he recognized the 3 gentlemen as the 3 pure ones, the Tao of Virtue, the Primordial Lord, and the Spiritual Treasure Lord. They seemed oblivious to Nezha's presence. From their demeanor towards the lady, Nezha surmised her identity. She must be the revered mother of the 3 realms, Niwa. Consequently, he could also deduce that the young man was likely his previous incarnation, the Spirit Pearl. Nezha approached slowly, eavesdropping on their conversation. Niwa addressed the 3 pure ones, questioning whether the impending calamity could truly be averted. The Tao of Virtue nodded solemnly, responding, "Your Grace, this calamity is fated. None can alter it. Those 2 rascals from the west have plotted many schemes while we have been recuperating. This time, we are likely facing dire consequences." Upon hearing this, the others fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, the Spirit Pearl suddenly spoke, "Sister, allow me to take charge. I shall shatter this destined outcome. If they wish to seize the fortune of our eastern realm, they will need to prove their worth." Humph. They did not lift a finger against the demon race back then, yet now they conspire against us like the petty souls they are. "Sister, esteemed ancestors, I have a suggestion, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice." Niwa nodded, permitting the Spirit Pearl to continue. "Sister, since they lack virtue, we need not fear being unjust. We can turn their schemes against them. Do they not despise the rise of the Nth, wishing for us to turn on one another? We could play along with their designs." At this point, Nezha could no longer hear the Spirit Pearl's words, regardless of how closely he pressed his ear to the young man's lips. As he pondered how to decipher the Spirit Pearl's intentions through his lip movements, he suddenly felt a tremendous force pulling him out of the palace, and he awoke. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Nezha meticulously recalled everything he had heard in his dream. However, the matter of his reincarnation still perplexed him. In the dream, he had heard the Spirit Pearl refer to Niwa as sister. According to Tai Zhenren and Yang Jian, he was merely a servant of Niwa, so why this fraternal address? This dream only deepened Nezha's confusion regarding his own identity. It seemed that when Yang Jian had informed Nezha of his past life, he had intentionally concealed the true relationship between Nezha and Niwa, as she had warned him that it was not yet time to reveal Nezha's true identity. Thus, Nezha had no choice but to continue living with these uncertainties. But the dream had made him acutely aware of the hidden intricacies in the impending battle for the canonization that surpassed his previous understanding. As Nezha was deeply contemplating the significant information he had gleaned from the dream, he was escorted by Tianhua to the main hall of the Prime Minister's residence. Present were Jiang Zia, Huang Feihu, Li Jing, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, Tu Xing's son, Lei Zhenzi, and Wu Ji Tianxiang. Yet Yang Jian was conspicuously absent, leaving Nezha perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire of Tianhua, Jiang Zia commanded, Huang Feihu, and Li Jing. You shall lead 10,000 troops to launch a surprise assault on the Shang army from the east, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Tu Xing Sun. You three will encircle the Shang forces from the west with your 10,000 men. The remaining forces will be led by Lei Zhenzi to advance directly towards Zishui Pass. Nezha and Tianhua, you two are tasked with intercepting Master One. I demand either his presence alive or his corpse. Accepting the orders amidst his confusion, Nezha ascended into the skies with Tianhua, awaiting Master One outside Zishui Pass. During their wait, Tianhua elucidated the current situation to Nezha, due to Zhao Gongming's overwhelming strength. He had successively defeated multiple disciples from the second and third generations of the Chan sect, in order to uphold the righteous path. The primordial heavenly lord personally descended from Kunlun Mountain to assist the forces of Shiqi in repelling Zhao Gongming, commanding Yang Jian to lure Zhao Gongming to a predetermined location. The lord himself successfully drove back Zhao Gongming, seizing his sea-entangling whip and the Pearl of Stability. Realizing the peril of his situation, Zhao Gongming, despite his injuries, fled. Hence, Prime Minister Jiang seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Shang army, while Zhao Gongming was absent from the camp, depriving the Yin Shang of their exceptional general, Master One. Nezha and Tianhua waited for an extended period before they finally spotted Master One. Fleeing in haste atop a black Qilin, they descended from the clouds to block his path. Weakened from the recent battle, Master One, upon seeing the two formidable adversaries, felt a profound despair, thinking his end was nigh. However, as a seasoned general accustomed to the battlefield, he summoned all his strength to engage in combat with them. Due to Tianhua's heart-piercing nail, Master One dared not utilize his heavenly eye, relying instead on his dual whips to defend himself. Just as Nezha's fiery spear was about to pierce him, it was unexpectedly halted by a golden dragon-headed scissors, an object of extraordinary power that caused Nezha's hands to tremble. Looking up, he realized it was none other than Zhao Gongming, with the golden dragon-headed scissors in his right hand and shielding Master One with his left. Zhao Gongming coldly remarked, "Young lad, mercy is a virtue. Do not pursue vengeance relentlessly. Today, I shall not stoop to your level. We shall meet again on the battlefield." With that, he vanished with the injured Master One, leaving Nezha and Tianhua in a state of helplessness, unable to defeat him or pursue him further. They returned empty-handed to report back. Upon returning to the residence of the Duke of the West, they relayed the events to Jiang Ziya, who listened with increasing concern. Wu Ji interjected, lamenting, "Had I known this would occur, our master should have personally slain Zhao Gongming that day. It is all due to his indecisiveness." Wu Ji attempted to continue his grievances, but was silenced by a stern glare from Jiang Ziya. Nezha then described the appearance of Zhao Gongming's new weapon, the golden dragon-headed scissors. Tianxiang spoke up, "Third brother, I am aware. The golden dragon-headed scissors wielded by Zhao Gongming are known as the Golden Jiao scissors, a treasured artifact of the three heavens goddesses from the Jia sect. Zhao Gongming is the elder brother of the three heavens goddesses, and their relationship is quite close. Hence it is not surprising that they lent him the Golden Jiao scissors. It is said that its destructive power ranks second in the celestial realm, surpassed only by the primordial heavenly lord's god-subduing whip. As the abilities of users vary, the manifestation of this treasure takes on numerous forms, capable of materializing energy. The golden dragon scissors were forged from two dragons encountered by the goddess of the three heavens during her trials with the chaotic divine king. These dragons absorbed the essence of the heavens and earth, basked in the brilliance of the sun and moon, soaring through the skies, enveloped by auspicious clouds. Their heads aligned like a pair of scissors, and their tails entwined like a flowing stream. With the addition of Zhao Gongming's boundless power wielding the golden dragon scissors, one might surmise that he is even more formidable. I estimate that even my revered ancestor would require considerable effort to subdue him." Upon hearing Tianxiang's words, Tianhua remarked, "Fourth brother, you truly possess an encyclopedic knowledge of the celestial realm. How is it that you know everything?" Blushing, Tianxiang scratched the back of his head and replied, "My master spends his days idly, unlike our two esteemed uncles who have their own sections. Aside from me, his only disciple, he has little to oversee. So he often compiles rankings of celestial figures and magical artifacts. Observing him has allowed me to learn much." After Tianxiang's analysis, the others wore expressions of helplessness. Yang Jian and Nezha exchanged glances, each recognizing a profound sense of powerlessness reflected in the other's eyes. The entire West Qi descended into an atmosphere of urgency and oppression. Chapter 27. The Taoist Lord Luya in search of a method to defeat the Golden Dragon Scissors, Nezha and Yang Jian, riding on their windfire wheels, accompanied Tianxiang to the Lingbao Master at Kongtong Mountain. However, the Lingbao Master was not present, having gone to visit the celestial virtue, leaving the unattended. Thus, Tianxiang took it upon himself to lead Nezha and Yang Jian to his master's library, believing it to contain records of celestial beings and magical artifacts that might hold the key to countering the golden dragon scissors. The trio searched the Lingbao Master's library for an extended period, yet they could not find any magical artifact or celestial being capable of overcoming the golden dragon scissors. Just as despair began to set in, the Lingbao Master fortuitously returned. Upon seeing the trio, drenched in sweat and in disarray, he could not help but smile. Tianxiang rushed over to his master, affectionately embracing him and seeking his favor. Yang Jian, observing this, whispered to Nezha, "Indeed, he is your cousin. His manner of seeking affection is strikingly similar to yours." Nezha shot a glare at Yang Jian, contemplating that had the situation allowed, he might have brandished his fiery spear in pursuit of Yang Jian. Nezha and Yang Jian explained their intentions to the Lingbao Master, who did not immediately divulge the information. Instead, he presented them with two options, much to Tianxiang's annoyance. The Lingbao Master believed that his disciple was always inclined to seek the company of outsiders rather than remain by his side. Thus, he seized this opportunity to entice his disciple to stay close for companionship. He proposed two paths: one, to reveal the method to defeat Zhao Goming's golden dragon scissors, but only if Tianxiang remained, or two, the trio could return to West Qi together, as he had no solutions to offer. Nezha gazed at the Grand Master Ling Ao with a furrowed brow, realizing that he must first acquire the method to defeat Zhao Goming. However, Tianxiang, his cousin, was keenly aware of the latter's penchant for merriment, and despite the Grand Master's kindness towards him, the desolation of Yuanyang Cave was ill-suited for Tianxiang's spirited nature. Meanwhile, upon hearing the conditions set by his master, Tianxiang's demeanor soured, prompting him to employ various charming antics to win over the Grand Master, all of which were met with indifference. Feigning anger, he attempted to storm out, only to find the Grand Master turning towards his chamber. Nezha gritted his teeth, contemplating the bonds of brotherhood, ultimately agreeing to the Grand Master's stipulation to keep Tianxiang, while he and Yang Jian soared westward to Kunlun, armed with the knowledge to vanquish Zhao Gongming. In the meantime, Tianxiang, having been simultaneously outmaneuvered by both his brother and master, sulked in a corner, drawing circles and cursing Nezha and the Grand Master for their scheming. As Nezha and Yang Jian hastened towards western Kunlun, the Grand Master had informed Nezha that the only artifact capable of subduing the Golden Rooster was the nail-headed 7 arrows book possessed by Lord Luya. Lord Luya stood among the pantheon of deities, alongside Nuwa, Pangu, and Hanjun, as the youngest and most favored disciple of the Chaos God King. In the past, aside from Nuwa and Pangu, the God King had taken on Hanjun and Luya as disciples. Following Pangu's cosmic separation of heaven and earth, Hanjun transformed into the Tao, maintaining the cosmic order, while Nuwa established the heavenly court in the underworld, creating humanity to ensure harmony in existence. Lord Luya, being the youngest, lived a leisurely life, initially aiding his elder siblings but retreating to western Kunlun once matters stabilized. He occasionally visited the Chaos Divine Domain, even declining Nuwa's invitation to reign in the heavenly court. To Nuwa, Lord Luya was akin to a cherished younger brother. As long as he was pampered and protected, she would acquiesce to his whims. Furthermore, having transcended the Tao, he was impervious to harm, allowing him to indulge in his free-spirited nature. Upon their arrival at western Kunlun, Nezha and Yang Jian conveyed their purpose to the celestial youth and presented the letter from the Grand Master. After relaying their request to Lord Luya, the celestial youth led them into the main hall of western Kunlun. Nezha and Yang Jian bowed respectfully to Lord Luya. Stealing a glance, Nezha noted that while Lord Luya did not possess the striking beauty he himself had, his features exuded a comforting charm. Reclining gracefully, with a slight smile and partially exposed collarbone, he projected an alluring blend of rebelliousness and profound nobility. In a deep voice, Lord Luya addressed Nezha and Yang Jian, bidding them to rise. Subsequently, all inquiries were directed through the celestial youth, who relayed them to Lord Luya. After a considerable time, Lord Luya finally rose, stating, "I am already aware of your intentions. As fortune would have it, I find myself with little to occupy my time, so I shall accompany you on this journey. Young one, go fetch my nail-headed 7 arrows book. I shall return shortly, so please keep watch over the mountain gate." When the immortal child retrieved the magical artifact, the nail-headed 7-arrow book, for Luya Daojun, the latter, with an expressionless visage, addressed Nezha and Yang Jian, saying, "Let us depart." The two followed behind the Daojun, observing his unhurried demeanor, reluctant to voice their thoughts. However, once they had distanced themselves from the western Kunlun, Luya Daojun suddenly turned around and, adopting a teasing tone, remarked to Nezha, "I must say, little Pearl, how is it that you become more extraordinary with each passing day? Are you intentionally trying to vex your fourth brother?" Nezha, Momentarily taken aback by Luya Daojuan's words, struggled to comprehend. While he could grasp the reference to Little Pearl, the mention of fourth brother left him perplexed. Furthermore, the dream in which Ling Zhu referred to Yuhua as sister continued to baffle him. Cautiously, Nezha responded to Luya Daojun. Daojun. I am merely a third-generation disciple of the Chan religion. Even in my past life, I was but a humble attendant by the side of Lady Yuhua. How could I possibly be considered your brother? In the presence of unfamiliar individuals, Luya Daojun often maintained a serious demeanor. Yet those who knew him well understood his unreliability. Thus, he seldom found true companions. Those of lower status sought to curry favor with him, while those of higher standing, apart from Lady Yuhua and Hongjun Laozu, were scarce. He interacted with these two figures with respect, and besides Ling Zhu, no one else could evoke his genuine nature. Hence, when Nezha spoke thus, Luya Daojun paid little heed to Yang Jian's persistent gestures, responding directly, What jest is this? Who told you that you were merely a small attendant beside my senior sister? You must have quite the audacity to deceive even my own junior brother. Are you seeking to court death? Nezha gazed at Luya Daojun in shock, his voice trembling as he inquired, Daojun, what did you just say? Your own junior brother? But you are the youngest disciple of Lady Yuhua. Nezha pondered aloud for a considerable time. No wonder Ling Zhu in that dream referred to Lady Yuhua as sister. Now I understand why my ancestors have shown me such affection, tinged with a hint of flattery. Noticing Nezha's emotional instability, Yang Jian stepped forward cautiously to inquire, Nezha, are you all right? Before Yang Jian could finish, Nezha lifted his head, smiling at him. I am fine, second brother, truly. It turns out I am the biological brother of Lady Yuhua. So if that is the case. Nezha's words trailed off as he turned to Luya Daojun, who felt a chill run down his spine under Nezha's mischievous gaze. With a teasing tone, Nezha declared, Daojun, oh no, my dear fourth brother. Shouldn't you offer some tokens of welcome to your new brother upon our first meeting? Oh, and by the way, this here is my sworn brother. As an elder brother. Don't you think you ought to bestow some magical artifacts or elixirs as a gesture? Nezha mused aloud, contemplating what else he might desire. Meanwhile, Yang Jian felt relieved. While Luya Daojun, sporting a new line of annoyance on his forehead, silently muttered, This little rascal, though his identity has changed, has not altered his penchant for petty gains in the slightest. Nezha gazed at Luya Daojun with eyes gleaming like gold, as if he beheld a rare treasure. This intense scrutiny sent shivers down Luya Daojun's spine. In a moment of desperation, he cast a pleading glance toward Yang Jian, only to find that Yang Jian's smile mirrored Nezha's, albeit with slightly more restraint. With a resigned gesture, Luya Daojun pressed his hand to his forehead and tremblingly retrieved two magical artifacts and a vial of elixir from his treasure pouch. Nezha surged forward, eager to seize them, but was restrained by Yang Jian. After clearing his throat to regain composure, he listened as Luya Daojun elaborated on the treasures. These two artifacts were acquired during my ventures in the chaotic divine domain. One is a trident blade forged from the bones of 9 demonic dragons, possessing boundless power, amplified by my magical energy to unleash the might of the 9 dragons. The other is the fire fan, a manifestation of the elemental spirits of fire, which can alter its form at will. The spirit has become its guardian and can be summoned to battle alongside you upon acknowledging its master with blood. This vial contains the blood condensation pill of my own concoction. When consumed after an injury, it will heal all wounds within a quarter of an hour. Do you wish to have them? Nezha and Yang Jian nodded eagerly, like chicks pecking at grains, as they each snatched the fire fan and the trident blade, respectively. After dividing the blood condensation pills, they began to handle the artifacts with the care of children with new toys. Nezha beamed at Luya Daojun and said, Thank you, fourth brother. Yang Jian also approached to express his gratitude, saying, Thank you for the gifts, Daojun. Luya Daojun interjected, Do not call me Daojun any longer. Since you and little Zhu, since you and Nezha have become brothers, you may refer to me as fourth brother. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, but, upon seeing the resolute expression on Luya Daojun's face, ceased his pretenses and called out, Fourth brother. Luya Daojun nodded in satisfaction then. Addressing the two who were still admiring their newfound treasures, he said, Did you come to me not to seek assistance in defeating Zhao Gongming? Yet here you are, with the leisure to play with artifacts. Your hearts are indeed quite bold. Only then did Nezha and Yang Jian recall their mission, hastily stowing the treasures in their pouches and presenting apologetic expressions to Luya Daojun. With a flushed face, Nezha awkwardly hopped onto his wind-fire wheel and soared towards the direction of Shichi, while the two trailing behind exchanged exasperated looks at Nezha's retreating figure before following him. On the way, Yang Jian remarked to Luya Daojun, Fourth brother, I believe it is prudent to keep Nezha's identity a secret for now. After all, apart from myself, none of the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect are aware of his true identity. and the Mother Nuwa has expressly instructed those in the know that his identity remains confidential. After listening to Yang Jian's words, Luya Daojun replied seriously, I understand your intent. Rest assured, my senior sister has conveyed this to me. I am heartened to know Nezha has a brother like you by his side. The tribulations he will face in the future are far greater. With your assistance, that is indeed excellent. Yang Jian nodded resolutely, assuring Luya Daojun, you can rely on me to take good care of Nezha. The two exchanged smiles and continued their flight toward Shichi. Chapter 28. The Tragedy of Luya Daojun Beyond the 33 Heavens. The venerable Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed ahead. With a voice tinged with both exasperation and affection, he remarked, You troublesome little rascal, you've caused me yet another predicament. Alas, I shudder to think what treasures that sly Tong Tian might seek from me this time. These two rascals cannot seem to find a moment's peace. Well, I suppose I cannot entirely blame them. Humph. Sooner or later, I shall settle the scores with those two. In the west, Nezha arrived first at the West Boho Mansion, informing Jiang Zia and GFA of his invitation to Luya Daojun. He also relayed to Huang Feihu that Tianxiang had been left by the Lingbao master in his cave to study sorcery. Consequently, led by Jiang Zia and GFA, the assembly proceeded to the outskirts of Shichi City to warmly welcome Luya Daojun. As Luya Daojun and Yang Jian conversed about Nezha, they made their way towards Shichi, hence their arrival was somewhat delayed. Upon seeing a throng gathered to greet him, Luya Daojun adopted the same austere expression he had worn during his initial encounter with Nezha. Jiang Zia and GFA, along with the others, respectfully bowed to Luya Daojun, who merely nodded slightly before proceeding towards the West Boho Mansion amidst the crowd. Given Luya Daojun's esteemed status, the assembly dared not take a seat, standing awkwardly in silence. Unbeknownst to Nezha, who failed to notice the other's demeanor, he seized the opportunity to pull Yang Jian into his seat at the back, eager to discuss his new treasure. Nezha had anticipated that Jiang Zia and the others would join the conversation regarding their strategies to repel Zhao Gongming. However, he was surprised to find everyone standing in silence, their eyes fixed on Luya Daojun. His voice, therefore, rang out quite clearly. At first, Nezha was oblivious, but as he spoke again, he sensed something amiss. Why was he the only one speaking in the entire conference hall? Glancing up, he noticed that everyone was staring in his direction, while Luya Daojun, seated at the head of the table, wore an expression of amusement. Embarrassment flushed Nezha's face as he sought to mask his discomfort. He turned to the visibly shaking Yang Jian and said, my elder brother claims he is fatigued and unwell from the journey, so I shall accompany him to see a physician. Farewell. With that, he grasped Yang Jian and, in a flash, darted out of the conference hall. Yang Jian, bewildered throughout this escapade, burst into laughter once they had distanced themselves from the hall. Nezha, feeling mortified by Yang Jian's expression, retrieved his Li Hua fan and mischievously remarked, Brother, it has been quite some time since we last sparred. Let us seize this opportunity to test the power of my Li Hua fan. Without waiting for a response, he brandished the fan and charged at Yang Jian. Yang Jian deftly evaded the attack and swiftly drew his three-pronged blade to engage Nezha in combat, commenting as they fought, your treasure is impressive, though it is rather loud. Nezha, interpreting Yang Jian's words as playful mockery, felt compelled to retaliate. Author's note. Ah, dear Nezha, you have uncovered the truth. It seems you are determined to settle this contest with Yang Jian. Within the council chamber, the vibrant atmosphere dissipated as Nezha and Yang Jian had already departed. Lord Luya raised his hand, signaling for everyone to take their seats. After a silent exchange of glances, Jiang Zia and GFA settled into their respective places. Observing that both the Prime Minister and the King of Wu had seated themselves, the others followed suit. Once everyone was seated, Jiang Zia addressed Lord Luya, requesting that he not hold Nezha and Yang Jian accountable for their actions. However, before Jiang Zia could finish, Lord Luya interjected, reassuring him, it is of no concern. I have a fondness for those two youngsters and would not fault them for such trivial matters. You need not worry. Grateful for the Lord's understanding. Jiang Zia nodded vigorously and inquired, might I ask when you plan to confront Zhao Gongming? To be candid, our forces have suffered consecutive defeats in recent days. Just the other day, my two disciples, Tu Xingxuan and Jin Jia, were gravely injured by Zhao Gongming's golden rooster scissors, along with my other disciples, Mu Jia and Lei Zhenzi. Were it not for Nezha and Yang Jian's request for your intervention, it is likely that we would soon be devoid of capable commanders in our ranks. After contemplating Jiang Zia's words, Lord Luya remained silent for a moment before responding, do not fret, Zia. You may instruct someone to hang a truce banner outside Westchi City. In 21 days, I shall claim Zhao Gongming's life. However, I would like to borrow 2 individuals from you. Would you consent to this? Of course. May I inquire if the two you wish to borrow are Nezha and Yang Jian? Jiang Zia replied. Lord Luya nodded, a hint of pleasure in his voice as he remarked, You truly understand me, Zia. During these 21 days, you need not venture out of the city to confront the enemy. Simply remain here and await developments. There is no need for me to intervene personally. I shall ensure that Zhao Gongming does not even have the opportunity to wield his golden rooster scissors. Just prepare a private chamber for me and summon Nezha and Yang Jian. Jiang Zia looked at Lord Luya with confusion but noticed that the Lord had already begun to meditate, leaving him no choice but to lead everyone out of the council chamber and instruct the servants to prepare Lord Luya's quarters. Upon exiting, Huang Feihu, Li Jing, and others approached Jiang Zia, inquiring about their next course of action. Uncertain, Jiang Zia replied that they should follow Lord Luya's directives and sent them to fetch Nezha and Yang Jian. However, when Jiang Zia finally located them, the two were deeply engaged in a sparring match with their new magical treasures. With a frown, Jiang Zia pulled them away to the back garden of the Shibua home mansion, where GFA, Huang Feihu, and Li Jing awaited. After conveying Lord Luya's words, they began to question the reliability of Lord Luya, prompting Nezha to roll his eyes in exasperation. Nevertheless, after hearing Lord Luya's intentions, both Nezha and Yang Jian couldn't help but share incredulous glances, for it seemed utterly inhumane for an exalted sage to resort to underhanded tactics against a mere great Luo Jingxian. Once Nezha and Yang Jian escaped the barrage of inquiries from Jiang Zia and the others, they swiftly made their way to Lord Luya's chamber, for they knew that the others would not dare intrude there. Upon observing the two individuals who entered, Luya Daojun teasingly remarked, Ah, from which corner have these beggars emerged? Nezha immediately rolled his eyes at Luya Daojun, took a seat beside him, and began to pour the water from the teapot into his mouth. Yang Jian, seated next to Nezha, gently reminded him, Third brother, take it slow. You might choke if everyone tries to snatch it from you. No sooner had he spoken than Nezha began to cough violently, having indeed choked on the water. Yang Jian, watching his brother helplessly, reached out to pat Nezha's back until he regained his composure. Unable to contain himself any longer, Luya Daojun shouted at the two. Do you both think I am invisible? I summoned you for a purpose, not for a vacation. If you continue to disregard me, I shall reclaim the treasures I just bestowed upon you. One wonders if such arrogance is inherited, as it seems to run in the family. The author finds this quite perplexing. However, this threat held no sway over Nezha and Yang Jian. One was naturally thick-skinned, while the other was blissfully unaware of the concept of shame. Thus, they paid no heed to Luya Daojun's words, with Nezha continuing to indulge in the water and Yang Jian persistently cautioning him to slow down. Luya Daojun felt a deep sense of frustration, pondering how a sage of his stature was usually met with utmost respect, yet in this moment, the dignity he had preserved for centuries seemed to vanish entirely. After a considerable time, Nezha and Yang Jian finally acknowledged Luya Daojun's presence. Nezha, in a languid tone, inquired, Is there something you require our assistance with? Just to clarify, my brother and I will not participate without some form of benefit. Luya Daojun stared blankly at the sprawled Nezha, a smirk gradually forming on his lips. Had it not been for the cup in his hand being crushed to dust, one would scarcely believe he was brimming with rage. Through gritted teeth, Luya Daojun retorted, Benefit? Did you not just abscond with 2 artifacts and a vial of elixir from me? Are you truly certain you still desire more? Unfazed, Nezha boldly responded, That is hardly my fault. Who told you to take 21 days to play with someone you could have dispatched in mere minutes? Truly, you must be quite idle. Besides, that was not theft. It was a gift from an elder brother. After hearing Nezha's words, Luya Daojun teetered on the brink of despair. He suddenly regretted his sister's decision to send Ling Zhu down to reincarnate. Silently, he implored the goddess Nuwa, Sister, I hope when you meet the little one, you will safeguard your heart. Alas, who could return to him the considerate, gentle, and easily bullied child from his past? This cunning, ruthless rascal is free for anyone to claim. Luya Daojun's heart bled silently, regaining his composure. Luya Daojun gritted his teeth and addressed the two who had been ignoring him. Benefits can be arranged, but you must first complete the task at hand. Nezha, venture beyond the Sishigwan to challenge Zhao Gongming, luring him out for battle. Yang Jian, utilize your 72 transformations to take the guise of a bird soaring in the sky, seizing the opportunity to retrieve a strand of Zhao Gongming's hair for me. Do not regard me with such a gaze, Nezha. The fire fan I have bestowed upon you is sufficient for you to withstand 100 exchanges against Zhao Gongming. Moreover, your wind and fire wheels grant you swifter speed than Zhao Gongming, allowing for a timely escape. Off you go quickly. Do not hesitate. Reward shall be granted. Upon hearing the assurances of Master Luya, Nezha and Yang Jian departed to Sishigwan to confront Zhao Gongming, while within the confines of the room. Master Li silently wept, pondering why he had descended the mountain in such despair. Chapter 29. The Death of Zhao Gongming outside Sishiguan, Nezha. Wielding the fire fan and standing upon the wind and fire wheels, called out Zhao Gongming's name thrice. Upon emerging, Zhao Gongming recognized Nezha and addressed him, saying, "Little brat, you have already tasted defeat at my hands. How dare you return to challenge me? I warned you previously that next we meet, I shall show no mercy." Nezha, casting a cold glance at Zhao Gongming, retorted, "What nonsense you speak. If it is battle you seek, then let us engage. I fear you not." With that, Nezha unleashed the fire fan in an assault against Zhao Gongming. Unaware of the fan's formidable power, Zhao Gongming attempted to parry Nezha's onslaught as he had done before, only to be forced back 5 steps. Frowning, he remarked, "Little brat, this new treasure is quite impressive. But do you truly believe you can harm me with just that fan?" Nezha scoffed, "Enough with your idle chatter. Let us see true skill." The two clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, transformed into a hummingbird, observed the battle discreetly. Although Nezha's fire fan lacked the strength to rival Zhao Gongming's golden cicada scissors, it had recognized Nezha as its master, allowing him to wield it with remarkable proficiency. The fire fan harmonized seamlessly with Nezha's true fire, leaving Zhao Gongming astonished. Just days prior, the young boy had barely held his ground against him, yet now, he was managing to endure 120 exchanges amidst Zhao Gongming's full offensive. Seizing the moment while Zhao Gongming was intrigued by Nezha, Yang Jian darted toward him with lightning speed, successfully snatching a strand of his hair. Zhao Gongming felt a sudden sharp tug at his scalp and turned to investigate, finding nothing amiss, while Nezha took this opportunity to retreat swiftly on his wind and fire wheels. By the time Zhao Gongming regained his composure and looked ahead, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of red, leaving him bewildered as he returned to Sishiguan to confide his perplexity to Master Wen. After listening to Zhao Gongming's account, Master Wen dispatched men to West Qi to gather intelligence, only to learn that a truce banner was hoisted outside the city, with the defenses on the walls exceedingly strict. Both Wen Taishe and Zhao Gongming were engulfed in confusion, left to ponder the true intentions of Jiang Jia, as they dispatched scouts incessantly to gather intelligence. However, the reports consistently revealed that the city of Shiqi had raised its banner of truce, with no signs of activity within its walls. In the days that followed, an unexpected visitor arrived daily outside the Sisui Pass, appearing punctually and retreating swiftly when faced with opposition. Meanwhile, Nezha and Yang Jian, having procured a lock of Zhao Gongming's hair, returned to Shiqi. Yang Jian handed the hair to Nezha, indicating his intention to diligently study his three-edged blade, and thus did not accompany Nezha to the residence of Daojun Luya. Consequently, Nezha ventured alone to Daojun Luya's chamber, presenting the lock of hair to him. Upon receiving Zhao Gongming's hair, Daojun Luya retrieved a wooden figurine, meticulously inscribing Zhao Gongming's birth details upon it. He then entwined the hair around the figurine's neck, subsequently placing an incense burner before it and offering 3 sticks of incense. Turning to Nezha, he said, "Brother, I entrust you with a task. For the next 21 days, at the hour of Qin, challenge Zhao Gongming outside the Sisui Pass. Based on your own prowess, endure for as long as you can. When you feel overwhelmed, simply retreat." Nezha gazed at Daojun Luya, seeking clarification. Yet Daojun remained unperturbed by Nezha's expression as he seated himself and continued, "The secrets of destiny must not be divulged. Consider this merely a practice session." Nezha, wishing to delve deeper, was abruptly ushered out of the room by Daojun Luya. Momentarily stunned at the threshold, Nezha pondered the enigmatic intentions of Daojun before departing. In a state of bewilderment, Nezha made his way back to his chamber, encountering Huang Feihu and Li Jing along the way. Lost in thought, Nezha did not notice them until they halted his advance, concerned by his demeanor. Only then did Nezha regain his focus and respond, "I have seen father and uncle." Huang Feihu then inquired, "Nezha, why are you in such a flurry? Has something occurred?" Nezha, observing their worried expressions, hastily reassured them, "Father, uncle, I am fine. It's just that, well, this matter cannot be clarified at the moment. In 21 days, the truth shall emerge. Please do not press for details. Oh, by the way, how are my elder brother and Lei Jinzi faring? I have yet to visit them since I heard they were injured." Though Huang Feihu and Li Jing recognized that Nezha was attempting to divert the conversation, they refrained from probing further, understanding his reluctance to share certain matters. Huang Feihu continued, "You need not worry. Minister Jiang has already tended to their wounds, and they are well." Nezha nodded in relief, saying, "That is good to hear. Father, uncle, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Nezha hastily departed, making his way towards Yang Jian's quarters. Watching Nezha's retreating figure, Li Jing and Huang Feihu exchanged resigned smiles before resuming their training of the new recruits. Upon arriving at Yang Jian's chamber, Nezha recounted the instructions given by the Taoist Lord Luya. Yang Jian, after listening, expressed his own bewilderment. Although they were aware that Luya intended to utilize the nail-headed 7 arrows to eliminate Zhao Gongming, they remained ignorant of the nature of this weapon. Additionally, they could not comprehend the rationale behind Nezha's daily challenges to Zhao Gongming. Both exchanged perplexed glances, contemplating a secretive incursion into Luya's quarters for further insight, only to discover that Luya had erected a magical barrier, rendering their efforts futile. Even Yang Jian's celestial eye could discern nothing. Ultimately, Nezha resolved to adhere to Luya's directive, challenging Zhao Gongming at the stroke of dawn each day. In the initial days, Nezha, as before, could scarcely endure more than 150 exchanges before retreating. However, after 10 days, he noted a marked improvement in his endurance against Zhao Gongming. Alongside a growing mastery of his techniques, such as the Qian Kuan Circle, the Merging Heaven Silk, the three-headed six-armed form, the nine-dragon fire shield, the fire spear, and the fire fan. He even devised numerous innovative maneuvers. With this rapid advancement in combat experience, Nezha found himself wishing for Zhao Gongming's survival. Zhao Gongming, initially perplexed, began to reflexively inquire of his attendants whether Nezha had arrived at the appointed hour. Throughout this process, he found himself increasingly admiring the young warrior, to the extent that when Zhong suggested laying an ambush to eliminate Nezha, Zhao Gongming staunchly opposed the idea. As time swiftly approached the final day, Nezha continued to arrive punctually at the gates of Sishui to challenge Zhao Gongming. Unbeknownst to Zhao Gongming, his spirit had been waning due to the relentless battles with Nezha, mistakenly attributing his fatigue to previous injuries. Mounted upon his ink-patterned tiger, he faced Nezha once more, accepting the challenge. After approximately 500 exchanges, Nezha ultimately succumbed. Yet, this time, instead of fleeing, he addressed Zhao Gongming, saying, "You are a respected elder, Nezha. Alas, our paths diverge, and destiny has its own design. I hope that when next we meet, we may be friends." Zhao Gongming, watching Nezha depart, smiled knowingly, feeling a genuine admiration for the young warrior. In his view, Nezha's forthrightness and sense of justice resonated with him, and had circumstances permitted, they might have forged a profound camaraderie. As was customary, after their bout, Zhao Gongming visited Zhong's quarters. They sipped wine and discussed strategies for lifting the truce imposed upon Shiqi. In truth, Zhong had long harbored intentions of capturing Nezha to compel Shiqi into battle, yet this notion was promptly dismissed by Zhao Gongming. Being both a respected mentor and friend to Zhong, Zhao Gongming's word was law, leaving Zhong without alternative strategies to pursue. As Zhao Gongming conversed with Zhong, an unexpected wave of palpitations surged through him, followed by a sudden spurt of fresh blood from his mouth as he collapsed, unconscious. Zhong hurriedly rushed to support Zhao Gongming, a sense of foreboding gnawing at his heart. He extended his hand to check for breath, inhaling deeply as sorrow welled within him, trembling as he cradled Zhao Gongming's body. After what felt like an eternity, Zhong composed himself, wiping away his tears and casting his gaze towards the direction of Shiqi, his eyes ablaze with fury. He glared at the western horizon, bellowing, "Jiangxia, I vow to take your life." Meanwhile, Nezha silently observed as Lord Luya inserted 3 short arrows into the little figure S by Wei point, targeting the heart and the center of his brow. Turning to Jiangxia, Lord Luya declared, "Xia, Zhao Gongming is dead. You may now remove the truce token and assault the Zashui Pass." Jiangxia quickly expressed his gratitude to Lord Luya and commanded his men to remove the truce token from the city wall, subsequently gathering with the generals to discuss the strategy for attacking Zashui Pass. However, Nezha chose not to follow. Once everyone had departed, he approached Lord Luya, clutching a wine jug, and in a somber tone, inquired, "Fourth brother, must we intervene in this earthly dynastic transition? The teachings of the Chan and Jia sects are inherently one. Why must we resort to mutual destruction? I have met with the esteemed Master Tongdian, who is indeed a kind soul, and the masters and uncles of the Jia sect are not inherently malevolent. What, then, is the purpose of all our actions? Is it merely to convince those of the Western teachings that our two sects have reached an irreconcilable conflict? Fourth brother, Nezha feels utterly lost. The letter from our ancestor elucidated the stakes, yet it failed to clarify the reasons behind all this, why I have been reincarnated, and how I became the vanguard of Shiqi without rhyme or reason. Everyone tells me this is all predestined, but to hell with fate. If the goal is to end this conflict, why not simply take King Zhou's head in Chaoga? Why the need for years of warfare? If the intention is to thwart the schemes of the Western teachings, why not eliminate Zhuanti and Jane directly? Why sacrifice so many lives? The 10 immortals of Golden Ao Island, including Zhao Gongming, have spent millennia honing their craft, only to be reduced to nothingness in a single night. Is it truly worth it? As Nezha spoke, he clutched the wine jug, while Lord Luya had already erected barriers around the room upon Nezha's initial words. Lord Luya silently listened to Nezha's lament until he collapsed drunkenly onto the table. He understood that the events surrounding Zhao Gongming had left Nezha with an unresolved burden. In truth, long before Ling Zhuzi's reincarnation, he had opposed this course of action, sharing Nezha's perspective that simply eliminating Zhuanti and Jian would have sufficed. Why put their own junior at such risk? Yet, his own identity constrained him from taking such decisive action. Chapter 30. The Three Celestial Maidens in Truth. Both Nuwa and Luya Daojun, along with the Three Pure Ones and the Western figures of Zhuanti and Jiejin, were already beings of sanctity, having transcended the mortal realm long ago. Their involvement in the impending calamity would inevitably entangle them in the web of cause and effect. A single misstep could obliterate millennia of cultivation, even leading to the shattering of their souls. Thus, they entrusted these tasks to their disciples and descendants, limiting their own role to discreetly offering counsel from the shadows. In this great tribulation, Zhuanti and Jiejin resorted to an array of cunning schemes to bolster the Western teachings, catching the Three Pure Ones off guard. Reluctantly, the Three Pure Ones had to adopt a strategy of estrangement to lower the vigilance of Zhuanti and Jiejin. Although Luya Daojun wished to intervene directly, he was restrained by Nuwa and subsequently lectured for several days by his elder brother in the Palace of the 33 Heavens. Eventually, Luya Daojun reflected that, regardless of the chaos that might ensue from Ling Zhuzi's reincarnation, he had the steadfast support of his elder brothers and sisters, including himself as the fourth brother. Therefore, Zhuanti and Jiejin would have to carefully consider the consequences before taking action against Ling Zhuzi, leading him to abandon the notion of directly assaulting the West. However, as Luya Daojun observed the inebriated Nezha, he felt a profound disquiet within. He wished to disregard the implications of cause and effect and charge directly to Mount Ling. After a long, silent gaze upon Nezha, he sighed, lifted him onto his bed, tucked him in, and quietly stepped outside. Within the confines of Sisui Pass, the death of Zhao Gongming had sown despondency among the ranks. Wen Zhong, shrouded in sorrow, buried Zhao Gongming and the ink-patterned black tiger with great honor. Coincidentally, Shen Gongbao, having heard the news, hastened from Chaoga to attend the funeral. Once the ceremonies concluded, he approached Wen Zhong, shedding a few tears, and with a sorrowful visage, expressed, "Master, I too mourn the loss of Brother Zhao. However, I believe our foremost duty now is to seek vengeance for his demise." Wen Zhong inhaled deeply, momentarily burying his grief, and replied to Shen Gongbao, "Your words ring true. Since Jiang Zia has shown such treachery in employing vile means to slay our elite, I shall not be remiss in exacting justice. I implore you, Master, to oversee matters at Sisui Pass for a few days while I venture to Jiesher Mountain to request the presence of our three esteemed uncles, Yinxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao. These three are sworn sisters to Uncle Gongming, and the golden cudgel, their treasured artifact, will surely rally them to avenge his untimely death." Upon receiving Shen Gongbao's assent, Wen Zhong mounted his dark qilin and set forth towards Jiesher Mountain's Bixiao Palace. Upon arrival, he recounted the tragic news of Zhao Gongming's demise to the three maidens. It was then that Yunxiao learned that her youngest sister had entrusted the golden cudgel to Zhao Gongming. Despite the sorrow, there was no time for reproach, as the three sisters wept uncontrollably over the blood-stained artifact that Wen Zhong had brought back. Bixiao, consumed by regret, lamented her failure to heed her elder sister's warnings, as her actions had inadvertently led to her brother's peril. In the present moment, the three sisters, though burdened with profound sorrow, followed Wen Zhong down the mountain to the Sisui Pass. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of Zhao Gongming, his eyes closed and body rigid, they could not help but weep bitterly once more. The sisters, with great care, dismissed those around them and tenderly wiped the dust from Zhao Gongming's hands and face. During this process, Qiongxiao suddenly let out a sharp cry, exclaiming in astonishment to Yunxiao and Bixiao, "Eldest sister, third sister, look! There is a red dot on elder brother's forehead." As Yunxiao and Bixiao approached to examine closely, they quickly lifted Zhao Gongming's clothing at his chest and supported his head. They discovered a crimson mark on both his heart and Baihui acupoint. The three exchanged astonished glances and simultaneously uttered the words Nailhead 7 Arrows script. Bixiao, the most fiery-tempered among the sisters, declared, "Humph. Even Luya Daojun must pay for elder brother's life. I refuse to believe he can evade the attack of the Hunyuan Golden Dipper." With that, she immediately took to the skies toward the direction of Shiqi, and in their shared grief, Yunxiao and Qiongxiao, filled with deep-seated hatred for Luya Daojun, hastily followed suit, armed with the golden Jiao scissors and their own Hunyuan Golden Dipper, determined to seek vengeance for their brother's death. Upon reaching the skies above Shiqi, Bai Xiao called out loudly for Luya Daojun to confront her. At that moment, Luya Daojun was engaged in a martial exchange with Nezha and Yang Jian. Startled by the call of his name, he was momentarily taken aback, allowing Nezha and Yang Jian to seize the opportunity to strike him. They inquired about the reward for victory. Luya Daojun rolled his eyes at them before soaring into the sky above Shiqi, addressing the clamoring Bai Xiao. I am indeed Luya. Pray tell, what business do you have with me? Bai Xiao, her eyes wide with anger, responded fiercely, I am Bai Xiao, disciple of the Tong Tian. The other day, you used the nail-head 7 arrows script to slay my brother Zhao Goming. Today, I, Bai Xiao, shall avenge my brother's death and take your life. At that moment, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao arrived, and the three sisters brandished their Hunyuan golden dippers in unison to attack Luya Daojun. Luya Daojun unsheathed his celestial slaying flying knife to block the assault of the Hunyuan golden dippers, yet he was still forced to retreat several steps before regaining his balance. He discreetly communicated with Nezha and Yang Jian, who had been following him, instructing them to return to the West Baihu mansion to inform Jiang Zia of the current situation. He then flew alone toward the outskirts of Shiqi City, leading the three sisters away from the city. Nezha and Yang Jian hastily arrived at the West Baihu mansion, where Jiang Zia and GFA were engaged in discussion. They recounted the circumstances they had witnessed, emphasizing the formidable power of the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, which dissuaded Jiang Zia from executing his plan to attack Sishui Pass. The group now awaited the return of Luya Daojun to ascertain the full extent of the Hunyuan Golden Dipper's might. Meanwhile, Luya Daojun found himself trapped within the confines of the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, unable to escape. Aware of the artifact's potency and feeling quite helpless, he was preparing to accept his fate when Lady Nuwa dispatched Yang Chan to the scene. Holding the Bao Yin lantern and bearing the decree of Lady Nuwa, Yang Chan addressed the three sisters, esteemed seniors, I am Yang Chan, sent by Lady Nuwa. I beseech you to release Luya Daojun and grant him this favor. As Bai Xiao was about to engage in a debate, Yun Xiao stepped forward and addressed Yang Chan, stating, We shall faithfully adhere to the sacred decree of the goddess Nuwa. After uttering these words, she released the Taoist Lord Luya from the primordial golden dipper. Watching helplessly as Yang Chan took him away, enraged, Bai Xiao confronted Yun Xiao, exclaiming, Sister, why did we release Lord Luya? Even the goddess Nuwa cannot meddle in the affairs of our GS sect. Moreover, he has slain our elder brother. Yun Xiao sighed and turned to Bai Xiao, saying, Even our master bows to the goddess Nuwa with the respect due to a junior. How could we possibly disregard her honor? Besides, the mastermind behind our brother's demise is from the Chan sect. It would be more gratifying to confront the true culprit rather than squabble with Lord Luya. Let us proceed to set up the 9 Curves Yellow River formation outside Shiqi City and see who among the Chan sect can breach it. Upon returning to the Sisui Pass, the third lady shared this news with Wenzhong, who was eager to seize the opportunity to engage in a decisive battle with Jiang Zia. Meanwhile, the Taoist Lord Luya, rescued by Yang Chan, was preparing to return to Shiqi and inform Nezha of the formidable nature of the primordial golden dipper. However, he was halted by a sacred decree from the goddess Nuwa. Consequently, he had no choice but to accompany Yang Chan to the Nuwa divine palace. In the palace, the goddess Nuwa, her countenance filled with ire, regarded Luya and admonished him. Do you see the chaos you have wrought? That rascal Tong Tian is currently lamenting to your second brother. He intended to take you to the Zishu Palace for proper punishment, but I intervened. However, you shall refrain from wandering for the next century. Instead, stay with me in the palace, engaging in reading and chess to temper your temperament. At your age, you should not be throwing tantrums like a child. Channer, please escort your fourth master to the Yunlu Palace and find him a room to rest. Keep a close watch on him, and should he dare to wander, I shall seal your powers. With a grim expression, Luya followed Yang Chan to the Yunlu Palace, where he lay on the bed, fretting over whether Nezha would be injured, while simultaneously cursing Nezha for seeking his assistance, which led to his sister's punishment. At that moment, Nezha, anxiously awaiting news from Luya, sneezed several times. However, instead of the anticipated message, the soldiers reported that 3 women had set up a powerful formation outside the city. Anyone entering it would soon be reduced to a pile of white bones. Jiang Zia hurriedly led his troops to the outskirts of Shiqi City, and upon witnessing the formidable formation, a somber atmosphere enveloped them. At this juncture, when Zhong and Shen Gongba approached Jiang Zia, declaring, Jiang Zia, the other day, you used treacherous means to eliminate our elite from the GS sect. Today, we shall utilize this 9 Curves Yellow River formation to annihilate you. The hypocritical disciples of the Chan sect. Yun Xiao then stepped forward, inquiring of Jiang Zia, does the esteemed chancellor possess the courage to brave the formation? Jiang Zia hesitated, contemplating the daunting Nine Curves Yellow River formation. Yet, considering that he represented the Chan sect, he gritted his teeth and respectfully addressed the three ladies. Since you have so kindly extended the invitation, I, Zia, shall venture forth to test my mettle. I ask that you show mercy. Bishu coldly snorted at Jiang Zia, saying, if you wish to enter, then enter. Why all this unnecessary talk? Have you shown mercy when you plotted against my elder brother? Jiang Zia awkwardly smiled, preparing to step into the formation, only to be halted by Yang Jian. Yang Jian shook his head at Jiang Zia and solemnly said, Master, you are the Prime Minister of Shiqi. If you were to encounter misfortune, the morale of the troops would falter. Let me take your place in breaking the formation. Should anything happen to me, it would not harm the spirit of the army. Jiang Zia hesitated, casting a glance at Yang Jian and the Nine Curves Yellow River formation. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao, observing Jiang Zia's indecision, began to hurl sarcastic remarks, which prompted the impulsive Nezha to leap forth, brandishing his fiery spear and attacking the three sisters. Li Jing, standing nearby, attempted to intervene but could only watch anxiously as Nezha engaged in battle. Jiang Zia and Yang Jian also watched with concern, eager to assist Nezha, but were met with his vocal objections. The three sisters wielded exceptional powers and possessed the formidable treasures of the primordial golden dipper and the golden cuttlefish scissors. Although Nezha had made significant progress during this period, it would still be arduous for him to withstand their onslaught for long. Additionally, Shen Gongbao taunted the three sisters, claiming that Nezha was partly responsible for Zhao Gongming's demise, which only intensified their fury towards him. In a swift motion, the three sisters hurled the primordial golden dipper, ensnaring Nezha within the Nine Curves Yellow River formation. Chapter 31. The might of the Nine Curves Yellow River formation. Within the Nine Curves Yellow River formation lies the secret of the primordial, a mechanism of life and death. Governed by the principles of the 8 trigrams and 9 palaces, with an orderly retreat and advance. Though merely 600 in number, they surpass 1,000,000 valiant troops. The formation embodies the essence of heaven and earth, concealing miraculous elixirs and celestial secrets, capable of stripping away the divine spirit, extinguishing the celestial soul, ensnaring the immortal form, and diminishing the essence of the divine, leading mortals to become mere shadows of their former selves. The mortals entering this formation are rendered mortal, while mortals who step within are utterly doomed. The winding paths of the 9 curves yield no straight lines. Their intricate design reveals the marvels of creation and the secrets of the divine, making it nearly impossible for even the greatest saints of the 3 teachings to escape. Hence, the 9 curves Yellow River formation is indeed formidable, particularly in its exquisite synergy with the primordial golden dipper, which ensnares individuals, making escape virtually impossible. At this moment, Nezha, trapped within the formation, endured the torment of wind, thunder, fire, water, and smoke. Without revealing the formation's secrets, he found it nearly impossible to advance, shrouded in darkness. Nezha could only shield his eyes with the mysterious sky silk and cautiously probe his way forward with his fiery spear. Outside the formation, Yang Jian, witnessing Nezha being ensnared by the primordial golden dipper, disregarded the protests of others and charged towards the 3 sisters with his 3-pointed double-edged blade, demanding they release Nezha. However, as expected, though Yang Jian managed to endure longer than Nezha, he too succumbed to the might of the primordial golden dipper and was drawn into the 9 curves Yellow River formation. Observing this scenario, Jinsha and others were engulfed with rage, ignoring Jiang Zia's warnings, and brandished the dragon escape pillar against the 3 sisters. Yunxiao glanced at the dragon escape pillar and remarked to Jinsha, "You think a mere artifact can harm me? How naive you are, little child." As the words fell, Jinsha's dragon-dodging pillar was struck down to the ground, losing its luster. Jinsha, in a state of panic, was drawn into the 9-bin Yellow River formation by the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. Subsequently, Huang Tianhua, Lei Zhenzi, and Mu Jia united to challenge the 3 Sisters of the Moon. Yet within a mere 10 exchanges, they too were ensnared within the formation. Observing this, Jiang Zia, at a loss for strategies, commanded Huang Feihu to sound the retreat. Jiang Zia, Huang Feihu, and Li Jing wore expressions of deep concern, their hearts heavy for the young ones trapped within the formation. In his uncertainty, Jiang Zia entrusted the overall command to GFA and rode his peculiar steed to the Yusu Palace in search of assistance. Meanwhile, the young ones ensnared within the 9-bin Yellow River formation faced their own distinct adversities. Nezha found himself amidst a tempest, engulfed by whirling sands and rocks, unable to see, uncertain of when a large boulder might strike him. Yang Jian seemed to have plummeted into an abyss, surrounded by darkness, with only a narrow path to traverse. Lei Zhenzi and Tianhua appeared to be in proximity, but could only hear each other's voices, unable to see one another, tormented by the oppressive heat around them. Akin to being under the relentless sun, Jin was submerged in deep waters, while Mu Jia was relentlessly pursued by lightning. In summary, all were hindered in their advance, oblivious to when further malevolent spirits might ambush them. Apart from Nezha, whose attire had transformed into garments woven from the leaves of the blood lotus, the others were left exposed and battered. In his quest to locate Nezha swiftly, Yang Jian employed his celestial eye, cautiously probing the way forward. However, upon emerging from the abyss, he was confronted by a horde of demons blocking his path. Truly, the Nine-Bend Yellow River Formation lived up to its name, characterized by its convoluted and arduous nature. At this moment, Jiang Zia was engaged in deliberations with the Lantern Master and the 12 Golden Immortals within the West Biomansion, Mansion, strategizing on how to dismantle the Nine-Bend Yellow River Formation. Ultimately, they resolved that the 12 Golden Immortals would collectively breach the formation. It had been foretold by the primordial Heavenly Venerable that the Westchi would face this tribulation, specifically instructing the Lantern Master to bring the 12 Golden Immortals to assist Jiang Zia in repelling the adversaries. The Lantern Master, akin to the Antarctic Immortal, held a prestigious position within the Chan sect, recognized as one of the two chief protectors of the primordial Heavenly Venerable, with one overseeing external affairs and the other internal. Even the 12 Golden Immortals regarded these two as their masters. At this juncture, due to the Antarctic Immortal attending to Chan sect matters, the primordial Heavenly Venerable had specifically dispatched the Lantern Master for assistance. Upon arrival at the periphery of the Nine-Bend Yellow River Formation, the Lantern Master approached the three sisters, saying, "I am here on the orders of the primordial Heavenly Venerable to urge you three to withdraw from the formation, lest you disrupt the heavenly mandate favoring the rise of Zhou over Shang." Yun Xiao, stepping forward with a hint of reverence, replied, "Master Lantern, it is not that the three of us wish to oppose the esteemed brothers of the Chan sect, but rather that Jiang Zia and the others have been excessively tyrannical. They first slaughtered the 10 immortals of the Golden Turtle Island, and then enlisted Lord Luya to darkly conspire against my elder brother, Zhao Gongming. Today, my sisters and I are determined to seek justice for our fellow disciples of the Lantern Master sighed and responded, "In that case, Yu Ding and your companions shall proceed to dismantle the Nine-Bend Yellow River Formation." Yu Ding nodded, and after exchanging formal greetings with the three sisters, he stated, "Please guide us, esteemed brothers." With that, he led the other 11 into the depths of the Nine-Bend Yellow River Formation. By a twist of fate, Tai Jinren and Qingshu Dao Jinjuan found themselves beside Nezha. Suddenly struck from above, Nezha mistook the assailant for a rock and swung his Rui Jingu Bang. Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, exclaimed, "Who dares to attack me unawares?" Nezha, recognizing the voice, inquired, "Is that you, Uncle Qingshu?" "It is I, Nezha." Upon hearing the familiar voice of his disciple, Tai Jinren stumbled forward, but instead of offering comfort, burst into uncontrollable laughter at the sight of the dust-covered Nezha. Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, following the sound of his senior brother's mirth, could not help but chuckle upon witnessing the scene. After inquiring about Nezha's condition and learning that he was unharmed, the trio resolved to advance together, seeking the formation's core. To shield themselves from the howling winds, they decided to bind themselves with Nezha's Hunyuan Ling. After what felt like an eternity, they finally beheld the formation's eye, encased in a golden light. They exerted all their strength to breach this luminous barrier, yet their efforts proved futile. Even with Tai Jinren requesting Nezha's Jiolong Li Hua Zhao and Qingshu Dao Jinjuan's Qi Qin Fan, they could not dismantle the formation. As they relentlessly attacked the core, Bi Xiao suddenly appeared behind them, launching an assault on Nezha with the Hunyuan Jindo. Tai Jinren sensed the disturbance and rushed to shield Nezha from the blow, but the golden flowers atop his head were dispersed, erasing countless years of cultivation. Consequently, he could not withstand the pressure of the Juku Huanghe formation and was thrown outside by Bi Xiao. Nezha, filled with rage, glared at Bi Xiao, deeply concerned about Tai Jinren's plight. In a moment of desperation, he brandished the Lihua fan to counter Bi Xiao, while Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, fearing for Nezha's safety, joined the fray with his Qi Qin fan. However, both were severely injured and cast out of the formation by Bi Xiao, losing millennia of cultivation. Bi Xiao initially intended to slay Nezha to avenge her senior brother, but was taken aback to find Nezha, whom she had presumed dead, still alive due to the protection of his life pearl and the blood lotus of the underworld, albeit gravely wounded and unconscious. Outside the Juku Huanghe formation, the 12 golden immortals were cast down by the three sisters, losing their golden flowers and reverting to mortals. Meanwhile, disciples like Yang Jian were spared fatal injuries due to Yuntian's mercy, only left unconscious. Observing the dire situation, the lamplighting Taoist hastily used the chaos bag to gather everyone and fled back to Shichi City with Jiang Zia. Unable to devise a countermeasure, The two sought refuge atop Kunlun Mountain at the Yushu Palace, beseeching the Yuan Shi Tianzun for assistance. Upon witnessing his disciples and grand disciples lying within the hall, his ire towards Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin intensified, compounded by his growing resentment towards Tongtian Jiaozhu, resulting in the loss of at least 100 artifacts from Bo Palace due to his brother's wrath over several days. Yuan Shi Tianzun then employed his divine powers to restore the 12 golden immortals' cultivation and awaken them, instructing each to return with their disciples to recuperate. Subsequently, he personally invited his elder brother, Lingbao Tianzun, to accompany him to Shiqi to dismantle the Juku Huanghe Formation. The two brought Jiang Zia to the outskirts of the Nine-Bend Yellow River Formation, where Lingbao Tianzun kindly advised the three celestial sisters, explaining that the 12 golden immortals and the 3 generations of disciples from the Chan sect had all been afflicted by the formation. He conveyed that this could compensate for the demise of the 10 immortals of the on Golden Tortoise Island and Zhao Gongming. Although the members of the had perished, their souls would ultimately return to the investiture of the gods, allowing for their eventual apotheosis. He hoped the 3 celestial sisters would dismantle the Nine-Bend Yellow River Formation. However, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao disregarded Lingbao Tianzun's counsel. Before he could finish speaking, they brandished the primordial golden dipper and launched an assault against him. Observing their persistent defiance, Yuan Shi Tianzun coldly scoffed and blocked their path, deftly collecting their primordial golden dipper into his sleeve with a flick of his cloud-like sleeves. He silently chanted a spell and struck towards Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, sending them reeling. Yet, the two sisters, filled with resentment over their brother's death and the humiliation of having their treasure seized, pressed on to attack Yuan Shi Tianzun. Seeing their unwillingness to retreat, he struck again, and their souls returned to the investiture platform. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao, initially persuaded by Lingbao Tianzun to retract the Nine-Bend Yellow River Formation and return to the Bixiao Palace, was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. Upon calculating with her fingers, she was astonished to gaze at Lingbao Tianzun, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. Without a second thought, she unleashed the primordial golden dipper against him. Lingbao Tianzun, feeling helpless, subdued Yun Xiao's treasure and confined her within Mount Jesher, awaiting the conclusion of the investiture war to elevate her mortal form to divinity within the heavenly hierarchy. With the absence of the 3 celestial sisters' powers and the primordial golden dipper, the Taoist of lanterns swiftly breached the Nine-Bend Yellow River Formation. When Taisher and Shingongbao, realizing the dire situation, hastily retreated to the Sishui Pass to regroup their forces, preparing to strike at the weakened West Qi army. At this moment, the 3rd-generation disciples of the Chan sect, brought back by their master, gradually regained consciousness, relieved to find themselves out of the Nine-Bend Yellow River Formation and within their cave dwelling. Upon awakening, Nezha recalled the scene of his master being cast out of the formation by Jin Hua and quickly rose to check on the condition of Tai Jinren. However, despite being awake, Nezha's injuries were severe, especially since Bai Xiao had intended to take his life. Fortunately, Nezha was not corporeal, lacking a soul and spirit. Otherwise, he would have been a mere corpse, utterly dispersed. Trembling, Nezha moved towards Tai Jinren's chamber, and upon seeing his master unharmed, he felt a wave of relief. Tai Jinren, noticing the concern and admiration in Nezha's eyes, felt comforted and reassured him. "My dear disciple, I am well, merely in need of time to recover. There is no need for you to worry. Once you heal, hasten to assist your uncle Jiang in West Qi." Although West Qi has endured a great calamity, the road to extinguishing the Shang dynasty is long, and its fate is not yet sealed. Several years of effort are still required. Nezha nodded in agreement with Tai Jinren's words, spent some time conversing with him, and then returned to his quarters to recuperate. After Yang Jian and Tianhua received the reassuring news from their respective masters regarding the safety of their fellow disciples, they settled down to recuperate. Meanwhile, Western Qi found itself in an awkward predicament, lacking competent generals. In Chapter 32, the demise of Master One at Julong Ridge. When Taisher and Shingongbao returned to Sishui Pass in silence, the loss of over 20 elite disciples from the Jie sect was a burden too heavy to convey to the Tongtian Patriarch. Furthermore, prior to the Battle of Foshan, the Patriarch had explicitly instructed the Jie sect disciples to remain in their respective caves, diligently cultivating and refraining from interfering in worldly affairs. Regrettably, their appeal had summoned their fellow sect members to assist them, resulting in their tragic demise. When Taisher harbored a deep resentment, and news arrived that the vanguard commander of Western Qi, Nezha, along with Yang Jian and Huang Tianhua, had sustained severe injuries in the Juku Yellow River Formation and were currently taken back to Yushu Palace by Yuan Shi Tianzun. Thus, the absence of competent leaders in Western Qi presented an opportune moment for an offensive, both to avenge the fallen brethren and to alleviate their own grievances. as well as to eliminate the threat posed by Western Qi to the Yinshang. Consequently, Wen Taishe and Shun Gongbao personally surveyed the terrain surrounding Western Qi in search of a suitable battlefield. As they approached the foot of Huanghua Mountain, four armed individuals, accompanied by a band of ruffians, emerged to confront them. Shun Gongbao, dismissive of the four, prepared to strike, but was halted by Wen Taishe. Wen Zhong addressed the four, saying, "I perceive that you four are valiant heroes. Why engage in such banditry? I am Wen Zhong, the Taishe of Yinshan. Would you not consider joining my ranks to campaign against Western Qi? Should we triumph, the honor of titles and accolades would be a splendid tale." Upon hearing Wen Zhong's name, the four immediately lowered their weapons. The leader, Xian Huan, spoke, "I have long admired your illustrious name, esteemed Taishe, yet have not had the pleasure of your presence. I beg your forgiveness for any offense caused by our ignorance. We, Xian Huan and my brothers, Dang Zhong, Zhang Jie, and Tao Rong, are all from Huanghua Mountain. Due to misfortunes, we have resorted to this path of banditry. If you do not disdain us, we pledge our loyalty to your service in life and death." After the four brothers performed a deep bow, Wen Zhong nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "How many men do you command?" Dang Zhong, clasping his hands in salute, replied, "Esteemed Taishe, we have over 10,000 ruffians at Huanghua Mountain, all at your command." Wen Zhong stepped forward to assist Dang Zhong, stating, "It is my honor to have you four generals. Upon your return to the mountain, distribute some provisions to those unwilling to join the military. Those who wish to enlist should take weapons and supplies, bringing this token to Sishui Pass to find me." Dang Zhong accepted the token and returned to the mountain. That very night, he led 7,000 ruffians to pledge their allegiance to Wen Taishe. With the addition of Dang Zhong and his companions, Wen Zhong felt a surge of confidence in launching an attack on Western Qi. As Jiang Jia and others were currently training at the foot of Qi Mountain, Wen Taishe devised a comprehensive plan for the encirclement of Western Qi's forces the following day. Wen Zhong led his army of 300,000 troops through the night towards the foot of Mount Qi. Along the way, they passed a hill where a stone tablet stood, inscribed with the words Julong Ridge. Upon seeing it, Wen Taishe's countenance turned pallid. Dang Zhong, standing nearby, sensed something amiss and inquired, "Why does the Taishe's face suddenly change? Is there an ailment afflicting you? Should we take a moment to rest?" Wen Taishe, gazing into the distance, replied mournfully, "In my youth, I studied under the revered Jin Ling Sheng Mu of the for 50 years. My master instructed me to descend the mountain and assist King Di of the Shang. He once foretold, 'My disciple, you shall never encounter the word Ju in your lifetime.' Today, as we face a decisive battle, I unexpectedly find myself at Julong Ridge, stirring worries within my heart. I cannot discern whether this journey will bring fortune or misfortune." Dang Zhong hastily encouraged, "Taishe, why harbor such pessimism? We shall do our utmost. Why fret over the heavens' decree? Besides, your profound cultivation and the protection of the nation's fortune guarantee our triumphant return." Wen Zhong nodded, yet his concerns lingered. Nevertheless, to stabilize the morale of his troops, he resolved to press onward, for this was indeed an opportune moment to assault the Western Qi, an opportunity that might never present itself again. Upon reaching the foot of Mount Qi, Wen Zhong commanded his forces to encircle Jiang Jia and his companions in 5 formations. At that moment, Jiang Jia was in the military camp engaged in a game of chess with a man in blue robes when he was informed that Wen Taishe had surrounded their encampment. Jiang Jia, accompanied by the man in blue, emerged from the tent to observe the orderly arrangements of the Shang army, which was diligently setting up camp and patrolling. Their discipline impeccable. The man in blue remarked to Jiang Jia, "I have long heard of Wen Taishe's military prowess, and witnessing it today, it is indeed as the rumors suggest. He is truly the guardian deity of the Yinshang. I genuinely wish to avoid enmity with him, yet alas, it cannot be helped." Jiang Jia responded, "What you say resonates with my own thoughts. Wen Taishe is indeed a rare talent of our times. It is unfortunate that he is overly loyal to King Zhou. Otherwise, he could be of great use to me." Meanwhile, Huang Feihu and Li Jing, who were training nearby, approached to share their impressions of Wen Taishe, expressing their profound respect and admiration for him. Wen Taishe then instructed Dang Zhong to deliver a letter to Jiang Jia, indicating his intent to engage in battle at the foot of Mount Qi the following morning. Jiang Jia accepted the challenge posed by Wen Taishe. On the next day at noon, the two armies clashed at Mount Qi. The Shang forces were arrayed in 6 formations, with Wen Zhong and National Master Shun Gongbao at the forefront, flanked by Dang Zhong, Xian Huan, Zhang Jie, and Tao Rong on either side. The Western Qi army stood in formation opposite them, with Jiang Jia leading the front, flanked by the martial king Huang Feihu and Li Jing, who wielded the exquisite purple-gold pagoda, while the man in blue stood behind Jiang Jia, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wen Zhong. Wen Zhong addressed Jiang Jia, saying, "Jiang Qingxiang, I have come today to determine our fates. Firstly, to avenge my brothers, and secondly, to eliminate you. Once you are gone, the remaining forces of Western Qi shall pose no threat. You have united against my great Shang, and I shall eradicate you treacherous ministers in service of my king. Jiang Ziya shook his head and replied, Taisher, your words are misguided. King Zhou is indeed a tyrant, blind to the suffering of his people. Indulging in extravagant constructions like the star-plucking tower to please Su Daji, and even more cruelly, he has slain his own wife and children. What purpose does such a king serve? The teachers, complicit in tyranny, have led to the suffering of others, yet Ziya remains untainted by conscience. Steadfast in his adherence to the celestial order, Ziya regards the Grand Master as a confidant. Hoping for a moment of enlightenment wherein the Grand Master might abandon the shadows for the light. Should the Grand Master pledge allegiance to the great Zhou, Ziya would willingly relinquish his position as Chancellor to assist him. When Zhong, with a disdainful snort, retorted to Jiang Ziya, cease your nonsensical prattle. For my sovereign is the rightful heir of the mandate of heaven. You treasonous rebels always fabricate justifications for your insurrection. My loyalty to the Shang is unwavering. I would not forsake my king for your mere words. Such delusions are absurd. Observing the steadfastness of Wen Zhong's loyalty, Jiang Ziya refrained from further attempts to persuade him. Meanwhile, Deng Zhong, at Wen Zhong's side, turned and proclaimed, Master, I shall take the lead and claim Jiang Ziya's head. With Wen Zhong's approval, Deng Zhong advanced on horseback, haughtily challenging the leaders of Shiqi. I am Deng Zhong, the vanguard of the Grand Master. Who dares to face me in battle? As the younger generals of Shiqi were recuperating in the mountains, Jiang Ziya reluctantly sent Wu Ji to confront Deng Zhong. However, within fewer than 50 exchanges, Wu Ji fell to defeat. Had it not been for Wang Feihu's quick intervention, Wu Ji would have perished at Deng Zhong's hands. After rescuing Wu Ji, Huang Feihu engaged Deng Zhong with his battle spear. Huang Feihu, already an exceptional warrior and accompanied by the divine five-colored bull, proved too formidable for Deng Zhong, who faltered after several exchanges. Sensing her brother's impending collapse, Xian Huan sought permission from Wen Zhong to assist, and upon receiving his nod, she mounted her steed to join forces with Deng Zhong against Huang Feihu. Recognizing that reconciliation between the two armies was impossible, Jiang Ziya commanded seasoned generals such as Li Jing, Nan Gongshi, Huang Ming, Zhou Ji, and Huang Gun to join the fray. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziya and a mysterious figure in green confronted Wen Zhong and Shen Gongbao. The battlefield was drenched in blood, as every combatant clashed with steel, and the conflict raged fiercely. Ultimately, the Zhou forces emerged victorious by a narrow margin, though Deng Zhong and his three brothers fell in battle. By the end, the Shang army was reduced to fewer than 300, while Shiqi suffered grievous losses as well. Shen Gongbao, having sensed the tide of battle turning against him, fled the scene. Wen Zhong, left to grapple with both Jiang Ziya and the enigmatic figure in green, summoned the power of the celestial eye to repel them. Retreating with the remnants of his forces towards Sisui Pass, Nan Gongshi, poised to pursue, was halted by Huang Feihu, who regarded Wen Zhong as akin to his own father. Witnessing Wen Zhong's unprecedented plight, Huang Feihu could not bear to witness the demise of his old mentor at his hands. Yet, fate proved unyielding. The three Pure Ones had already decreed Wen Zhong's demise as essential for the success of the divine battle. The figure in green was none other than Yun Zhangzi, the master of Lei Jinzi, sent by Yuanshi Tianzuan to ensure Wen Zhong's spirit returned to the altar of deification. As Wen Zhong fled, disheveled and with his remaining forces, he inadvertently found himself at the treacherous Julong Ridge, where a deadly formation awaited his arrival, poised to seal his fate. Upon seeing the words Julong Ridge, Wen Zhong's face turned ashen. He turned to the few remaining soldiers and said, "Flee down this path. If fortune smiles upon you, and you survive, do not return to the life of a soldier. Go and live well." The hundreds of soldiers exchanged glances, all of whom had fought alongside Wen Taisher through thick and thin. No one wished to abandon him at such a dire moment. They gazed resolutely at their commander, their feet unmoving. Wen Zhong, witnessing the youthful yet steadfast expressions of his soldiers, suddenly burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Truly, you are my soldiers. Today, we shall face death together. In the next life, continue to serve as my warriors." Tears streamed down their faces, yet their resolve remained unyielding. They shouted in unison, "We are willing to face death alongside Taisher. In our next life, we shall still be Taisher's soldiers." Their voices echoed thunderously, reverberating through the heavens. Yun Zhangzi revealed his true form and addressed Wen Zhong, saying, "I hold great respect for you, Taisher. Today, I see that you are indeed as illustrious as your reputation suggests. Alas, we stand on opposite sides. I hope that in the next life, we may be friends. Forgive me, Taisher." After bowing respectfully, Yun Zhongzi produced his magical artifact. Wen Zhong, without hesitation, summoned his dual halberds to engage in battle. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Shiqi rushed over to clash with the remnants of the Shang army. In less than 10 exchanges, Wen Zhong's halberd shattered with a resounding crack. He let out a bitter laugh and fell to the ground. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother had once told him, when the halberds break, the man perishes. Upon witnessing the shattering of his beloved weapons, Wen Zhong, disheartened, surrendered to despair. A flash of golden light signified the end of Taisher Wen Zhong at Juelong Ridge. Not a single soldier from the Shang surrendered. They all perished in battle. Huang Feihu personally carried Wen Zhong's body for a grand burial and kept vigil over it for 100 days. Chapter 33. The King Wu's campaign against Zhou. Upon hearing of Taisher Wen's demise, Emperor Xian of the Shang was consumed by grief in the court. He publicly chastised the fleeing Shun Gongbao, but it was only through the persuasion of Su Daji that Shun Gongbao was released from imprisonment. Dressed in mourning attire, Emperor Xian personally kept vigil for 7 days, and he decreed that all in the court should don white clothing to mourn Taisher Wen. Despite the estrangement between Emperor Xian and Wen Zhong due to matters concerning Su Daji in recent years, Wen Zhong remained a father figure to Emperor Xian. In Emperor Xian's heart, Wen Zhong held a status equal to that of his own father, perhaps even surpassing him, for without Wen Zhong, there would be no great Shang today. Wen Zhong had dedicated his life to aiding Emperor Xian in unifying the realm and quelling rebellions. In the afterlife, Taisher Wen's spirit did not immediately ascend to the Fengshan platform. Instead, it broke free from its confines and drifted into the chamber of King Zhou. There, in a dream, Emperor Xian encountered the departed Wen Zhong, pouring out his heart's troubles, expressing his longing for Wen Zhong and his concerns for the fate of the Shang dynasty. Wen Zhong gently caressed Emperor Xian's back and, waiting for his sorrow to subside, spoke, "My king, I can no longer remain by your side in this life to assist you. I recall when the late king entrusted you to me at the tender age of 13 or 14. Your first words to me were a plea for guidance, expressing your determination to become a ruler who would not disappoint your father or your teacher." At that moment, the minister felt an overwhelming joy, secretly resolving to alleviate all the concerns of his majesty. Thus, he waged battles from the south to the north. However, he now realized his error. He should not have been perpetually engaged in warfare, but rather should have focused on instructing you on how to be a sovereign ruler. My king, heed my counsel. Su Daji and Shun Gongbao are detrimental to the state. It would be wise to eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. After I depart, I hope you will reflect deeply and promote capable ministers, avoiding the allure of slanderous words that distance you from virtuous advisors. My time is limited, so I implore you to remember my words. You have grown, and it is time to act with wisdom. I, Wen Zhong, take my leave. Emperor Xian listened silently to the counsel of Grand Preceptor Wen, his internal scales beginning to waver. As he beheld the gradually fading figure of Wen, he wept bitterly, calling out, "Master, do not leave. I long for you. Please, do not go. My father is gone, the queen has departed, and even Jiao and Hong have left. Now you too. I am truly left in solitude." Awakening from this dream in tears, he turned to see Su Daji still in slumber beside him. A chill of loneliness enveloping him. Memories of his childhood, learning from Wen alongside Huang Feihu, flooded his mind, intensifying his sorrow, tears streaming down his cheeks. Meanwhile, Su Daji slowly awakened, witnessing this unprecedented display of vulnerability in Emperor Xian. Reflecting on the Edict of Niwa, she felt a pang of heartache for the man before her. Realizing she might truly be in love with him, the entanglement of emotion and duty left her in turmoil. She dared not meet his gaze, fearing her resolve might falter. Yet, she understood that fate could not be defied. In the days that followed, she endeavored to master her feelings, but could such emotions truly be controlled? The heart desires what it longs for, and emotions are stirred by what they touch. Daji chose not to disturb the king, silently observing him from her side. Emperor Xian spent the night in contemplation, initially intending to heed Wen's advice to execute Daji and Shun Gongbao. However, gazing at the woman by his side, he found himself unable to act. He summoned his attendants to assist him in dressing. Upon reaching the grand hall, he was informed that GFA had declared himself king in Shiqi, adopting the title of Shou, with Jiang Jia as his commander-in-chief, and Huang Feihu and Li Jing as his deputies, rallying troops under the banner of overthrowing the tyrannical and unprincipled rule of Emperor Xian. It was then that Emperor Xian recognized there was no turning back. With a self-deprecating smile, he resolved to embrace his mistakes. Choosing to live lavishly for a few more days, none of his ministers dared to confront the enemy, leaving him with no choice but to heed the suggestion of the senior minister Jin Sheng, appointing General Deng Jiogong of the Three Mountains Pass as the Grand Marshal to lead an army of 300,000 against Jiang Zia's forces. The messenger changed horses but not riders, traveling tirelessly through the night. By the following evening, Deng Jiogong received the emperor's decree. After assembling his troops, he awaited the arrival of the newly appointed commander Kong Xian from the Three Mountains Pass. Once the handover was complete, he urgently marched his 300,000 soldiers towards the direction of Shiqi, accompanied by his beloved daughter, the valiant and rare heroine, Deng Chanyu. She had accompanied her father in defending the Three Mountains Pass, earning numerous accolades for her bravery, and was known for her beauty, fierce spirit, and filial piety. In her childhood, out of compassion, she assisted an elderly woman, who turned out to be a test from the goddess Enhua. Ultimately, Enhua bestowed upon Deng Chanyu a remaining colorful stone from her celestial repairs, earning her the title of the Colorful Goddess. The soldiers and commanders under Deng Jiogong held great respect for Deng Chanyu. Meanwhile, as Jiang Ziya's grand plan against the Shang dynasty was set in motion, Nezha, Yang Jian, and others descended to aid him in battle. On their journey to Shiqi, Nezha fortuitously encountered Yang Jian and Huang Tianhua, and the three engaged in a conversation about their harrowing experiences in the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. They shared a mutual trepidation regarding the array, which had rendered the second and third generation disciples of the Chan sect devoid of combat capabilities. Nezha harbored concerns for Luya, uncertain of his current state. Yang Jian approached Nezha and quietly reassured him, "Third brother, there is no need for concern. Lord Luya has been rescued by the goddess Enhua and is currently in seclusion within her divine palace." He added teasingly, "By the way, why are you not showing me the same concern?" Nezha rolled his eyes at Yang Jian and, with a hint of pride, replied, "Humph. Second brother, are you not doing well? What is there to worry about?" Tianhua, observing the two whispering, sighed, "The world has changed for the worse. The bonds of kinship seem to have faded. You have nothing to say to your own cousin yet indulge in whispers with your sworn brother. By the way, Yang urged, shouldn't you inform me if you are whisking away my third cousin?" Yang Jian, with a playful smile, responded, "Nezha willingly follows me. If you were to entice him, he might not even want to accompany you. Besides, I have known Nezha far longer than you have." Nezha chimed in, "Second brother is right. Look at how you fulfill your role as an elder brother. You cannot even manage your cousin, let alone your younger brother, who does not heed your words. Not to mention Tianxiang, even Tianlu and Tianjue often oppose you. What a brother you are." Nezha laughed heartily at the increasingly darkening expression of Tianhua. At that moment, Jinjia and Lei Jinzi arrived, puzzled by the scene. Yang Jian shrugged, indicating it was not his concern. Jinjia stepped forward, addressing Nezha and Tianhua in a brotherly tone, "Enough of the antics. Do not forget your primary mission. Nezha, Tianhua is your cousin, considering his lack of intellect. Could you not be a bit more accommodating?" Tianhua initially assumed Jinjia was criticizing Nezha, but soon realized that Jinjia was clearly favoring Nezha. Seeing Nezha's radiant smile, Tianhua nearly erupted in anger, but upon noticing Nezha's smirk and the 9-dragon fire shield in his grasp, his expression transformed into one of ingratiation. Yang Jian, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Let us return to Shiqi. Once there, you can bicker to your heart's content. Our master has already devised the strategy against the Shang dynasty, and we each have our respective tasks. Let us not waste any more time." The group instantly adopted serious expressions, employing their respective abilities to swiftly soar towards Shiqi. Upon their arrival, Nezha and his companions discovered that the Earth Spirit's son, Mu Jia, and Wei Hu, a disciple of the Taoist master, had already reached Shiqi ahead of them. The younger generation, unable to indulge in nostalgic reminiscences, were promptly escorted by Wu Ji to meet Jiang Ziya for their respective assignments. Jiang Ziya addressed the assembly, stating, "In this campaign against the Shang, we must succeed without fail. After discussions with Generals Huang and Li, it has been decided that Jinjia, Mu Jia, Tianhua, and Lei Jinzi will serve as the primary commanders. Each of you shall lead an army of 50,000. Jinjia and Mu Jia will fall under General Li Jing's command, while Tianhua and Lei Jinzi will report to General Huang Feihu. Yang Jian and Wei Hu, your primary responsibility will be the transportation of provisions, which are paramount in warfare. I trust you will not disappoint me. Nezha, your mission is of utmost importance. I appoint you as the advance officer for Shiqi. You are tasked with gathering intelligence and engaging in the initial confrontation with the enemy. As designated by our master, do not let me down. As for the Earth Spirit's son, I have another assignment for you, tied to your destiny. Your senior brother, Zhu Lu's son, should have briefed you before your descent. Upon the completion of your task, your position will be revealed. We shall depart in 3 days to assault Zhishuiguan. Now go and prepare." The assembled generals acknowledged their orders and departed to ready their gear. That evening, the Li family gathered for a rare reunion dinner. Mrs. Li, while partaking in the meal, incessantly urged her husband and sons to prioritize safety during the impending battle, advising Nezha and his brothers to look after Li Jing and imploring Jinja and Muzha to counsel Nezha, who, being young, often acted impulsively. The four men listened attentively to Mrs. Li's admonitions, responding affirmatively until she felt assured that they had absorbed her words, and the meal finally concluded. However, just as she was about to continue speaking, Nezha and his brothers seized the opportunity to slip out unnoticed to join a gathering of the Chan sect's disciples, leaving Li Jing to endure Mrs. Li's further exhortations. In the rear garden of the Prime Minister's residence, Yang Jian, Lei Jinzi, and all the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect and Shichi convened to discuss their perspectives on the newly appointed commander of the southern expedition against the Shang, Deng Jiogong. Opinions varied. Some dismissed Deng Jiogong as an inconsequential mortal, while others expressed fascination with his daughter, Deng Chanyu, who possessed the famed colorful stone. Wei Hu shared numerous tales about Deng Chanyu, prompting Yang Jian to feel a flicker of interest, interjecting, "This Deng Chanyu is indeed a legendary woman. I hope to meet her soon." Tianhua, with a sly expression, remarked, "Brother Yang, are you perhaps smitten? Eager to marry and settle down?" Yang Jian remained silent, merely smiling, for he found himself intrigued by Deng Chanyu. He perceived a resemblance between her and his sister, Yang Chan, and hoped to introduce them, believing it would provide Yang Chan with a companion of similar temperament, alleviating her solitude. However, Yang Jian refrained from speaking, fearing that his bachelor friends might develop an interest in his sister. After all, he regarded Tianhua and the others as still being young, lacking the experience and maturity required to handle such matters, making them suitable as comrades but unfit to be entrusted with his sister's future. Moreover, with the challenges awaiting them in the heavenly realm, he wished to avoid entangling others in potential complications. In Chapter 34, titled, "Is Tu Xing's son betraying us?" we find Nezha, seated beside Yang Jian, misinterpreting Yang Jian's intentions, believing he genuinely desired to settle down. Upon hearing Tianhua's words and observing Yang Jian's expression, Nezha felt a sudden pang in his heart. He was bewildered by this sensation, akin to having his very soul forcibly extracted. With a self-deprecating smile, he reminded himself of his own soulless existence and questioned the nature of this anguish. As the others discussed Deng Chanyu's formidable abilities, Nezha quietly departed the garden, enveloped in his melancholy. Upon returning to his chamber, Nezha pondered the emotions he had just experienced. He could not quite grasp what it was. Only that upon learning of Yang Jian's intentions to establish a family, he felt not joy for him, but rather a profound sense of loss. That night, Nezha tossed and turned, his mind flooded with thoughts of Yang Jian's visage, his concern during Nezha's injuries, his kindness in moments of despair, his laughter in times of joy, and his gentle demeanor in times of hardship. Since their initial encounter, Yang Jian had shown Nezha unwavering care. Although it stemmed from Nezha's previous life, he sensed the sincerity in Yang Jian's affection. Previously, Nezha believed his feelings for Yang Jian were merely fraternal, yet today, he realized it transcended simple brotherly gratitude and trust. He had developed feelings for Yang Jian, but how could he express such sentiments? Should Yang Jian become aware of his feelings, how would he perceive Nezha? Conflicted and restless, Nezha resolved to bury his emotions deep within, vowing to share them with no one, and to continue being Yang Jian's devoted younger brother as usual. Meanwhile, Tu Xing's son and Jiang Zia were engaged in a clandestine discussion, with Tu Xing's son appearing particularly serious and focused, hinting at matters concerning Deng Jiogong. After concluding their deliberations, Tu Xing's son quietly departed from Shichi, leaving no one informed of his destination. Just as Nezha prepared to step outside, he heard a knock at his door. Upon opening it, he found Yang Jian standing there. A flicker of panic crossed Nezha's eyes, but he quickly composed himself, adopting a carefree smile as he greeted Yang Jian. "Second brother, do you need something? Come in and have a seat." Yang Jian, noticing something amiss with Nezha, inquired with concern. "Third brother, is something troubling you? You appear somewhat unwell." Nezha shook his head and said to Yang Jian, "I am fine. Perhaps it is simply the excitement of knowing that war is imminent, which has led to a restless night. Do not worry about me. I assure you, I am well. By the way, you still have not disclosed the reason for your visit." Yang Jian, half believing Nezha's words, decided to set aside his doubts, as he had important matters to discuss with Nezha. He took the tea that Nezha had poured and said, "Third brother, my master has informed me that the formidable army of Duke Deng will arrive within a day and a night. Therefore, I need you to scout their true strength, particularly the capabilities of the generals surrounding Duke Deng in detail." After nodding in agreement, Nezha hurriedly took off towards the direction of the Shang army, riding on his windfire wheels. Upon locating Duke Deng's main forces, he concealed himself within the clouds to observe the generals on horseback. Among them was a female general clad in white armor, surrounded by others in the ranks. Her every gesture was enchanting, and Nezha mused that this must be the renowned Deng Chanyu. as spoken of by Tian Hua and the others. Following Duke Deng's forces for approximately 3 hours, Nezha discerned that there were 5 primary generals under Duke Deng's command. Among them, Tai Luan served as the chief vanguard, with his son Deng Xiao as the deputy vanguard. Additionally, there were 2 other generals, Zhao Sheng and Sun Yin Hong, serving as rescue commanders, while his daughter, Deng Chanyu, held the position of deputy general. Accompanying the expedition, apart from Deng Chanyu, the other 4 were mere mortal generals, posing little threat. However, Deng Chanyu, endowed with the 5-colored stone gifted by Anhua for protection, was indeed formidable, her martial prowess surpassing that of the others, a true heroine. During his reconnaissance, Nezha was astounded to spot a familiar figure, the diminutive Earthwalker Sunday. Observing the Earthwalker escorting provisions at the rear of the Shang army, Nezha felt a wave of curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to inquire. Concealing his presence, he descended from the clouds and approached the Earthwalker, asking, "Earthwalker, what brings you here? Have you become the grain officer of the Yinshang?" Startled by Nezha's voice, the Earthwalker glanced around to ensure no one was watching before discreetly leading Nezha to a secluded spot. He replied, "Third brother, I am unsure why I am here. When I descended the mountain, my master instructed me to feign allegiance to Duke Deng and gain his trust, claiming that I share a fateful connection with his daughter, Deng Chanyu. I arrived here just the day before, but Duke Deng deems me unattractive and diminutive, which has rendered him distrustful, relegating me to the rear of the convoy to escort provisions, while others closely monitor me. Were it not for the military orders from Prime Minister Jiang, I would prefer to be on the battlefield alongside my brothers, fighting valiantly." Realizing the purpose of the Earthwalker's presence, Nezha offered a few words of caution regarding safety before returning to the clouds. Once he felt he had gathered sufficient information, he mounted his wind fire wheels and returned to the Prime Minister's residence in Shiqi. After Nezha elucidated the circumstances he had observed to Jiang Ziya, he returned to his chamber, meticulously polishing his fire-pointed spear, Qianquan circle, and Li Hua fan. His mind lingered on the words of Earthwalker's son, who had stated that he shared a karmic bond with Deng Chanyu, implying that there would be no connection between Deng Chanyu and Yang Jian. This revelation lightened Nezha's spirits considerably. However, the thought that Yang Jian would ultimately marry and have children weighed heavily on his heart, leading to many internal conflicts. Nezha was aware that such feelings were inappropriate, yet every time he encountered Yang Jian, he found himself irresistibly drawn to him, yearning for his presence. Although Nezha had resolved to bury these feelings deep within, they would inevitably resurface whenever he met Yang Jian, causing him considerable distress. Fortunately, with the impending campaign, Nezha, as the vanguard officer, would remain at the front lines, while Yang Jian, serving as the logistics officer, would follow the troops from the rear, thereby reducing their encounters and granting Nezha more time to reconcile his emotions. The day of departure soon arrived. Jiang Ziya accepted the tiger talisman from King Wu and, after rallying the troops, led them forth. The Zhou dynasty's army against the tyrant Zhou comprised 300,000 men, divided into 2 contingents. Led by Huang Feihu and Li Jing, accompanied by Deputy Generals Lei Zhenzi, Huang Tianhua, Jin Jia, and Mu Jia. Nezha, serving as the vanguard alongside Jiang Ziya, aimed to protect him, utilizing his ethereal abilities to remain undetected, and with the swiftness of his wind-fire wheels, he could escape even if discovered. Thus, Nezha's position at the front was advantageous for reconnaissance. The Western Chief forces camped 30 miles from Zishui Pass. Upon receiving news, Deng Jiogong dispatched a messenger with a battle challenge, intending to engage Jiang Ziya in 2 days to test their strength. The 2 armies arrayed themselves outside Zishui Pass, with Jiang Ziya commanding Nezha to lead the charge. Deng Jiogong ordered Tai Luan to face Nezha, who swiftly defeated him in less than 10 exchanges. Deng Jiogong's countenance darkened as Deng Xiao and Zhao Sheng soon fell to Nezha's prowess, boosting the morale of the Zhou troops, who fervently chanted Nezha's name as the god of slaughter. Deng Jiogong, initially hoping to elevate his army's spirits through this skirmish, inadvertently bolstered the morale of his adversaries instead. In a fit of rage, he took to the field himself to confront Nezha. However, despite being somewhat more skilled than Tai Luan and Deng Xiao, Deng Jiogong was merely an ordinary mortal and could not hope to match the prowess of Nezha, a leader among the disciples of the Chan sect. Had it not been for Jiang Ziya's prior admonition to Nezha to exercise restraint and avoid harming these individuals, the battlefield would likely have been strewn with the bodies of the merchant soldiers. During their confrontation, Nezha relied solely on his fire-pointed spear and moderated his strikes. Nevertheless, the disparity was too great, and Deng Jiogong could not withstand for long, ultimately being unseated by Nezha. In adherence to Jiang Ziya's instructions, Nezha refrained from pursuing him and allowed Deng Jiogong to return to his encampment. The latter suffered a crushing defeat, and Jiang Jia magnanimously declared before all that Nezha should permit Deng Jiogong to retreat, leading to Deng Jiogong's bitter and furious flight back to Zishui Pass with his subordinates. Deng Chanyu observed her father and elder brother returning from the battlefield, their faces smeared with dirt and disappointment. She hurriedly inquired about the situation from Deng Jiogong. In his life, Deng Jiogong had seldom faced defeat, yet this time, he had succumbed to a mere boy of 15 or 16, leaving him deeply humiliated and unwilling to reveal the truth to Deng Chanyu. Realizing that she could not extract any further details from her father, Deng Chanyu sought out Taiwan and a few others. After Taiwan recounted all the events that transpired on the battlefield, Deng Chanyu resolved to confront Nezha and avenge her father's honor. The following day, under the guise of secrecy from Deng Jiogong, she ventured alone to the Zhou army camp to challenge Nezha. Nezha promptly stepped forward to accept the challenge. As Deng Chanyu gazed upon the strikingly handsome youth, her cheeks flushed slightly, but recalling the humiliation her father endured, she swiftly masked her emotions and confronted Nezha with indignation, declaring, "You shameless thief! How dare you harm my father? Today, I shall take your head as retribution for his disgrace." Nezha, frowning slightly, responded coldly, "In battle, strength reigns supreme. Deng Jiogong's defeat at my hands was merely a testament to his inadequacies. I have not shamed him. If you wish to fight, then fight, and spare me your excuses." Nezha showed no mercy simply because she was a woman. With that, he brandished his fiery spear, and the combat commenced. Given Nezha's earlier encounter with Yang Jian, he already harbored a grudge against Deng Chanyu, and his subordinates would not show her any leniency. Deng Chanyu, relying on the colorful stones, struggled to withstand Nezha's onslaught, yet, unbeknownst to her, she became entranced by his presence. It was not until Nezha delivered a kick that sent her sprawling that she regained her senses. At that moment, Tu Xingxuan, having emerged from behind Deng Chanyu, caught her just before she fell. Startled by his sudden appearance, she expressed her gratitude with a brief thank you before disregarding him, turning back to Nezha and stating, "Today, I concede defeat. But I shall return tomorrow to challenge you again. I know you are Nezha, the vanguard of the West Qi. I am Deng Chanyu, the only daughter of the Grand Marshal Deng Jiogong. Remember my name." With that declaration, she departed, leaving Nezha alone, furrowing his brow in confusion amidst the wind. Chapter 35. Love is so difficult. Huang Tianhua approached Nezha and remarked, "Why do I sense that this girl has feelings for you? What should we do? It seems Yang Urge is also interested in her. Doesn't this create a love triangle?" Nezha, irritated, retorted, "Why are you always meddling in others' affairs? Instead of wasting time on such trivialities, focus on training your soldiers. If you fancy her, pursue her yourself. Don't use me and Urge as excuses. How tiresome." With that, Nezha turned and returned to his tent, leaving Tianhua in a state of bewilderment, shrugging his shoulders while casting a helpless glance at Nezha's proud silhouette. After Nezha reported to Jiang Jia regarding his confrontation with Deng Chanyu, he returned to his tent, where Yang Jian and Wei Hu, who were tasked with transporting supplies, were also present. Yang Jian inquired about the recent battles, and Nezha candidly recounted the events to him. Wei Hu, meanwhile, regaled them with amusing anecdotes from their recent supply runs. During this exchange, Lei Zhenzi, Huang Tianhua, Jinjia, Mu Jia, and Wu Ji all gathered in Nezha's tent. As they were all practitioners of the Tao, they paid little heed to rest or meals. The tense atmosphere of the past few days had kept everyone on edge, so they seized the opportunity for a moment of leisure. However, to avoid punishment under Jiang Ziya's military law, they refrained from drinking alcohol, opting instead to enjoy tea while discussing their discoveries. During this time, Tianhua teased Nezha, saying, "You may not know, but today, Deng Chanyu came to challenge you, only to be captivated by your appearance and faltered." Wu Ji, ever the instigator, ignored Nezha's visibly strained expression and added, "Indeed, this news has spread throughout the camp. They say the handsome killing god has won the admiration of the enemy beauty merely by his looks. Brother Nezha, your renown here surpasses even that of my master." He continued, "By the way, brother, you should just yield to Miss Chanyu. She is quite enchanting." "You're drooling," Lei Zhenzi remarked deadpan to Wu Ji, causing everyone to pause for a moment before erupting into laughter. Wu Ji and Lei Zhenzi were akin to two entirely different species. One was incessantly verbose, sharing opinions without pause, oblivious to the reactions of those around him, while the other was taciturn, yet when he finally spoke, it was sure to elicit laughter, often leaving him puzzled as to why his words prompted such mirth. Nezha initially felt anger rising within him due to Tianhua and Wu Ji's jests, but Lei Zhenzi's innocent expression amused him. Yang Jian, having noticed Nezha's unusual demeanor days prior, sought to interrupt Wu Ji before he could continue. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jian shifted the topic away from Nezha and Deng Chanyu, stating, "By the way, I heard from some soldiers today that Tu Xingsun has allied himself with the camp of Deng Jiogong. What do you all think? Jinzha frowned slightly and replied, I cannot believe that. We all know Tu's character well. Although he can be unreliable at times, he would never betray us. Could this be part of Master Zhang's plan? After all, he summoned Tu for a private discussion before the war began. Perhaps they were deliberating something significant. However, we are left in the dark regarding their specific intentions. Master Zhang's behavior has been exceedingly peculiar this time, especially his insistence that we refrain from using excessive force before the conflict commenced. What do you think, second brother? Third brother? Yang Jian nodded in agreement with Jinzha's words and gestured for Nezha to share his thoughts. Nezha recounted the information he had gleaned from Tu Xing's son, and upon hearing about the deep-seated connection between Tu Xing's son and Deng Chanyu, the crowd was taken aback, their expressions one of disbelief. Especially Tianhua and Wu Ji, whose jaws dropped in astonishment. Wu Ji laughed heartily, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground, exclaiming, What a joke! Tu Xing's son and Deng Chanyu? I could believe it if you said Tianhua and Deng Chanyu, but Tu Xing's son and Deng Chanyu? This is just too much. I can't breathe from laughing. Tianhua, who had been chuckling, felt a sting upon hearing Wu Ji's remark about himself and Deng Chanyu, interpreting it as a mockery of his own affections. Although he might not possess the extraordinary beauty of Nezha and Yang Jian, he considered himself quite handsome, with a line of admirers in Shiqi that could stretch for several blocks. In a fit of indignation, Tianhua seized Wu Ji, who was still gasping with laughter, and started to lead him out. Suddenly, Yang Jian interjected sternly, Enough of this nonsense. Such jesting should not be taken lightly. Tu Xing's son is our fellow disciple, and we must not ridicule others based on appearances. I hope this will be the last time I hear such remarks, especially from you two, Wu Ji and Tianhua. Mind your words. Instantly, Tianhua and Wu Ji fell silent, promising Yang Jian that they would refrain from such behavior in the future. Due to the incident concerning Tu Xing's son, Yang Jian ordered Tianhua and Wu Ji to reflect on their actions, thus bringing the gathering to a hasty conclusion. In the end, only Yang Jian and Nezha remained. Yang Jian mentioned that his tent had been blown away by the strong winds and requested to share Nezha's space for the night. How could Nezha refuse such a plea? Initially, the two lay side by side, engaging in casual conversation. Yang Jian, intrigued by Nezha's recent unusual demeanor, inquired, Third brother, I have noticed your spirits have not been high these past few days. Is there something troubling you? Feel free to share, and I shall assist you. Nezha, flustered, replied, And no, it's nothing. Perhaps it's just the stress of recent battles weighing on me. Brother, it's getting late, and we have tasks tomorrow. We should rest. Turning away, he closed his eyes, dismissing Yang Jian. Yang Jian remained silent for a moment before tentatively probing. Is this perhaps related to Deng Chanyu? Do you harbor feelings for her that you wish to keep from disrupting Tu Xing's son's fate? How could that be? I have no feelings for Deng Chanyu. Brother, do not listen to Tianhua and the others' nonsense. The truth is, Nezha nearly uttered the word you, but collected himself and continued, All right, brother. Please do not speculate. It's truly just the pressure that has been affecting my mood. Let us rest now. Dawn is approaching. Yang Jian gazed at the averted, awkward figure of the young boy, a look of disappointment clouding his features. He longed to ask, Whom do you truly like? Yet, reflecting on his role merely as Nezha's sworn brother, he felt unqualified to pry into such matters. The affection he held for Nezha was one that society would not accept. How could he dare to reveal it? Yang Jian chuckled at himself, contemplating how he should proceed while gazing at the ceiling. Two individuals, possessing identical feelings for one another, found themselves unable to express their sentiments due to the constraints of each other's identities. By the time they felt unencumbered, they realized that they had inadvertently pushed each other far apart. The following day, Deng Chanyu once again challenged Nezha. At the same time and place, she was thrown out of the Zhou army's camp by Nezha. Earth Spirit's son signaled his admiration for Deng Chanyu and dragged the persistent Deng Chanyu back to the Sisui Pass. In the days that followed, Deng Chanyu visited Nezha daily to issue her challenges, yet she never emerged victorious. Earth Spirit's son lamentably took on the role of charioteer, responsible for forcibly returning Deng Chanyu to the Sisui Pass each day. It was not until the injuries of Duke Deng were healed that the two armies faced each other once more outside the Sisui Pass. This time, Zhang Zia refrained from sending Nezha into battle, instead dispatching Huang Feihu in an attempt to persuade Duke Deng to surrender. Duke Deng rejected Huang Feihu's entreaties vehemently, leading to a fierce clash between the two, which lasted for 300 rounds without a decisive victor. Zhang Zia then called Huang Feihu back and sent Tianhua into the fray. Unexpectedly, Duke Deng sent out Deng Chanyu to confront Tianhua. Tianhua, underestimating Deng Chanyu because she was a woman, was unseated by her magical multicolored stone and captured, returning to the Sisui Pass. In subsequent battles, Both Wuji and Musa fell victim to the same fate, ensnared by the multicolored stone and taken back to the Sisui Pass. Deng Chanyu boldly declared to Jiang Ziya that the following day at noon, Nezha must come alone to the Sisui Pass to fight her, or she would execute the 3 captives. Seeing the morale of the Shang army had improved compared to previous days, Duke Deng, wishing to prevent Jiang Ziya from dispatching a more formidable opponent and thus thwarting Deng Chanyu's efforts, immediately ordered a retreat. Upon returning, Jiang Ziya summoned Nezha and Yang Jian to his tent to discuss the matter. The next day at noon, Nezha arrived at the Sisui Pass as promised. Deng Chanyu stood atop the walls, her delicate brows furrowed in anger as she confronted Nezha, stating that if he wished for the safety of the 3 captives, he must kneel and plead. Nezha glared at her, but, concerned for the safety of Tianhua and the others, hesitated to act rashly. He replied, I, Nezha, have knelt to no one except my parents and my master. What gives you the right? He insisted that she release Tianhua and the others immediately, or he would raise the Sisui Pass to the ground. Deng Chanyu, infuriated by Nezha's defiance, stamped her foot in frustration. At that moment, Earth Spirit Sun suddenly emerged from the ground and engaged Nezha in combat, exclaiming, You shameless rogue, how dare you bully Miss Chanyu? I, Earth Spirit Sun, will not let this go. As they fought, he subtly gestured to Nezha. Initially taken aback, Nezha quickly understood his intent upon seeing the signal. After a brief skirmish, Nezha intentionally left an opening, allowing Earth Spirit Sun to bind him with the celestial binding rope and take him back to the Sisui Pass. When their eyes met, both exchanged a smile that only the other could comprehend. Earth Spirit Sun brought Nezha before Duke Deng, earning his admiration and trust. Consequently, Duke Deng appointed Earth Spirit Sun as the vanguard general, and that very night, held a grand banquet to celebrate the capture of the formidable Nezha, a significant achievement for the forces of Shiqi. At this moment, Nezha found himself confined within a cell alongside Tianhua, Jinjia, and Wuju. The other 3 had their powers sealed by Deng Chanyu using a multicolored stone, while Nezha was bound and rendered immobile by 2 Xing Sun celestial ropes. Upon his initial encounter with Nezha, Tianhua was momentarily taken aback, presuming that Deng Jiogong had summoned a formidable general for assistance. Nezha communicated telepathically with the trio, revealing that this was part of Jiang Ziya's devised plan, aimed at rescuing Tianhua and the others that very night, while also seeking to incite rebellion against Deng Jiogong. He urged his companions to remain silent as he quietly surveyed their surroundings. When the guards appeared to relax their vigilance, Nezha silently recited the spell taught to him by 2 Xing Sun, freeing himself from the celestial ropes and releasing the powers of Tianhua and the others. Meanwhile, Deng Jiogong, inebriated, proclaimed his intent to betroth Deng Chanyu to 2 Xing Sun. Observing that his plans had come to fruition, 2 Xing Sun restrained Deng Jiogong and his subordinates. Nezha and his companions arrived to assist 2 Xing Sun, but as they prepared to escort Deng Jiogong and his men back to the Zhou military camp, they realized a crucial individual was missing. Deng Chanyu had vanished. Chapter 36. The subjugation of Zhou by Deng Jiogong upon discovering Deng Chanyu's absence. Nezha hurriedly inquired with 2 Xing Sun, who was equally perplexed by her sudden disappearance. Nezha instructed 2 Xing Sun and Tianhua to escort Deng Jiogong and the others back to the camp, while he himself would search for Deng Chanyu within the confines of Sisui Pass. To avoid detection, Nezha concealed his presence, but as he approached a secluded corner, he sensed a surge of magical energy behind him. He swiftly evaded the impending attack, yet the force of the assault was overwhelming, leaving Nezha's right arm immobilized. Steadying himself, he turned to see that it was none other than the elusive Deng Chanyu. It turned out that Deng Chanyu had been observing Nezha and his companions all along. When Nezha freed himself from the celestial ropes, she had been hiding nearby. Assuming that Nezha would return to the Zhou military camp after rescuing Tianhua and the others, she refrained from intervening and instead returned to the celebratory banquet alone. However, upon hearing Deng Jiogong's intention to marry her off to 2 Xing Sun, she was utterly astonished. The image of Nezha filled her mind. She held no affection for 2 Xing Sun, despite his repeated rescues from Nezha's grasp. Her feelings for him were limited to a fleeting sense of gratitude from their first encounter. In truth, she would have preferred 2 Xing Sun to remain absent altogether. Seizing a moment of solitude, she slipped away from the banquet and hid in a corner, weeping. For she understood her father well. Deng Jiogong, even in his drunken state, would undoubtedly honor his commitments, valuing promises above all else, including the matter of her marriage. In a corner, Deng Chanyu was engulfed in sorrow when she suddenly caught sight of Nezha and Huang Tianhua along with 2 others, heading towards the banquet. Her initial instinct was to rush forward and thwart their advance, but upon reflection, she recalled that Nezha had always shown restraint in battle, inflicting only minor injuries. If Nezha were to directly harm Tu Xingsuan, his father would surely punish him for his inadequacies. potentially liberating her from the obligation to marry him. Thus, she decided to observe Nezha's actions from a distance, only to discover that Nezha and Tu Xingsuan were acquainted and were, in fact, sworn brothers. Consumed by rage, Deng Chanyu felt that they were mocking her. Nevertheless, she sensed that Nezha and his companions would not harm her father or elder brother. At most, they might attempt to sway them. Given the overwhelming numbers against her, she hesitated to take direct action. Just then, Nezha was left alone in search of her, providing her with an opportunity to launch a surprise attack with a colorful stone. However, upon witnessing Nezha being injured, she refrained from further aggression and softly inquired, "Are you all right? I thought you would dodge that." Nezha paused for a few seconds before shaking his head to indicate he was unhurt. Deng Chanyu continued, "You won't harm my father and elder brother, will you? I understand you wish to overthrow King Zhou's tyranny. My father stands in your way. Yet from your previous attacks, it seems your intent is to persuade him rather than to eliminate him at once. Am I correct?" Nezha nodded, saying, "You are not mistaken. Both Tu Xingsuan and I are acting under the orders of our master, following a carefully devised plan to bring Marshal Deng to our side. Our master holds great admiration for Marshal Deng and hopes he will see the light. Emperor Xin is indulgent and tyrannical. He is not worthy of your allegiance." After hearing Nezha's words, Deng Chanyu replied, "I can persuade my father to yield to Zhou, and he will certainly heed my words, but I have one condition." "What condition?" Nezha asked with a hint of curiosity. Deng Chanyu continued, "I want you." Nezha quickly shook his head, responding, "That is impossible. Your destined union with Tu Xingsuan is ordained by fate. My presence has already disrupted your destined path. I cannot consent to this." Unyielding, Deng Chanyu retorted, "I care not for fate. I simply like you. You are the first person to defeat me and the one I cannot help but be drawn to at first sight. Do you think I am unworthy of you because of my appearance? If you do not agree, I will not persuade my father to yield." Sighing at her stubbornness, Nezha spoke gently, "Lady Chanyu, you are indeed beautiful, possessing a unique charm akin to a winter plum blossom bravely standing against the cold winds. However, Nezha truly cannot marry you. Firstly, I have no fate for marital bonds in this lifetime. Secondly, Tu Xingsuan is my brother, and I cannot take away his love. Though Tu Xingsuan may not possess a conventional appearance, he is genuinely a good man worthy of your lifelong devotion. His affection for you extends beyond mere destiny. I can see in his eyes that he sincerely cares for you. I hope you will not judge a person solely by their exterior. Once you delve into Tu Xingsuan's heart, you will discover that he is indeed a remarkably endearing individual. Your feelings for me may merely be a transient impulse. I hope you can reflect deeply on this matter. Lady Chanyu, you and Nezha may become siblings, but you cannot be husband and wife." Upon hearing Nezha's words, the silent observer, Tu Xingsuan, was moved to tears. From their very first encounter, Nezha had sought justice for him against Yin Hong, and now he had refused the exquisite beauty of Deng Chanyu for the sake of his own romantic destiny. In Tu Xingsuan's heart, Nezha's stature had risen to be equal to that of his master, Zhu Lu's son. Meanwhile, Deng Chanyu stood weeping alone as she watched Nezha depart. Tu Xingsuan approached, wishing to wipe away her tears, but she scolded him fiercely and commanded him to leave. He quietly stood by, accompanying her in her sorrow. When her anger subsided, he spoke gently, "Miss Chanyu, I am aware of my shortcomings, both in stature and appearance, rendering me unworthy of you. The first time I laid eyes upon you, I believed you to be a celestial being descended to earth. My presence here is due to the orders of my master and the chancellor. Yet my affection for you is sincere. When I was born, I nearly lost my life due to a demon that siphoned away my spirit. And had it not been for my master's timely intervention, I would not exist today. Though my master reclaimed my spirit, it was severely damaged, leaving me unable to grow and disfigured. It is not just you. Even I find myself repulsive when gazing into the mirror. My master has exhausted every means to restore me to normalcy, but to no avail. I recall my first gathering with the disciples of the Chan school. Aside from Nezha and my senior brother Yang Jian, the gazes of others were filled with pity or disdain. Had my master not informed me of the bond between you and me, I would not have dared to look your way, especially considering that if you truly favor Nezha, I would willingly step aside and bless your union. Tu Xingsuan knows well what he is, and he understands the words of Commander Deng were merely the ramblings of drunkenness. He would not impose upon Miss Chanyu. With that, he turned to leave, casting a forlorn and desolate silhouette. After a few moments of contemplation, Deng Chanyu called out to him, wiping her tears away. She stepped forward and said, "Perhaps Nezha is right. I should take the time to understand you before passing judgment. Since we are fated, I shall make an effort to know you better. When I truly come to love you, I will marry you. Therefore, I hope you can grant me some time. Rest assured, I will persuade my father to submit to the great Zhou. If you claim to love me, show me through your actions. I am willing to give you this chance." Tu Xingsuan gazed at Ding Changyu's genuine face and smiled. This was perhaps the most sincere smile he had shared with anyone other than his master and Nezha, for to others, Tu Xingsuan remained an anomaly, often met with a measure of disdain. Upon awakening, Deng Jiogong found himself in an unfamiliar chamber, rubbing his aching head, a consequence of his inebriation. He squinted and surveyed his surroundings. As a seasoned general, Deng Jiogong was accustomed to sudden changes and was unflappable in the face of adversity. At that moment, he was startled to see his daughter, Deng Chanyu, enter the room. Frowning slightly, he listened as she implored him to surrender to the Zhou. Believing that his daughter was being coerced by Jiang Zia and others to utter such words, he reassured her not to be afraid, declaring that he would rather die than capitulate to Zhou. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Deng Chanyu revealed Deng Jiogong's earlier statement about marrying her off to Tu Xingsun. She explained Tu Xingsun's identity as a disciple of the Chan sect and fabricated a tale of mutual affection between them, hoping her father would acquiesce. Gazing at his tearful daughter, Deng Jiogong hesitated. Just then, Jiang Zia entered and addressed him, stating, "General Deng, Miss Chanyu shares a profound bond with my disciple, Tu Xingsun, which is difficult to sever. Moreover, they are well suited for one another. If you could bless their union, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Not only would this create a familial tie between you and our sect, but although Tu Xingsun has his flaws, he is a kind-hearted individual. You, General, have committed to this matter, and I trust you will honor your word. Furthermore, King Zhou is tyrannical and cruel, and the populace suffers greatly. I implore you to recognize the reality. My lord, King Wu, is destined to rule. Should you choose to surrender to Zhou, you would undoubtedly become a founding hero, with titles and accolades within your reach." Contemplating Jiang Zia's words while looking at his weeping daughter, Deng Jiogong, filled with guilt, ultimately acquiesced to Jiang Zia's request to surrender to Zhou, bringing along his 30,000 troops to join the Zhou army. The news of Deng Jiogong's defection reached Chaoga, and upon reading the reports, King Zhou, who had been anticipating good news from the border officials, was so enraged that he spat blood and collapsed. Concerned for King Zhou, Su Daji urgently summoned Shen Gongbao to discuss countermeasures, while the nine-tailed fox appointed Kong Xian as commander to eliminate the traitors. Meanwhile, Nezha, feeling guilty for nearly disrupting Tu Xingsun's marriage, ventured alone to the Jiolong Mountains Feiyun Cave to seek guidance from Zhu Lusun on how to help Tu Xingsun regain his youth and appearance. Upon learning that he needed the mixed yuan grass, the fallen Dan, and the snow lotus, Nezha resolved to find these items on his own. Noticing Nezha's determination, Zhu Lusun informed him that he had already procured the mixed yuan grass and the snow lotus, leaving only the fallen Dan to be found. After clarifying the materials required for its concoction, Nezha entered the demon realm to gather the necessary ingredients, a quest that would take him over half a year. Had Nezha not left a message for Yang Jian, others would have assumed he had met with misfortune. Yang Jian, worried for Nezha's safety and wishing to accompany him, was turned down by Nezha, who expressed a desire to explore alone. Fortunately, Yang Jian did not accompany Nezha. Otherwise, the Western Qi would not have endured for long under Kong Xian's command. With Nezha absent, the role of the vanguard was temporarily entrusted to Yang Jian, which proved to be a challenging burden for him. Chapter 37. The Peacock God King Kong Xian, the first peacock of the heavens and the earth, possesses the five-color divine light as its tail feathers, marking it as a figure of minor saintly stature among the demon clan. The king of the Phoenix lineage sustained grave injuries during the fierce battle among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilan clans, and upon giving birth to Kong Xian, he underwent a rebirth, leaving Kong Xian with inherent deficiencies that hindered its ascension to sainthood. Nevertheless, Kong Xian's prowess is still at the quasi-saint level. Yang Jian has repeatedly faced defeat at the hands of Kong Xian, resulting in a demoralized West Qi army, devoid of the will to fight. In its first strike, Kong Xian unleashed a blinding white light, severely wounding Huang Feihu and Deng Jiogong. Subsequently, when Huang Tianhua and Lei Jinzi launched a combined assault, they were effortlessly repelled by a red beam that disarmed them. Tu Xingsuan and Deng Chanyu managed to momentarily gain the upper hand against Kong Xian using a colorful stone and earth evasion. Yet their limited magical prowess could not withstand the might of Kong Xian for long. Li Jing, accompanied by Jinjia, Mu Jia, and Wei Hu, attempted to confront Kong Xian, only to have their weapons, the purple gold Linglong Pagoda and the escaped dragon pillar, snatched away, while the Wu Go sword and the demon-subduing pestle were sent flying. Jiang Zia, in desperation, summoned Yang Jian to the battlefield. But even with the power of the three-pointed two-edged blade and the celestial eye, Yang Jian could not hold his ground for long, succumbing to a yellow light that obscured his celestial vision. Even the howling celestial dog, assisting from the sidelines, was captured by the divine light. witnessing the complete annihilation of the Zhou army's generals. Yang Jia had no choice but to sound the retreat and convene with his comrades to devise a strategy against Kong Xian. In the Zhou camp, apart from Yang Jian, who could barely withstand Kong Xian's onslaught with the power of his celestial eye, the others were mere fodder against such overwhelming strength. Yang Jia first sent Yang Jian to summon Taoist Luya, but upon arriving at Zikanlun, he found no trace of him. Fortunately, with the assistance of Yang Chan, he managed to bring Taoist Luya from the Nuwa Divine Palace. However, as soon as Luya invoked the flying sword of immortal slaying, it was seized by Kong Xian's azure light, compelling Luya to transform into a streak of rainbow light and return to the Zhou camp, where he informed Yang Jia that, while he could contend with Kong Xian, he was powerless against the five-colored divine light. Observing the dispirited Zhou army, Yang Jia ultimately resolved to seek assistance from the Yusu Palace, imploring the primordial heavenly sovereign for aid. The sovereign instructed the lantern-bearing Taoist to accompany Yang Jia to West Qi to subdue Kong Xian. Upon arrival at the Zhou camp, the lantern-bearing Taoist commanded Yang Jia to remove the truce token and confront Kong Xian. Addressing Kong Xian, he stated, "Friend, heed my words. The wicked forces of the Yinshang dynasty have led the nation to ruin. Why must you stubbornly cling to the delusion of safeguarding the realm for the tyrant King Zhou, entangling yourself in mortal affairs?" Kong Xian disdainfully regarded the mortal and retorted, "What I choose to do is of no concern to you. Speak less and prepare for battle. I have never feared anyone since my ascendance. Moreover, you treacherous rebels, cloaked in the guise of the heavenly path, harbor ulterior motives. The fate of the Shang dynasty, which has endured for over 9 centuries, cannot be shattered by your mere words." As Ran Deng observed, Kong Xian completely disregarded his counsel. So he refrained from further discourse and directly summoned his 24 sea calming pearls to engage in battle with Kong Xian. Alas, although the sea calming pearls were formidable, they proved no match for the five-colored divine light, which swiftly overwhelmed them, causing them to vanish from sight. In a state of alarm, Ran Deng hastily invoked his golden alms bowl, only to have it consumed by the divine radiance in short order, as he faced imminent peril from the divine light. His steed, the rock, descended from the heavens to rescue him and commenced a fierce struggle with Kong Xian, transforming back into his true peacock form. Kong Xian battled the rock for over 2 hours, ultimately striking it down with a flash of crimson light. In the meantime, Ran Deng quickly retrieved the rock and soared back to the encampment. A group of individuals sat in the grand tent, rendered speechless, as they could not conceive of a method to counter Kong Xian's five-colored divine light. Just as Yang Jia contemplated ascending to the Jade Void Palace to beseech the primordial heavenly venerable to subdue Kong Xian, a patrolling soldier reported the presence of a monk clad in patched robes seeking an audience with the commander of the Zhou army, claiming he possessed the ability to subdue Kong Xian. Upon hearing this, Yang Jia was filled with delight and promptly instructed the soldier to bring the monk into the tent. As the monk entered, both Ran Deng and Yang Jian immediately rose to pay their respects. The others, puzzled, listened as Ran Deng announced, "The esteemed Master Zhuni has arrived. I apologize for my inadequate welcome. Yang Jia, this is the esteemed Saint Zhuanti, one of the 2 great saints of the Western teachings. Hurry. Go forth and pay your respects." Yang Jia, upon hearing this, hastily led everyone to bow before Zhuanti, with a twinkle in his eye. Zhuanti gestured for them to rise and slowly took his seat in the high position. Aware of Zhuanti's elevated status, the assembly remained silent. After accepting the tea poured by Ran Deng and taking a sip, Zhuanti addressed the crowd, saying, "I have heard that the Zhou army faces obstacles on its campaign against the Shang, and thus I have descended from the mountain to lend my assistance. Furthermore, I have divined that Kong Xian has a connection with our Western teachings and could serve as our protector. I trust that my second senior brother has many disciples and will not contest me over a mere Kong Xian." Ran Deng felt a sense of frustration in his heart, but, mindful of propriety, could only nod in agreement. The following day, Zhuanti instructed Yang Jia to lead the warriors of Shiqi to confront Kong Xian, asserting that he would seize the opportune moment to subdue him. Reluctantly, Yang Jia gathered everyone and faced Kong Xian outside the Sisui Pass. Aware that confronting Kong Xian one by one would be futile, Yang Jia refrained from unnecessary words before the battle, instead commanding Yang Jian and the others to engage simultaneously, aiming to restrain Kong Xian with their numbers. Despite having previously triumphed against several foes with his five-colored divine light, Kong Xian soon sent Wu Ji and Mu Jia flying with 2 beams of light. Following this, Lei Zhenzi, Wei Hu, and Jin Jia also succumbed to defeat, leaving only Huang Tianhua, Yang Jian, and Tu Xingsuan to endure. Tu Xingsuan burrowed underground, employing stealth to distract Kong Xian, while Yang Jian attacked the left flank with his 3-pronged saber, and Tianhua assailed the right. Jiang Jia, consumed by anxiety, wondered when Zhuan Ti would strike, as the trio on the battlefield were nearing their limits. At that moment, Kong Xian's subordinate, Gao Jining, unleashed poisonous wasps. Tu Xingxuan evaded the attack by burrowing deeper, while the howling celestial dog chased away the wasps threatening Yang Jian. Alas, Tianhua found himself unable to escape. Just as despair loomed, he felt a sudden surge of heat beside him, incinerating the wasps that were about to strike. Turning around, Tianhua's face lit up with joy. It was Nezha, returning with medicinal herbs. After collecting all the necessary ingredients at the cave of Julusan, Nezha intended to guard over him and deliver the concocted medicines to Tu Xingxuan. However, Julusan informed Nezha that Tianhua was in peril, and if he did not arrive in time, Tianhua would be in grave danger. Although Nezha often exchanged banter with Tianhua, their fraternal bond was as deep as that with Jin Jia and Mu Jia. Swiftly riding on the wind and fire wheels, Nezha reached the battlefield just in time, using his Samadhi true fire to shield Tianhua from imminent doom. With Nezha's arrival, the trio found renewed strength. For the Samadhi true fire was unlike any other artifact. Kong Xian's five-color divine light could not extinguish it. With Nezha's assistance, they managed to withstand Kong Xian's onslaught for over 50 exchanges. Nevertheless, Kong Xian, being a quasi-saint, ultimately proved too formidable, and they fell before him. Seizing the moment, Zhuan Ti descended from the clouds, presenting 18 Bodhi holy seeds as his talisman, his hands clasped in prayer at his chest. Enveloped by a radiant golden light that rendered Kong Xian's five-colored divine light impotent. A beam of golden light from Zhuan Ti pierced Kong Xian's brow, and with a recitation of sacred verses, he quelled Kong Xian's tumultuous spirit. Zhuan Ti then addressed Kong Xian, stating, "Today, King Zhou's tyranny has led to the disarray of the realm. It is laughable to think one man can restore order. The appointed time for the fall of Zhou is approaching. How can you hope to impede me? You, who have a connection with the West. Why not return with me and serve as a protector of my teachings?" Kong Xian, dazed, nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Zhuan Ti acknowledged him with a nod and signaled to Ran Deng before leading Kong Xian away from the battlefield, having just received orders to oversee the defense at Sishiguan. Shen Gongbao anxiously awaited the return of Kong Xian. When a soldier rushed into the hall, frantically recounting the events unfolding ahead, Shen Gongbao was struck with alarm. He promptly dispatched an urgent message back to Chaoga. In a fit of rage, King Zhou, disregarding the counsel of his ministers, resolved to lead an expedition himself. Preparations for the king's personal campaign were hastily made within the palace. 3 days later, King Zhou, accompanied by Daji and her sisters, marched forth with an army of 500,000 towards Sishiguan. Shen Gongbao, recognizing the gravity of the situation, ordered the hanging of a truce banner at Sishiguan and set out in search of extraordinary individuals to bolster their defenses. The return of Nezha allowed Yang Jian to finally lay down the heavy burdens he had carried, resuming his role as the grain officer. Observing Nezha, who had returned after a prolonged absence with renewed determination and strength, Yang Jian was overwhelmed by an indescribable mix of emotions, comfort, satisfaction, yet predominantly worry and heartache. However, with the impending battle, he refrained from engaging Nezha in lengthy conversation, merely inquiring about his experiences over the past 6 months before retreating to his tent. Nezha had anticipated that his prolonged absence would dull his feelings for Yang Jian, yet upon seeing him for the first time, those emotions surged back with even greater intensity than before. Struggling to suppress his feelings as he watched Yang Jian's retreating figure, Nezha returned to his own tent. The following day, Jiang Jia penalized Nezha for leaving the camp without permission, administering 150 strikes with a military rod. Aware of his fault, Nezha accepted his punishment in silence, and even when Tu Xingxuan revealed the reason for Nezha's absence, it did not mitigate the consequences. After the punishment, Jin Jia and others assisted Nezha back to his quarters, tending to his wounds. Tu Xingxuan, filled with remorse, looked at Nezha, who, despite his pain, reassured him with a smile, claiming he was fine, although a sudden twist of his body caused him to wince in agony. To repay his debt, Tu Xingxuan took it upon himself to care for Nezha during his recovery. Though Ding Chanyu wished to assist, Nezha firmly declined, citing the propriety of their relationship. Meanwhile, Yang Jian delivered healing herbs to Nezha during his grain transport, and Tu Xingxuan sensed that, although the outward dynamics between Nezha and Yang Jian appeared unchanged, there lingered an inexplicable tension. Elsewhere, it was well known that Yin Hong, a disciple of Qi Jingzi from the Yuxiao cave on Mount Taihua, had been confined by Qi Jingzi for reflection due to his recent behavior on Kunlun Mountain, despite repeated attempts from Yin Jiao to encourage him towards improvement. Yin Hong's rebelliousness only intensified. One day, seizing the opportunity while Qi Jingzi was away, Yin Hong stealthily descended the mountain with the treasured Yin Yang mirror. On his journey, he overheard discussions about the current state of affairs, learning that Yang Jian was leading the forces of Shiqi against the Shang. Resolving to salvage the situation for the Shang, Yin Hong declared that King Zhou must die, but the fortunes of the Shang should not perish. Once he quelled the unrest in Shiqi, he would ascend as the ruler of this realm, vowing to avoid the mistakes of Emperor Xin and to become a wise sovereign. Chapter 38. The brothers Yin Jiao and Yin Hong turn against each other with a resolute mind. Yin Hong inquired about the direction of the Sijua Pass and soared forth. In less than half a day, he arrived at the pass. At that moment, Shen Gongbao had summoned Wen Liang and Ma Shan to assist at Sijua Pass. To solidify Yin Hong's determination to aid the Shang dynasty, Shen Gongbao conferred upon him the title of commander. Yin Hong, embracing this new role without humility, declared his intention to engage in a decisive battle against the forces of Shiqi. Upon receiving Yin Hong's challenge, Jiang Ziya, accompanied by his companions, proceeded to meet him, leading to a standoff between the two armies at Jingji Ridge. Eager to prove their prowess, Wen Liang and Ma Shan employed the desolate capture technique, successfully capturing Huang Feihu and his son. Nezha, anxious to rescue them, was halted by Jiang Ziya, who recognized the Yin Yang mirror in Yin Hong's possession and discerned his identity. Jiang Ziya attempted to dissuade Yin Hong with kind words, but his entreaties fell on deaf ears. Nevertheless, recognizing Jiang Ziya as the savior of his life, Yin Hong returned Huang Feihu and his son, asserting that their lives would offset Jiang Ziya's debt of gratitude. From then on, they would meet only as adversaries. Subsequently, he departed for Sijua Pass with Wen Liang and Ma Shan. Shen Gongbao chastised Yin Hong for not eliminating Huang Feihu and his son directly. Yin Hong harbored animosity towards Shen Gongbao, recalling how he had pursued him during the escape from the palace. Thus, upon hearing Shen Gongbao's complaints, Yin Hong responded with disdain, leveraging his status as prince and commander to assert his authority. This incited Shen Gongbao's ire, yet he recognized the precariousness of their situation and refrained from further conflict, choosing instead to endure his discontent. Meanwhile, the people of Shiqi remained unfazed by Yin Hong's appearance, focusing instead on preparing for the wedding of Tu Xingxuan and Deng Chanyu. Previously, out of fear, Lu Sun had given Tu Xingxuan a potion that restored him to normalcy, transforming him into a handsome young man. Tu Xingxuan expressed his gratitude to Nezha, while Deng Chanyu came to realize that her initial feelings towards Nezha were merely a reflection of her competitive spirit. Consequently, Jiang Ziya facilitated the bond between Nezha and Deng Chanyu, allowing Nezha to recognize her as an elder sister, given her apparent seniority. Thus, Tu Xingxuan naturally became Nezha's brother-in-law, a development that left Nezha in a state of discontent for several days. Nonetheless, he graciously gifted the couple 2 pieces of protective armor crafted by the great Master Tai for their wedding. As the crowd reveled in the joy of the wedding between Tu Xingxuan and his beloved, Yin Hong once again dispatched a challenge. This time, Jiang Ziya declined to accept the challenge and instead sent Nezha to the Tiyuan cave on Jiaoshan Mountain to request Yin Jiao to descend and persuade Yin Hong. Nezha, upon receiving the command, hastened to Jiaoshan Mountain atop his wind and fire wheels. After conveying his intentions to Guangqingzi, he proceeded to Yin Jiao's chamber. Upon informing Yin Jiao of Yin Hong's situation, Yin Jiao expressed his reluctance to descend. He addressed Nezha, saying, "Brother Nezha, I am aware that Hong has defied the celestial mandate, a sin most grievous. However, I implore you to intercede for him before Master Jiang. If his actions are not excessively egregious, perhaps he may be spared. I fear that if I were to confront him on the battlefield, my heart might soften and jeopardize our chances." Thus, he chose not to accompany his brother. Nezha contemplated for a moment before responding. "I believe you ought to make the journey. You know Yin Hong's temperament better than I do. Should you visit him, even if he does not heed your counsel, he may restrain himself. Otherwise, if his mind becomes clouded by malevolent thoughts, it could lead to his ultimate demise. And he may not even secure a place on the function platform. Moreover, he has recently stolen the Yin Yang mirror from Master Qi Jingzi, enhancing his power significantly. And lacking control over his subordinates could result in grave consequences, including the potential harm to our fellow disciples. Our master would surely impose harsh penalties, especially since the previous incident has already tarnished his trust in him. Despite our differences, I do not wish to see a fellow disciple meet such a tragic end." At that moment, Guangqingzi entered Yin Jiao's chamber. After exchanging greetings, he addressed Yin Jiao, "Jiao, it has been nearly a decade since your rescue by Brother Ziya and your entry into my tutelage. Although time is but a mere number for us cultivators, I have taken note of your diligent efforts over these 10 years, from your initial overwhelming resentment to your current state of tranquil acceptance. I am quite pleased with your progress. I would prefer you not to descend into the mundane affairs of the world. However, all things have their causes and effects. and your earthly ties remain unresolved. Therefore, accompany Nezha down the mountain. Yet, you have always been soft-hearted, particularly towards your brother Yin Hong. Remember to adhere to the celestial mandate and not to defy it. Here is my treasured artifact, the Turning Heaven Seal. Take it for your protection. Yin Jiao knelt before Guangqingzi, accepting the Turning Heaven Seal, and replied, Disciple will heed Master's teachings. If I cannot sway Hong I shall take matters into my own hands. Guangqingzi nodded, and then addressed Nezha. Nezha, Jiao possesses a kind heart, but he can be overly indecisive. Please encourage him and inform Zia of Yin Hong's situation. If Jiao can manage it, let him handle it without excessive interference from others. Nezha assured, Rest assured, Master. I will look after Yin Jiao. I believe Master Zia has entrusted me with this task for a reason. After Guangqingzi nodded in approval and gestured for them to depart, Yin Jiao glanced back at Guangqingzi multiple times before ultimately following Nezha away from Jushin Mountain. On their journey, Nezha discerned that Yin Jiao was in a somber mood, and thus, he deliberately shifted the conversation to discuss the current state of affairs between the two armies. Upon hearing that Master One had met his demise at Julong Ridge, Yin Jiao paused momentarily, his voice tinged with sorrow as he remarked to Nezha, I never imagined that in just a few short years atop the mountain, so much turmoil could unfold in the mortal realm. Master One was once a mentor to both Honger and me. Had he been in Chaoga at that time, my father, King Zhou, would not have slain my mother, nor would the subsequent calamities have transpired. Alas, fate plays cruel tricks. To think that the fortune of the Shang dynasty, which has endured for over 5 centuries, would falter at his hands. Nezha placed a reassuring hand on Yin Jiao's shoulder and replied, The emergence of one dynasty is inevitably followed by the rise of another. The celestial order does not permit any mortal empire to endure eternally. Do not dwell too heavily on your grievances. As a sovereign at the pinnacle of power, one is prone to losing oneself. Moreover, you are aware that these events are predestined. How can individuals like us hope to alter such decrees? Embrace a broader perspective. Our immediate priority is to persuade Yin Hong to return. Defying fate will only lead to his detriment. The throne does not rightfully belong to him. He must not lose himself in the process. Yin Jiao nodded, and the two quickened their pace, soon arriving at the encampment of the Zhou army. Nezha guided Yin Jiao to Jiang Zia's tent, where Yin Jiao paid his respects before expressing his desire to first visit his mother's tomb. Jiang Zia gladly acquiesced and instructed Nezha and Li Jing to accompany Yin Jiao, as Li Jing's wife and Empress Jiang were close friends, making his presence particularly fitting. Fortuitously, upon their arrival at Empress Jiang's mausoleum, they found Yin Hong already there, paying homage. Initially filled with joy at seeing his elder brother, Yin Hong's demeanor shifted back to that of an arrogant prince upon noticing Nezha and Li Jing. He derisively addressed Nezha, who would have thought, It appears that you are the favored one before our revered ancestor. Nezha, my esteemed senior, what brings you here? Are you imploring me to spare the lives of those from the West Qi? If you kneel before me and beg, I might just relent and allow Jiang Zia and GFA to remain whole. Yin Jiao quickly intervened to restrain the already enraged Nezha, silently beseeching Li Jing to escort Nezha away. Nezha conceded, yet before departing, he employed his fiery fan to deliver a minor reprimand to the haughty Yin Hong. For the taste of the 3 flames was indeed not to be trifled with. As Nezha was led away by Li Jing, Yin Jiao remained with Yin Hong. Stepping forward, Yin Jiao gently wiped the soot from his brother's face, a result of the 3 flames, with a handkerchief, then knelt alongside Yin Hong before the tombstone of Empress Jiang. He earnestly declared, Before our mother, I demand that you either join Uncle Jiang's ranks or return to the mountain immediately. You have these 2 paths to choose from. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Yin Hong, with a look of grievance, retorted, On what grounds? This realm rightfully belongs to us brothers. Why should we relinquish it to that GFA without cause? King Zhou may be foolish, but I will not behave so. If either I or you were to ascend the throne, we would undoubtedly be wise rulers, far superior to GFA's claim. With a voice full of disbelief, Yin Hong gazed at Yin Jiao, covering his right cheek with his hand. Anger surged within him as he stood up to confront Yin Jiao. Initially, Yin Jiao bowed thrice to Empress Jiang, then rose to address her tombstone, saying, Mother, it is Jiao's fault. I have failed to properly guide Hong. Since I cannot persuade him, I implore you to forgive my subsequent actions. Having spoken, Yin Jiao drew his dual swords, the Yin Yang sword, and lunged at Yin Hong. Taken aback for a moment, Yin Hong quickly dodged, fearfully exclaiming, Brother, are you truly going to kill me? For those outsiders, you would slay your own brother before our mother's very spirit? A fleeting hesitation crossed Yin Jiao's face, yet it vanished almost instantly. With his sword poised across his chest, he declared to Yin Hong, You are the one defying the will of heaven. The royal decree of GFA is divinely ordained. How can you assert a death sentence at your whim? Furthermore, you have betrayed your masters and intend to harm your fellow disciples. Were it not for the protection of the Chan sect, how could we have survived to this day? Hong-er, do not forget that our mother's revenge remains unfulfilled. Sudaji is still alive, and with the temperament of King Zhou, how could he permit you to slay her? Heed your elder brother's advice and turn back. In Hong coldly replied, impossible. This throne is mine by right. Father is already en route to the west, and he has promised that if I can defeat the Zhou army, he will crown me as the Prince of Yinshang. At that moment, I shall be the ruler of this realm. Brother, come with me. Glory and wealth are within our grasp. If we return to apologize to father, we shall still be princes of Yinshang. As for our mother's vengeance, once I ascend as king of Yinshang, Sudaji will be at my mercy. Furious at Yin Hong's obstinacy, Yin Jiao chose not to engage further in conversation and instead charged into battle. During their clash, although Yin Jiao held the upper hand, his fear of injuring Yin Hong caused him to hesitate. Recognizing his elder brother's temperament, Yin Hong seized the opportunity to employ the Yin Yang mirror, capturing Yin Jiao's soul. He then took the heaven-turning seal, the Bell of Desolation, and the Yin Yang sword from Yin Jiao, just as he prepared to carry away Yin Jiao's body. He was thwarted by Nezha and Li Jing. Yin Hong intended to use the Yin Yang mirror to eliminate Nezha, but alas, Nezha, being without a soul or spirit, was impervious to the mirror's effects. Thus, Yin Hong was compelled to retreat. Fortunately, he had not completely lost his humanity. As he fled, he returned Yin Jiao's soul through the mirror. After all, if one's soul was ensnared by the Yin Yang mirror for more than 12 hours, that person would never awaken again. Nezha, having detected that Yin Jiao's soul still lingered, felt a sense of relief, and together with Li Jing, they transported the still unconscious Yin Jiao back to their camp. Chapter 39. Father and son meet on the battlefield, awakening in profound anguish. Yin Jiao was consumed by guilt, reproaching himself for failing to fulfill his responsibilities as an elder brother in guiding Yin Hong. Nezha, standing by, could only offer words of consolation, urging Yin Jiao to find peace. To lighten Yin Jiao's spirits, Nezha summoned Tianhua and Lei Jinzi to join him in drinking with Yin Jiao. The four of them, neglecting the use of their magical powers to dispel the effects of alcohol, drank deeply until they were utterly incapacitated. The following day, when Yang Jian sought counsel regarding the impending battle, he discovered that the four had not reported for duty. Ultimately, it was Yang Jian who located them still in a stupor within Nezha's tent. Fortunately, Yang Jian, understanding Yin Jiao's troubled state, refrained from punishing them according to military law. However, he publicly reprimanded Nezha, who, recognizing his fault, dared not respond. Yet, within Yin Jiao's heart, he felt a profound gratitude towards Nezha. Jiang Ziya convened everyone in the command tent, informing them that King Zhou would soon arrive at Sijua Pass, and that both Yin Hong and Shen Gongbao would pose formidable challenges. He encouraged the assembly to present their suggestions. After a moment of silence, Yin Jiao spoke up. Addressing his peers, Uncle Master, I must apologize to everyone. Not only does Hong-er possess the Yin Yang mirror, but he has also seized the heaven-toppling seal, the Bell of Desolation, and the twin swords of Yin and Yang from Master. While the Yin Yang mirror is indeed powerful, it has a 12-hour duration for counteraction. Nezha, my elder brother, is immune to its attacks and can subdue Hong-er directly. However, the heaven-toppling seal can extinguish a life in an instant. Even my master would find it impossible to resurrect the fallen. The power of the heaven-toppling seal ranks among the top 3 of our Chan sect's treasures, and its might is formidable. Even if my master were to descend personally, retreating unscathed would be a challenge. Upon hearing Yin Jiao's exposition, the group fell into deep contemplation. Nezha, noticing the guilt and regret etched on Yin Jiao's face, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Turning to meet Nezha's gaze, Yin Jiao found solace, feeling somewhat comforted. Nezha nodded in understanding and proposed to the assembly. Indeed, the power of the heaven-toppling seal is great, but we can strategize to avoid direct confrontation with it. We can use Tu Xingsuan and Yin Jiao as decoys to draw all of Yin Hong's attention. When Yin Hong employs the heaven-toppling seal, Tu Xingsuan can burrow underground. As for Yin Jiao, I believe that even Yin Hong, no matter how ruthless, would hesitate to strike against his own elder brother. Meanwhile, Lei Jinzi and I can take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Yin Hong. My 9-Dragon Fire Shield and Lei Jinzi's Wind Thunder Staff are both powerful artifacts, more than sufficient to handle a single adversary like Yin Hong. Moreover, our speed is exceptional, allowing us to withdraw safely should any peril arise. Lei Jinzi nodded in agreement with Nezha's proposal, and both Tu Xingsuan and Yin Jiao expressed their willingness to participate. Thus, the plan was solidified. Jiang Ziya reserved the task of dealing with Shen Gongbao for himself, deeming Ma Shan and Wen Liang as insignificant threats. which he entrusted to the brothers Jin and Mu. The remaining members were assigned the duty of leading troops into battle, as the enemy commanders had been duly allocated. As the assembly concluded and the leaders emerged from the tent, Yang Jian seized the opportunity to pull over Nezha, who was engaged in conversation with Yin Jiao. Nezha blinked innocently, momentarily stunned. Perceiving the unusual atmosphere, Yin Jiao performed a gesture of respect to Yang Jian before departing. Yang Jian, observing Nezha's bewildered expression, could not suppress a smile. Indeed, Nezha's demeanor was endearingly foolish. Yang Jian waved his hand in front of Nezha's eyes, rousing him from his stupor. Nezha pouted, turning his head with an air of indignation, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Jian as if demanding an explanation for the sudden scare. Yang Jian, with a twinkle in his eye, produced several skewers of candied hawthorn from behind his back. Upon sighting the treats, Nezha transformed into a voracious eater. Snatching the skewers from Yang Jian's hand and perching on a nearby stone, blissfully shutting out all worries as he focused solely on his feast. Yang Jian remained by his side until Nezha had finished, the latter patting his full belly and letting out a satisfied burp. Nezha's adorable expression drew continuous laughter from Yang Jian. With a scoff, Nezha remarked, "Thank you for the candied hawthorn, but could you refrain from laughing so loudly? The patrolling soldiers might think you've fallen under some enchantment." Leaning closer, Yang Jian smirked and whispered, "I am indeed under a spell, the spell of you." Nezha felt his heart flutter, closing his eyes to temper his emotions, then feigned ignorance of Yang Jian's words, retorting, "I only acted this way because I hadn't eaten in ages. I didn't even touch your laughter point, and as my sworn brother, you should be concerned about my hunger rather than mock me. Humph, I shall ignore you now." With that, Nezha rose and returned to his tent, leaving Yang Jian, who watched with a mix of helplessness and sorrow, yearning to take Nezha to a place where they could be alone, to confess the feelings that weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, he could not, burdened as he was with too many responsibilities, oblivious to the tears and melancholy that Nezha left behind. Meanwhile, within the gates of Sisui, a poignant scene of father-son reconciliation unfolded. After the troops of King Zhou arrived at Sisui, Shen Gongbao, after much persuasion, finally coaxed the hesitant Yin Hong to accompany him to greet the king. King Zhou was already aware of Yin Hong's circumstances, and in a bid to win his son's affection, he dismounted from his dragon carriage, embracing Yin Hong with tears streaming down his face. Between sobs, he lamented, "Hong-er, it is the fault of your father. I should not have heeded the slanders of Fei Zhong and Yu Han, leading to the wrongful death of your mother. I should not have allowed them to order the soldiers to imprison you. Who would have thought they would audaciously forge orders to bring you harm? All of this is the fault of your father, who placed too much trust in them. Hong-er, I have wronged you. Come, let me see my son, who has grown into a graceful young man, surely blessed by the spirit of your mother." Yin Hong, gazing at the sincere King Zhou, instinctively believed that all of this was indeed the fault of Fei Zhong and Yu Han, who had manipulated the king and forged orders, leading to the tragic consequences they now faced. Long before his arrival, King Zhou had already conspired with Daji regarding the narrative they would present, especially since Fei Zhong and Yu Han had been captured by Jiangxia to be sacrificed at the completion of the function altar. Yin Hong, observing the weeping King Zhou, had seemingly cast aside his grudge for his mother's demise. Even when King Zhou urged him to refer to Daji as Mother Empress, he did so without hesitation. The bystanders, when Liang and Ma Shan, expressed their discontent with Yin Hong's behavior, yet, constrained by their positions, they could only feign joy. King Zhou held a grand banquet to celebrate Yin Hong's return and publicly declared him the crown prince of the Shang dynasty, proclaiming that upon his death, Yin Hong would inherit the throne. The officials who accompanied King Zhou approached Yin Hong to toast him, showering him with flattery and praise, which he graciously accepted. In a moment of enthusiasm, he publicly assured King Zhou that he would lead the Shang army to vanquish the forces of West Qi. Presenting the heads of Jiangxia and GFA as tribute, King Zhou, greatly pleased, bestowed his ceremonial sword upon Yin Hong, further solidifying his resolve to crush the rebels and ascend as the great king of Shang. Kneeling in reverence, Yin Hong assured King Zhou, "Rest assured, father, I shall decisively defeat the rebels of West Qi and ensure the enduring prosperity of our great Shang." King Zhou, hastening to Yin Hong's side, helped him up and said, "My son, well done. Your father is deeply gratified. Today, I pledge that on the day you return victorious, you shall govern the affairs of the Shang on my behalf." Overjoyed, Yin Hong knelt again to express his gratitude and vowed to defeat the Zhou army within a month. After 2 days of preparation, King Zhou dispatched envoys to the Zhou camp with a declaration of war, appointing Yin Hong as the commander, with Shen Gongbao as his deputy and Wen Liang and Ma Shan as vanguards, while he himself would oversee the army to bolster morale. On the second day, the two armies clashed at Jinji Ridge. King Zhou and Su Daji rode in a dragon chariot at the forefront of the Shang army, while Yin Hong, wielding the Yin Yang mirror and mounted on the royal steed bestowed by King Zhou, stood beside their chariot. Opposite them, Jiang Ziya stood with Nezha, Yin Jiao, Lei Zhenzi, and Tu Xingsun at the front lines, while Huang Feihu and Li Jing positioned themselves on either flank, ready to launch a full assault on the Shang army. Jiang Ziya stepped forward and addressed King Zhou, "Your Majesty, it has been a long time." Ziya pays his respects. King Zhou, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Ziya, retorted, "What face do you, treacherous ministers, have to present yourselves before me?" Jiang Ziya replied with a smile, "Your Majesty, you are mistaken. I serve Heaven's mandate to quell tyrants and establish a new order. How can I be labeled a treasonous minister? Were it not for your tyranny and the allure of treacherous advisors and seductresses, how could my lord, King Wu, have overthrown your reign?" Su Daji, restraining the furious King Zhou, glared at Jiang Ziya and remarked, "Commander Jiang, your eloquence is commendable, befitting the Chancellor of West Qi. How shamelessly you present such arguments. Do not forget that our great king is sovereign, while GFA is merely a subject. Is it not rebellion for a subject to rise against his lord?" Turning to Yin Hong, she urged, "Do not listen to his nonsense. Quickly showcase your abilities and eliminate the rebel commander for your father." "Yes, indeed, Yin Hong. Swiftly rid us of these treacherous ministers." Yin Hong was summoned to the forefront, but Yin Jiao was halted by Nezha, who intended to advance alone. Stepping forward, he first bowed to King Zhou and said, "I, Yin Jiao, a disciple under the teachings of the illustrious Guang Qingzi, humbly greet your Majesty." King Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly descended from his dragon chariot, trembling as he addressed Yin Jiao, "Jiao, you are still alive? This is truly wonderful. Why are you here now? Come closer, let your father have a good look at you. Are you still harboring grievances against me? The misunderstanding that year was solely due to Fei Zhong and Yu Han. I never intended to harm you or harm her. As for your mother, silence. What right do you have to mention my mother? You have favored treacherous ministers, ruled with tyranny and debauchery, and slaughtered the innocent. What gives you the right to claim the throne of the world? Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven to slay you, the tyrant, and your calamity-bringing concubine." Su Daji, Yin Jiao declared furiously. Yin Hong stepped forward to restrain Yin Jiao, saying, "Brother, what have Jiang Ziya and the others filled your mind with to incite such hatred towards our father and mother? Mother? You dare to call Su Daji mother? Have you considered the feelings of our true mother in the underworld? Does the throne hold more importance in your heart than our mother and me? Hong, you have greatly disappointed me." Yin Jiao gazed in disappointment at his brother, who had lost his way in the allure of power, drawing out Wu Jiyu, the borrowed sword of Mu Jia, and pointed it menacingly at Yin Hong. Chapter 40. The return of Tianxiang. Seeing that persuading Yin Jiao was futile, Yin Hong quickly evaded his brother's attack, retrieving his own magical artifact, the water and fire bell, and engaged in battle with Yin Jiao. Nezha, fearing that Yin Jiao might falter without his usual weapon, sought permission from Jiang Ziya to assist, to which Jiang Ziya consented. Instructing Lei Zhenzi and Tu Xingsun to accompany Nezha and act according to plan, the trio charged towards Yin Hong, while Shun Gongbao dispatched Wen Liang and Ma Shan to aid Yin Hong. The two sought to intercept Nezha, but Nezha, having already anticipated their intentions, deftly evaded them using his wind and fire wheels, calling back to Lei Zhenzi and Tu Xingsun, "Leave these two to you. I shall lend my strength to Yin Jiao." The two rushed forward to confront Wen Liang and Ma Shan, resulting in a fierce struggle where neither side could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Nezha faced Shen Gongbao and tossed out the mixed sky silk to protect Yin Jiao. The combatants were evenly matched, and a resolution was not forthcoming. Observing the situation, Su Daji signaled to Feng Qingqing and Yu Qing, urging them to join the fray. The two female demons confronted Nezha and Yin Jiao respectively, and with their involvement, Yin Jiao felt the pressure mounting, on the verge of collapsing under the strain. Nezha, intent on providing assistance, found himself ensnared by Shun Gongbao and Feng Qingqing, unable to break free. Yang Jian and Tianhua hastily sought permission to advance and confronted Shen Gongbao and Feng Qingqing, with Yang Jian encouraging Nezha amidst the clash, "Their brother. Go help Yin Jiao. We shall handle this here." Seizing the opportunity, Nezha liberated himself, brandishing his fiery spear against Yin Hong. He entrusted the jade tablet to Yin Jiao, who, now unencumbered by hesitation, wielded the Wu Go sword with finesse, showcasing the martial arts he had mastered under Guang Qingzi. His formidable prowess nearly shattered the jade tablet. Observing her dear sister being so mistreated, Su Daji could no longer contain her fury. She produced her magical artifact and engaged in battle alongside Yin Jiao, both testing each other's strengths, with no clear victor emerging in the immediate moment. Meanwhile, Nezha and Yin Hong regarded each other with palpable animosity. In the past, it was Nezha who had usurped Yin Hong's position as the foremost disciple on Mount Kunlun, leading to a breach of trust between Yin Hong and his master before the Three Pure Ones. This incident had tarnished Yin Hong's reputation in his master's eyes, resulting in his confinement upon returning from Kunlun by Qi Jingzi. After a brief struggle, Yin Hong realized he was no match for Nezha and summoned his yin-yang mirror, attempting to capture Nezha's soul. Nezha disdainfully gazed at Yin Hong and retorted, "If I were afraid of your yin-yang mirror, I would share your surname." As Yin Hong recited the incantation, he was perplexed to find Nezha unperturbed and absent from the mirror's realm. After several attempts, Yin Hong discovered that the mirror had no effect on Nezha, who impatiently chided, "Are you done yet? How dare you flaunt a mere broken mirror before me? Allow me to show you what a true treasure is. 9 Dragons Fiery Shield, arise." Nezha summoned the 9 Dragons Fiery Shield to assault Yin Hong, whom he expected would be vanquished. However, unexpectedly, Sudaji took advantage of the moment to unleash the Nuwa Stone, deflecting the attack of the 9 Dragons Fiery Shield. In that instant, Yin Hong brandished the Tianshan seal, which he had pilfered from Yin Jiao, and struck toward Nezha. Unprepared, Nezha endured a blow from the Tianshan seal, sent flying from the wind and fire wheel, and fell to the ground, spitting blood. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Jiao launched the Tianshan seal at the nearest Huang Tianhua, but fortunately, Tu Xingsuan cleverly used Earth Escape to rescue him. Enraged by his failure, Yin Hong retracted the Tianshan seal and charged once more at Yang Jian, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with Shen Gongbao, disregarding Shen Gongbao's fate. In a critical moment, Nezha, despite his injuries, hurled the 9 Dragons Fiery Shield to protect Yang Jian, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness from his grave wounds and depleted magical energy. Li Jing rushed forward, cradling Nezha with concern etched upon his face. Yin Hong glared at Nezha, feeling that his plans had been thwarted, as his magical power permitted him to use the Tianshan seal only 3 times per day. After sustaining severe injuries from Nezha's attack, he found his remaining 2 opportunities disrupted. Yang Jian, witnessing Nezha's condition, unleashed his fury by sending Shen Gongbao flying and opened his heavenly eye to strike at Yin Hong. Recognizing Yin Hong's continued utility, Sudaji utilized the Nuwa Stone to shield him from Yang Jian's assault. Concerned for Nezha's injuries, Yang Jian refrained from further aggression and rushed to Nezha's side, taking him from Li Jing. Desperately, he channeled his magical energy through his meridians to mend Nezha's internal injuries. Jinjia, Muzha, and Wei Hu promptly joined the fray, and together they repelled Su Daji, Shen Gongbao, Feng Qingqing, Yin Hong, and Wen Liang, capturing Ma Shan alive. In order to heal Nezha, Jiang Ziya commanded the retreat of the troops, resolving to engage in battle another day. Yang Jian utilized his magical powers to protect Nezha's vital essence, swiftly carrying him towards the tent. Yin Jiao felt a profound sense of guilt, believing that his excessive trust in Yin Hong had led to the loss of his magical artifact, resulting in Nezha's injury. Trailing behind Yang Jian, he anxiously observed Nezha's condition. Once they reached the tent, Yang Jian gently laid Nezha upon the couch and made way for Jiang Ziya. Although Jiang Ziya's magical abilities were modest, he had inherited a significant portion of the medical skills from the primordial heavenly venerable, and with time, he could potentially become a renowned healer in the celestial realm. Seated beside Nezha, Jiang Ziya began to take his pulse, while a throng of disciples from the 3 generations of the Chan sect incessantly inquired about Nezha's status, overwhelming Jiang Ziya to the point of forgetting his own procedure. With a stern countenance, Yang Jian bellowed at the crowd, "Silence! You must leave now and allow my master to examine Nezha without further delay. Do not jeopardize his recovery, or I shall not hesitate to be ungracious." Sensing Yang Jian's fury, the crowd promptly quieted down. Tianhua exchanged glances with the others, leading them out of Nezha's tent to await the outcome anxiously. Observing the restless crowd, Yin Jiao attempted to soothe their worries, stating, "Rest assured, Brother Nezha will be fine. He is both loyal and powerful and will surely emerge safely." "We know that without your prompting," came the retort, "had you not been so indecisive in guarding your brother and lost your artifact, Nezha would not be in this predicament." Tianhua, incensed by Yin Jiao's resemblance to Yin Hong, spoke harshly, reflecting his temperament. Those familiar with him would soon dismiss his words, but for Yin Jiao, who was already burdened by guilt over Nezha's injury, it stung deeply. The others were preoccupied with their own concerns for Nezha, leaving Yin Jiao feeling isolated and desolate in a corner, silently praying for Nezha's safety. After all, having lost both his master's artifact and his personal sword, he felt ill-equipped to confront Yin Hong, let alone challenge him with his meager magical abilities. As Yin Jiao continued his silent prayers for Nezha, Jiang Ziya emerged from the tent. The crowd surged forward, surrounding him with questions about Nezha's condition. With a troubled expression, Yang Jian addressed them. I administered medicine to treat Nezha's internal injuries. While the situation is stabilized, it remains uncertain when he will regain consciousness. Fortunately, Yin Hong, being unfamiliar with the transcendent seal, did not strike Nezha's head. The blow was directed at his abdomen, preventing a fatal outcome. Nonetheless, the seal's potency is formidable, and Nezha's fate now rests with him. For the time being, refrain from disturbing him. Yang Jian will ensure his care. Master, I wish to do something for Brother Nezha. As it is because of me that this has happened, Yin Jiao implored. Jiang Ziya nodded gently, replying, Yin Jiao, you need not bear excessive guilt. This matter is not your fault. If you wish to tend to Nezha, you may do so, but take care of yourself as well. You appear quite worn. Understood, Master. I shall heed your advice. After Yin Jiao finished speaking, he entered Nezha's tent, observing Yang Jian, who was seated before Nezha's couch, engaged in conversation. Silently, Yin Jiao picked up the herbal prescription that Jiang Ziya had placed on the table and set about preparing the medicine. Tianhua and the others, incensed by Nezha's grievous injuries, collectively made their way to the place where Ma Shan was detained, intending to quell their anger by taking Ma Shan's head. However, despite their numerous attempts, they could not bring themselves to kill Ma Shan, who seized the opportunity to escape back to Sishui Pass. Consequently, Jiang Ziya punished Tianhua and the others with 50 strokes of the military stick each. Inside the tent, Yang Jian held Nezha's hand, gazing at his pale countenance, and expressed his remorse, exclaiming, It is all my second brother's fault. I promised to protect you, yet time and again, it has been you safeguarding me. Did I not tell you? The 9 turns mysterious art I practice is meant to render me invulnerable to such attacks. Did you truly have to push yourself to the brink to activate the 9 dragons' fire shield, risking your life? Do you wish to drive me to despair? Thus, Yang Jian devoted every day to conversing with Nezha, alleviating his boredom, while Yin Jiao diligently prepared the medicine, ensuring it was at the right temperature before handing it to Yang Jian. Initially, Li Jing and Madame Li intended to care for Nezha, allowing Yang Jian some respite. But they were rebuffed by Yang Jian, who insisted that Nezha had sustained such severe injuries in his attempt to save him, and thus he should bear the responsibility. Reluctantly, the couple could only visit daily to check on Nezha's condition. On the side of the Shang dynasty, due to the injuries sustained by Shen Gongbao, Yin Hong, Wen Liang, and Ma Shan, they refrained from issuing another challenge to Shi Qi. 5 days passed, and Nezha showed no signs of awakening. Yang Jian, weary and haggard, succumbed to sleep at the table within the tent. Observing this, Yin Jiao wished for Yang Jian to rest a little longer, so he took the prepared medicine to feed Nezha himself. However, upon hearing the commotion, Yang Jian took the medicine from Yin Jiao's hands and personally fed it to Nezha, prompting Yin Jiao to step aside and arrange the evening's medicinal materials. At this moment, a young man entered the main tent. Upon closer inspection, one would notice he bore a striking resemblance to Huang Tianhua, with a gentler disposition, a reflection of his master's tranquil nature. Indeed, this young man was Huang Tianxiang, the youngest son of Huang Feihu. Over the years, he had grown taller and become more reserved. He had descended the mountain upon learning of Nezha's unconscious state, seeking elixirs from the Grand Master Lingbao to deliver to him. Jiang Ziya, concerned for Nezha, did not delay in urging Tianxiang to hasten to Nezha's tent with the medicine. Upon arriving at Nezha's tent, Tianxiang hurriedly administered the elixir to Nezha. As Nezha gradually regained consciousness, Yang Jian felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing him to faint from the tension. Concerned for Yang Jian's condition, Nezha propped himself up. Yin Jiao stepped forward to embrace Yang Jian, while Jiang Ziya checked his pulse, attributing his state to sheer exhaustion, reassuring Nezha that rest would suffice. With a sigh of relief, Nezha expressed his gratitude to Yin Jiao, who modestly waved it away, stating it was merely his duty. He then carried Yang Jian out of the tent. Nezha attempted to thank Tianxiang, but Tianxiang gestured dismissively, asserting that such formalities were unnecessary among brothers. They exchanged knowing smiles as Jiang Ziya and Tianxiang urged Nezha to take some time to recuperate before exiting the tent. At that moment, Li Jing and his wife, along with other comrades, rushed to the tent upon hearing the news of Nezha's awakening, creating quite the lively atmosphere within. Chapter 41. The return of Yin Jiao and Yin Hong to the Fengshan platform. Once healed, Nezha rested for an entire day. For someone as restless as he was, recuperation felt akin to confinement in a small room. Seizing an opportunity when Li Jing and Yin Jiao were distracted, Nezha stealthily slipped out of the tent to seek Yang Jian's company for amusement. Upon entering Yang Jian's tent, he found him clad in his attire, poring over maps. Yang Jian frowned at Nezha's entrance, chiding him for his disobedience, especially after sustaining such serious injuries. He quickly ushered Nezha to a padded chair and fetched him a cup of warm water before returning to his own seat. With a nonchalant demeanor, Nezha reassured Yang Jian, stating, I am fine. The elixir Tianxiang gave me has worked wonders. You need not worry. By the way, how is your health? I feel responsible for your fainting due to overexertion. Here, take this elixir my master gave me for calming the mind. I insist, I am well enough. Yang Jian, however, insisted, knowing you feel responsible does not excuse your recklessness. You are aware of my capabilities. The heavenly seal cannot harm me. Why did you exert yourself? Throwing the nine-dragon fire shield while injured? Thankfully, Tianxiang was here to revive you. What if he hadn't been? The consequences could have been dire. Do you wish to cause us all such worry? Nezha, acknowledging Yang Jian's concerns, promised not to repeat such behavior, albeit believing that his minor injuries were inconsequential. His lotus transformation endowed him with extraordinary resilience. He pondered that had their roles been reversed, Yang Jian might have acted impulsively out of anger and recklessly stormed into the enemy camp. Yang Jian, sensing Nezha's thoughts, opted not to press further but resolved to keep a watchful eye on this impulsive individual in the future to prevent similar incidents. Observing Yang Jian's indifference, Nezha felt a pang of anxiety. After a moment's deliberation, he retrieved a set of chess pieces from his bag, looking at Yang Jian with an endearing expression. Brother, it must be rather dull without my company these past few days. Would you care for a game of Go? It's beneficial for relieving stress and enhancing intellect. Yang Jian, speechless at Nezha's playful antics, pointed to the military map before him. Nezha shook his head, putting away the map and setting up the Go board on the table. Reluctantly, Yang Jian consented to play, but soon regretted his inability to refuse. Yin Jiao had prepared the medicine but discovered that Nezha was absent from the tent. Inquiring with a soldier outside, he learned of Nezha's whereabouts and, fearing the medicine would cool, hurried to Yang Jian's tent. At the entrance, Yin Jiao faintly overheard a conversation within. Second brother, you've made a mistake. It should be placed here. No, you're cheating. I cannot possibly lose. Let us start over. Take that back, I'll place it here. Why have I lost again? You must have switched pieces while I was looking. That doesn't count. Third brother, I think we should focus on studying the map. Chess may not be our forte. No, I must win at least once today. I've never lost when playing with my father. Are you sure? Generally has such patience. Humph. What does my father's patience have to do with it? It is my skill that is superior. Yin Jiao stifled a laugh, taking a deep breath before entering the tent. After exchanging the customary greetings among brothers, he addressed Nezha. Senior brother Nezha, your medicine is ready. You should drink it while it's hot, or it will cool and require reheating. Nezha frowned, a look of deep concern on his face as he gazed at the bowl of medicine in Yin Jiao's hands. Junior brother Yin Jiao, I feel quite well. Might I forgo drinking it? Yin Jiao shook his head firmly. No, senior brother Nezha. Master Jiang has instructed me to ensure you finish the medicine. Your injuries are not yet fully healed. Please drink it. Yin Jiao is correct. You should quickly consume the medicine to aid in your recovery. Chess can wait. Do not forget your position as the commander, Yang Jian said sternly to Nezha. But I truly feel fine, Nezha replied helplessly, taking the medicine from Yin Jiao and, with closed eyes and a furrowed brow, swallowed it down. He then prepared to continue his chess match with Yang Jian. However, with a wave of his hand, Yang Jian retrieved the game pieces into his treasure pouch and said, You've played long enough today. Your injuries have not yet healed. Go rest. And I must arrange patrol formations. It is not appropriate for you to remain here. Yin Jiao will escort you back. Second brother, can't we play a bit longer? I haven't won yet. You can play with Yin Jiao. My skills are insufficient, Yang Jian said, exasperated, resting his hand against his forehead. Yin Jiao frowned, recalling that during their chess games on Kunlun Mountain, Yang Jian had exhibited remarkable skill. Suddenly, he remembered the earlier conversation outside and smiled, realizing that Yang Jian was intimidated by Nezha's tendency to retract moves. Thus, Yin Jiao addressed Nezha. Senior brother Nezha, let us step outside. Senior brother Yang has tasks to attend to. If you are determined to play chess, I can give it a try. Try? Try what? With my skills, you cannot win. Never mind. Since second brother has matters to attend to, we shall go outside. Second brother, the elixir is for you. Farewell. After concluding their conversation, Nezha escorted Yin Jiao back to his tent. Once separated from Yang Jian, Nezha immediately regained his haughty demeanor and solemnly addressed Yin Jiao, stating, from my observations, Yin Hong's Tian fan seal is indeed formidable, yet it appears that, given his current strength, he can only employ it 3 or 4 times. Thus, he is not excessively difficult to contend with. The true challenge lies in Su Daji's Niwa stone. If we cannot devise a strategy to counter her, advancing our forces will prove exceedingly arduous. To defeat Yin Hong, we must separate him from Su Daji. Do you have any ideas? Furrowing his brow, Yin Jiao pondered for a moment before suggesting, I could feign writing a letter to Yin Hong, expressing that I have come to my senses. Given my status, I have been humiliated by your group, and I wish to return to the Yinshang to reclaim my title as prince. In doing so, you could set a trap to capture Yinhong and hand him over to Master Qi Jingzi. Nezha contemplated this for a moment and replied, while this plan holds merit, it is likely that Yinhong will harbor suspicions that may work to your detriment. We should consider it further. I am unconcerned, Yin Jiao insisted urgently. The paramount objective is to expedite the campaign against the Shang, allowing the common folk to enjoy a better life as soon as possible. At that moment, Jiang Zia approached from behind. Hearing their discussion, he remarked, I believe this strategy is viable. As for Yin Jiao's safety, I will devise a solution. Let us proceed with this plan. Yin Jiao, you shall write to Yinhong today. Once he responds affirmatively to meet, allow Nezha, Yang Jian, and Lei Jinzi to accompany you. Nezha and Lei Jinzi can conceal themselves within the clouds, while Yang Jian has the ability to transform into anything for better concealment, thus enhancing your safety. Yin Jiao nodded and hurriedly set off to write the letter to Yinhong. Jiang Zia instructed Nezha to summon Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi to the command tent to discuss the specific details, emphasizing, ensure that you three prioritize Yin Jiao's safety. Even if the plan falters, no one else is to be harmed, particularly you. Nezha, do not act impulsively. Your injuries have yet to heal completely. Remember to follow Yang Jian's directives. Nezha nodded in agreement, and after Jiang Zia outlined several matters, he allowed the three to depart. Shortly thereafter, Yinhong replied to Yin Jiao's letter, proposing a meeting at the treacherous Longling, where Master Wen had met his demise. Consequently, Nezha and the others arrived early at Longling. Meticulously scouting the area and discovering no ambushes, they positioned themselves as planned, concealed among the clouds and rocks. The appointed time soon approached, and Yinhong arrived at Longling ahead of Yin Jiao. He made no attempts at concealment, calmly sitting on a stone, awaiting Yin Jiao. Coincidentally, the very stone upon which Yinhong sat was transformed into a rugged boulder by Yang Jian. Before long, Yin Jiao arrived, and Yinhong excitedly rushed forward to embrace him, exclaiming, Brother, have you truly come to your senses? Yin Jiao nodded in response, saying, Indeed. They have continually blamed me for Nezha's injury and have insulted me with their words. I have realized that forsaking my position as a prince of the great Shang to serve as a mere dog in the Zhou is unacceptable. Brother, I have decided to return with you. Let us depart at once. Very well, brother. Let us journey home together. Yinhong, filled with excitement, eagerly pulled Yin Jiao towards the direction of Sishui Pass, his back turned to Yin Jiao. At that opportune moment, Yin Jiao deftly threw the rope of immortality he had borrowed from Tu Xing's son, ensnaring Yinhong. Shocked, Yinhong gazed at Yin Jiao and addressed Yang Jian, saying, Brother, I have captured Honger. I entrust him to the three of you to hand over to Master Jiang. Please convey a message to Master that Yin Jiao is loath to witness the downfall of the Yin dynasty with his own eyes. Thus he shall return to his sect to cultivate his path and refrain from worldly affairs. Yang Jian and the others nodded in agreement to his request. Just as the four lowered their guard and prepared to depart, the bound Yinhong let out a cold laugh and remarked, Brother, when Su Daji told me you were deceiving me, I did not believe her. Now, I finally see the truth. What brotherly affection was there? It was all my one-sided sentiment. Since you have shown no kindness, I shall not act with righteousness. With that, Yinhong suddenly vanished, and the rope of immortality fell to the ground, revealing a wooden puppet in the center. The four immediately became vigilant, glancing around. Yinhong, along with Su Daji, Shen Gongbao, and Yu Qing, encircled Yang Jian and the others. They exchanged glances and decided to strike first, but Su Daji acted swiftly, summoning the Nuwa stone to attack the four. Shen Gongbao, Yu Qing, and Feng Qingqing stood behind Su Daji, channeling their powers into the Nuwa stone. Yang Jian and his companions united their strength to resist, but just as victory seemed imminent, Yinhong unleashed the heaven-turning seal towards Nezha. Yang Jian, unable to withdraw his strength, felt a surge of anxiety. In a flash of light, Yinhong's triumphant grin emerged, only to be replaced by disbelief moments later. For as Yinhong launched the heaven-turning seal at Nezha, Yin Jiao had turned to shield Nezha from the blow, instantly perishing on the Fengshan platform. Guangqingzi, foreseeing Yin Jiao's calamity, attempted to descend the mountain to save him, yet was a step too late. Witnessing with his own eyes as Yin Jiao was struck down by the heaven-turning seal. In a fit of rage, Guangqingzi summoned the Taiji diagram. Seizing Yinhong's treasures belonging to Yin Jiao, as well as Yinhong's Yin-Yang mirror, Nezha, cradling Yin Jiao's icy corpse, felt a chill envelop him. Slowly, he laid Yin Jiao down and turned to glare at Yinhong, directly invoking the Nine Dragons' fire shield to imprison him. Chanting incantations to incinerate Yinhong with true fire. Under Guangqingzi's persuasion, he released Yinhong's soul to return to the Fengshan platform. While Su Daji and the others had already stealthily escaped upon Guangqingzi's arrival, Nezha knelt before Guangqingzi, saying, "Master, I have failed to return Yang Jian to you intact. He perished because of me. I have broken my vow, and I implore you to punish me." Guangqingzi sighed, stepping forward to help Nezha to his feet, offering comfort. "This world has no bearing on you. It was Jiao's fate, one I could not alter, let alone you. Nezha, do not bear excessive guilt. What you can do now is fulfill his unfinished wishes, assisting King Wu of Zhou in overthrowing the tyranny of King Zhou, and restoring peace to the common folk. Quickly return and inform Master Zia of the situation. I shall take Jiao's physical form with me." Yang Jian gazed at Nezha, who hung his head in silence for a prolonged moment. With no other choice, he stepped forward to respond to Guangqingzi's words. After Guangqingzi departed, Nezha silently followed Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi back to the camp to report. Upon learning of the demise of Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, Zhang Zia could only sigh repeatedly, lamenting the tragic fate that had led to the lives of two children he once saved being extinguished due to his own actions. Chapter 42. The rampant plague. Since the death of Yin Jiao, Nezha had become increasingly taciturn, revealing only fleeting smiles in the presence of Yang Jian. Even Tian Xiang found himself unable to lift Nezha's spirits, as Nezha believed he was responsible for bringing Yin Jiao down from Mount Nine Dragons and had assured Guangqingzi that he would care for Yin Jiao and return him safely to the mountain. Now, with Yin Jiao having perished to save him, Nezha was consumed by guilt and regret. In these days, he rose early to practice diligently, believing that only by becoming stronger could he better protect his brothers and loved ones. Tian Hua and the others considered persuading Yang Jian to speak to Nezha, but Yang Jian shook his head and reassured them, "There is no need for concern. Nezha is simply growing. Just ensure he does not harm himself, and leave the rest to me." Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Tian Hua and the others relinquished their worries, assigning one person each day to accompany Nezha in his training. This served not only to monitor Nezha but also provided an opportunity for mutual learning and practice during their sparring sessions. Remarkably, in these days, Tian Hua and the others made notable progress in their martial skills, gaining substantial practical experience, especially Tian Xiang, who, having little military duty, spent most of his time with Nezha. As a disciple of the Celestial Treasure Master, his mastery of spells was considerable, yet he lacked practical experience. Under Nezha's rigorous training, his strength improved significantly. Where he once could not last 50 exchanges against Tian Hua, he now nearly matched him in combat. This, of course, left Tian Hua feeling rather embarrassed, and the commanders who fell short of Tian Hua felt similarly, thus igniting a fervor for martial training within the Zhou camp. Let us set aside the happenings within the Zhou camp and recount the events of that day when Yin Jiao succumbed to the assault of the Heavenly Seal, and Yin Hong was consumed by Nezha's 9-dragon fire shield. Upon learning of this, King Zhou raged against Shen Gongbao, his fury leading to illness, and he subsequently entrusted all administrative matters to Su Daji. After Yin Jiao's death, his soul was unexpectedly gripped by a force that forcibly drew him away. Despite his desperate attempts to resist, he could not escape this power. Soon, he beheld a platform with 99 tiers of steps and 27 towering pillars arranged according to the Bagua. The source of the gravitational pull emanated from the central Tai Chi symbol of the platform, which appeared tranquil from the outside. Before long, Yin Jiao heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he found the soul of Yin Hong approaching. The two brothers exchanged glances in silence, uncertain of what to say, both realizing that Yin Hong, having passed, now bore a newfound understanding of their past, feeling remorseful yet unable to express it. At this awkward moment, a figure descended from the stage. It was Bai Jian, the one responsible for constructing the function platform. After the completion of the platform, Zhang Zia had entrusted Bai Jian to guard this place, gathering the valiant souls of the fallen warriors of both armies, awaiting the day of their deification. Bai Jian approached the two, intending to guide them into the function platform to ensure their spirits remained intact. Yin Jiao willingly followed in Bai Jian's footsteps. Yet Yin Hong paused after a few steps. Bai Jian, perplexed, inquired whether Yin Hong harbored any unfulfilled wishes. Yin Hong replied, "I wish to return to Sishiguan and persuade my father to abdicate in favor of a more deserving ruler, thereby sparing the common people from the anguish of war." "Brother," Yin Jiao exclaimed with excitement, "is this truly your desire?" Yin Hong nodded resolutely, stating, "Indeed, elder brother, I have come to my senses. I regret my past transgressions and the heedlessness with which I disregarded our master's earnest teachings and our mother's expectations. I have also overlooked your counsel. I implore your forgiveness for the pain I have caused." Yin Jiao embraced Yin Hong joyfully, assuring him, "It matters not. I have never held any grievances against you. It is wonderful that you have found clarity." After their heartfelt exchange, Yin Hong continued to plead with Bai Jian, "I humbly ask for your indulgence, allowing me to convey a dream to my father." Bai Jian, momentarily uncertain, was supported by Yin Zhao's request on behalf of Yin Hong. Just then, Qi Jingzi arrived. Having learned of Yin Hong's situation, Yin Hong knelt before Qi Jingzi, expressing gratitude for his guidance, reflecting on his past misdeeds, and requesting forgiveness for his former recklessness. Qi Jingzi, moved by Yin Hong's sincere repentance, assisted him to his feet and agreed to send Yin Hong's spirit into the dream of King Zhou. In the dream, Yin Hong conveyed the same messages as Wen Taishe, urging King Zhou to abdicate for the sake of the people and to grant them a life of peace and prosperity. He also revealed that the downfall of the Yin Shang dynasty was predestined and implored the king to cease the endless warfare that only deepened the suffering of the populace. However, despite the sorrow over his son's demise, King Zhou dismissed Yin Hong's counsel, berating him as an ungrateful wretch, colluding with Jiang Jia and his ilk to usurp the realm of Yin Shang, deeming him unworthy to be his son, much like Yin Jiao. He even reproached the late Empress Jiang for failing to instill proper values in her sons, allowing them to stand against him. Seeing that he could not sway King Zhou, Yin Hong, filled with despair, returned to the Fengshan platform to await his fate. There, he encountered Wen Zhong, the esteemed Wen Taishe. Both Yin Jiao and Yin Hong paid their respects to Wen Taishe, informing him of the events outside. Wen Taishe, anxious yet powerless, recalled his own futile attempts to persuade King Zhou after death. The three of them gazed outward, hoping that King Zhou would soon confront reality to avoid a tragic end. After Su Daji assumed control of the state, aware that the army lacked a commander, she appointed Shen Gongbao to quell the rebellion in the West Qi. Shen Gongbao, recognizing his lack of capable generals despite his title, summoned his former disciple, Hong Jian, to serve as a chief commander. Hong Jian, originally a general of the Yin Shang, had revered Shen Gongbao's celestial arts and thus became his disciple. Hong Jian commanded two formidable vanguards, Ji Kong and Bai Xianzhong, both highly skilled in martial arts and well-versed in military strategy. After Hong Jian arrived with Ji Kong and Bai Xianzhong, Shen Gongbao delivered a challenge to the West Qi. Jiang Jia, after careful consideration, refrained from sending Nezha and the others into battle, fearing Shen Gongbao's cunning might lead to an ambush on their camp. Instead, he entrusted Nezha and Yang Jian with the defense of the encampment and took only the seasoned General Huang Feihu and others into the fray. Meanwhile, King Zhou of the Shang dynasty stood proudly in the midst of his army, accompanied by Su Daji, rallying the troop spirits. Jiang Jia commanded General Nangong Shi to confront the enemy. A fierce battle ensued between Nangong Shi and the vanguard Ji Kong. But Nangong Shi was injured by Ji Kang's Black Hound and ultimately forced to retreat. Fortunately, Li Jing acted swiftly, throwing the purple gold Linglong Tower to save Nangong Shi's life. Ji Kong, victorious, returned with great glee. Bai Xianzhong, eager to prove himself before King Zhou, charged forward to issue a challenge. Meanwhile, Deng Jiogong, new to the battlefield, sought to earn his merit and requested to engage in combat. Jiang Jia consented, allowing Deng Jiogong to take the field. Bai Xianzhong and Deng Jiogong wielded their weapons, showcasing their prowess. After a fierce exchange of 50 rounds, Deng Jiogong feigned a weakness, seizing the moment to strike down Bai Xianzhong from his horse. Shen Gongbao and Hong Jian, witnessing Bai Xianzhong's defeat, were consumed with rage and resolved to avenge him personally. Hong Jian and Ji Kong sought Shen Gongbao's permission to battle the heroes of West Qi, which he granted. Thus, Hong Jian and Ji Kong challenged Deng Jiogong, who was swiftly captured by Hong Jin's magic. Upon seeing her father ensnared, Deng Chanyu wasted no time and intervened, using the 5-color stone to shatter Hong Jin's enchantment and slay Ji Kong. Tu Xing's son collaborated with Deng Chanyu, utilizing the art of earth escape to rescue her father, Deng Jiogong. However, Deng Chanyu and Hong Jian, evenly matched, could not secure a decisive victory. Taking advantage of the situation, Hong Jian rolled away and escaped through the earth, prompting Shen Gongbao to sound the retreat. Huang Feihu, eager to pursue, was prevented by Jiang Jia, who feared an ambush and thus ordered a withdrawal. Receiving a letter from King Wu, Jiang Jia learned of a rampant plague in West Qi City that tormented the populace, even afflicting the Empress Dowager, who was gravely ill. In a state of urgency, King Wu sought Jiang Zia's counsel. Without delay, Jiang Jia instructed Huang Feihu, Li Jing, and Deng Jiogong to hold the front line while he returned to West Qi City with Nezha, Yang Jian, Tian Hua, and Lai Zhenzi. After Jiang Zia's departure, Huang Feihu and the others deliberated on how to deal with Shen Gongbao but found themselves at an impasse. The next morning, a soldier reported the arrival of a young woman claiming to be the daughter of the Jade Emperor, asserting that Hong Jian was under her protection and that she would handle the situation herself. After a discussion, the three commanders agreed to admit the woman into their camp. The woman introduced herself as Princess Longji of the Heavenly Court, stating that the matchmaker had declared Hong Jian to be her destined partner. She assured them of her assistance in repelling the Shang army, but insisted that Yang Jian was hers alone and that they must not interfere. The three men acquiesced to Princess Longji's demands. At the appointed hour, the two armies clashed. Deng Zhougong, accompanied by Deng Chanyu and Tu Xing's son, observed the battle as Princess Longji engaged Yang Jian. In a brief skirmish, she successfully breached Yang Jian's inner defenses. Realizing his precarious situation, Yang Jian attempted to escape using earth evasion, only to find Princess Longji following suit, leaping from her horse to pursue him through the earth. The two pursued their way to the shores of the North Sea, where Princess Longji summoned the dragon binding rope and captured Yang Jian. Unwilling to concede, Yang Jian engaged in a verbal spar with the princess, who chose not to return immediately. Instead, she seated him by the North Sea and began to recount a tale. It was revealed that in a previous life, Yang Jian and Princess Longji were married. Their love affair had come to the attention of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, who, out of maternal concern, spared her daughter from the same fate as Princess Yaoji. Instead, she personally executed Yang Jian's previous incarnation and banished Princess Longji to the Kunlun fairyland for 10,000 years, never to emerge. Upon learning of her husband's demise, Princess Longji was engulfed in sorrow. Fortunately, due to her amicable relationship with the god of love, she was informed of a method to gather souls for rebirth, leading to the current incarnation of Yang Jian. As he listened to her story, memories of his past life flooded back, and the two embraced, weeping with joy. After expressing their gratitude to Huang Feihu and the others at Zhou Camp, they initially intended to return directly to Kunlun Fairyland. However, Huang Feihu proposed to host a wedding for them, a sentiment that Princess Longji had also harbored. Thus, Huang Feihu and his comrades organized a grand ceremony within the military camp. In gratitude for this kindness, Princess Longji and Yang Jian resolved to join forces with the others in the campaign against Emperor Xian. Meanwhile, back in Shiqi City, Jiang Jia and his companions were distressed by the sight of the suffering populace and the weeping children. Nezha, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Who could be responsible for this? Are they even human? What does this war have to do with the common people? If they have the courage to fight, let them do so with real weapons on the battlefield. Resorting to underhanded tactics is not true heroism. Once I uncover the perpetrator, I shall ensure they face 1,000 tortures and burn their soul with the true fire of Samadhi." Nezha's sentiments resonated, and Tianhua echoed his outrage, declaring that he too would seek vengeance once the true culprit was revealed. Jiang Jia, while traversing the streets, diligently checked the pulse of the citizens, hoping to discover a remedy for the plague. Yang Jian assisted him, yet despite their efforts, they could not ascertain the source of the affliction. Not even the celestial hound, released by Yang Jian, could trace it. Ultimately, they concluded that the origin of the plague was not within Shiqi City. They hastily returned to the residence of the Duke of Shibua, relieved to find that aside from the Empress Dowager, no one else had been infected. However, this only deepened their suspicion. Jiang Jia meticulously inquired about the recent travel routes of King Wu and others, uncovering that the source of the plague seemed to be hidden within the Duke's residence, concealed with great secrecy. Reluctant to alert the culprit, Jiang Jia, along with Nezha and the others, cautiously sought to devise a solution for the plague, while discreetly investigating for the traitor within the Duke's estate. Chapter 43. The Plague Array. As the night unfolded, Huang Feihu, Li Jing, and Deng Zhougong convened to strategize an assault on the unguarded Sishui Pass. Under the cover of moonlight, they launched a surprise attack. Tu Hong's son utilized Earth Escape to infiltrate the pass and open the city gates. The Zhou army swiftly captured Sishui Pass. In the ensuing chaos, Shen Gongbao was forced to flee with Su Daji and the three demons, seeking refuge at the boundary gate. The former commander of Sishui Pass, Han Rong, observed his fleeing soldiers with a bitter smile, raising his sword in self-termination. Huang Feihu commanded his father, General Huang Gun, to station 10,000 troops at the Sishiguan Pass, while he himself led the main force to bypass the Jipai Guan and set off towards the Chuanyun Pass. Within the western Shiboho residence, Jiang Jia had been tirelessly searching for a remedy to combat the plague for several consecutive days. Yet his efforts yielded little success. The atmosphere was heavy with despair, further compounded by the fact that King Wu, GFA, had also fallen ill to the contagion. Reluctantly, Jiang Jia sealed this information to prevent it from spreading, fearing it would demoralize the troops. As Lei Zhenzi remained unaffected by the plague, he volunteered to care for GFA, while Nezha, Yang Jian, and Tianhua tirelessly scoured the Shiboho residence in search of the source of the affliction. The three of them turned the residence upside down, but found nothing. They arrived at the artificial hill in the back garden of the residence, and, after a brief search, were about to depart when Nezha fixated on a seemingly inconspicuous small tree beside the hill. Yang Jian, perplexed, approached and inquired, Third brother, have you discovered something? Nezha nodded and said, you two should closely examine the soil beneath this tree and the arrangement of the stones above it. Do you notice anything? The two leaned in for a meticulous inspection for quite some time, and Tianhua, puzzled, remarked, there is nothing here, just some scattered pebbles, right? Not so, Nezha replied. This resembles a formation. It seems to be. Yang Jian furrowed his brow and interjected, a small-scale plague formation. Nezha stood up to explain, indeed. This should be a minor plague immortal formation. I suspect there are many such formations scattered throughout the entire city of Western Qi. And this one acts as the main formation. Beneath the ground, 5 corpses of boys who perished from the plague during the Yin month and Yin hour are likely buried. There is no other remedy but to incinerate them. The arrangement of the plague immortal formation is quite intricate, likely the work of Lu Yu, known as the plague immortal. I have encountered him before. His physical prowess is ordinary, yet his mastery of formations is exceptional. During a mission to locate someone in a small town, I happened upon Lu Yu employing a formation to torment the townsfolk, using their essence to enhance his own powers. I attempted to intervene but was injured by his formation. Fortunately, my master arrived in time to dismantle it and save me. Among his adept formations, the plague immortal formation is the most formidable. These minor formations pose little threat. My master taught me how to dismantle them, although I was too lazy to learn the technique at the time. I can only dismantle these smaller formations. Should he lay down a true plague immortal formation, we would be in grave peril, since Lu Yu has taken the time to set up so many minor formations. If this is to distract us, my father and the others are in danger. Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi also recognized the gravity of the situation and said to Nezha, Third brother, since you are familiar with the plague immortal formation, you should seek out and dismantle all the plague immortal formations within the city of Western Qi. Tianhua, you must swiftly head to the main camp to assess the situation, and I will inform the chancellor of everything. The 3 then dispersed to fulfill their respective tasks. Nezha, utilizing the 9 dragons of fire, incinerated the 5 corpses tainted by the plague until naught remained but ashes. Subsequently, he meticulously dismantled the plague immortal formation within the West Bofu, dedicating nearly a full day to unraveling all the formations within the city of Shiqi. Understanding the source of the plague, the esteemed Jade Dingzhenren also delivered spiritual herbs procured from the Fire Cloud Palace by the Divine Farmer Emperor, entrusting them to Jiang Jia to aid the afflicted populace. Within 3 days, tranquility returned to Shiqi. Meanwhile, Tianhua brought troubling news. Master Jiang, grave tidings. In the military camp, numerous soldiers are suffering from severe gastrointestinal distress, and even the warhorses have lost their vigor. Except for Tianxiang, Jinjia, and Wei Hu. The other generals are lethargic and devoid of strength. Fortunately, yesterday, Shun Gongbao's ambush was thwarted by Tu Xingsuan and Chanyu. We must return promptly. We still rely on your guidance, Master. Without hesitation, Jiang Jia recognized that the situation in Shiqi had stabilized, yet the front lines could not descend into chaos. He, accompanied by Nezha and 3 others, set forth immediately. King Wu, GFA, had also regained his health and, to bolster troop morale, joined Jiang Jia in heading to the main camp. Nezha, riding on his wind and fire wheels, dismantled 18 minor plague immortal formations surrounding the encampment, temporarily alleviating the calamity. The soldiers improved considerably after consuming Jiang Jia's medicine. Nevertheless, Nezha remained apprehensive and addressed Jiang Jia, saying, Master, the absence of the plague immortal formation set by Lu Yu may indicate a more insidious scheme. We must exercise caution. My master once remarked that establishing such formations necessitates numerous components. Lu Yu is likely preparing for this. We must act swiftly to thwart him, lest the consequences be dire. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Jia intended to dispatch Nezha and Yang Jian to locate and halt Lu Yu when a soldier burst in, breathless with urgency. Report. Commander, a calamity has befallen us. While surveying the camp to comfort the troops, King Wu GFA was seized by an old Taoist in white. He left a letter for you to peruse, Commander. Jiang Jia hastily took the letter, unfolding it to reveal 2 lines that read, To rescue GFA, one must come to the outer Chuanyun Pass. Anxiety gripped Jiang Zia's heart. However, to maintain troop morale, he suppressed his unease and commanded Huang Feihu and others to lead Huang Tianhua, Huang Tianxiang, and the former generals of the Huang family army, along with 50,000 troops, to the Jiameng Pass. He assigned Deng Jiogong, Tu Xingsuan, Deng Chanyu, and the brothers Jin Jia and Mu Jia to confront the Qinglong Pass, while he himself would venture forth to face the challenge, leaving Li Jing to oversee the central command. Despite Nezha and Yang Jian's repeated attempts to dissuade him, they ultimately acquiesced to Jiang Zia's decision. To ensure his safety, it was agreed that Yang Jian and Nezha, who had recently mastered transformation, would disguise themselves as small birds to accompany and protect Jiang Jia. On the other side, the guardians of Qinglong Pass were Qiu Yin and Qin Shi, both adept disciples of the skilled in the ways of Tao. On the very first day, they captured Tai Luan and Deng Xiu, concerned for his son's safety. Deng Jiogong hurriedly led his troops to continue the assault. Qiu Yin and Qin Shi resorted to treacherous tactics to seize Deng Jiogong and, with a heart of cruelty, executed him along with Tai Luan and Deng Xiu, displaying their corpses upon the battlements of Qinglong Pass. In a state of sorrow and fury, Deng Chanyu resolved to avenge her father and elder brother. Despite the counsel of Tu Xingsuan and Jin Zhamuzha, the situation was relayed to Jiang Jia, who, unfortunately, was absent from the army. Thus, Li Jing had no choice but to send Lei Jinzi to summon General Su Hu of Jizhou to take charge of the situation at Qinglong Pass. Conversely, at Jiaming Pass, Huang Feihu faced a series of resounding victories. First, in the Battle of Tianxiang, he vanquished the guard Hu Xing's brother, Hu Lei. Following that, he set fire to the granary of Jiaming Pass, leaving Hu Xing in a state of despair, contemplating surrender. He dispatched the seasoned general Wu Kai to negotiate terms of capitulation with Zhou. However, en route, he was intercepted by the fire spirit Saint Mother, who, in a frenzy to avenge her disciple Hu Lei, thwarted Hu Sheng's surrender plans. Hu Lei, once a cherished disciple of the fire spirit Saint Mother, had recently experienced a foreboding premonition, leading to the sudden shattering of his jade token, losing its luster. Enraged, the fire spirit Saint Mother resolved to seek vengeance for her pupil and confronted Hu Sheng at Jiaming Pass, demanding the surrender of the one who had slain her disciple. Huang Feihu, unwilling to betray his own son, steadfastly rejected her demands. In her fury, the fire spirit Saint Mother sought to annihilate everyone in Zhou's camp. Tianhua and Tianxiang struggled valiantly against her for over 20 exchanges before being defeated. Just as she was about to strike them down, Guang Chengzi descended from the heavens and unleashed the Fan Tian seal, vanquishing the fire spirit Saint Mother in a single blow. Upon receiving this news, Hu Sheng entirely lost his fighting spirit and led his subordinates to surrender to the great Zhou. Meanwhile, upon Su Hu's arrival at Qinglong Pass, he first stabilized the morale of the troops and then commanded Tu Xingsuan and others to ensure the safe retrieval of Deng Jiogong and the others' remains, allowing them to rest in peace. Tu Xingsuan and Jin Zhamuzha conspired to seize the three bodies amidst the chaos of daytime battle, successfully reclaiming them. Su Hu ordered the troops to cease fighting and return to camp. There, Deng Chanyu knelt, embracing the remains of Deng Jiogong and Deng Xiu, weeping uncontrollably. Unsure of what to say, Tu Xingsuan knelt beside her, offering some comfort. Gently laying down the remains, Deng Chanyu buried herself in Tu Xingsuan's embrace, sobbing openly. With unwavering resolve, Tu Xingsuan assured Deng Chanyu, "Do not worry. I shall avenge your father and elder brother. I will ensure Qin Qi meets a gruesome end," leaving no trace of him behind. Outside Chuanyun Pass, Jiang Jia confronted Lu Yu and Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao addressed Jiang Jia, saying, "Jiang Jia, your king Wu is ensnared within this plague Huang formation. To rescue him, you must enter. The choice is yours. Decide them." Liu glared at Jiang Jia with a seething rage, wishing he could subject him to 1,000 tortures. Yang Jian and Nezha perched on the nearest branch, where Yang Jian whispered to Nezha, inquiring about the plague formation. Nezha elucidated, "The umbrella of pestilence belongs to the malevolent sorcerers. The pestilence reaps lives as a butcher would. The formation is fierce and not easily shattered. How can one in madness hope to awaken? In an instant, the infection spreads to every household, and in a moment, death visits each door." While Nezha pondered this, recalling the words of his master, he noticed that Lu Yu seemed to harbor no prior connection with them, leaving him baffled as to why Lu Yu's animosity toward his uncle was so intense. At that moment, Jiang Jia implored Lu Yu not to act against the heavens and to depart early. Yet, Lu Yu clenched his teeth and retorted, "Jiang Shang, I hold an unparalleled grudge against you. We cannot coexist. Even if struck down by heavenly thunder, I shall take your life. Do you remember the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island? They were my sworn brothers, brutally slain by your hand. Today, I shall make you pay with your life." With that declaration, Lu Yu summoned his magical artifact, ensnaring Jiang Jia within the plague formation. By the time Yang Jian and Nezha realized what had transpired, it was already too late. They exchanged frustrated glances and decided to return to the camp to inform the others. The grim tidings from Qinglong Pass had severely dampened the morale of the Zhou army. After deliberation, Nezha and Yang Jian resolved that one would venture to Kunlun to seek reinforcements to rescue Jiang Jia and GFA, while the other would head to Qinglong Pass to eliminate obstacles. Li Jing consented to their plan, assigning Yang Jian to Kunlun to summon their masters for the rescue. while Nezha would lend support at Qinglong Pass. Upon arriving at Qinglong Pass, Nezha, accompanied by the vengeance-driven Earthwalker's son and Deng Chanyu, confronted Chen Qi. Upon seeing Nezha's countenance, Chen Qi dismissed him without concern, but Nezha, without hesitation, brandished his fire-tipped spear and engaged in battle. Within 10 exchanges, Chen Qi was defeated by Nezha. Chen Qi intended to employ the same tactic he had used to capture Deng Jiogong against Nezha, but found his attack thwarted by Deng Chanyu's multicolored stone. Seizing the opportunity, Earthwalker's son bound Chen Qi with the binding rope and handed him over to Deng Chanyu, who brought Chen Qi to the graves of Deng Jiogong and his companions to behead him in tribute to their noble spirits. Meanwhile, Qiu Yin and his two companions, Qiu Long and Qiu Hu, attempted to flee but were cut down by the advancing army, marking the fall of Qinglong Pass. Upon receiving the news of the losses at Qinglong Pass and Jiaming Pass, King Zhou was overwhelmed by fury and fainted. In her anger, Su Daji commanded Shen Gongbao to repel the Zhou forces within 6 months. In the wake of the successive defeats at Sui Shui Pass, Qilong Pass, and Jiaming Pass, Huang Feihu and Li Jing conferred once more, dispatching Nezha with Tianhua and Tianxiang to breach Jiepai Pass directly. King Zhou, already weakened by the turmoil of losing 3 passes, fell ill from the stress. To protect his health, Su Daji concealed the news of Jiepai Pass's fall, only informing King Zhou of the good tidings regarding Jiangxia and GFA being trapped at the front lines. Meanwhile, Yang Jian had also returned from Kunlun with reinforcements. Accompanied by Yun Zhongzi and Yang Run, the second disciple of the pure and void Taoist, Li Jing temporarily entrusted the command to Yun Zhongzi, who instructed his men to send messages to Qinglong Pass, Jiaming Pass, and Jiepai Pass, summoning Earthwalker's son, Jinzha, Muzha, Nezha, and Tianhua and Tianxiang back. Tianhua, Nezha, and Yang Jian were elated upon encountering Yang Ren, for one was a disciple of the celestial virtue true monarch, while the other 2 owed him their lives. Although Yang Ren appeared older than Tianhua and the others, he had entered the path later, thus he respectfully addressed them as senior brothers. Originally, Yang Ren served as a minister under King Zhou of Shang, who intended to construct the Deer Terrace, a grand endeavor that would burden the common people. Compassionate towards the populace, Yang Ren boldly advised the king, yet his words fell on deaf ears, leading to cruel retribution against him. After his failed counsel, Yang Ren was blinded and ultimately met a tragic demise, his body discarded in the wilderness. With a heart full of resentment, he could not release his grievances even in death. It was this lingering bitterness that granted him a chance at rebirth. Following his death, Yang Ren's unrest was sensed by Nezha and Yang Jian during their excursion. They brought his spirit to the nearest celestial virtue true monarch, who, upon understanding his plight, graciously bestowed upon him a golden elixir. This elixir was placed where Yang Ren's eyes once were, and through its miraculous properties, 2 small hands emerged from his eye sockets, each adorned with eyes. Henceforth, Yang Ren regained his sight and became a disciple of the celestial virtue true monarch to learn the arts of magic. The absence of eyeballs and the peculiar hands with eyes made his first appearance quite strange to onlookers. However, as they learned of his circumstances, they felt deep respect and sympathy for him. Over the years of cultivation at the Mountain Gate, Yang Ren had come to regard many matters with indifference. He accepted the gazes of others with a smile and, adhering to custom, greeted everyone before quietly conversing with Tianhua about the recent happenings on Qingfeng Mountain. Yun Zhongzi assigned tasks to the group, instructing them to proceed according to plan. The following day, after tidying up military affairs, he commanded Yang Ren to lead Nezha and Tianhua to rescue individuals from the plague array. Yang Ren entrusted Tianhua with one of the 4 magical treasures bestowed upon him by the celestial virtue true monarch, the 7 birds fan, and shared the method to breach the array with both Tianhua and Nezha. The trio arrived at the plague array outside Chuanyan Pass and, without hesitation, entered. Nezha and Tianhua took up positions to draw the array's attacks towards themselves, while Yang Ren, wielding the flying electric spear, divine fire fan, and Cloudy Beast, gifts from the celestial virtue true monarch, swiftly dismantled the plague array and vanquished Lu, rescuing Jiangxia and King Wu, GFA, though both remained unconscious. Uncertain of their condition, they decided Nezha would support the 2 and ride the wind fire wheel back to the Zhou camp. Yun Zhongzi instructed Nezha to place the 2 in the tent and administer elixirs, leading to their swift recovery, albeit still somewhat weakened after being trapped in the plague array for over 100 days. 3 days later, Jiangxia and King Wu regained their spirits, and Yun Zhongzi timely returned the command seal to Jiangxia before retreating to his cave abode. Upon learning that the 3 passes had been breached, Jiangxia resolved to press the advantage. Without Lu's plague array obstructing them, the Zhou army swiftly overcame Chuanyun Pass, prompting Daji to recognize the dire situation and retreat with the still ailing King Zhou back to Chaoga. In a moment of helplessness, Shen Gongbao found himself approached by a familiar figure who engaged him in conversation throughout the night. The following day, Shen Gongbao went to Bo Palace to lament to Tongtian Jiaozhu, elevating the issue to the very survival of the Chan and Jie sections. Enraged, Tongtian Jiaozhu declared his intention to personally seek justice for the disciples of Jie sect, which filled Shen Gongbao with elation as he returned to Tongguan to await the arrival of Tongtian Jiaozhu. Once Shen Gongbao departed, two Taoists suddenly appeared within Bo Palace. Upon closer inspection, they were none other than Lingbao Tianzuan and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Tongtian Jiaozhu respectfully addressed them as elder brother and second brother. Inviting Lingbao Tianzuan to take a seat, he and Yuanshi Tianzuan positioned themselves on either side, and with a wave of his hand, a table materialized, adorned with 3 cups of fragrant tea. The earlier fury of Tongtian Jiaozhu dissipated as he smiled gently at the two, remarking, "Elder brother, second brother. The fish has taken the bait." Yuanshi Tianzuan took a delicate sip of tea and replied, "Third brother, this tea is indeed exquisite, though your discerning eye seems to falter. For there lies a withered leaf within. You must be more careful in the future." Tongtian Jiaozhu paused momentarily, then laughed heartily, acknowledging, "Second brother's admonition is well taken. I shall heed it. Let these spiritual teas serve as my apology. I hope you will not find them lacking. Then I shall graciously accept." Yuanshi Tianzuan said with a smile as he accepted the tea from Tongtian Jiaozhu. Lingbao Tianzuan, watching his younger brothers with affectionate amusement, advised, "I shall refrain from meddling in your affairs, but exercise caution. Those two adversaries are not easily dealt with. Usurping their position will undoubtedly require considerable effort. You must both act convincingly, lest your true intentions be uncovered, for that would render all your efforts futile. If you wish to secure a future, do not show mercy." "Rest assured, elder brother," they replied in unison. After finishing their tea and conversation, Lingbao Tianzuan and Yuanshi Tianzuan quietly departed from Bo Palace. Shortly after their exit, Tongtian Jiaozhu summoned his disciple, the Daobao Daoist, and led him to the essential route from Chuanyuan to Tongguan, instructing Daobao Daoist to set up the Zhuxian array. What is the Zhuxian array, you may ask? A poem describes it thus. The malevolent Zhuxian array stands at 4 gates, with yellow mist, raging winds, and thunderous fire. Those caught in its snare, clad in yellow crowns, shall meet their doom, as feathered immortals are buried deep. The sword's light merely devours divine bones. While talismans futilely expel dark mists, even with supreme celestial laws, one may fall into disfavor with the Holy Master. Once within this array, the atmosphere is thick with yellow mist and brilliant golden light. The mists swirl, obscuring the array like clouds, while the golden light envelopes the Bagua platform like a protective shroud. Swords, spears, and halberds stand resolute, forming an impenetrable barrier from east to west and north to south. It is akin to a wall of bronze. This array was forged by Tongtian Jiaozhu from 4 treasured swords beneath Mount Xumi, the Zhuxian sword, the Luxian sword, the Stenjin sword, and the Jueshin sword. The venerable Hongjun Laozu once remarked on these 4 swords, "They are neither copper, nor iron, nor steel, hidden beneath Mount Xumi. They require not the inversion of yin and yang for their honing. Can they not be tempered by water and fire? The Zhuxian sword brings advantage. The Luxian sword heralds demise, while the Stenjin sword radiates crimson light. The Jueshin sword transforms in infinitely wondrous ways, staining the robes of the great celestial beings with blood. The 4 swords are arrayed in the cardinal directions, each suspended ominously above the gate, emanating a thunderous resonance. The glimmer of their blades flickers with an ominous light, rendering even the most formidable of immortals powerless against their peril. The Master of Heaven presides over this formation, which is perilously lethal. Arguably the most formidable killing array since Pangu separated heaven and earth. After arranging the formation, the Taoist of many treasures, in accordance with the Master of Heaven's holy decree, proceeded to Chuanyun Pass to inform Jiangxia that his master had set up the extermination array, inviting the disciples of Yusu Palace to breach it. Jiangxia instructed King Wu to remain in command of the troops while he, accompanied by Yang Jian and Nezha, approached the extermination array for inspection. Upon arrival, they beheld a vast, menacing aura enveloping the array, reaching towards the heavens. The Master of Heaven addressed Jiangxia, stating, "Jiangshang, you have repeatedly led the disciples of Yusu to slay my sect's members. Today, I sever all ties with Yusu Palace. I have established this extermination array, and should you manage to dismantle it, I shall ensure that my disciples no longer obstruct your eastern advance. If you fail, however, you shall pay with your life for your transgressions." Jiangxia, in a tone of utmost respect, implored, "Master Uncle, the rise of the Zhou dynasty is the prevailing trend of the world. I beseech you to consider a lenient approach. Moreover, the calamities faced by the disciples of your sect are due to their defiance of fate, and ultimately, they shall return to the function platform. Would it not be splendid for them to ascend as heavenly generals in due time? The Master of Heaven snorted dismissively, replying, My disciples are not for you to judge. Enough of this prattle. If you possess the ability, come and break the array. Realizing that the Master of Heaven was unyielding, Yang Jian had no choice but to depart with Yang Jian and Nezha. Unbeknownst to Yang Jian, as he turned to leave, Nezha discreetly handed a bamboo slip to the Taoist of many treasures, inscribed with a plea for mercy from their esteemed uncle. Upon reading the inscription, the Master of Heaven momentarily froze, then unconsciously smiled gently, gazing into the distance while softly murmuring, Alas, young one, it seems this time your wishes may not be fulfilled. Calamity awaits. Upon returning to Chuanyun Pass, Yang Jian mounted his peculiar steed and rode to Yusu Palace, seeking aid from the primordial heavenly sovereign. Unfortunately, he was informed by a young acolyte that the sovereign had departed with the southern polar immortal and the lamplighting Taoist to the Nuwa Divine Palace, and was not present in Yusu Palace. The Nuwa Divine Palace was certainly not a place for one of Yang Jian's standing to visit. As he anxiously paced, the real person of Jade Cauldron approached him. Yang Jian hastily recounted the events to the real person, who, upon hearing the news, understood the gravity of the situation and immediately transmitted a message to Guang Qingzi, who was in seclusion within Yusu Palace. Instead of heading to Chuanyun Pass, the three of them proceeded directly to the extermination array. Disregarding the real person of Jade Cauldron's advice, Guang Qingzi charged into the extermination array. Just as he was about to be ensnared, the real person pulled him back, though he sustained injuries to his vital essence in the process. The three, resigned, returned to Chuanyun Pass. After consuming a medicinal pill to recuperate, Guang Qingzi said to them, When I ventured into the extermination array, I discovered that it contained no exits, only dead ends. Once one enters, death is the only outcome. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the crowd, leaving them momentarily at a loss for what to do. With the absence of Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Nanji Xianwang, and the likes of Randang Daoren from Kunlun Mountain, the morale was high, and they felt compelled to seize the opportunity to conquer the realm. Ultimately, Jiang Jian, along with the esteemed Yuding Jinren and Guang Qingzi, deliberated on taking their disciples, including Nezha, to breach the Zhujian formation. With no other recourse available, they resolved to proceed despite the perilous path ahead. Jiang Jian summoned Yun Changzi for assistance, and it was decided that he would lead Wu Ji, Tianhua, and Wei Hu to dismantle the Lushian sword. Yuding Jinren would take Yang Jian, Yang Ran, and Mu Jia to dismantle the Xian sword. Guang Qingzi would accompany Nezha, Tuxing Sun, and Deng Chanyu to dismantle the Zhujian sword, while Yun Changzi would lead Lei Jinzi, Jinjia, and Tian Xiang to dismantle the Jueshin sword. Chapter 45, Heavy Losses. The four saints break the formation. Upon entering the Zhujian formation, the group quickly realized it was fraught with deadly traps, devoid of any means of escape. They found themselves scattered across the four subformations, beset by relentless assaults from all directions, leaving them in a dire state. Within the Zhujian sword formation, a pervasive yellow mist obscured their vision, while golden shimmering flying swords struck from various angles. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Tuxing Sun was caught off guard and sustained a wound on his arm from a flying sword. In the Lushian sword formation, fierce winds howled, making it nearly impossible to maintain one's footing. Wu Ji had barely entered when he was nearly swept away by the gale, only to be saved by Jiang Jian. The Jueshin sword formation was engulfed in dark clouds and accompanied by tumultuous lightning, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Even Lei Jinzi's wind and thunder staff struggled to provide defense. Yun Changzi directed Lei Jinzi and the others to form a barrier with their magical powers to temporarily shield against the lightning strikes. However, as their energy waned, expressions of pain began to surface among them. In the Xian sword formation, flames surged skyward, surrounded by volcanic eruptions and fireballs descending from above. A moment's inattention could lead to incineration, reducing one to ashes. Yuding Jinren and Yang Jian fared relatively well, while Yang Run and Mu Jia had already summoned their treasures to fend off the flames, fortunately avoiding any injuries. Outside the formation, King GFA led the recently returned Huang Feihu, Li Jing, and 1,000 soldiers, anxiously awaiting developments. Shen Gongbao frequently taunted GFA, provoking him with scornful remarks. Had it been the earlier, impetuous GFA, he might have rushed headlong into battle with Shen Gongbao. However, the current GFA exuded a regal demeanor, characterized by composure and deep contemplation, having absorbed the profound teachings of Jiang Jian. While the external forces engaged in a battle of wits, Those within the formation contended with magical prowess. Yuding Jinren and Yun Changzi still retained some strength, having suffered fewer casualties, yet Jiang Zia and Guang Qingzi faced significant challenges. Jiang Zia led Wu Ji, Tian Hua, and Wei Hu into the Lushian sword formation, where the howling winds wreaked havoc. Jiang Zia summoned the God-smiting whip and the apricot yellow flag to shield his companions, intending to navigate the chaos to discern the situation within. However, the fierce winds thwarted his progress, forcing him to halt. After a brief moment, the four sensed a reduction in wind intensity and resolved to investigate the circumstances further. Recognizing Wu Ji's relatively weaker magical abilities, Jiang Zia chose not to pair them up and instructed Tian Hua and Wei Hu to escort Wu Ji, entrusting his apricot yellow flag to Wu Ji for protection. He then ventured forth alone, as the four dispersed, evading the tempest while observing the conditions within the formation. In the depths of the extermination of Immortals formation, the Lord Tong Tian suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring, "The way of heaven has its own predetermined course. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As soon as the words left his lips, he gestured towards the phantoms of the four swords surrounding him. Once again, a tempest erupted within the extermination of Immortals formation, accompanied by sharp, icy blades descending from the heavens. Jiang Zia swiftly summoned the 8 trigrams robe and the god-slaying whip, bestowed upon him by the primordial supreme being upon his initiation, to defend against the onslaught. Wu Ji, Tianhua, and Wei Hu formed a triangular stance, back to back, each invoking their magical treasures to counter the attacks. Alas, this tempest was fiercer than before, and the icy blades wielded tremendous power, infused with the sword energy of the extermination swords. It was not long before Wu Ji's magical energy approached depletion, and Tianhua and Wei Hu were not faring much better. The sword energy was beyond the capacity of these young practitioners, each with less than 500 years of cultivation, to withstand, even with their protective artifacts. Their efforts were futile, as feared, the phantoms of the 4 extermination swords surged from all directions. The trio managed to disperse 3 of the phantoms. Yet as one was poised to pierce Tianhua's chest, Wu Ji leaped forward, shoving Tianhua aside. When Tianhua regained his senses, he beheld Wu Ji's chest pierced, blood and flesh in disarray. Wei Hu hastily conjured a barrier with his magic, shielding the 3 within. Tianhua cradled the weakened Wu Ji, trembling and at a loss for words. Wu Ji, however, offered a serene smile to Tianhua, his hands trembling as he pressed the apricot yellow flag into Tianhua's grasp, stuttering, "Tianhua, do not feel guilty. I have no parents. Even in death, I have no attachments. If anything were to happen to you, King Wu would be heartbroken. Cough, cough, my time is short. Please convey to my master that Wu Ji, in this life, likely cannot fulfill the filial duties of a disciple. In the next life, I shall still be his apprentice, and we shall be brothers once more." With a sense of regret, Wu Ji closed his eyes. Tianhua, holding Wu Ji's cold body, wept profusely, while Wei Hu stood by, equally sorrowful. At that moment, Jiang Zia, who was cautiously searching for the trio, suddenly felt a pang of dread and an ominous premonition surge within him, prompting him to quicken his pace. Within the absolute Immortals formation, Yunjiangzi, Leizhenzi, Jinxia, and Tianxiang took their positions at the 4 corners to withstand the onslaught of lightning. Most of the magical energy was drawn from Yunjiangzi alone, and being forced into a defensive posture was not a sustainable strategy. Just as the 4 felt the power of the lightning wane and began to restore their energy, a colossal bolt of lightning, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, surged toward them. The 4 invoked their magical treasures to defend. Yet remnants of the lightning still managed to injure Jinxia and Leizhenzi. Tianxiang, being the sole disciple of the spiritual treasure grandmaster, was adorned with countless protective artifacts. Thus the lightning did not harm him. However, faced with the dire circumstances, Tianxiang too felt his strength was insufficient, having sustained injuries. The quartet faced an even more formidable assault, their brows furrowed in deep concern and caution. In the current context, the losses sustained by the Jade Emperor are relatively minor. Both the Jade Emperor and Yang Jian possess the 9 transformation mystical power for protection, rendering their physical forms divine and impervious to water and fire. Yang Ren, equipped with a talisman bestowed by the pure void virtue true monarch, remains relatively unscathed, aside from some tattered clothing and a face darkened by soot. He is, for the time being, safe. As for Muzha, he is safeguarded by the Wu Hook sword, and his own cultivation is commendable. He, like Yang Ren, appears somewhat disheveled. However, within the slaying Immortals' sword array, an atmosphere of sorrow and anguish prevails. Guang Qingzi unleashes the Taiji diagram and the turning heaven seal to fend off the onslaught within the array. Nezha, half kneeling on the ground, cradles 2 lifeless bodies. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that these 2 have already succumbed to death. The Slaying Immortals sword array, ensnared by the spells of the Tongtian cult master, is enveloped in a yellow mist infused with poisonous arrows. The four individuals must not only discern their bearings amidst the fog, but also continuously defend against the oncoming flying swords imbued with sword energy and the lethal poisoned arrows that threaten their lives. Ultimately, the feeble Dong Chanyu can no longer withstand the pressure. In a moment of respite, she is struck by a flying poisoned arrow from behind, meeting her demise within the Slaying Immortals array. Seeing Dong Chanyu fall, Tu Xingxuan is thrown into disarray, only to be struck by the same onslaught of flying swords and poisoned arrows, joining Dong Chanyu in the afterlife. Nezha, having realized Dong Chanyu's peril, attempts to intervene and save Tu Xingxuan, but it is too late. He can only watch helplessly as Tu Xingxuan collapses beside Dong Chanyu. It is uncertain whether the Slaying Immortals sword harbors a distaste for the sin of blood, but following the deaths of the two, the number of poisoned arrows and flying swords diminishes significantly, and the yellow mist begins to dissipate. At this juncture, Guangxingzi finds the opportunity to summon his treasures to defend against the array's attacks. Nezha, invoking the Nine-Dragon Fire Shield, protects the remaining individuals, gripping the now cold hands of Tu Xingxuan and Dong Chanyu with profound sorrow, wishing it were lying on the ground instead. Though aware of the existence of the investiture of the gods, witnessing his brothers fall beside him evokes an inescapable anguish that is universally felt. Those within the array strive to endure, while those outside await anxiously, just as the external onlookers are consumed by worry. The primordial supreme being arrives at the outskirts of the Slaying Immortals array, accompanied by the Antarctic Immortal and the lamp-extinguishing Taoist. King Wu, GFA, leads Huang Feihu, Li Jing, and other generals forward to pay their respects to the primordial supreme being. The primordial supreme being merely nods, signaling them to withdraw, and then addresses the Tongtian cult master within the array, saying, "Disciple, what is the meaning of this? The rise of the Zhou dynasty was ordained by the heavenly Tao. How can we interfere? You must promptly dismantle the formation and release Xia and the others, allowing the Zhou army to pass through the Chuanyun Pass." Brother, your words are misguided. Your teachings support the new ruler, and my sect has no part in this. I am here solely to seek justice for the innocent disciples of my sect whom you have unjustly slain, the Tongtian cult master retorts. The disciples of your sect have repeatedly slaughtered my followers. If I do not seek justice today, the world will think my sect is easy prey. The primordial supreme being, continuing to persuade, replies, "Your assertions are erroneous. My teachings act according to the heavenly mandate, while your disciples act against the heavens. This calamity is of your own making. You cannot blame others. You should withdraw the formation and release my disciples, or do not blame me for taking decisive action." The Master of Heaven coldly snorted and said, "Since you insist, second brother, please come forth to break the formation. If you can dismantle my slaughtering immortals array, I shall have no further words and will withdraw of my own accord. However, if you fail, then your disciples of the Chan sect shall perish within this array." With that, the Master of Heaven stepped into the formation once more, activating its power anew, plunging those within into further peril. The primordial heavenly venerable, accompanied by the southern polar immortal and the lamplighting Taoist, entered the slaughtering immortals array, but despite their combined prowess, they could not decipher the formation. In despair, the primordial heavenly venerable resorted to the method of void shattering to send the southern polar immortal outside the array, instructing him to seek assistance from their elder brother, the Taoist of virtue. Within an hour, the heavenly venerable of spiritual treasures arrived outside the slaughtering immortals array. Upon seeing the Taoist of virtue, the Master of Heaven hurried out to greet him. The Taoist of virtue, like the primordial heavenly venerable, urged the Master of Heaven to disband the formation, which caused the Master of Heaven to feel that the Taoist of virtue was siding with the primordial heavenly venerable. In a fit of anger, he returned to the array, requesting the Taoist of virtue to break the formation. The Taoist of virtue slowly entered the array, approaching the slaughtering immortals sword array, and suggested to the primordial heavenly venerable that he should dismantle the absolute immortal sword array. However, the slaughtering immortals array was complex and ever-changing. To dismantle it, all surrounding sword arrays had to be broken simultaneously. Yet, neither the Taoist of virtue nor the primordial heavenly venerable appeared overly anxious. After a moment, the Taoist of virtue, the primordial heavenly venerable, and the Master of Heaven simultaneously raised their lips in a slight smile, as if anticipating the arrival of certain individuals. At that very moment, the Western sects Zhuan Ti and Jie saints arrived outside the slaughtering immortals array, addressing the Taoist of virtue and the primordial heavenly venerable, "Brothers, we have come to assist you in dismantling the slaughtering immortals array." The primordial heavenly venerable replied with a smile, "Your timely arrival is greatly appreciated. I was troubled about how to break the formation, and here you both are. I extend my gratitude." The Zhuan and Jian saints waved their hands, responding, "Brother, you flatter us. It is our honor." After their courteous exchange, the four chose their respective sword arrays, utilizing the method of void shattering. They rescued the Chan sect disciples trapped within the formation. Subsequently, they summoned the treasures of slaughtering immortals, absolute immortal, and the two other swords, engaging in a fierce battle. With the Master of Heaven's orchestration, breaking the formation was indeed a formidable task. The Master of Heaven retracted the powers of the slaughtering immortals and absolute immortal sword arrays, redirecting them to energize the entrapping immortal and slaughtering immortal arrays. Consequently, the absolute immortal and slaughtering immortal arrays were swiftly dismantled. Meanwhile, Zhuan and Jian were still fervently contemplating methods to break the formation, when they sought assistance from the primordial heavenly venerable and the Taoist of virtue. They were turned away under the pretext of avoiding entanglements with karma. Ultimately, the two were compelled to sacrifice some of their artifacts to dismantle the two sword arrays, leaving them somewhat disheveled. To maintain their dignity before their juniors, they promptly concealed themselves and returned to the west, while the Master of Heaven was taken away by the Taoist of virtue for strict discipline. Chapter 46. The Breaking of Tongguan. However, at this moment, the Zhou camp was devoid of any joy over breaking the formation. Faced with the three cold bodies lying on the ground and the battered Nezha and others, the crowd revealed expressions of heavy sorrow. Though the formation of the extermination of immortals was shattered, it resulted in the loss of 3 valiant warriors. Nezha and his companions sustained injuries, with Mu Jia and Wei Hu still in a state of unconsciousness. Even Yang Jian suffered wounds to his heart and lungs from the sword energy unleashed during the battle. Reluctantly, he entrusted military affairs to King Wu, GFA. Upon receiving reports from scouts that the only commander remaining at Chuanyun Pass was the guard Su Fang, and that Shun Gongbao had fled back to Chaoga at the moment the formation fell, King Wu and his advisors Huang Feihu and Li Jing resolved to launch an assault on Chuanyun Pass. Su Fang, the defending general, was a skilled tactician who had once served under the Grand Master Wenzhong and was well versed in the arts of the Taoist sect. To inspire the morale of the troops and secure a decisive victory, King Wu dispatched Huang Feihu and Li Jing with an army of 50,000 to attack Chuanyun Pass, believing that their capabilities would ensure swift success. However, to his dismay, the next day a guard reported that Chuanyun Pass had fallen. Huang Feihu and his forces had been ambushed by Su Fang. General Li Jing was injured, and the army suffered significant casualties, now trapped in the mountainous terrain outside Chuanyun Pass. With no other recourse, King Wu informed Yang Jian of the situation. Despite his injuries, Yang Jian urgently summoned Yang Jian and Nezha, issuing a command to rescue the trapped soldiers, as they were the least injured among those who had entered the extermination of immortals formation and possessed the highest magical prowess. Upon hearing that Li Jing and Huang Feihu were in peril, Nezha, disregarding Jiang Zia's further instructions, immediately took flight towards Chuanyun Pass with Yang Jian. Jiang Jia attempted to voice his concerns, but by the time he looked up, the two had vanished. GFA and Jiang Jia exchanged helpless smiles, understanding Nezha's urgency. As both imprisoned warriors were his closest kin, anyone would be equally anxious in such a situation. Nezha and Yang Jian quickly arrived at the location where Huang Feihu and his men were ensnared. Nezha intended to charge in recklessly to rescue them, but Yang Jian restrained him, advising, "Third brother, do not rush. While a direct assault could lead to a rescue, it would inevitably result in conflict with Su Fang's subordinates. I propose we take a different approach. With Chuanyun Pass currently lightly defended, let us launch a surprise attack, seizing the opportunity to capture it. This will not only divert half of Su Fang's forces but also facilitate the breakthrough for King Wu and his men." Nezha concurred with Yang Jian's strategy and stealthily approached Li Jing and Huang Feihu to relay their plan. He then provided Li Jing with a pill crafted by the great Master Tai before joining Yang Jian in their assault on Chuanyun Pass. Su Fang had taken nearly 80% of his soldiers to encircle Huang Feihu, believing that the commanders of the Zhou army were gravely injured within the extermination of immortals formation, leaving no one available for defense. Given the formidable defenses of Chuanyun Pass, with its advantageous terrain and fortified walls capable of withstanding a large-scale attack, Su Fang had not stationed many guards within. He was unaware that Nezha and Yang Jian would capture Chuanyun Pass in less than an hour. Nezha and Yang Jian, with a thunderous might, utterly annihilated the heavy machinery at Chuanyun Pass. Nezha, true to his moniker as the god of war, unleashed the Samadhi true fire upon those valiant soldiers who refused to submit to the Zhou. The remaining soldiers, witnessing this dire turn of events, hastily discarded their weapons and knelt in surrender to the Zhou. Yang Jian instructed one of the centurions to convey the news of Chuanyun Pass's fall to Su Fang. Upon hearing of the breach, Su Fong fainted. When he gradually regained consciousness, he found himself ensnared in a familiar, yet hauntingly ironic predicament. Once an observer of the confines from the outside, he now found himself imprisoned within them. In truth, when Huang Feihu and his compatriots breached Su Fong's encirclement, the violent tactics employed by Nezha and Yang Jian compelled Su Fong's soldiers to surrender en masse. Thus, Nezha and his allies effortlessly escaped the siege, capturing Su Fong and bringing him back to Chuanyun Pass, where he was confined in its dungeon. Huang Feihu dispatched word of the event to Jiang Jia, invigorating the spirit of the Zhou camp. Jiang Jia resolved to assign Wei Hu and Yang ran to guard the Jiabai Pass, while Jin Jia and Mu Jia were dispatched to Qinglong Pass to assist Su Hu. He, accompanied by Tianhua, Tianxiang, Lai Zhenzi, and Hong Jin, along with an army of 100,000, traversed Chuanyun Pass, bringing Nezha and Yang Jian along with 3,000 soldiers in a march toward Tongguan. He persuaded Su Fong to pledge allegiance to the Great Zhou, appointing him to serve under Huang Feihu to continue overseeing Chuanyun Pass. This arrangement was twofold: Su Fong's familiarity with the affairs within the pass and a means to gauge his sincerity and submission. The commander of Tongguan was named Yu Hualong, who had 5 sons, De, Zhao, Guang, Xian, and Da. The youngest, Yuda, was studying under the celestial master Wu Yun Dak Xian and had yet to return. The other 4 sons were well-rounded in both literature and martial prowess, possessing rich battlefield experience. This quintet was a source of immense pride for Yu Hualong, who often boasted of their virtues. However, the age-old adage that a doting mother can lead to a son's downfall was particularly fitting for Yu Hualong. Except for Yuda, whose character remained uncertain due to his absence, the other 4 brothers were notorious tyrants in Tongguan, forcefully abducting local women and wreaking havoc in the region. The citizens of Tongguan, constrained by Yu Hualong's status, dared not voice their grievances. When the Zhou army advanced on Tongguan, Yu Hualong dismissed the threat, believing the leaders of the Zhou to be no match for his sons. Thus, when his eldest son Yuda and second son Yu Zhao volunteered to confront the Zhou forces, Yu Hualong readily consented. In the initial skirmish led by Jiang Jia, he appointed the eager and ambitious Hong Jin as the vanguard to confront Yuda. At first, Hong Jin underestimated Yuda, but as their duel progressed, he soon realized that Yuda's martial prowess was on par with his own. After exchanging over 100 blows, neither could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Yu Zhao, an exceptional archer, seized an opportunity to draw his soul-chasing bow and shot an arrow at Hong Jin, catching him off guard and sending him tumbling from his steed. Just as Yuda was poised to strike down Hong Jin with his silver spear, Hong Jin cleverly utilized the earth to escape. Yuda, believing he had bested the vanguard of the Zhou army, reveled in his triumph, arrogantly challenging the Zhou commanders from atop his horse. Huang Feihu's son, Huang Tianlu, harbored a deep-seated disdain for Yuda. Before Jiang Jia could appoint any commanders, he impulsively rode forward to confront Yuda. However, despite having trained under Huang Feihu from a young age, Huang Tianlu possessed only mediocre talent and martial skills. He was originally meant to remain at Chuanyun Pass, but feeling the call of battle, he disregarded his father's admonitions and accompanied Jiang Jia to Tong Pass. The duel between the two lasted less than 50 exchanges before Yuda's silver spear pierced Huang Tianlu's chest, resulting in his untimely demise. Witnessing their cousin fall in battle ignited a fierce fury in Tianhua, Tianxiang, and Nezha. Tianhua immediately hurled his heart-piercing nail at Yuda, seeking vengeance for Tianlu's death, while Tianxiang unleashed one of the 2 treasured artifacts bestowed upon him by the Grand Master, the Dragon Tiger Seal, in an effort to vanquish Yuda. Though Yuda evaded one attack, he could not escape the other. Nezha, with unyielding ferocity, brandished his fire-pointed spear and soared towards Yuda on his wind-fire wheel. Just as the Dragon Tiger Seal and Nezha's assault were about to strike their target, a dark cloud suddenly enveloped the scene, obscuring Yuda from view. The sound of a retreat signal echoed, and Yu Zhao, unaware of the unfolding chaos, called for a ceasefire. Frustrated, Tianxiang retracted the Dragon Tiger Seal, while Nezha pondered deeply at the spot where Yuda had just stood. He then turned to carry Tianlu's lifeless body back to the camp. While Tianhua and Tianxiang were engulfed in sorrow, uncertain how to relay the tragic news to King Wucheng. After all, when Tianlu had joined the campaign, Huang Feihu had entrusted the 3 of them to safeguard him, given their superior martial abilities and protective treasures. Now, faced with such calamity, they hesitated for a long time on whether to inform King Wucheng of Tianlu's death, fearing that the elderly monarch, now well over 100 years, might not withstand the shock. Ultimately, they resolved to withhold the grim news until they could avenge Tianlu by defeating Yuda and breaching Tong Pass. Following a proper burial for Tianlu, the group deliberated on a plan to seize Tong Pass. However, The unexpected appearance of the dark cloud on the battlefield instilled caution in Yang Jian, who feared it might herald the arrival of a certain Taoist from the Jia sect to lend assistance. In order to ascertain the situation, Yang Jian decided to issue a challenge to Yu Hualong, designating Nezha as the vanguard to probe the enemy's intentions. The following day, outside Tong Pass, a young general clad in silver armor and a black robe made his appearance before the coalition forces. Yang Jian discerned that this was not one of the Yu family's 4 sons and approached to inquire, "Mighty general, from whence do you hail? You must be the one who rescued you yesterday. Might I ask why you choose to aid tyranny and obstruct my army's advance?" The young general replied, "You must be Yang Jian, the commander of the Western Qi, am I correct? I am Yu Da, the guardian of Tongguan, and a disciple of the esteemed master Wu Yun of the Jia sect. My elder brother, Yu Da, is in peril, and I cannot simply stand by and watch. You 3 dare to confront my brother alone, using your numbers to overpower him, hypocrites, indeed. Today, I, Yu Da, shall rid the kingdom of these treacherous ministers and restore peace to the Shang dynasty. Prepare yourself, Yang Jian." With that, I unleashed the 5 directions cloud to assault Yang Jian, who steadfastly defended himself with the apricot yellow flag. Undeterred by my initial failure, I sought to press on with my assault, but Nezha would not grant me such an opportunity. He soared towards me, brandishing his spear, and declared, "You little thief wish to challenge my master-s uncle? First, you must contend with me, Li Nezha, the vanguard of the great Zhou under Prime Minister Jiang." Upon seeing this, I summoned my treasured sword for protection, and we clashed fiercely, fueled by his deep-seated hatred for the death of his brother Tianlu. Nezha unleashed a relentless barrage upon me, rendering me powerless within mere 10 exchanges. Just as I teetered on the edge of defeat, my brother, Yu Zhao, stationed atop the walls of Tongguan, loosed an arrow at Nezha, providing me a fleeting moment to escape through the earth. Nezha, infuriated and stamping his foot, was restrained by Yang Jian's command and could not pursue. Consequently, Yang Jian had no choice but to sound the retreat within the city of Tongguan. Seeing my brother Yu Da in such a distressed state, I felt a pang of sympathy. I intended to rally the remaining 4 brothers to avenge him, but Yu Da implored me to refrain. He spoke, "Father, engaging directly with the forces of Shiqi will yield little success. Neither Yang Jian, Nezha, nor Huang Tianhua are foes we can confront head-on. Our only path to victory lies in cunning. I have mastered the art of poisoning during my studies. If I were to apply this technique to the soldiers of Shiqi, even Yang Jian would find himself overwhelmed. When the Zhou defenses grow weak, we brothers will launch a surprise attack and surely drive back the Zhou army." I nodded in agreement with Yuda's strategy. That very night, he enacted his plan, contaminating the Zhou army's drinking water with the poison powder. The following day, a significant portion of the Zhou soldiers fell victim to the affliction, writhing in agony. Yang Jian, contemplating the situation, concluded that only the one who tied the bell could unfasten it. Thus, he ordered the guards of the Zhou camp to withdraw, inadvertently granting Yuda a sense of triumph. Seizing the opportunity, he captured my family and extracted the antidote, aiming to seize Tongguan. Unsurprisingly, on the following night, the 5 brothers stealthily ambushed the Zhou camp. Each of us faced off against Nezha, Yang Jian, Tianhua, Tianxiang, and Lei Zhenzi. How could mere mortals hope to stand against such formidable adversaries? Within a quarter of an hour, all were slain. Nezha discovered the antidote for the poison from Yuda and liberated the soldiers of Shiqi. Inside Tongguan, I paced anxiously within my chamber, fearing the worst for my 5 sons who had yet to return. Yet, I clung to a faint hope that they would emerge victorious. Alas, what awaited me was the grim sight of their severed heads. In a fit of rage and despair, I collapsed, blood gushing from my mouth. When Yang Jian and Nezha ultimately breached Tongguan and found me, I had long since departed this world. Chapter 47. The 7 Oddities of Meishan in Chaoga. King Zhou received military reports indicating the successive loss of Chuan Yun Pass and Tong Pass, filling his heart with despair. He watched helplessly as his vast territories were about to slip away into the hands of others. Su Daji revealed her true identity to King Zhou, urging him to retreat into the mountains with her, away from worldly affairs. However, King Zhou was unwilling to witness the relinquishment of his empire and resolved to face GFA in a decisive battle to the death. The nine-tailed fox had deeply fallen in love with King Zhou and disregarded the sacred edict of Nuwa, determined to assist him in reclaiming his throne. She penned a letter to Yuan Hong, the leader of the 7 Oddities of Meishan, who owed her a life-saving favor, requesting his aid in stabilizing the kingdom. Yuan Hong had once received a precious elixir bestowed by Nuwa from the nine-tailed fox during his tribulation, which enabled him to succeed in his challenge. Thus, Yuan Hong felt a profound debt of gratitude towards her. Upon receiving the letter, Yuan Hong did not hesitate and immediately set off with his 6 sworn brothers to Chaoga. The 7 Oddities of Meishan were animals that had attained spiritual enlightenment, belonging to the realm of demons, much like the nine-tailed fox. The eldest, Yuan Hong, possessed the powerful transformation technique of the monkey, capable of manifesting a transparent monkey clone. He was the most formidable among the 7 oddities, and none knew the origins of his strength. The second, Chang Hao, could transform into a long serpent, escaping in a puff of smoke while exhaling toxic mist. The third, Zhu Zijian, a wild boar, could unleash a massive pig to devour foes. The fourth, Yang Jian, a goat, could ensnare enemies in a blinding white light. The fifth, Dai Li, a dog, could spew red pearls that inflicted harm from 100 paces away. The sixth, Jin Dasheng, a wild bull, possessed immense strength and could belch a fiery ball to incinerate adversaries. The seventh, Wulong, a centipede, could transform into smoke to evade capture while releasing a black mist to confuse enemies. King Zhou appointed Yuan Hong as the general of the Western campaign, while the other 6 demons were designated as his deputies to thwart the advancing forces of the West Qi. Meanwhile, the Zhou army, having breached Tong Pass, was not far from Chaoga, their morale soaring. On this day, as they marched to the banks of the Yellow River, Jiangxia decided to set up camp there, allowing the troops to rest before moving forward. Crossing the Yellow River would lead them to Lin Tong Pass, and once that stronghold fell, Chaoga would be indefensible. Yuan Hong and the brothers from Meishan resolved to fortify Lin Tong Pass. He, along with Chang Hao and Wulong, ventured forth to assess the strength of the Zhou army. Upon arriving at the Zhou encampment, Yuan Hong instructed Wulong to issue a challenge. Wulong soared above the Zhou camp, conjuring a colossal centipede behind him. The patrol soldiers were startled, hastily reporting the incident to Jiangxia. Uncertain whether the visitor was friend or foe, Jiangxia decided to err on the side of caution and approached with the brothers Tianhua and Tianxiang to ascertain the truth. Meanwhile, Nezha and Yang Jian were delayed. One was escorting supplies with the main army, while the other tended to his injured father. Nevertheless, for Nezha, with his wind and fire wheels, the journey that took the army half a month could be traversed in but an hour. Upon reaching the camp, Jiangxia observed Wulong and inquired with curiosity, "I am Jiang Shang, the commander of the campaign against King Zhou, graciously bestowed by the great Zhou's martial king. I am unaware of your identity and apologize for any oversight. Might we enter the command tent to discuss matters calmly?" Wulong paid no heed to Jiangxia, waiting patiently for him to finish speaking before suddenly transforming, conjuring a multitude of hands that surged towards Jiangxia. Caught off guard by Wulong's disregard for his words, Jiangxia could hardly react when he saw a black blade hurtling towards him. Fortunately, Tianhua acted swiftly, pushing Jiangxia aside and stepping in front of him, declaring to Wulong, "You foul creature, do not harm my master. Huang Tianhua of the Great Zhou's right flank is here to challenge you." As Tianhua engaged Wulong in combat, Jiangxia initially believed that Tianhua's strength would be comparable to Wulong's, and that he would be able to repel him or at least retreat unscathed. However, to his astonishment, Tianhua faltered and was defeated within less than 20 exchanges, sent hurtling backwards. Thankfully, Tianxiang leapt forward to catch him, stabilizing Tianhua, who immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Tianxiang hurriedly channeled his magical energy to aid Tianhua in recovering from his injuries. After injuring Huang Tianhua, Wulong turned his attention back to Jiangxia. This time, Jiangxia, having prepared himself, summoned the staff of God to block Wulong's assault. Undeterred, Wulong unleashed a thick black mist in an attempt to disorient Jiangxia. Sensing the impending danger as the mist materialized, Jiangxia deftly employed the apricot yellow banner to shield himself, though a few tendrils of the black mist still seeped in, leaving him dazed and his vision blurred. Seizing the opportunity, Wulong materialized a black longsword, aiming a strike at Jiangxia. In response, Tianxiang swiftly threw the Dragon Tiger Seal to intercept Wulong's sword and subsequently summoned the demon-subduing sword to strike back at Wulong. Given that Wulong's true form was that of a centipede, the attack from the demon-subduing sword was particularly lethal. Aware of this, Yuan Hong quickly transmitted a message to Wulong, urging him to retreat. Wulong, ever obedient to Yuan Hong's commands, ceased his confrontation with Tianxiang and promptly withdrew. Observing this, Tianxiang quickly retracted his magical artifacts and requested the 7 birds fan from Tianhua. He fanned it towards Jiangxia, and moments later, Jiangxia regained clarity. He commanded the soldiers of the Zhou encampment to consolidate their positions and instructed Lei Zhenzi to ascertain the identity of the approaching individuals. He also dispatched Tianxiang to summon Yang Jian and Nezha urgently. Meanwhile, Yuan Hong, relieved that Wulong had escaped unscathed, addressed Chang Hao and Wulong, stating, "From my observation, this Zhou encampment lacks individuals of significant power. It is merely Jiangxia and that young man in blue robes whose artifacts pose a challenge. However, there is no cause for concern, it remains uncertain whether this represents the full extent of Zhou's strength. According to Shen Gongbao, we should be wary of a remarkably handsome general clad in silver armor with 3 eyes, known as Yang Jian, and a 15 or 16-year-old boy named Nezha in a crimson robe. It appears they are not present in the camp. Upon hearing Yuan Hong's words, Wu Long scoffed, saying, "Brother, why should we bolster the confidence of others while diminishing our own? Perhaps those two pose a challenge to Shen Gongbao, but to you, dear brother, are they not mere trifles?" Chang Hao shook his head, disagreeing with Wu Long's sentiments. "Seventh brother, your words are misguided. In warfare, we must not exhibit the reckless bravado of the past. We cannot afford to act impulsively. We are well aware of Shen Gongbao's strength. Those whom he fears should not be underestimated. My dear brother, it appears that, as of today, the figures you mentioned, Yang Jian and Nezha, are not present within the Zhou camp. I propose that we launch a surprise attack on the Zhou encampment tonight. Firstly, the assault by our seventh brother today will surely draw the Zhou forces into a state of heightened alert, allowing us to significantly diminish their strength. Secondly, we can catch them off guard, plunging the Zhou army into chaos. Furthermore, if those two individuals happen to be within the encampment, we may seize the opportunity to ascertain the full extent of the Zhou military's capabilities, thereby facilitating our strategic planning. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Hong deemed Chang Hao's plan feasible, and thus, the three of them awaited the arrival of nightfall near the Zhou camp. Meanwhile, within the encampment, Jiang Ziya, as anticipated by Chang Hao, had gathered all the soldiers and assigned Tianhua and Hong Jin to patrol the area. In the stillness of the night, apart from the patrolling soldiers, the camp was eerily quiet. Yuan Hong and his companions skillfully evaded the patrols and instructed Wu Long to envelop each tent in a veil of black mist to render the occupants unconscious. Although Chang Hao initially contemplated eliminating them swiftly, Yuan Hong intervened, asserting that there was no need for indiscriminate slaughter. Their objective was to halt the progress of the Zhou forces. Since they had achieved this goal, there was no necessity for further bloodshed. After all, any mortal who succumbed to Wu Long's black mist would remain in a state of unconsciousness for a full 7 days. Ample time for their 7 brothers to repel the Zhou army's main general. The trio proceeded to infiltrate several Zhou army tents, rendering their occupants unconscious. Unfortunately, as they exited one tent, they were spotted by a patrolling soldier. Just as the soldier was about to raise the alarm, Yuan Hong immobilized him. Chang Hao urged Yuan Hong not to show mercy and to eliminate the soldier who had discovered their presence. However, Yuan Hong remained resolute in his stance, explaining that should they commence a spree of violence in the mortal realm, they would inevitably entangle themselves in karmic repercussions detrimental to their cultivation. Moreover, as beings from the demon realm, they had certain ties to the Sanqin. After all, Niwa was one of the sovereigns of the demon clan. Their descent to the mortal world was merely to repay a favor owed to the nine-tailed fox, whose skinner, and they had no desire to incur Niwa's wrath. Conceding to Yuan Hong's reasoning, Chang Hao abandoned his intention to kill. The trio stealthily approached the largest tent within the Zhou camp, surmising that it must be Jiang Ziya's quarters. To compel the Zhou forces to withdraw, it was essential to first secure Jiang Ziya's compliance. However, the 2 magical artifacts in Jiang Ziya's possession, the magic whip and the apricot yellow flag, would not be easily overcome. Consequently, they resolved to infiltrate Jiang Ziya's command tent and pilfer his artifacts. Yuan Hong instructed Wu Long to release the black mist to incapacitate Jiang Ziya, and once the mist diffused within the command tent, the 3 ventured inside. Sensing an absence of presence, Chang Hao's eyes suddenly gleamed with light. Moments later, his vision returned to normal, and he gestured towards Yuan Hong and Wu Long, indicating the direction to proceed. Without hesitation, Wu Long boldly advanced and successfully seized the magic whip and the apricot yellow flag. Upon returning to Yuan Hong's side, elated, he noticed that Yuan Hong's expression was unusually grave. Concerned, Wu Long inquired, "Brother, what troubles you? We have secured Jiang Ziya's 2 artifacts. He poses no threat to us now. As for the others, I believe they are no match for our brotherhood." Yuan Hong, ignoring Wu Long's words, addressed the empty tent. "Might I inquire if the esteemed Jiang Qingxiang is present? In the realm of the 7 heroes of Meishan, the foremost among them is Yuan Hong. At the behest of the queen of the Shang dynasty, Su Daji, he has come to impede the advancement of the Zhou army. While it may be somewhat presumptuous of him to act so boldly today, he humbly requests that Prime Minister Jiang make an appearance for a face-to-face discussion." Upon hearing Yuan Hong's words, Jiang Ziya recognizes him as a man of decorum. Moreover, with Tianhua and Lei Zhenzi, who stand beside him, insisting on Yuan Hong's intervention to prevent Chang Hao from committing murder, Jiang Ziya decides to reveal himself. With a mere wave of his hand, the flames within the tent flicker back to life, illuminating the space. Jiang Jia and Yuan Hong stand face to face, scrutinizing each other, while Chang Hao and Wu Long, along with Tian Hua and Lei Zhenzi, remain on high alert. Soon after, Yuan Hong smiles at Jiang Jia and remarks, "It appears the national master has erred in his judgment. I observe that Prime Minister Jiang possesses the demeanor of a scholar, with refined features that do not suggest the inclinations of a criminal. Why then would you engage in such treasonous acts? It would be more prudent to withdraw your troops back to Shiqi. I can assure you that King Zhou will not hold you accountable for your actions." Jiang Jia shakes his head and responds, "Your words are misguided. King Zhou, enamored with a demoness, rules with harshness and tyranny, subjecting the people to unbearable suffering. Our rightful ruler, King Wu of Zhou, is beloved by the populace. This campaign against Zhou is undertaken in response to the will of the people. You, my friend, spend your days in the mountains, detached from worldly affairs. I advise you to refrain from meddling in these earthly matters and return to your cultivation." Upon hearing Jiang Zia's words, Yuan Hong reflects on his recent observations in Chaoga, furrowing his brow in contemplation, for he bears responsibility for his 6 brothers. Wu Long, however, is not burdened by such thoughts. He brazenly retorts to Jiang Jia, "Do you believe that we, the 7 brothers, are no match for you? What a jest! Your treasures now lie in my possession. What do you have left to rely upon? Useless." Yuan Hong attempts to intervene, but is halted by Chang Hao, who shares Wu Long's sentiment that the Zhou army will not prove a challenge to their brothers. Tian Hua and Lei Zhenzi glare at Wu Long in indignation. Had it not been for Jiang Zia's intervention, they might have engaged in a physical confrontation. Among the disciples of the 3 generations of the Chanjiao, there exists a profound respect for Jiang Jia, who, with the strength of an earth immortal, stirs the winds and clouds of the world, strategizing from afar with unmatched foresight. His care and affection for his fellow disciples rivaled that of their own master. Moreover, before Wu Ji's demise, he specifically entrusted Tian Hua with the task of ensuring Jiang Zia's well-being. Being a man of deep loyalty and integrity, Tian Hua regards Jiang Jia as his true master and will not tolerate any slander directed towards him. Although Jiang Jia thwarted the provocations of Tian Hua and Lei Zhenzi, Wu Long continued to hurl venomous insults at him, his words laced with malice. Yuan Hong furrowed his brow, intent on halting Wu Long's incessant taunting. Yet was restrained by Chang Hao. At that moment, a fiery golden ring soared into the tent from outside, striking Wu Long squarely in the back. The impact caused him to spit blood and collapse, dislodging the god-slaying whip and the apricot yellow flag from his grasp, which were promptly seized by a crimson ribbon. Chang Hao rushed to assist Wu Long, casting a wary glance towards the entrance, while Tian Hua and Lei Zhenzi appeared exhilarated. The voice of an individual outside rang out melodiously as they approached, declaring, "A mere centipede spirit and a serpent dare to speak disrespectfully to my master? How utterly foolish! Do you truly believe that our sect lacks formidable warriors?" A more mature voice followed, stating, "Brother, why trouble yourself over a few demons? Allow me to deal with them." As they spoke, 2 figures entered the tent. Tian Hua, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Nezha, second brother, why did you arrive so late? I thought I might perish from longing." The 2 shared a smile with Tian Hua, disregarding Yuan Hong and Chang Hao, who was supporting Wu Long, as they walked directly towards Jiang Jia. Chang Hao, incensed by Nezha's words, unleashed his treasured poison fang at him as they passed. Nezha, anticipating the attack, shattered the poison fang with his Li Hua fan before it could reach him. Seeing this, Chang Hao's fury intensified, and he yearned for a decisive battle with Nezha, only to be intercepted by Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong fixated on Yang Jian, feeling an uncanny familiarity, yet uncertain of where he had encountered him before. He was also struck by a sense of deja vu regarding Nezha's recently wielded Qian Kuan circle and the Hung Tianling. After returning the god-slaying whip and the apricot yellow flag to Jiang Jia, Nezha turned to Yuan Hong and remarked, "Before coming here, I had already discerned your background. If I am not mistaken, you must be Yuan Hong, the leader of the 7 monsters of Meishan. Were you summoned by Shin Gongbao or Su Daji to assist in their malevolence?" Yuan Hong, his brow tightly knitted, retorted, "That is the freedom of my brothers, and I have nothing to disclose." Nezha snorted disdainfully and brandished his Li Hua fan, engaging Yuan Hong in combat, while proclaiming, "Freedom? Defeat me first if you seek freedom." Their battle raged from within the tent to the outside, with each combatant exchanging blows for 300 rounds without a clear victor. Meanwhile, Tian Hua and Lei Zhenzi watched Chang Hao with predatory gazes, instilling a sense of dread within him. As his elder brother was occupied with another duel and Wu Long lay injured and unconscious, Chang Hao could only muster the courage to silently pray for Yuan Hong's triumph. Nezha had initially underestimated Yuan Hong, believing him merely a monkey spirit lacking significant prowess, yet he was astounded by Yuan Hong's resilience, who managed to withstand his attacks for such an extended duration. Nez's astonishment grew as he realized that Yuan Hong was employing the profound techniques of their sect. The 9 transformations of mysterious arts, identical to those practiced by Yang Jian. Yang Jian, equally attentive to Nezha, discerned this revelation. To clarify the matter, he intervened directly in the duel, utilizing the 9 transformations of mysterious arts to halt the combatants. Yuan Hong, taken aback by Yang Jian's pure and potent energy, was equally astonished, while Yang Jian coldly inquired, "From where did you acquire this set of techniques?" Yuan Hong replied, his voice trembling, "And you?" "When my master taught me the 9 transformations of mystical arts, he informed me that, apart from myself and the Jade Ding Zhenren of the Chan sect, no one else possesses this skill. Even my master could not cultivate it due to his physical constitution." "Who are you truly?" Nezha, perplexed, inquired of Yuan Hong. "The Jade Ding Zhenren is my master's uncle and my second brother's teacher. Your tone suggests that your master may also be connected to our Chan sect. Might I inquire as to your master's name?" Yuan Hong shook his head, responding, "My master never revealed his honored name to me. However, since you share a connection with my master, I shall consider you as allies today. I will no longer obstruct your passage across the river. Beyond Lintong Pass, Yuan Hong, shall engage you in battle once more. Come, brother, let us depart." With that, he transformed into a great rock, carrying Chang Hao and the unconscious Wu Long away from the Zhou encampment. Nezha was once again astonished by Yuan Hong's magic, exclaiming to Yang Jian, second brother. It seemed as though he just utilized the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang. Yang Jian nodded in acknowledgement of Nezha's assertion, and the two stood lost in contemplation, gazing in the direction Yuan Hong had departed. Due to the fog created by Wu Long, Jiang Zia was compelled to rest for another 7 days until the soldiers regained consciousness before they commenced crossing the Yellow River. As Yuan Hong had promised not to cause further disturbances, the army successfully crossed the river. With the rear now stabilized, Li Jing, accompanied by Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Yang Rin, advanced to the front lines to provide support. Jiang Zia ordered the army to camp 20 miles outside Lintong Pass for rest, and instructed Tian Hua and Tian Xiang to deliver a challenge to Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong personally received the challenge and treated Tian Hua and Tian Xiang with courtesy, escorting them out of Lintong Pass. Chang Hao and the others were puzzled by Yuan Hong's demeanor, and due to Wu Long's injury, the remaining members of the 7 monsters of Meishan harbored significant grievances against the Western Qi. Yuan Hong and Jiang Zia agreed to a duel 3 days later, 10 miles outside Lintong Pass. However, on the following day, Yang Xian brought Zhu Zhan, Dai Li, and Jin Dashing to the Zhou encampment, demanding an explanation for the actions against their 7th brother, Wu Long. While patrolling the camp, Tian Xiang intercepted the 4 intruders to inquire about their identities, but was unexpectedly struck by Jin Dashing's punch, sending him flying, enduring a sharp pain in his chest. Tian Xiang rose and summoned the demon-subduing sword, attempting to block their path once more. The 4 intruders, being demons themselves, showed trepidation towards the sword in Tian Xiang's grasp. At that moment, Jiang Zia arrived, accompanied by Nezha, Yang Jian, Tian Hua, and Lei Zhenzi. Nezha and Tian Hua hurried forward to support the injured and unsteady Tian Xiang, who was struggling to stand. Nezha fed him a pill crafted by Tai Yizhen Run and used his magical powers to dispel the blood stasis in Tian Xiang's chest. Once Tian Xiang was no longer in peril, the 2 brothers finally felt relieved. At this moment, Jiang Zia was inquiring about the identities of the 4 individuals. The quartet gazed at him with an air of confidence. Among them, Yang Xian stood as the sole female of the 7 wonders, her formidable powers only slightly inferior to those of Yuan Hong. Their ranking was determined not by strength but by the time taken to transform, which placed Yang Xian in a position of authority second only to Yuan Hong. With Yuan Hong absent and the strategist Chang Hao not accompanying them, Yang Xian naturally stepped forward and addressed Jiang Zia, stating, "I have heard from Along that he was injured due to your surprise attack. Today, my 3 brothers and I have come not for any other reason, but to demand the surrender of those who harmed Along, allowing us to seek justice on his behalf. We shall depart thereafter. Otherwise, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of your great Zhou military camp." Tian Hua had already formed a poor impression of the 7 wonders of Meishan due to Wu Long's harsh words, and now they had harmed Tian Xiang. Unable to tolerate this any longer, Tian Hua summoned the 7 birds fan and launched it at Yang Xian. However, he was intercepted by Jin Dashing, who blocked his path. Tian Hua did not evade, instead charging at Jin Dashing. The 2 engaged in a fierce struggle, but after several exchanges, Tian Hua found himself at a disadvantage. For Jin Dashing possessed immense strength and wielded dual axes. With a single strike, Tian Hua was forced to retreat 7 steps. Undeterred, Tian Hua charged at Jin Dashing once more, only to be repelled again. Jiang quickly discerned that Tianhua was no match for Jin Dashing and advised, Tianhua, stand down, you are not his equal. Lei Jinzi, go and confront him. Upon receiving his orders, Lei Jinzi stepped forward, clasped his fists, and introduced himself. I am Lei Jinzi, the chief disciple of Yun Zhangzi from the Chan sect. I seek your guidance, senior. With that, Lei Jinzi swung his wind and thunder staff at Jin Dashing. Initially dismissive, Jin Dashing attempted to block the attack with his bare hands, only to have his arms shattered by the force of Lei Jinzi's blow. Despite the excruciating pain, Jin Dashing glared at Lei Jinzi in fury, wanting to challenge him again, but was restrained by a pair of delicate hands. When he noticed that it was Yang Jian who had stopped him, he fell silent and retreated behind her. Lei Jinzi took a step forward and bowed to Jin Dashing, saying, Thank you, senior, for your courtesy. I have learned much today. Nezha, Tianhua. And Tian Xiang erupted into laughter at the sight of Lei Jinzi's earnest demeanor juxtaposed with Jin Dashing's frustrated expression. Even Yang Jian, standing nearby, struggled to suppress his amusement, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. It was only when Jiang Jia shot them a disapproving glare that they managed to compose themselves. Yang Jian, witnessing the expressions of Nezha and the others, grew increasingly incensed and coldly addressed Jiang Jia and his companions. I cannot believe the leaders of Shiqi are so utterly disgraceful. Since you refuse to surrender those who harmed my seventh brother, do not blame us for being ruthless. She commanded, third brother, fifth and sixth brothers, follow me. With that, the four charged forward. Nezha and the others dared not allow Jiang Jia to engage in battle, for he was the prime minister of Shiqi and the commander of the Great Zhou army. Any harm to him could jeopardize the morale of their forces, potentially leading to their defeat. Thus, Nezha and Yang Jian faced off against Zhu Zhan and Yang Xian, while Tianhua and Lei Jinzi contended with Dai Li and Jin Dashing. As the fervor within the camp of Shou reached its zenith, Yuan Hong was anxiously dispatching individuals to search for the whereabouts of Yang Xian and his companions within the confines of Lintong Pass. Even the still recovering Wu Long was sent forth by Yuan Hong in pursuit of the four. Ultimately, it was the guards of Lintong Pass who informed Yuan Hong that the quartet had ventured to the Zhou camp. Fearing their reckless behavior, Yuan Hong immediately summoned Chang Hao and Wu Long to accompany him to the camp, intent on bringing the four back. Upon Yuan Hong's arrival at the Zhou camp, he discovered Yang Xian and his companions embroiled in a struggle with Nezha and his associates. Yuan Hong swiftly commanded the four to cease their altercation. Upon recognizing his elder brother, Yang Xian reluctantly stepped back, standing defiantly behind Yuan Hong. Just as Yuan Hong was in the midst of offering his apologies to Jiang Jia, he suddenly noticed Yang Jian's unwithdrawn heavenly eye and the fire spear in Nezha's possession. Stunned, Yuan Hong gazed at the two and inquired, From whence did you acquire your heavenly eye? And you, from whom did you receive that fire spear? That is a cherished artifact of mine. How could it be in your hands? Ah, I recall now, was it not the Qiankuan circle and the Hunyuan silk you employed to attack along? What is your connection to him? Where is he now, and is he well? Nezha looked at Yuan Hong in confusion, unsure of the reason behind his questions. Turning to Yang Jian, he noticed him deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Nezha then asked, Why do you inquire so? My brother's heavenly eye was bestowed upon him by our mother, and as for the fire spear, it rightfully belongs to me. Do you recognize it? Who is this he you speak of? Yuan Hong, taken aback by Nezha's query, responded, You do not know him? That is impossible. His artifacts are in your possession. It was he who rescued me with the fire spear, and the young man with the heavenly eye was also present. He even used his heavenly eye to drive away the black bear. I cannot be mistaken. Nezha remained perplexed until Yang Jian's calm voice interjected. Are you not the spirit monkey from beneath Snow Lotus Mountain? Was it not you whom the black bear pursued, only to be saved by Yen? Nezha frowned and glanced at Yuan Hong, who nodded affirmatively, confirming Yang Jian's assertion. Yang Jian then gestured to Jiang Jia and the others, leading Yuan Hong and Nezha into his tent. Fearing for Yuan Hong's safety with Yang Jian, the six from Meishan sought to follow, but Yuan Hong halted them, instructing them to accompany Jiang Jia and to offer their apologies. The Meishan six never dared to defy Yuan Hong's command before him. They bowed in apology to Jiang Jia and followed him to the command tent. Chapter 49. The 7 peculiarities of Meishan acknowledged their master. The array of 10,000 immortals unveiled. Yang Jian, Nezha, and Yuan Hong were seated together. Yuan Hong, his face etched with anxiety, yearned to uncover Yang Jian's identity and the origin of the artifact in Nezha's possession. Yang Jian, with a resigned expression, addressed Yuan Hong. You are correct. I am indeed the young boy by Yan's side. As for why the Qiankuan circle, Hunyuan silk, and fire spear are in Nezha's possession, I can only tell you that these artifacts rightfully belong to him. Do you not sense a familiar aura emanating from Nezha? Yuan Hong furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. There is indeed something familiar. Could it be This time, Yang Jian remained silent, while Nezha interjected. Could you refrain from regarding me with such an agonized expression? The master you speak of is indeed my past life. However, I no longer retain memories of that existence. So there is no need for you to address me as master, as I do not hold it in high regard. Yang Jian cast a fond glance at Nezha, signaling him to refrain from provoking Yuan Hong further. Nezha obediently fell silent, and Yang Jian, with a look of resignation, turned to Yuan Hong, stating, "This matter cannot be easily clarified in just a few words. I can only tell you that Nezha is indeed the reincarnation of Yin. As for the reasons, I cannot elaborate. However, since you are already aware of our identities, might you consider returning to Mount Mei with your other 6 brothers?" The rise of the Zhou dynasty was ordained by the heavenly Tao, and thus Yuan Hong did not hesitate to nod in agreement with Yang Jian. Just as Yang Jian believed that the 7 monsters of Mount Mei were preparing to depart from the Zhou camp, Yuan Hong suddenly launched an attack on Yang Jian. Caught off guard, Yang Jian quickly retreated, yet Yuan Hong persisted in their combat, engaging in a fierce struggle. Nezha, unsure of the reason, was about to step in to assist Yang Jian but was halted by Yang Xian. When Nezha attempted to intervene, Jiang Zia prevented him, saying, "Nezha, do not act impulsively. Yuan Hong harbors no ill intent towards Yang Jian. Observe, their duel is merely a friendly exchange." Upon closer inspection, Nezha found Jiang Zia's assessment to be accurate, which put his mind at ease. The 2 warriors exchanged blows for several hundred rounds, ultimately leading to Yuan Hong being at a slight disadvantage and falling to the ground. Yang Jian intended to help the fallen Yuan Hong to his feet, only to find that Yuan Hong knelt before him, refusing to rise despite Yang Jian's efforts. Chang Hao and the others followed suit, kneeling before Yang Jian, while Yuan Hong declared, "The 7 monsters of Mount Mei pay their respects to their master." Yang Jian, perplexed by the 7 figures, was at a loss for how to respond. He rushed forward to assist Yuan Hong, inquiring, "What is the meaning of this? Brother Yuan, please rise, I cannot accept this." As he attempted to lift Yuan Hong, the latter remained steadfastly kneeling, stating, "Yuan Hong owes his accomplishments today to my master. On the day I departed, I was instructed by my master that should I attain success and meet General Yang, if your martial prowess were to surpass mine, I would serve as your loyal aide. If not, I would protect you from the shadows. I vowed to my master that I would safeguard you. I have just lost the contest, and my brothers owe their transformation to the elixirs bestowed by my master, swearing to guard your safety alongside me. The 7 heroes of Mount Mei pay their respects to their master." The other 6 followed Yuan Hong's lead in their homage. Yang Jian, feeling exasperated, gazed at the bewildered and innocent Nezha, placing a hand to his forehead as he regarded the kneeling 7. Despite his desire for them to rise, Yuan Hong remained resolute in his stance. Ultimately, Yang Jian had no choice but to accept the 7, stating, "I may accept you all, but please refrain from calling me master, simply use my name." Yuan Hong replied, "That is unacceptable. We must uphold the distinction of respect. To address you by name would be highly disrespectful." Yang Jian, feeling utterly helpless, found himself at an impasse. In the end, it was Nezha who suggested that they refer to Yang Jian as second master, which finally led to a mutual understanding between the parties. Thus, the 7 monsters of Meishan remained in the camp of Shou under the command of Yang Jian, leaving the pass of Lintong without a guardian. Jiang Zia ordered Tianhua, Lai Zhenzi, and Nezha to breach Lintong Pass within a day, advancing their forces directly towards Chaoga. During the march, Nezha accompanied Yang Jian to transport provisions at the rear of the army. Initially, Yang Jian presumed that Nezha wished to share some heartfelt thoughts. However, he soon realized that Nezha's presence was solely to coax Yuan Hong into addressing him as master. Observing the 15 or 16-year-old visage of Nezha, Yuan Hong found it impossible to utter the title, yet he understood that Nezha was the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl and could indeed be considered his master. Caught in Nezha's persistent entreaties, Yuan Hong hesitated, his face flushed, unable to speak. Yang Xian, noticing Yuan Hong's predicament, approached Nezha and remarked, "You little rascal. Can't you refrain from bullying my elder brother? His skills were not taught by you. Why should he call you master? Keep this up, and I shall make you regret it." Nezha, with a touch of pride, turned to glare at Yang Xian, retorting, "Who says I did not teach him? The Spirit Pearl is my previous incarnation, which means I am the reincarnation of his master. After all, once a master, always a master. It is not unreasonable for him to call me master." Yang Xian, exasperated, stared at Nezha, as their journey was filled with bickering over Nezha's insistence for Yuan Hong to acknowledge him as master. Naturally, Chang Hao and the others gravitated toward Yang Xian's side, rendering Nezha's eloquent arguments ineffective against their numbers. Consequently, Yuan Hong never addressed Nezha as master, even after Nezha regained the memories of the Spirit Pearl. However, Due to Nezha's eternally youthful appearance, Yuan Hong could never bring himself to utter the title. As they journeyed toward Chaoga, exchanging banter, the sense of estrangement between the 7 monsters of Meishan and the Zhou army swiftly dissipated. Once camaraderie blossomed, they began to devise plans for life after their victory against Zhou. Just as their conversations grew lively, Tianhua, serving as the vanguard, approached Nezha and Yang Jian, informing them that the Tongdian cult master had set up the 10,000 Immortals formation 10 miles outside Chaoga, obstructing the army's advance. Nezha and Yang Jian exchanged a glance, acutely aware that the final confrontation between the 3 Pure Ones and the Western sect had commenced. The 10,000 Immortals formation, orchestrated by the Tongdian cult master and comprising all second-generation disciples of the Jia sect, was the most formidable formation in the 3 realms. Within it lay the Taiji diagram, guarded by the Daobao Daoist and the Qiushou Immortal, with chaotic stones swirling within. The defenders wielded precious swords and bore the mixed heaven hammer at their waists. The 2 instruments formation was overseen by the Lingya Immortal. Should anyone enter the formation, they would invoke the mysterious powers of the 2 instruments, unleashing thunder to ensnare those attempting to breach the array. The 4 symbols formation was guarded by the Jingguang Immortal, who summoned seals, creating a fortress of copper walls and iron battlements, manifesting fierce and malevolent spirits. The 10,000 Immortals formation revolved around the Tongdian cult master as its core, with layers of formations nested within. The magical powers of the Jia sect disciples served as the driving force behind it. All 2nd and 3rd generation disciples of the Jia sect were stationed throughout the various subformations within the 10,000 Immortals formation. It was aptly named for the 10,000 disciples of the Jia sect who had devoted themselves to its creation, representing the full might of the Jia sect. In order to break the formation, the primordial Heavenly Sovereign personally went to invite the Lingbao Heavenly Sovereign, accompanied by the likes of the Lingbao Grand Master, the Jade Dingtru Man, and Yun Zhangzi. If one were to observe closely, they would notice the eyes of the Lingbao Grand Master, the Puxin True Man, and the Cihong Daoist reflecting deep admiration for their master, as well as a profound reluctance to part from their fellow disciples. Even the Daobao Daoist within the Myriad Immortals formation shared a similar sentiment towards the Tongtian. Outside the Myriad Immortals formation, a fierce quarrel erupted between the primordial Heavenly Sovereign and the Tongtian, which in turn reassured the observing Jian and Junyi saints. They approached the primordial Heavenly Sovereign, attempting to persuade him to show some forbearance towards the Tongtian, which only fueled the sovereign's anger further. He nearly came to blows with the Tongtian on the spot, but was restrained by Jian and Junyi, who then sought to calm the Tongtian. Unbeknownst to them, the primordial Heavenly Sovereign, the Lingbao Heavenly Sovereign, and the Tongtian within the formation exchanged knowing smiles, the unspoken camaraderie between brothers manifesting in that moment. The Tongtian disregarded the entreaties of Jian and Junyi, even going so far as to insult them, accusing them of colluding with the primordial Heavenly Sovereign against him. The 5 great saints, adhering to the philosophy that words unspoken are best left unsaid, ceased their gentle persuasion. The primordial Heavenly Sovereign, the Lingbao Heavenly Sovereign, Jian, and Junyi then boldly led their disciples into the Myriad Immortals formation, where the disciples of the Jia sect and the Chan sect clashed fiercely. The expressions of heartache and helplessness on the faces of the primordial Heavenly Sovereign and the Tongtian were palpable as they exchanged glances. In a bid to divert Jian and Junyi's attention, they unleashed their magical artifacts, while the Lingbao Heavenly Sovereign stood by, attempting to mediate between them. Logically, if Jian and Junyi wished to assist the primordial Heavenly Sovereign, they should have sought to dismantle the Tai Chi diagram within the formation. Although the dangers within the formation were significant, the 2 instead traversed the Myriad Immortals formation, guiding the followers of the Chan and Jia sects to join their Western teachings. They smiled at those willing to join, while those unwilling were met with a swift strike to the crown of their heads, sending their souls into disarray. The Tongtian and the primordial Heavenly Sovereign looked on in anguish, with the former, unable to contain his frustration, yearning for a decisive battle with Jian and Junyi. Fortunately, he was restrained by the primordial and Lingbao, preventing the disruption of years of planning. The primordial Heavenly Sovereign engaged the Tongtian in friendly sparring to divert his attention, but the anguished cries of those perishing within the formation echoed painfully, rendering the Tongtian helpless to ignore them. With sorrow etched upon his face, he called out to the primordial Heavenly Sovereign, second brother. The primordial Heavenly Sovereign sighed, shaking his head as he replied, third brother, endure for now. The goddess has yet to arrive, and the moment is not ripe. The Lingbao Heavenly Sovereign also urged the Tongtian, saying, third brother, do not forget the purpose of our long-standing efforts. Bear with it a little longer, and do not forget the Master's admonition. We are acting against the heavens. If we falter, our paths will be irrevocably destroyed. You and the disciples of the second brother will also become the slaves of Jian and Junyi. Finally, The Tongtian calmed himself, taking a deep breath before once again engaging in battle with the primordial heavenly sovereign, wielding the sword of extermination. Nezha. Initially sharing the disdain of Tongtian Jiaozhu towards the actions of the duo, Zhuan and Jian, sought to rescue the people, but was firmly restrained by Yang Jian. No matter how he struggled, Nezha could not free himself from Yang Jian's grip. Observing Yang Jian's stern expression, Nezha reluctantly acquiesced. Yang Jian then guided Nezha away from Zhuan and Jian, soaring in the opposite direction. When they encountered disciples of the attempting to obstruct their path, Yang Jian did not allow Nezha to intervene. Instead, he swiftly incapacitated all the assailants with his trident and celestial eye. Nezha was left in the dark about Yang Jian's intentions, yet, trusting him wholeheartedly, he refrained from questioning and silently followed as they flew onward. After approximately a quarter of an hour flying westward beyond the Wanxian array, Nezha began to discern the silhouettes of two elegantly poised women atop a mountain. Upon closer inspection, Nezha felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards the two figures, but could not recall when he had last seen them. Turning to Yang Jian, he inquired, "Elder brother, why have you brought me here?" Within the Wanxian array, Zhuan and Jian are attempting to recruit disciples from both the Chan and Jia sects to their Western teachings. Should we not offer our assistance? Yang Jian, observing Nezha's anxious demeanor, affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, "There is no need for haste. The crux of the Wanxian array hinges upon you." "Me? How could that be?" "My abilities are insufficient to influence the outcome," Nezha questioned, perplexed. As they continued their discourse, they reached the mountain summit, where the two women had evidently overheard Nezha's query. The woman in front, clad in a flowing white gown, exuded an air of noble elegance, while the one behind her, slightly younger and dressed in a yellow celestial robe, appeared cheerful and kind-hearted, her smile radiating optimism. Unaware of their identities, Nezha stood transfixed, gazing deeply into the eyes of the woman in white, hoping to glean some insight. The white-clad woman equally scrutinized Nezha, her eyes brimming with compassion and concern. It was then that Yang Jian's cool voice, imbued with profound respect, broke the silence as he addressed the woman, saying, "I, Yang Jian, pay my respects to Lady Nuwa. It has been many years, your radiance shines even brighter." Lady Nuwa, responding with a gentle smile, remarked, "I have often heard from Yuding of my disciple Yang Jian's cool demeanor and aloofness. Yet today, he appears to possess a touch more worldly wisdom, reminiscent of the young Haoyan." Yang Chan then stepped forward to greet both Yang Jian and Nezha. And Yang Jian, delighted by the graceful presence of Yang Chan, offered a serene smile to Lady Nuwa, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, lady. Over the years, Chano has benefited greatly from your guidance, and for that, I express my deepest gratitude. There is no need for such formality. Please rise. Chana is exceptionally gifted and quite understanding. She has been a great help to me. Since you are Chana's elder brother, I shall call you Jianer," Lady Nuwa said, gently assisting the kneeling Yang Jian back to his feet. Upon hearing their exchange, Nezha discerned the identities of the two women before him. Once Yang Jian stood, Nezha promptly bowed to Lady Nuwa, declaring, "I am Nezha, disciple of Tai Jinren from the Chan sect. I pay my respects to Lady Nuwa and apologize for my earlier lack of decorum, having not recognized your esteemed presence." Nuwa, with a slight furrow in her brow, looked at Nezha with a hint of confusion and asked, "Did Jianer not inform you of the bond that exists between us? Why then do you still address me as goddess?" Nezha hesitated. "Your Highness, I must clarify that my elder brother did share the tales of my past life with me. Yet I believe the distinctions between our former and present selves should not be intertwined. Furthermore, considering your esteemed status, I feel it is inappropriate to address you in such a familiar manner." However, Nuwa, with a heart full of affection for her younger brother, could not allow Nezha to maintain such distance. She gently approached him, caressing his head, and said tenderly, "Very well, I shall continue to call you Nezha. Regardless of past or present, you will forever remain my brother, dear child. What troubles you so?" Upon hearing Nuwa's soft yet expectant tone, Nezha could not bear to hurt her feelings. He lifted his gaze to meet her hopeful eyes and softly uttered, "Sister." Nuwa's eyes sparkled with joy at his response, and she gazed at him with warmth for a considerable time. It was only when Yang Chan, standing behind her, gently reminded her of the purpose of her visit that Nuwa returned to her serious demeanor. She addressed Nezha and Yang Jian, saying, "Nezha, the reason I have brought Jianer here is to impart to you both the ultimate objective of the forthcoming battle of the deities. For only you possess the ability to fulfill this purpose." Nezha, observing Yang Jian's equally puzzled expression, turned back to Nuwa and inquired, "Sister Nuwa, is the ultimate goal of this battle not to grant the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects esteemed positions in the heavenly court, thereby accumulating strength to quell the demon realm in the future? Is it not true that the Jia sect, comprised predominantly of beings from the demon realm, resists subjugation under the heavenly court, prompting our ancestors to establish the Grand Array to seal their souls? Nuwa shook her head gently and responded. Such assertions serve merely as our external pretext. Consider the influence Tong Tian wields over the GS sect. Would his command ever be defied by his disciples? Even if the aim were to accumulate power against the demon realm, the strength of the Chan sect alone suffices for this purpose, rendering the GS sect's involvement unnecessary. Furthermore, if the objective were so simplistic, why would the Western sect seek to obstruct your reincarnation? Do not forget the recent occurrences within the Grand Array. What occurrences? Nezha asked. Bewildered, Yang Jian pondered for a moment before his expression shifted dramatically as he responded incredulously. Could the crux of the matter lie in the guidance of the Saints Jian and Junti? Are they attempting to draw the elites of both the Chan and GS sects into the Western sect, thereby siphoning the fortunes of the East to elevate their own status and ultimately eradicate all Eastern sects, achieving sole supremacy for their Western sect? Yet, he continued, if this were the case, why would our ancestors not simply intervene to halt their actions? There seems no need for such grand machinations, especially since it would facilitate the Saints in converting even more individuals. Nuwa smiled gently and replied, you are indeed correct in your conjecture. Jian and Junti indeed seek to usurp the fortunes of the East to bolster their Western sect, having forged a pact with the demon clan to stir turmoil across the three realms. However, the three pure ones have already perceived this plot. As for why they do not intervene, it is because the way of heaven is immutable. Those who attain sanctity must not act impulsively. Should the two saints engage in conflict, their power could obliterate the three realms. And a confrontation between the three pure ones and Jian and Junti would be a battle to the death. Thus, I instructed Yuan Shi and the others to feign ignorance regarding the plans of the two guides, using the War of the Gods as a ruse to draw out Jian and Junti, leading them to believe that the Intercept and Chan sects had turned against each other. This would present them with an opportunity to gain advantage, which they readily seized. Yuan Shi and his companions resolved to bestow a portion of their fortune upon the Western teachings, contingent upon the latter's submission to Yushu. As you are aware, Jian would never consent to this, prompting Yuan Shi to decide that, apart from Jian and Junti, several disciples from the three pure ones would be sent into the array of 10,000 immortals. The Grand Master of Lingbao would preside over the Western sect, aided by figures such as the Old Man of the South Pole, the Lamplighting Taoist, the Precious Treasure Taoist, the Compassionate Voyage Taoist, the True Man of Universal Virtue, and the Heavenly Sovereign of the Vast Law of Wenshu. Together, they would establish a Grand Mahayana sect in the West. Having made an agreement with the Heavenly Emperor of Haotian that the disciples of both the Chan and Intercept sects would serve as generals in the Heavenly Court, while the Yushu Palace on Mount Kunlun and the Bo Palace on Mount Kangwu would remain secluded from the world. As for your reincarnation, it is precisely because your strength is needed to eliminate Jian and Junti. Only through reincarnation and the merging of the power of the Nether Blood Lotus can you awaken the chaotic energy within the primordial spirit pearl, which would enable you to vanquish a saint. This explains why they have repeatedly sought to ensnare you. The purpose of the array of 10,000 immortals is to confine Junti and Jian, allowing them to lower their guard. After listening to the explanation from Lady Nuwa, Nezha and Yang Jian finally grasped the significance of this battle for the deification, coming to terms with matters that had previously eluded them. Nezha calmly processed the newly acquired information and then inquired of Lady Nuwa, Sister, since I am the key to this great conflict, what should I do? Yang Jian also asked, My lady, is there any danger that Nezha might face? Yang Jian was willing to lend Nezha his support. Lady Nuwa reassured them, saying, You need not worry. I, along with Ling Bao and the others, will also lend our assistance. Channer, keep your second brother company. Nezha, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Lady Nuwa led Nezha into a mirror, which is renowned across the three realms as one of the greatest treasures, the Kunlun mirror. No one knew what transpired within the mirror, but Yang Jian sensed that Nezha seemed significantly more composed, his demeanor markedly altered. Initially, he assumed that Nezha had regained his past memories. However, after testing for some time, he discovered that Nezha had not recovered those memories, and eventually, he ceased to dwell on the matter. In truth, within the Kunlun mirror, Nezha had indeed reclaimed the memories of the Spirit Pearl. When Lady Nuwa asked whether he preferred to live as the Spirit Pearl or as Nezha, he resolutely chose to be Nezha. For as Nezha, he could remain by Yang Jian's side as a brother, evoking his smile through playful antics and charming gestures. Conversely, to live as the Spirit Pearl meant he could only assume the role of an older brother, caring for Yang Jian in a manner that would strip away the carefree conversations they once shared. The burdens of the Spirit Pearl's identity weighed heavily upon him. For now, he simply wished to be his brother, harboring a glimmer of hope for love. Loving someone truly is a laborious endeavor. Having learned the method of harnessing the chaotic power from Lady Nuwa, Nezha, accompanied by Yang Jian and Yang Chan, set forth once more to the array of 10,000 immortals. Some may question why I chose to bring Yang Jian along. It is because the power of chaos requires the assistance of the Lotus Lantern. The goddess Nuwa has infused her strength into the Lotus Lantern, thereby mitigating the backlash of the chaotic force against Nezha. Upon entering the grand array of the 10,000 immortals, they headed straight towards the location of the primordial lord and his companions. As soon as they caught sight of Nezha, the three understood his intentions. They locked onto the figures of the saints, Zhuanti and Jian, and the master Tontian promptly sealed the exit within the array. Surrounding Zhuanti and Jian, they seized the opportunity to strike while the two were still bewildered. Although the power of the three pure ones surpassed that of Jian and Zhuanti, the latter two were not easily subdued. They surrounded themselves with the faith energy of the disciples they had recently converted, generating a continuous flow of power. In contrast, the three pure ones found themselves somewhat strained. The Grand Master Lingbao and others also intervened to assist their master, realizing they had been deceived. Jian and Zhuanti exerted their utmost efforts to escape the grand array, only to find the exit firmly barred. Determined, they resolved to fight to the death against the three pure ones. Jian bypassed the three pure ones and charged directly at the Grand Master Lingbao and the other second-generation disciples. Observing Jian's unguarded state, Nezha swiftly transformed the chaotic power into the Lotus Lantern and launched an assault, which, combined with Nuwa's magic and the inherent righteous power of the lantern, stripped Jian of his saintly form, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. Enraged by this sight, Zhuanti abandoned his struggle against the three pure ones and charged at Nezha to avenge Jian. However, he too could not withstand the overwhelming force of chaos. Succumbing as his three flowers fell, losing his saintly powers, and collapsing like a mere husk on the ground, the three pure ones, witnessing the plight of their adversaries, felt a sense of relief. Yet, at that moment, Nezha suddenly went berserk, his eyes crimson as he attacked indiscriminately. The three pure ones attempted to intervene, only to discover they were no match for him, as Nezha unleashed chaos energy. Unable to move, the fallen Jian and Zhuanti tragically became victims of Nezha's rampage. Nezha directed his right hand towards Yang Jian, and the three pure ones rushed to intervene, but it was too late. Remarkably, Yang Jian did not evade. Instead, he wore a subtle smile, gazing directly into Nezha's eyes. Strangely, the rampaging Nezha ceased his assault, and Yang Jian seized the moment to embrace him, expressing concern. Nezha, please awaken. These are your closest ones. Do not let the inner demons deceive you. Awaken, please. Nezha, clutching his head in agony, cried out in distress. At that moment, a beam of purple light pierced into the back of his head, causing him to faint. Yang Jian held Nezha tightly and turned to face the front, where a dignified elder with white hair, riding upon purple light, descended into the grand array. The three pure ones immediately led their disciples to kneel respectfully, bowing 3 times. Yang Jian, unaware of the elder's identity, sensed his nobility from the expressions of the three pure ones. Kneeling on the ground with Nezha in his arms, he paid his respects to the elder. With a mere wave of his hand, the elder took Nezha into his own grasp, while Yang Jian remained alert, unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 51. The ancestor Hongjun, the Grand Master Lingbao proclaimed, "Disciple pays respects to the master. I am unaware of the master's arrival and regret the lack of a proper welcome." Yang Jian then realized that the venerable elder before him was none other than the ancestor Hongjun of the Purple Cloud Palace. Although Yang Jian was already aware of the elder's identity, he remained oblivious to the connection between the elder and Nezha. He continued to watch Hongjun Laozu with a vigilant gaze, apprehensive that the elder might blame Nezha for the demise of the Saints of Guidance and the Saints of Prohibition. In his indecision, Yang Jian could only await anxiously, his eyes unwaveringly fixed upon Nezha. At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped forward and spoke. "Master, the task has been accomplished, and all has proceeded relatively smoothly. However, it appears that this child, Nezha, is experiencing some difficulties. If my conjecture is correct, I am already aware." Hongjun Laozu interjected. "There is no need for further elaboration. The calamity has finally subsided. You should now withdraw and refrain from further interference in mortal affairs. Allow Zia and the disciples of the 3 generations of Chan teaching to handle the aftermath. Lingbao, you are to bring your 2 disciples to my Zishao Palace at once, while the others may return to their abodes to cultivate. Without my sacred decree, none are permitted to venture forth. Yushu Palace and Bo Palace shall henceforth enter seclusion, remaining apart from the world. The second-generation disciples of both Chan and Jie sects shall have no standing in the heavenly court and should remain obediently within their own abodes. Any transgression will be met with severe punishment. As for the Western teachings, I leave that matter in your capable hands, and there is no need to report back to me. The restraints on the demonic realm seem to have weakened. I entrust you, Lingbao, to address this. It is not yet time to eradicate the demon clan. Disciple acknowledges the command. The disciples of Chan and Jie sects humbly accepted their missions. With a wave of Hongjun Laozu's hand, the entire Wanxian array was dismantled, and all but the three pure ones, Yang Jian and Tai Jinren, dispersed. Hongjun Laozu understood that Yang Jian and Tai Jinren remained due to their concern for Nezha's safety and chose not to comment. He led the five, along with the unconscious Nezha, to the Zixia Palace beyond the 33 heavens. Coincidentally, Inhua and Luya Daojun were also present. Although Yang Jian was anxious about Nezha's well-being, he felt insignificant in the presence of these powerful beings, both in terms of magical prowess and status, and hesitated to voice his concerns. Nevertheless, his worry for Nezha never waned, his gaze ever fixed upon him. Just as Yang Jian contemplated whether to interrupt the conversation between Hongjun Laozu and Inhua, Hongjun Laozu suddenly turned to Yang Jian and said, "You are the esteemed third-generation disciple of the Chan teaching, Yang Jian, are you not?" "Indeed, I am," Yang Jian replied respectfully. Hongjun Laozu regarded Yang Jian with approval and nodded. "Truly, you possess an extraordinary presence. I am aware of your concerns for Nezha. Fret not. For this child has a robust destiny. It is merely that the chaotic energy is exceedingly potent, and with his current capabilities, he cannot yet wield it with ease, resulting in a backlash that has caused turmoil within his body. I have already set his condition to rights. Moreover, with the protection of the Balian Lantern and Inhua's power, he is no longer in grave danger. Tonga, take Yang Jian and Nezha to the side hall to rest. Once Nezha awakens, escort them both from Zixia Palace." The young attendant received his orders and led Nezha and Yang Jian to the side hall. Liu Daojun, feeling overwhelmed by the presence of Hongjun Laozu and Yuan Yangyang, who exuded an air of gravity he found discomforting, chose to accompany Yang Jian in leaving. As they neared the exit of the Zixia Palace, Yang Jian faintly overheard Hongjun Laozu discussing with Yuan Yangyang and the three pure ones the troublesome nature of Qiongqi. He recalled that, in the past, his master and the demon emperor had sacrificed their lives to imprison Qiongqi with an eternal seal. His elder brother had resorted to creating this realm outside the divine domain to trap the last vestiges of Qiongqi's consciousness, only for it to be revealed that Qiongqi had once again broken free from his elder brother's partial seal, nearly resulting in catastrophe. While the seals in the divine domain remained intact, Yang Jian sensed an underlying issue. "Lingbao, you three possess remnants of my elder brother's consciousness. Tomorrow, accompany me to the divine domain to inspect the seals. Should Qiongqi awaken, the consequences would be dire." After that, Yang Jian did not catch any further words. But the information he had already received was enough to leave him in shock. He instinctively glanced at Luya Daojun, only to find him wearing a serene expression, seemingly unaffected by the discussions within the hall. Yet Yang Jian was certain that he had heard everything. His calm demeanor indicated prior awareness of these matters. Luya Daojun, having noticed Yang Jian's troubled expression, waited until they arrived at the side hall, and when the young attendant departed, he addressed the bewildered Yang Jian. "Some matters are beyond your comprehension at your level. Bury what you just heard deep within your heart, and never speak of it. Otherwise, not only will you find yourself in peril, but those closest to you may also meet a tragic fate. Surely, you would not wish to witness Yang Chan and Nezha perish before your eyes, would you? I prefer not to expend my energy erasing your memory. So you must promise me to forget what you have just learned. Even Nezha must remain uninformed. Can you manage that?" Had Liu Daojun directly threatened Yang Jian, he would not have been afraid. However, the mention of Yang Jian's two most cherished individuals, Nezha and Yang Chan, compelled him to relent. For his affection and loyalty ran deep, and they were more significant to him than even the mother he yearned to rescue. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jian furrowed his brow and formed a sealing gesture with his right hand, burying the words he had just heard within the recesses of his mind. Liu Daojun nodded in satisfaction at Yang Jian's actions. After about a quarter of an hour, Yang Jian slowly regained consciousness. His memories now altered to reflect a direct transition from the Zixia Palace to this place, though he harbored suspicions regarding the sudden loss of consciousness. Being a person of meticulous thought, he refrained from questioning Luya Daojun about it in his presence. The pressing concern now was the unconscious Nezha. For after the successful completion of their campaign against the tyrant Zhou, the two of them still had to ascend to the function platform to receive their mandates. Moreover, after their brother's arduous efforts, they yearned to personally witness the culmination of their victory. The Purple Cloud Palace is situated beyond the 33 heavens, a realm devoid of the diurnal cycle experienced in the mortal world. Yang Jian, having long surpassed the fasting period, remained unaware of the passage of time. He only recalled that during this interval, both the goddess Niwa and the three pure ones had each visited Nezha once. Daily, Yang Jian stood vigil by Nezha's side. and gazing upon Nezha's tranquil visage would invariably elicit a smile upon his lips, a fact unbeknownst even to himself. It was during these moments spent with Nezha that he wore the broadest of smiles. And the adoring glances he cast upon Nezha were imbued with a sweetness that could be overwhelming, even more so than when he interacted with Yang Jian. At long last. Under Yang Jian's ceaseless care, Nezha stirred from his slumber. As he surveyed his surroundings, though uncertain of his location, the sight of Yang Jian beside him instilled a profound sense of tranquility within Nezha. Just as he attempted to rise, Taoist Lord Luya entered from outside the hall. Exclaiming joyfully upon witnessing Nezha awake, "You little rascal, you've finally regained consciousness. If you had lingered any longer in your slumber, Yang Jian might have ventured into your dreams to fetch you." Upon hearing Luya's voice, Yang Jian roused from his place at the table. Turning to see Nezha seated on the bed, he bestowed upon him a gentle smile. Nezha grinned and addressed Yang Jian. "I'm sorry for burdening you, second brother. Each time I am injured, it is you who tends to my wounds, and I feel quite guilty about it." Yang Jian, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "As long as you are aware of it, should there be a next time, I shall feed you a potion of the dream of 3,000, so you can sleep to your heart's content." Nezha playfully tugged at his earlobe, feeling somewhat bashful. "Understood. I will certainly be more cautious next time." Yang Jian's brow furrowed as he suddenly adopted a serious tone, declaring, "There shall be no next time. If you dare to injure yourself again, I shall, I concede defeat to you." "Hee, I knew you were the best, second brother," Nezha exclaimed happily. At this moment, Taoist Lord Luya, standing to the side, sighed in exasperation. "Must you both so blatantly disregard my presence? I am, after all, a living being." Yang Jian and Nezha exchanged glances, responding in unison. "You are not human, after all." Luya rolled his eyes in irritation, ultimately relaying the words of the venerable Hongjun, elder brother, that is. "Hongjun has instructed me to inform you both that you may return to the mortal realm. Jiangxia has already led his troops into Chaoga, and both King Zhou and Daji have vanished. Shingonggao has been taken away by Daobao Daoist, stripped of his celestial essence, and sent to the underworld as a destitute for 10 generations. Tomorrow, King Wu, GFA, shall ascend the throne. And it seems you will soon receive your divine mandates at the Fengshan Terrace. Now that Nezha has recovered, you two can leave the Purple Cloud Palace. I shall escort you." Yang Jian and Nezha nodded in agreement, making a brief adjustment before departing the Purple Cloud Palace alongside Taoist Lord Luyu. After all, the barriers surrounding the palace had been meticulously laid by the venerable Hongjun himself, and trespassing without guidance would undoubtedly lead to demise. Even Luya, a being of saintly caliber, dared not venture through the array unaccompanied. Upon descending to the mortal realm, the three parted ways outside the Linong Pass. Nezha and Yang Jian headed towards Chaoga, while Luyu's destination remained a mystery, as he had grown accustomed to his freedom of movement. To Nezha's surprise, the current defenders of Lintong Pass are none other than Li Jing and his brothers, Jinjia and Muzha. The emotional reunion of this father and his sons is, I believe, self-evident. After the collapse of the myriad celestial formations, nearly everyone emerged unscathed, except for Nezha and Yang Jian, whose fates remained a mystery. Naturally, Li Jing and his sons were engulfed in worry. Had it not been for Jiang Ziya's explanation during a moment of despair, stating that Nezha and Yang Jian had been taken by Hongjun Laozu, Li Jing might have feared that Nezha had perished in the celestial array. After all, when Hongjun Laozu arrived, Jinjia and Muzha, among the 3 generations of disciples, were gravely injured and unconscious, having neither witnessed Nezha slaying the 2 great saints nor seen his rampage and subsequent fainting. However, hearing of Nezha's fate was one thing, while witnessing his safety was another. Now, seeing Nezha unharmed, Li Jing's heart, which had been in turmoil for days, finally settled. The 3 of them eagerly engaged Nezha with questions. With his memories restored, Nezha, who had never experienced the luxury of paternal affection, answered Li Jing and his brother's inquiries with remarkable patience. Had Yang Jian been present, he would have certainly noticed Nezha's transformation. Yet, out of respect for the reunion of Nezha and his family, he had ventured ahead to Chaoga to assist Jiang Ziya and King Wu, GFA, with any needs they might have. Meanwhile, Nezha and his brothers prepared to embark on their journey to Chaoga the following day to attend King Wu's enthronement ceremony. It is worth mentioning that, since Nezha's mother could not ascend to the heavenly realm for the deification ceremony, Nezha had sought a pill from Yuhua, ensuring that Lady Li would retain her youth and possess a modicum of magical power. Nezha and Li Jing planned to bring Lady Li to the heavens once matters were settled. For the time being, Nezha entrusted Lady Li to Yang Chan, who resided in Mount Hua, requesting her to take care of her for a few days. Yang Chan gladly agreed, but on the condition that Nezha would refer to her as third sister rather than younger sister. The two displayed an immediate rapport as they playfully debated their ages. Yang Jian refused to accept Nezha's wish for her to call him third brother, while Nezha insisted on being addressed as such. Their playful dispute eventually brought them before Yang Jian, who, knowing the dilemma, chose to remain silent. After a prolonged stalemate, Nezha ultimately conceded, allowing Yang Jian to call her third sister for the sake of his mother. Regrettably, Nezha, now fully aware of his identity, felt remorse but continued to acquiesce to avoid revealing his true self. In the following chapter, titled The Deification Platform. On the day after Nezha and Yang Jian returned from the Purple Cloud Palace, King Wu, GFA, ascended to the throne in accordance with the heavenly mandate, appointing the daughter of General Nangang Shiji, Nangang Yijiang, as queen, renaming Chaoga to Haojing, and establishing the state name as Zhou. He initially intended to bestow titles and positions upon Huang Feihu, Li Jing, and the disciples of the Chan sect. However, the Heavenly Emperor, the Jade Emperor, decreed that Jiang Zia must swiftly carry out the consecration and appointment of deities at the Fengshan Terrace. Consequently, the individuals declined the earthly titles. The Zhou dynasty had only just established itself, and disturbances at the borders were incessant, with numerous small states eager to test the waters of the Zhou. Receiving reports of border conflicts, King Wu was beset with worry. His first thought was to seek counsel from Prime Minister Jiang Zia. Yet, this time, Jiang Zia did not provide a clear directive to King Wu. Instead, he said, "Your Majesty, I must soon depart from the Great Zhou, as I have received my master's command to retreat to Kunlun Mountain for meditation and cultivation. I fear I may not be able to assist you further. Therefore, Your Majesty must employ your own wisdom to govern this nation. I have faith that you will succeed. After all, since our first meeting, Your Majesty has displayed great composure and possesses the demeanor of a true sovereign. You must believe in your own capabilities, for I am certain you will become a revered ruler of ages to come." GFA, filled with sorrow at the impending farewell, expressed his reluctance to Jiang Zia, saying, "Since the day my father departed, I have benefited from your guidance, which has enabled me to achieve what I have today. I had hoped that after our victory, we could enjoy peace together with you and my brothers, yet I did not anticipate that the day of parting would arrive so swiftly. I shall remember your teachings and strive to be a wise monarch. I also hope that one day, when I have achieved my own success, we may meet again." "You will," Jiang Zia replied with a smile. As dusk fell, the gathering convened within the Great Zhou Palace. King Wu GFA hosted a grand banquet, celebrating their triumph over the tyrant Zhou and bidding farewell to his brothers, who were soon to be consecrated as generals. With the duties assigned by the heavenly court following the appointments, it would not be long before they would part ways again. Thus, the atmosphere was one of joyous revelry, as they cast aside their worries and engaged in heartfelt conversations until dawn broke. Nezha, Yang Jian, Huang Tianhua, and Lei Zhenzi, the younger generation, sat together recounting various amusing tales from the time they began their martial endeavors. Yet beneath this seemingly cheerful ambience lay a subtle undercurrent of sadness. The reason for this melancholy was the decree from Hongjun Laozu, instructing the three pure ones to address matters concerning the West. With the deaths of the saints Junti and Jiejin at Nezha's hands, although the reasons were well understood, it was essential to silence the murmurs of the Western followers. Thus, a restructuring of the Western sects was necessary. The three pure ones decided to each send several disciples to establish a presence in the West, founding the Mahayana Buddhist sect. With Lingbao Daxian as the principal figure, supported by the Daobao Daoist, and assisted by Cihong, Puxian, and Wenshu. As the master departed, so too would the disciples, meaning Tianxiang, Jinjia, and Muza must accompany their master to the West. The prospect of reuniting with their brothers would thus become increasingly challenging, which was the root of their collective sadness. However, today was a day of celebration, and such troubling matters were deemed inappropriate for discussion, prompting the gathering to conceal their feelings of parting deep within their hearts. At the banquet, Nezha cast a mischievous gaze upon the 7 monsters of Meishan seated across from him, his eyes darting as if contemplating something. Although Yang Jian noticed Nezha's expression, he mistakenly believed Nezha was merely admiring the grandeur of the palace ahead, concerned for his brother. Yang Jian continually urged Nezha to moderate his drinking, recalling the unfortunate impressions left by Nezha's past drunken escapades in the presence of outsiders. The thought of Nezha becoming inebriated in such a setting was indeed alarming. To prevent such a disaster, Yang Jian had discreetly replaced the liquor in Nezha's cup with fruit wine. Though still potent, it was unlikely to lead to intoxication. However, just as Yang Jian began to relax, Nezha abruptly stood up and addressed Yuan Hong across the table, declaring, "Yuan Hong, ever since I witnessed your duel with my second brother, I have longed to spar with you. Today seems opportune. Would you be willing to engage in a friendly contest to entertain our guests?" Yuan Hong glanced at Nezha, whose face was flushed from drink, and then at Yang Jian, who appeared exasperated. Unsure of how to respond, Yang Jian stood up, intending to intervene on Yuan Hong's behalf. But Nezha shot her a glance and retorted, "This matter does not concern you. My challenge is directed at Yuan Hong, not you. Moreover, I do not engage in combat with women. Yuan Hong, if you possess the courage, let us compete. If not, I shall not press you." Fuming, Yang Jian glared at Nezha, ready to reprimand him, but Yuan Hong interjected, his voice tinged with exasperation. "Since the third master wishes to spar, I shall gladly oblige. Please." Third master. Due to Nezha's past as Yuan Hong's mentor and their shared bond as sworn brothers with Yang Jian, Yuan Hong naturally referred to Nezha as third master. However, Yang Jian and the others were reluctant to adopt such a title for a youth of merely 15 or 16 years, despite their admiration for Nezha's prowess. As they began to spar, Yuan Hong initially intended to go easy on Nezha, believing that the latter's inebriation would hinder his performance. In Yuan Hong's mind, Nezha was the cherished younger brother of Yang Jian, and any harm inflicted upon him would surely lead to dire consequences for Yuan Hong. Yet, as the match progressed, Yuan Hong was taken aback to discover that Nezha's strength surpassed his own. In fact, he found himself struggling more against Nezha than he did against Yang Jian. The last time they battled, he had not felt such difficulty. Lost in thought, he was caught off guard by several of Nezha's swift strikes, though Nezha showed restraint, causing Yuan Hong only mild discomfort. Amidst his confusion, Yuan Hong suddenly heard Nezha's voice. "Not bad at all. After all these years, the little monkey has developed such formidable strength, impressive indeed." Yuan Hong stared wide-eyed at Nezha, momentarily forgetting that he was engaged in a contest with him. He was astonished, unable to utter a word as he gazed at Nezha for an extended period. The onlookers were equally perplexed by the scene unfolding between the two. Nezha, however, approached with a serene smile and said, "I did not expect you, brother Yuan Hong, to possess such remarkable strength. Our previous encounter lacked a proper exchange, and this serves to rectify my regret. Of course, I have also gained invaluable insights. How about we step aside and discuss our cultivation methods?" With that, he took the conflicted Yuan Hong by the arm and led him to the side of the 7 monsters of Meishan. Yang Jian, with his stern brows knitted in contemplation, pondered Nezha's intentions. Yet, seeing the two engage in lively conversation, he refrained from dampening the atmosphere, and, urged on by Tianhua and the others, continued to partake in the games at the banquet, though his gaze frequently wandered toward Nezha and Yuan Hong. At that moment, while Nezha appeared to be sharing jovial banter with Yuan Hong, he was in fact exploiting Yuan Hong's disrespect towards his master as a means to extort treasures that Yuan Hong had accumulated over the years. After all, Nezha found himself in dire financial straits, with his own treasures locked away in the Yunlu Palace beside the Hua Divine Palace, sealed behind barriers that he could not breach without his former self as power. Thus, considering that Yuan Hong was his disciple, Nezha thought it unnecessary to maintain formalities. He smiled at Yuan Hong and urged, "Stop dawdling. My memories have returned, so you must address me as master. Your earlier actions could easily be construed as disrespect toward your teacher, don't you think? Perhaps you should do something to redeem your image in my eyes." Yuan Hong listened in silence to Nezha's incessant chatter, struggling to accept that this boy, merely 15 or 16 years of age, was indeed his master. Yet, he found himself unable to refute Nezha's words. In the past, he could rely on his strength to assert dominance, but now, tragically, he was no match for him. With a resigned sigh, Yuan Hong took a deep breath and weakly called out, "Master." Nezha, satisfied, patted Yuan Hong on the shoulder and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "You must not disclose the matter of my recovered memories to anyone. Everything you have learned today must remain confidential between us." "Not even second master?" Yuan Hong queried, puzzled. Nezha seized Yuan Hong's ear and, gritting his teeth, replied, "Nonsense. If I hadn't recently found you rather irritating and wanted to teach you a lesson, do you think you would even be aware of this matter?" Yuan Hong, looking forlorn, attempted to appease Nezha, saying, "Master, I have at least become a formidable demon king in my own right. Could you perhaps show me some leniency? I acknowledge that it was wrong to challenge you. This is the Demon King's edict, which governs all the demons of Meishan. Consider it my apology. Take it and use it as you will, but I beg you, keep your distance from me. Have you not noticed that second Master Esques alone could incinerate me? I truly cannot afford to offend either of you." Nezha picked up the Demon King order handed to him by Yuan Hong and glanced at Yang Jian across the way. Indeed, as Yuan Hong had mentioned, his elder brother had been observing him intently, and there seemed to be an undercurrent of anger in his gaze. Hastily, Nezha stowed the Demon King order into his treasure pouch, nodded approvingly at Yuan Hong, and returned to his seat. Yang Jian immediately approached to inquire about Nezha's reason for seeking Yuan Hong, but Nezha merely stated that it was because Yuan Hong had become Yang Jian's guardian, and he anticipated numerous opportunities to meet him in the future. He wished to mend their differences with a smile, sparing Yang Jian any discomfort. Yang Jian, of course, was skeptical of Nezha's words. They had just been engaged in light-hearted banter, yet he found it inappropriate to press further at that moment. Thus, he resolved to find a time after the banquet to question Yuan Hong. However, his calculations were flawed, for Yuan Hong would never dare defy his master's orders. Despite the fact that his master appeared merely as a youth, the sparring between Nezha and Yuan Hong did not detract from the festive atmosphere of the banquet. Rather, it infused a touch of amusement into the gathering. Yet, as with all splendid feasts, the moment of departure eventually arrived, and all departed in high spirits. The following day after the banquet, Jiang Zia, accompanied by Huang Feihu and Li Jing, journeyed to the Fengshan platform. There, they encountered the fallen generals of the Shang and Zhou armies, but before they could reminisce, Jiang Zia commanded silence. In an instant, the Fengshan platform fell into quietude as he took up the Fengshan list and began to read aloud. One by one, the deceased generals, illuminated by a flash of golden light, ascended to divinity. The first to be conferred was by Jian, the guardian and overseer of the Fengshan platform, who was granted the title of the pure blessing deity. The second was Wen Zhong, the esteemed master Wen, who was elevated to the position of the Thunder Department as divine being, the nine heavens responding thunder god, and the honorable supreme of universal transformation. Huang Feihu was honored as the Eastern Mount Tai's benevolent emperor, while Li Jing was bestowed the title of Li, the king with the pagoda. As for Nezha, Yang Jian, and the other disciples of the three generations of the Chan sect, with the exception of the fallen Tu Xing Sun and Wu Ji, none were granted positions on the Fengshan list, for they had already ascended to divinity in body. Their ultimate ranks would be determined personally by the Jade Emperor of Heaven. After the conferral of titles at the Fengshan platform, all had become divine beings. By the decree of the venerable Hongjun, they were forbidden to remain in the mortal realm, and the Jade Emperor awaited them in the Lingxiao Palace. Many affairs of the heavenly court had stagnated for years, all burdens resting painfully upon the Jade Emperor alone. Thus, the assembly made no further delay. All but Nezha, Yang Jian, and the 7 monsters of Meishan ascended to the heavens to pay their respects to the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Why do you ask if Nezha and Yang Jian did not go? The answer is self-evident. The Jade Emperor had slain Yang Jian's father and brothers, imprisoned his mother, and sent people to hunt down the siblings. What feelings could he possibly harbor when facing the Jade Emperor in the heavenly realm? Naturally, he preferred to remain in the mortal world, disdainful of kneeling before his adversary to await a position. As for the 7 monsters of Meishan, their involvement in this conflict was solely to protect Yang Jian. The matter of being conferred deities held no significance for them, as they had already attained the status of demon kings. Seeing Yang Jian in a foul mood, Nezha also had no desire to ascend to heaven for a title, wishing instead to stay and alleviate Yang Jian's distress. Alas, fate did not favor their intentions, just as they began to drink together. They were interrupted by the arrival of Yang Jian's younger sister, Yang Chan, holding a resplendent edict. She reluctantly handed it to Yang Jian. Upon opening it, Yang Jian's countenance darkened significantly. It turned out that the Jade Emperor had anticipated Yang Jian's refusal to ascend and had thus prepared the decree for the goddess Nuwa, bestowing Yang Chan the title of the Holy Mother of Huashan, granting her freedom from the control of the Lord of Mount Xie. Naturally, the goddess Nuwa was pleased with the Jade Emperor's actions and sent Yang Chan to persuade Yang Jian to accept the edict. After a prolonged hesitation, Yang Jian, gazing at the expectant faces of Yang Chan and Nezha, ultimately resolved to ascend to the heavens to meet the Jade Emperor, perhaps in hopes of uncovering news about their mother. Yang Jian, accompanied by Yang Chan and Nezha, made their way to the Lingxiao Hall, while the 7 monsters of Meishan chose to remain at Huashan, preferring to avoid any connection with the celestial realm. Upon reaching the southern heavenly gate, they coincidentally encountered the Earth Spirit Sun Wukong, who had just been appointed as the Earth Spirit God and was preparing to descend to the mortal realm. After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Jian and Nezha noticed a celestial attendant emerging from within the southern heavenly gate, who, in a servile manner, greeted them, saying, "I am here on His Majesty's orders to respectfully welcome the esteemed prince, the true lord, and the Holy Mother." Nezha glanced at Yang Jian and Yang Chan, then turned to the attendant, puzzled. "Wait a moment, what prince? I know my elder brother and sister have been conferred as Erling Shun and the Holy Mother of Huashan. But Sun Wukong is the Earth Spirit God, so this prince cannot refer to me, can it? When did I become a prince, and why was I not informed?" Nezha's heart raced with trepidation, fearing that the Jade Emperor would reveal his memory restoration during the court assembly. However, the celestial attendant did not address Nezha's inquiries, but respectfully urged it would be best for the prince to inquire with the Jade Emperor himself, as he has been awaiting your arrival in the Lingxiao Hall for quite some time. Please, esteemed ones. Seeing this, Sun Wukong recognized that this was not the time for reminiscing and took his leave to descend to the mortal realm. Within the Lingxiao Hall, the Jade Emperor was hosting a reception for the newly conferred deities. Except for a few with urgent matters to attend to, like Sun Wukong, the others knelt and sat within the hall, each with fine wines and delicacies before them. The moment Nezha and the others entered, they became the center of attention. The trio walked slowly to the center of the hall and bowed to the Jade Emperor. The curtain general beside the Jade Emperor immediately bellowed, "Why do you not kneel and pay your respects upon seeing the Jade Emperor?" Guards, seated below, General Zhou felt a wave of anxiety for the three individuals involved. Tianhua and Lai Zinzi, eager to rush forward and extricate them from their predicament, found their path obstructed by Huang Feihu and Ji Chang, who held firm in their belief that Nezha and Yang Jian would adeptly manage the situation. At that moment, the Jade Emperor bellowed at the curtain-rolling general, "Be gone. I have yet to speak, so how dare you presume to issue commands?" With that, he turned, adopting a benign expression as he gazed upon Nezha, saying, "Linger, you have finally returned. Do you have any idea how much I have suffered during your absence from governance? In light of the numerous treasures I bestowed upon you, might you continue to assist me daily at the Lingxiao Palace?" Nezha looked at the Jade Emperor with a face full of confusion, inwardly cursing the man and wishing he could simply march up and pluck every hair from his head. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of indifference and replied, "Your Majesty." "What are you saying?" Nezha cannot comprehend. This time, the Jade Emperor appeared perplexed. He distinctly recalled Nuwa saying that Lingzhu would regain her memories upon completing her mission. Why? Then, did she seem utterly oblivious? At this juncture, Yang Jian, standing beside Nezha, felt compelled to inform the Jade Emperor, "Nezha has not recovered her memories regarding the Lingzhu, so whatever you say will remain unknown to her." Reluctantly, the Jade Emperor returned to managing the affairs of the three realms, only then noticing Yang Jian at Nezha's side. The author, with a hint of grievance, gazed at the Jade Emperor and inquired, "Your Majesty, are you afflicted with blindness? How can you not see such a radiant and handsome figure as my second brother?" The Jade Emperor shrugged in resignation. "I was merely hoping someone would swiftly take over the affairs of the three realms, allowing me to enjoy leisurely excursions." The author remarked, "Your Majesty, you truly lack dedication to your duties." The Jade Emperor then addressed Yang Jian and Yang Chan. "You two are indeed the children of Yaoji, correct? Since one of you has become the foremost disciple of the Chan sect's third generation, and the other a pupil of Lady Nuwa, I shall overlook your responsibilities. After all, I am your uncle, and it would be unthinkable for me to enact a complete extermination." Yang Jian scoffed. "Overlook? If not for Brother Yan's timely intervention, we would have faced annihilation. I have no desire to serve in your heavenly court. The great sage of the second sun can sit wherever he pleases." Noticing the Jade Emperor's expression darken after hearing Yang Jian's words, Yang Chan promptly tugged at her brother's sleeve, urging him to temper his speech. Nezha wisely interjected to alleviate Yang Jian's predicament, asking the Jade Emperor, "Your Majesty, may I inquire why Tian Nu referred to me as His Highness the Crown Prince?" The Jade Emperor, shifting his gaze from the Yang siblings and donning a kind demeanor, replied to Nezha, "Nezha, is it? I find you remarkably handsome and powerful, and I would like to adopt you as my foster son. Would you consent?" Nezha feigned contemplation for a moment before kneeling before the Jade Emperor and proclaiming, "I, your humble child, pay my respects to my foster father." The Jade Emperor stroked his beard with satisfaction and announced loudly to the crowd, "From this day forth, Nezha shall be my adopted son. Considering you are the third son of Li Jing, I hereby bestow upon you the title of Third Prince Nezha and grant you the honorific of the great deity of the three altars of the sea. You are exempted from daily court assemblies and are not required to perform the customary kneeling before me. I shall reward you with the cloud palace of the 33 heavens as your residence. Is that agreeable? Thank you, Father Emperor, for your gracious bestowal. Should the heavenly court require my assistance, Nezha will undoubtedly charge into battle without hesitation." Nezha replied respectfully, for both in his past life and this, the Jade Emperor had always granted Nezha's wishes, treating him with a kindness that even surpassed that shown to his own sons and daughters. This, of course, was a testament to Nezha's formidable capabilities. Without Nezha's past life as Spirit Pearl's assistance, the Jade Emperor would not have secured his position as the sovereign of the three realms. After receiving his title, Nezha quietly stepped back to stand behind Yang Jian and remarked, "Second brother, do not confront the Jade Emperor too aggressively. Do not forget that Aunt Yaoji remains in his grasp." Upon hearing Nezha's counsel, Yang Jian forcefully suppressed his anger. Yet he could not bring himself to publicly apologize to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor understood Yang Jian's temperament, which mirrored his own youthful defiance. He bore no malice towards him but, in order to maintain his authority, coldly addressed Yang Jian, "For the sake of the prince, I shall overlook this matter. However, positions in the heavenly court are not something you can dismiss at will. Consider this carefully, lest your choices bring misfortune to others. Yang Jian discerned the underlying implications of the Jade Emperor's words. He was being subtly coerced into accepting the position for the sake of his mother's safety. Yet, Yang Jian refused to yield easily. He coldly regarded the Jade Emperor and replied, "I shall accept the position of Erlangshan for the sake of my younger brother. But I have one condition. I will not reside in the heavenly court. I must return to the Yang residence at Guanjinku, and Chan'er shall dwell on Mount Hua. Furthermore, I will heed your summons but not your proclamations. Should the heavenly court require my intervention, you may send someone to Guanjinku to convey the edict. Without such an edict, I shall not act." The Jade Emperor glared at Yang Jian in fury. He was being compelled to personally plead with this young lad during a critical juncture. It was utterly exasperating for the sovereign of the three realms to be forced to request the assistance of one so inexperienced. However, if he did not acquiesce, the situation would likely become even more embarrassing. The Jade Emperor stared long and hard into Yang Jian's inscrutable eyes before ultimately conceding, very well. Do as you wish. However, when the heavenly court faces peril and I issue a summons, you must not refuse." Naturally, Yang Jian was not so oblivious to the situation. A smile played on his lips as he regarded the Jade Emperor. Then he took Yang Jian and Nezha to occupy the vacant seats. Savoring the exquisite wines and delicacies of the celestial realm, he greeted those who offered to toast him with a smile, and his joy was unmistakable. At this juncture, the tempestuous Thunderbolt boy and his companions gathered around to fervently interrogate Yang Jian. They were astonished that, after such a long camaraderie, he had not revealed his true identity. Yang Jian, however, retorted that they had never inquired. The conversation then shifted to Nezha, with the intent to seize the moment to playfully torment the Prince of Heaven. Observing this, Yang Jian approached Lady Li, as the arrangements for Li Jing's residence in the heavenly realm had been meticulously planned. Thus, on the day of Li Jing's ascension, Lady Li was brought to the celestial domain from Mount Huashan. Initially, she was not deemed worthy to partake in the banquet, yet the Jade Emperor insisted on meeting her, courtesy of Nezha, and allowed her to join the festivities. Yang Jian noticed Lady Li sitting alone while Li Jing engaged in dialogue with Huang Feihu. Meanwhile, Jinjia and Muzha had been escorted to the west by the venerable Manjushri in the imminent Samantabhadra. Therefore, Yang Jian seized the opportunity to keep Lady Li company. Unbeknownst to her, Lady Li regarded her with the affectionate gaze of a mother-in-law observing her daughter-in-law, and she was quite pleased with Yang Jian. After all, their introduction had been facilitated by Nezha. Although Nezha referred to Yang Jian as third sister, Lady Li perceived Yang Jian's kind nature and remarkable beauty as a fitting match for her handsome son. After all, a slightly older woman tends to understand how to cherish her husband better. If Nezha were to learn of his mother's sentiments, he would undoubtedly faint. For his feelings towards Yang Jian were merely a matter of familial duty, akin to typical sibling affection. The notion that his mother wished to unite him with Yang Jian was utterly bewildering. He would rather confess his feelings directly to Yang Jian. Following the banquet, the heavenly affairs gradually fell into a harmonious rhythm. Previously, the heavenly court had been lacking in talent, causing the Jade Emperor to shoulder nearly all responsibilities. Now, with an abundance of celestial soldiers and generals at hand, he could finally ease his burdens and delegate tasks. Take Huang Tianhua, for instance. He had once sought Nezha for sparring whenever he had free time, yet it had been nearly half a month since their last meeting. Meanwhile, Nezha spent his days in the Cloud Tower Palace, engaging in conversation with his mother or challenging Yang Jian to games of strategy. After all, a single day in the heavens equates to a year in the mortal realm, and Yang Jian was reluctant to endure a life devoid of Nezha's company. Thus, he frequently visited the Cloud Tower Palace to alleviate Nezha's boredom. As for Lady Li's presence in the Cloud Tower Palace, it was due to Li Jing's own busyness. Fortunately, he had never been idle on Earth and had adapted well to the current hectic lifestyle. However, he sometimes grew frustrated upon seeing Nezha resting in the courtyard, contemplating whether to invite him along, yet hesitating to burden his son, while also finding Nezha's boastful demeanor quite vexing. Chapter 54. The first kiss. After a period of diligent endeavors, the affairs of the heavenly court finally stabilized. The Grandmaster of Lingbao, having accepted responsibilities for the Western matters, submitted a treaty of alliance to the heavenly court, which the Jade Emperor graciously accepted. After 3 months of residing in Yulu Palace, Nezha finally reunited with his family, as Jinjia and Muzha had traveled to the west and only just concluded their affairs today. Seizing a moment of respite, the two brothers agreed to gather at Nezha's palace. Consequently, Nezha sent someone to invite Li Jing to join them. Since the onset of the Battle of the Gods, the 5 of them had not had a proper gathering. Now, having stolen a fleeting moment of leisure, Lady Li personally prepared a sumptuous feast, diligently serving the 3 brothers. Although they had ascended to divinity and could subsist without sustenance, The brothers could not refuse their mother's heartfelt gesture. Li Jing and Lady Li gazed at their three exceptionally handsome sons, sharing a knowing smile. Lady Li unconsciously leaned against Li Jing's shoulder, a look of bliss illuminating her countenance. Observing this harmonious scene, Nezha playfully addressed Li Jing, "Father and mother, have you considered the feelings of me and my two elder brothers while you indulge in your affection? You are happy, yet we remain single. You little rascal. Daring to tease your father." Li Jing retorted, "If you are so capable, why not bring home a prospective bride?" Nezha, undeterred, replied, "Elder brother and second brother are not in a hurry, so why should I be? If you desire grandchildren, perhaps you should seek them from elder brother or second brother." Lady Li straightened up, her expression turning gentle as she inquired of Jinsha and Muza, "See, Nezha is even fretting over your marital matters. Are there any celestial maidens in the heavenly palace that have captured your interest? If so, do let mother know. And I shall have Nezha petition the Jade Emperor for your betrothal. After all, you are no longer young." Instantly, Jinsha and Muza's faces flushed. Muza shot a glare at Nezha before reluctantly informing Lady Li, "Mother, I have taken refuge in the Buddhist faith and cannot entertain romantic entanglements. So please do not consider me. Focus on elder brother instead. Master Wenshu has not urged him to follow the Buddhist path, allowing him to remain with father in the heavenly court." After speaking, Muza exchanged a sly glance with Jinsha, who was left momentarily speechless, his mouth full. Nezha, adopting a teasing tone, remarked, "Elder brother, second brother is right. You are of age and ought to settle down, don't you think? I have heard that the 7 princesses of Father Emperor are all graceful and charming. Haven't he caught your eye? How about I play matchmaker for you?" Jinsha hastily swallowed his food and waved his hands vigorously, insisting, "Third brother, do not jest. I am not yet contemplating marriage." Upon hearing this, Lady Li grew displeased, setting down her utensils to commence a gentle reprimand of Jinsha. Naturally, Li Jing aligned with Lady Li, and sensing the conversation might turn back to him, Nezha seized the opportunity to discreetly slip away. Upon exiting the Cloud Tower Palace, I found myself at a loss as to where to go. It occurred to me that, despite the passage of time, I had yet to visit Yang Jian's new residence. During his housewarming celebration, I had been ensnared by the Jade Emperor, who sought to test whether I had regained my memories, causing me to miss the occasion. Moreover, with Tianxiang visiting from the west, I was unable to attend my brother's new abode. Each time, it was Yang Jian who traveled great distances to visit me at the Cloud Tower Palace. It was high time I made the journey to his new home, both to pay my respects and to present the gift I had neglected. Not to mention that at home, my mother forbade me from indulging in wine. Visiting Yang Jian would finally afford me the opportunity to drink to my heart's content. With this thought, I summoned the windfire wheels and soared towards Guangjiaokou. Upon arriving at the entrance, a guard approached and escorted Nezha to the study. These guards had been with Yang Jian since the onset of the war against the tyrant, and the Jade Emperor, still concerned for Yang Jian, had appointed these 3,000 men as celestial soldiers to accompany him, although he did not disclose this directly to Yang Jian, instead entrusting the decree to Nuwa. Naturally, these guards were well acquainted with Nezha. After leading Nezha to the threshold of Yang Jian's study, the guards retreated. At that moment, Yang Jian was quietly engrossed in his reading. Nezha stealthily approached from behind, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he covered Yang Jian's eyes with his long, jade-like hands, and in a low voice, he teased, "Yang Jian, guess who I am?" Yang Jian, with a gentle smile, set his book aside and grasped Nezha's hands, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he replied, Let me think. You must be the most adorable, charming, and dashing little Nezha in the 3 realms, am I right?" With each compliment, Nezha's smile widened. And as Yang Jian finished speaking and turned to face him, he found Nezha grinning like a fool. Yang Jian affectionately ruffled Nezha's hair, teasingly remarking, "Really now? How old are you? And yet you still don't know to be shy." In response, Nezha playfully stuck out his tongue at Yang Jian, pulled over a nearby chair, and gulped down the tea that Yang Jian had been drinking. With a proud expression, he declared, "I am indeed the most adorable, charming, and dashing figure in the 3 realms. Given your honesty, I shall graciously grant you the 2nd position." Yang Jian, looking at Nezha with fondness, nodded and replied, "Indeed. I thank your highness for your generosity." Nezha continued to puff up his cheeks in a proud manner, while Yang Jian couldn't help but smile at Nezha's endearing face, his hand unconsciously reaching out to pinch Nezha's chubby cheek, appreciating its delightful softness. However, this action provoked Nezha, who glared at Yang Jian indignantly, exclaiming, "You rascal brother. Stop pinching. If you make my face swell, how will I show my face to anyone? I still need it to earn my living." Upon hearing Nezha's words, Yang Jian could not help but laugh heartily. The two engaged in playful banter for a while until Yang Chan, having learned from the gatekeeper of Nezha's arrival, brought over a plate of freshly washed fruits for them. Upon seeing the two, Yang Jian was first struck by astonishment, followed by uncontrollable laughter. As the position of Yang Jian and Nezha was rather suggestive, Yang Jian sat on a stool while Nezha tugged at his collar, leaning closely against him. With their backs turned towards the entrance where Yang Jian stood. At first glance, it appeared as though a young couple were sharing a passionate kiss. Hearing Yang Jian's laughter, Nezha finally realized their compromising position, his face immediately flushed with embarrassment. He hurriedly released Yang Jian's collar and stood up, but in his haste, he lost his balance and stumbled back onto Yang Jian, inadvertently kissing him. The three individuals in the room were momentarily stunned until Yang Jian's boisterous laughter broke the silence. Nezha quickly regained his composure, scrambled to his feet, and cast a crimson-faced glance at Yang Jian before running off, not sure whether he was flustered or angry. Upon reaching the door and seeing Yang Jian's teasing expression, his face turned even redder. Summoning his wind and fire wheel, he soared eastward. Meanwhile, Yang Jian sat there, dazed, touching his lips with a somewhat forlorn expression, watching Nezha's retreating figure with a radiant smile. Yang Jian approached him with a playful remark, "Second brother, aren't you going to chase after him? Look at that blush. The lad is directionally challenged. It wouldn't be good if he gets lost." Yang Jian considered this. Indeed, Nezha was unfamiliar with the area and often lost his way, even in his own cloud palace. With a volatile temper, any trouble could lead to serious matters. He promptly stood up to pursue Nezha but paused to tell Yang Jian, "Little sister, please do not spread today's events. Nezha is quite sensitive." Yang Jian smiled and replied, "Rest assured, second brother, I won't tell a soul. It will merely serve as ammunition to tease Nezha, given that he constantly bickers with me." Yang Jian chuckled helplessly. "One day, you two will drive me to the brink." With that, he disregarded Yang Jian, who wore a similarly proud expression, and hurried outside to catch up. Uncertain of Nezha's whereabouts, he was troubled when Yuan Hong approached, saying, "Second master, are you searching for third master? I recently saw him blushing as he left the study and headed west on his wind and fire wheel. Knowing he has no sense of direction, I had Lao Chi follow him. Lao Chi just reported that third master is now at a small tavern in the west of the city, and he seems rather out of sorts." Yang Jian coughed awkwardly and replied to Yuan Hong, "Well done. Have a long return. I shall go check on this little troublemaker." Upon arriving at the tavern, Yang Jian discovered Nezha staring blankly at his drink, his face still flushed. Quietly approaching, he received no response, only to overhear Nezha muttering softly, "Damn Yang Jian, taking advantage of me. My first kiss, gone." Yet, the sensation was rather pleasant, soft, cool. What am I even thinking? Ah, damn Yang Jian. Wicked Yang Jian. By a stroke of misfortune, the mischievous Yang Jian had caught sight of him. How could he face others now? His reputation was at stake. He needed a strategy to silence that girl, or else the entire heavenly court would soon be privy to his indiscretion. But what could he possibly do? Erasing her memory was out of the question. If he failed, it could cause her harm. She had a fondness for food, which sparked an idea. Perhaps he could gather a variety of delectable treats from the mortal realm to bribe her. Yes, that would do. Muttering to himself, Nezha rose to put his plan into action. However, upon turning, he found himself face to face with Yang Jian, their noses nearly touching. Startled, Nezha attempted to retreat, only to stumble over a chair and fall backward. Yang Jian swiftly reached out, steadying Nezha with a firm grip around his waist, lifting him back to his feet. Once stable, Nezha blushed deeply as he met Yang Jian's gaze. With a teasing tone, Yang Jian remarked, "Could it be that my dear younger brother has taken a liking to my embrace? Feel free to speak candidly, for I would not refuse you." Nezha's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, reaching from his ears to the nape of his neck. He stammered softly, "No, brother, I have things to attend to. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again." With that, he attempted to slip away, only to be halted by Yang Jian's grip on the back of his collar. Yang Jian smiled gently at Nezha's flustered demeanor before guiding him to a private room on the second floor of the tavern. Throughout their meal, Nezha remained red-faced and unable to meet Yang Jian's eyes. Yang Jian was aware that although Nezha often appeared carefree and somewhat reckless, he was, in fact, quite bashful. He knew that if he continued to tease, Nezha might become irate. After a brief silence, Yang Jian broke the ice, saying, "You need not worry, dear brother. I have already spoken to Channer, assuring her that today's events shall remain confidential." Nezha responded with a soft, "Oh," and Yang Jian continued, "What transpired today was merely an accident, so do not dwell on it. After our meal, how about I take you on a delightful excursion through the mortal realm?" Nezha slowly lifted his gaze to Yang Jian, before hastily turning his head away once more, replying, "That sounds wonderful. I came to find you precisely to enjoy some time in the mortal realm. Perhaps we could first visit the 5 peaks? Uncle has been appointed as the Eastern Peak Emperor. Tianhua mentioned that they can only ascend to the heavens once each month, and after reporting on worldly affairs, they must return. It has been ages since Tianhua last saw uncle. We could seize this opportunity to visit them and perhaps stop by Kunlun Mountain to see Master and our uncles. Yang Jian smiled indulgently at Nezha, saying, "Whatever you wish." Dear brother. As they dined, Nezha's demeanor gradually returned to normal, though he occasionally cast shy glances toward Yang Jian's visage. Chapter 55, Silent Vigil. As the two dined together, they conspired to first pay a visit to Mount Tai to seek out Huang Feihu. However, in a bid to savor the colorful tapestry of human life, they chose not to fly directly to the mountain. Instead, they procured 2 horses and set forth towards Mount Tai like ordinary mortals. Before their departure, Yang Jian and Nezha returned to the Yang residence to gather some provisions and attire, casually informing Yang Jian and the 7 monsters of Meishan of their whereabouts. Nezha, steeling himself, entered the house, fully prepared to face Yang Jian's anticipated extortion, only to be informed by Yuan Hong that the Western sovereign wished to consult with Yang Jian, who had already departed from Mount Hua. With a sigh of relief, Nezha relaxed. Yang Jian then instructed the 7 monsters of Meishan to take it easy during this time, which delighted them immensely. Nevertheless, before leaving, Yang Jian entrusted his beloved Hound of Heaven to Yuan Hong's care. The Hound and the monkey exchanged glances, each perceiving a mutual disdain in the other's eyes. Yuan Hong, observing the empty Yang residence and the Hound that ignored him, felt a profound sense of resignation. After all, the Hound had yet to transform and still required sustenance, rendering him indispensable. While Yang Jian and Nezha roamed freely, Chang Hao and Yang Xian, along with 4 others, also sought leisure. Even the 3,000 grass deities were granted a respite by Yang Jian, each indulging in their own relaxation. Only Yuan Hong remained, bound to the Yang residence and the Hound, caught between an acknowledged master and a teacher compelling him to recognize authority. With no one to whom he could voice his grievances, he was left to silently guard the house and the Hound, lost in his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Nezha was engaged in a spirited contest with his steed, a magnificent white horse. You might wonder why. The reason is that Nezha had never ridden a horse before. Having been endowed with divine strength since birth, he had always played upon the neck of Li Jing, his father, who, despite being a martial general, had indulged Nezha's every whim during his childhood. In his current life, with the wind and fire wheels as his mode of transport, horses were merely a sight to behold in the military camp. For Nezha, accustomed to the swiftness of his magical steed, a horse seemed exceedingly slow. Yet now, this once disregarded mode of transportation posed a significant challenge for him. As he mounted for the first time, he accidentally kicked the horse's belly, startling it into a gallop. Nezha, still gripping the reins, was momentarily caught off guard and was nearly thrown off, only to execute a perfect backflip to regain his balance and avoid a humiliating fall. Yang Jian, witnessing Nezha's distressed and perplexed expression, couldn't help but chuckle, which only served to further infuriate Nezha. In a fit of pique, he abandoned the pursuit of the fleeing white horse, instead springing off the ground to join Yang Jian on a single mount. Yang Jian, regarding the proud figure nestled in his arms, smiled gently without uttering a word, tightening his embrace to prevent Nezha from accidentally tumbling off. After a quarter of an hour, they finally caught up to the white horse, now leisurely grazing. Nezha glared at the horse with an impulse to dismember it, yet to alleviate his own embarrassment, he reluctantly mounted the horse that he so despised, guided step by step by Yang Jian. And you may ask why he felt embarrassed? Well, that's self-evident. Having just lost his first kiss to this individual and now sharing the proximity of riding a horse together, Nezha found it nearly impossible to maintain his composure in light of his unique feelings for this person. In this fleeting moment, he felt as if he were walking on thin ice, teetering at the edge of a precipice. The author muses, what was that impulsive leap into Yang Jian's embrace? Blushing, Nezha retorts that it is none of your concern. He shall do as he pleases. Author, do you dare to believe that I could separate you from Yang Jian for eternity? With an expression of feigned charm, Nezha acknowledges his fault, pleading with the beloved author. I was wrong. Isn't that enough? The most adorable author, while maintaining a cool demeanor, observes Nezha's antics. As Nezha gradually acclimated to the sensation of riding, he began to disregard Yang Jian behind him and galloped ahead. Poor Yang Jian, resembling a caretaker, cautioned the novice Nezha to be careful, while secretly lamenting the emptiness of his embrace. Having harbored feelings for Nezha for so long, this was their first time riding together. Yet the moment felt all too brief. They journeyed from Guanjinku to Mount Tai, meandering along the way, savoring the beauty of the mortal realm. In the initial days, due to Nezha's striking red attire and his exceptional handsomeness, passers-by often mistook him for a young lady when seen alongside Yang Jian. Many assumed the two were a couple, and Nezha's beauty attracted unwelcome advances from ruffians, culminating in an incident where one brazen miscreant, taking advantage of their distraction, touched Nezha's cheek with a lewd grin. This provoked the wrath of the irate third prince, who incinerated the offender on the spot, causing quite the uproar in the city. Ultimately, Yang Jian had to resort to magic to erase the memories of the incident from the populace, averting an unnecessary conflict. From that point on, Nezha learned his lesson and magically transformed the attire crafted from the blood lotus leaves into a white ensemble akin to Yang Jian's, albeit with silver thread intricately depicting the flower-esque form, bestowing upon him an air of nobility and aloofness. Although Yang Jian donned a pure white outfit, the two appeared harmonious together. One could easily mistake anyone else standing beside Nezha as merely his protector. As the two exceptionally handsome men strolled through the streets, they garnered a remarkable amount of attention. Bold women threw flowers at Nezha and Yang Jian, while others lunged toward them. However, given their formidable skills, those mortals could not approach them. Realizing the commotion, Nezha and Yang Jian hastened their pace to exit the city swiftly. Henceforth, they learned to be more cautious. Whenever they ventured into town or sought an inn, they donned silver masks, which, despite still attracting considerable attention, at least deterred any further advances due to the air of mystery they projected. The two individuals strolled leisurely, and after approximately 3 months of travel, they finally arrived at the foot of Mount Tai. Just as Yang Jian was about to summon the deity of Mount Tai to guide them to the abode of the Eastern Emperor, Nezha suddenly raised an eyebrow and playfully said, "Elder brother, during this period, we have either been on horseback, resting in inns, or meandering through marketplaces. It has been quite a while since we last exercised. How about we have a race today? Let us see who can reach the summit of Mount Tai first without relying on any magical powers or artifacts. The victor shall have the right to demand 3 tasks from the loser." Yang Jian looked at Nezha with a gentle smile and replied, "Sounds good. But I have one condition. Whatever the tasks may be, the other must agree without any tricks." Nezha nodded vigorously, declaring, "No tricks, no tricks. Whoever resorts to deceit shall be known as the younger brother of the howling celestial dog." Yang Jian chuckled and teased Nezha, "As far as I know, a certain someone has already played the role of the howling celestial dog's younger brother countless times." Nezha's handsome face flushed momentarily, leaving him at a loss for words. Pretending to admire the scenery of Mount Tai, he seized the opportunity while Yang Jian was adjusting his sleeves and dashed toward the summit, shouting, "Elder brother, just wait for me to claim those 3 tasks. I've already decided. You shall wash my clothes, massage my back, and warm my bed." "Ha." Yang Jian observed Nezha's retreating figure with a habitual smile. Although he appeared to be walking slowly, his pace was anything but leisurely. As the distance between them diminished, he maintained a steady 5-meter gap from Nezha. Whenever Nezha turned to glance back, he could distinctly see the faint smile gracing Yang Jian's lips. Within half an hour, they could already see the summit of Mount Tai. Nezha quickened his steps, and as he approached the last 10 meters, he glanced back, only to discover that Yang Jian had vanished. A surge of joy filled Nezha's heart, for he believed Yang Jian had fallen behind, ensuring that he would secure the 3 demands. With light-footed strides, Nezha reached the peak of Mount Tai, but unexpectedly collided with a soft object. Upon lifting his gaze, he realized he had bumped into none other than Yang Jian himself. Frustrated, Nezha averted his gaze, ignoring Yang Jian. With a smile still lingering on his lips, Yang Jian approached and affectionately ruffled Nezha's soft hair, saying, "Third brother, a wager is a wager. Do not forget the 3 tasks you owe me. But fret not, I won't require you to wash my clothes or massage my back. As for warming my bed, I might consider it." Nezha gritted his teeth and retorted, "Consider it? A handsome fellow like me offering to warm your bed, and you still need to think about it?" Upon hearing Nezha's words, Yang Jian's smile grew even brighter. "So, third brother, you are eager to warm my bed, are you? Well, let us head back to Guanjinka right away. How can I resist your requests?" Nezha, suddenly flustered, felt his cheeks flush as he stammered. "Who said anything about warming your bed? Don't get ahead of yourself." Yang Jian stepped closer, playfully pinching Nezha's charming face, and said, "What did you say? Is it possible that Sandy cannot adjust to the bed at the Yang residence? Fear not, for I, ergo, can accompany you back to your cloud palace. As long as it is your warm bed, I shall find it comfortable." As Yang Jian spoke, he leaned closer to Nezha's face. However, Nezha, who was currently engulfed in shyness, remained oblivious. Once he managed to steady his heart and looked up, he found their noses nearly touching. In a moment of panic, Nezha instinctively recoiled, only to find himself teetering at the edge of a precipice. Just as he was about to tumble down the mountain, Yang Jian swiftly grasped Nezha's hand, drawing him into an embrace. Once again enveloped in Yang Jian's arms, Nezha felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. In that embrace, he experienced an unparalleled sense of safety and infatuation. How wonderful it would be if time could stand still. Yet, as the reality of their identities flashed through his mind, The flame of impulse within him was instantly extinguished. Nezha quickly extricated himself from Yang Jian's embrace, swiftly regaining his composure. After all, Nezha was no longer the same Nezha as before. Having regained the memories of the Spirit Pearl, he had once served as the regent of the three realms, mastering the art of emotional control to perfection. Aside from maintaining his genuine self in the presence of those closest to him, he had cultivated a reputation for being a cold-faced killer, orchestrating plans from the shadows and achieving decisive victories from afar. Once Nezha subdued his emotions, he summoned the mountain god of Taishan, requesting him to escort them both to the East Peak Emperor's residence. Throughout the journey, although Nezha and Yang Jian exchanged laughter and banter, Yang Jian could distinctly sense the shift in Nezha's mood. He had an inkling of the reasons behind Nezha's change, yet he hesitated to address it directly, instead watching Nezha's retreating figure with a bittersweet smile. After all, he was not in a position to provide Nezha with a stable life and protection. His own power was insufficient, his vendetta remained unresolved, and his mother was still unrescued. Moreover, even though he had come to terms with his own feelings, he remained uncertain about Nezha's thoughts. He had considered asking Nezha directly about his feelings, yet each time the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to speak. He feared that Nezha might not share the same sentiments, and if he were to confess his feelings recklessly, their bond might be irrevocably damaged. For now, he found solace in his role as an older brother, cherishing the moments when he could see Nezha. In times of sorrow, injury, or melancholy, Nezha's first instinct was to confide in him. Silently guarding him felt far more meaningful than the bitterness of unrequited affection. Chapter 56. The Spirit Monkey Under the Guidance of the Mountain God. They soon arrived at the East Peak Emperor's residence, where Huang Feihu was engaged in a game of chess with his wife. Although Huang Feihu's wife lacked a divine position, Tianhua had later sought the protection of his master, the true monarch Qingshu Daod, to safeguard her soul. Subsequently, she was sent to the Fengshan platform for nourishment, and her spirit eventually solidified. Nezha had also requested a soul-refining pill from Taishanren, enabling Huang's wife to be reborn. Ever since Huang Feihu was conferred divinity and arrived at the East Peak Emperor's residence, he had brought his wife along. The couple could be regarded as celestial lovers, evoking envy among others. After paying their respects to each other, Nezha and Yang Jian sat down together to engage in casual conversation. Lady Huang personally took to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast of earthly delights. Ever since her rebirth, Lady Huang has shown great care for Nezha during their encounters, her affection for him surpassing that for her own 4 sons. This fondness stems from Nezha's repeated assistance to her husband and sons in times of peril. Her own rebirth is a debt owed to Nezha. Given Nezha's courteous demeanor towards his elders, it is only natural for Lady Huang to cherish him. However, Nezha, in his youthful arrogance, believed that Lady Huang's favoritism was due to his superior looks and greater powers compared to Tianhua, making him the epitome of the perfect son that every elder dreams of. His boastful remarks often incited disdain from Tianhua and the others. Since Nezha ascended to the role of the Prince of Heaven, his shamelessness seemed to have reached new heights. Returning to the narrative after their visit with Huang Feihu, Lady Huang insisted that Nezha pack an abundance of earthly delicacies to share with Li Jing and his wife, as well as Tianhua, Tianlu, and Tianjue, considering their inability to descend to the mortal realm without permission. After bidding farewell to Huang Feihu and his wife, the two resumed their journey through the earthly world. They planned to visit Kunlun Mountain to see their master, acknowledging the considerable distance between Taishan and Kunlun. Yet, their perception of time was rather indifferent, having attained divine status. They were no longer bound by its constraints. A single day in the celestial realm equated to a year in the mortal realm. Thus, even if Nezha lingered in the mortal world for decades, it would amount to merely a handful of days above. As they rode, they paused at each city to savor local delicacies and immerse themselves in regional customs. On this particular day, they had traversed into the domain of Xinyo-Huzhou, with Kunlun Mountain situated at the juncture of Dongxing-Shenzhou and Xinyo-Huzhou, marking the westernmost point of Dongxing-Shenzhou. However, the entrance to the barrier of Yushu Palace was located in Xinyo-Huzhou, necessitating passage through this region to enter the palace. The mortal realm is divided into 4 regions: Dongxing-Shenzhou, Nanjianbuzhou, Xinyo-Huzhou, and Beiju-Luzhou. Dongxing-Shenzhou boasts the most expansive territory, with Guanjinka situated in its central western part. Nanjianbuzhou is connected to the demonic realm, sparsely populated, while Beiju-Luzhou is regarded as the territory of the demon clan, characterized by dense forests, where humans and demons coexist harmoniously. Xinyo-Huzhou falls under the jurisdiction of Western Buddhism. Currently, the Heavenly Court has forged an alliance with the West, backed by the support of Niwa, ensuring a semblance of peace between the Heavenly Court and the Northern Demon Clan. However, the Demon Emperor, who had previously intended to form an alliance with the Heavenly Court, mysteriously disappeared a century ago, leaving the current relations somewhat awkward. Dongxing Shenzhou, also known as the Eastern Continent, was the battleground for the War of Gods, which sought dominion over this land. As Nezha and Yang Jian entered Xinyohuzhou, a young man clad in blue approached them with a welcoming smile. Upon nearing them, Nezha and Yang Jian dismounted, their faces alight with joy. As the boy rushed towards Nezha, he leaped into Nezha's embrace, exclaiming, "Third brother, why have you taken so long to visit me? Had it not been for my master noticing my recent despondency and informing me of your and brother Yang's arrival within the borders of the West Nyohuzhou, I fear it would have been quite some time before I laid eyes upon you again." The youth cast a gloomy glance at Nezha, then cheerfully embraced Yang Jian beside him, who gently remarked, "It has been a while, Tianxiang, you have grown quite a bit." "Indeed, Brother Yang, I feel the same. The last time brother came to visit, I realized I am now at his ear level. Before long, I shall surpass him in height, hee. Tianxiang gleefully stood beside Yang Jian to compare their heights, while Nezha turned away, feigning ignorance of his somewhat oblivious cousin. However, Tianxiang turned back to Nezha, grinning, "Third brother, I am taller than you now." "Oh," Nezha replied with a resigned nod. Just as Tianxiang was about to say more, Yang Jian interjected, shifting the topic, "Tianxiang, Nezha and I are planning to visit Master at Kunlun Yushu Palace. Would you care to join us?" Tianxiang turned around, responding, No. I merely came to catch up with you both, having missed you dearly. The Western Church has just restructured, and I find myself quite overwhelmed with responsibilities. My master, citing his desire for a simple life, has entrusted all matters to me and my cousin Muzha. We are nearly exhausted. And since Muzha is currently in the Heavenly Court and has yet to return, all the burdens have fallen upon me. I can hardly spare a moment to see you. I must return shortly." Nezha smiled slightly, saying, "Those capable must bear more burdens. Master is merely training you. You are now considered the Prince of the West. If you are not busy, who else will be?" Tianxiang gazed at Nezha with a pitiful expression, saying, "That may be true, but third brother, you are also the third prince of the Heavenly Court. Why are you so idle? Shall we switch places?" Nezha cleared his throat lightly, explaining, "Primarily, father dislikes others interfering with state affairs. He has grown accustomed to shouldering the responsibilities himself. Master handles matters with detachment, devoid of desire for fame or fortune, so the affairs of the West are not often addressed. Moreover, you are his only disciple. Shouldering his burdens is your rightful duty. Now, here, this is from Uncle and Auntie, containing both food and useful items. The green robe was personally crafted by Auntie, and she asked me to convey a message. Do visit the Eastern Yu Emperor's residence more often. They miss you dearly." Tianxiang accepted the bundle Nezha offered, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. However, now positioned in a place of authority, he quickly calmed himself, carefully stowing the package away. After inquiring about the recent well-being of Huang Feihu and his wife, and exchanging pleasantries for a moment, a monk clad in patchwork robes approached to summon Tianxiang back. Reluctantly, he bid farewell to the two and returned to the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. After Tianxiang's departure, Yang Jian observed that Nezha seemed somewhat troubled and kindly inquired, "Third brother, do you have something on your mind? You may confide in me. Even if I cannot assist, I can offer a listening ear." With a furrowed brow, Nezha remarked, "Second brother, the child who once needed my protection is now capable of standing on his own." However, the innocent and carefree Tianxiang is no longer visible. Yang Jian affectionately ruffled Nezha's hair and sighed softly, "Everyone must grow up. Maturity entails relinquishing the naivety that this world cannot accommodate. For reality will teach you that innocence can lead to severe faults." Nezha managed a melancholic smile and replied, "Perhaps. Second brother, it's getting late. We must head to Yushu Palace. Let us hasten our journey." Yang Jian paused momentarily before responding coolly, "All right." As the two arrived at the Kunlun barrier, they placed the tokens symbolizing the 3 generations of disciples of the Chan sect upon the barrier, which instantly revealed an entrance large enough for 2. Once they entered, the entrance vanished behind them. Yang Jian and Nezha initially intended to pay a visit to the Primordial Lord. Yet they were informed by a celestial youth outside Yushu Palace that the Lord was currently in seclusion and not receiving guests. Consequently, they could only bow respectfully before parting ways to the abodes of the Jade Cauldron and the Supreme One within the Kunlun realm. Upon reaching the entrance, Yang Jian was informed that the Jade Cauldron was absent, having gone to the mortal realm. Left with no alternative, he decided to inquire about his master from the Supreme One. Since the Primordial Lord declared the Chan sect's withdrawal from the mortal realm, the 12 golden immortals, excluding the 3 from the west, had retreated into seclusion within Kunlun. The abodes of the Jade Cauldron and the Supreme One were the closest, and upon entering the Supreme One's abode, Yang Jian found him chastising Nezha for taking so long to visit. However, the affection in his gaze towards his disciple was unmistakable. After greeting the Supreme One, Yang Jian inquired, "Uncle Master, might you know the reason for my master's visit to the mortal realm?" Nezha, puzzled, asked, "Isn't Master Jade Cauldron in the cave, but gone to the mortal realm?" Yang Jian nodded, a look of confusion on his face as he turned to the Supreme One. Aware of Yang Jian's disposition and with the inquisitive Nezha by his side, the Supreme One realized that withholding information would only lead to relentless questioning from Nezha. With a resigned expression, he divulged, "As you know, the eldest brother and the others have recently settled in the West and established an alliance with the Heavenly Court. To enhance the influence of the Western Mahayana Buddhism, the Jade Emperor and the Tathagata, also known as the eldest brother of Lingbao, have conspired to conduct a missionary endeavor, aiming to introduce the Western Mahayana Buddhism to the East. Your master has gone to the mortal realm in search of a suitable candidate, more accurately, a fitting spirit." Nezha, slightly taken aback, queried, "A spirit? Are you jesting?" The Supreme One observed the composed Yang Jian and the impulsive Nezha, revealing a look of exasperation, and continued, "This spirit is not an ordinary one. Rather, it is a monkey spirit that emerged from a piece of Inhua stone that fell to the mortal realm after Inhua mended the sky. It absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, transforming through the passage of countless millennia. Technically, it cannot be classified as a demon. It should be regarded as a spiritual entity, an extraordinary being that transcends the 5 elements." After a moment of contemplation, Nezha inquired, "So, does this mean that this spiritual monkey will become your junior brother, second brother?" Tai Jinren nodded slightly. Nezha, observing the dark line on Yang Jian's forehead, felt a sudden surge of schadenfreude. Yang Jian, with a mix of affection and helplessness, playfully ruffled Nezha's exquisitely chiseled nose. Ignoring their endearing interaction, Tai Jinren continued, "This spirit monkey should not be underestimated. His talents rival both of yours. However, his temperament is rather impetuous and will require careful guidance. Yet, my elder brother tends to teach his disciples in a more laissez-faire manner. I fear this spirit monkey may cause significant trouble in the future." Nezha furrowed his brows, eager to inquire further, when he heard Yang Jian address Tai Jinren, "Uncle Tai, do you know where our master currently resides?" Yang Jian wished to visit his master and, in the process, meet this exceptionally gifted junior disciple. After a moment of contemplation, Tai Jinren revealed, "Your elder brother is presently in the northern region of the Dongsheng Shenzhou, at the Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain, where he has transformed into the Bodhi Patriarch. With the talisman of the Chan sect, you may meet him." Expressing gratitude to Tai Jinren, Yang Jian set off for Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain, with Nezha naturally accompanying him. Watching the inseparable duo, Tai Jinren's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. As he observed their retreating figures, he muttered to himself, "Yang Jian, do not let Nezha down. Alas, why must that rascal fall for this boy? There are countless women in the 3 realms worthy of you, yet you choose him. Enough. I can no longer meddle in your affairs. You will bear the consequences of your choices, both fate and destiny."